Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 197 to Chapter 217. So you had no idea what had happened in the academy. No one sent him any messages, and he didn't do anything. He just asked Xianxia to take care of his senior sister so that she wouldn't be cheated. The apertures were opened one by one. This lasted for several days. The success of the body strengthening technique greatly increased the speed at which Xianxia opened his apertures. He had to admit that the cultivation technique of the mountain-breaking bull race was very suitable for opening apertures. As for the mountain-breaking bulls, they barely made it into the top 100 of their race. It was really a waste of their cultivation technique. Of course, the mountain-breaking bulls had different races, so it was useless for them to open their apertures quickly. They didn't have enough top-notch experts. That was normal. Opening apertures was an advantage in the Mountain Sea realm. But after reaching the Mountain Sea realm, it wasn't a matter of how many apertures were opened. 260 apertures, this was the number of apertures that Xianxia had opened. He had long used up the blood essence, and now he had to rely on the vital qi to open his apertures. Dozens of drops of blood essence from the 5 races allowed him to open another 4 divine apertures. The number of divine apertures opened reached 44, as for the heaven-splitting blade, not all of them had been opened. Xianxia calmed his mind and studied the will of the heaven-splitting blade again and again. He had been reading this will of the will for a few days. Gradually, a Shinwen appeared in Xianxia's sea of will. Break. After the blood, thunder, war, kill, and blade, Xianxia drew another Shinwen. The word Shinwen was break, because it was written by Xiao Long Wu. The word break was also extremely powerful. Because he had absorbed the charm of the eternal Shinwen, Xianxia's 6 Shinwen had improved a lot. Among them, the blood Shinwen was even more reserved. Although it hadn't reached the level of a rank 3 Shinwen, it was much stronger than before. The thunder Shinwen also benefited from it and directly advanced to rank 2. Currently, Xianxia had 3 rank 2 Shinwen and 4 rank 1 Shinwen. Including the break Shinwen that he had just sketched, they were all at the peak of rank 1. Xiao Long Wu. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This was somewhat unexpected. Xiao Long Wu was a civilization master. This was not strange at all. Fighters would also cultivate the Tao of civilization, which was very common. If he was able to draw the outline of a peak level 1 Shinwen, then Xiao Long Wu's civilization master rank was at least at the Mountain Sea realm. A Mountain Sea civilization master was already very powerful for dual cultivators. 7 Shinwen coins. Xianxia exhaled. During this period of time, he hadn't spent much time reading the text of will. Even so, he had drawn a total of 7 Shinwen runes. Most of them were at the 2nd level, and the weakest was at the peak of the 1st level. In terms of level alone, he was no worse than some Soar civilization masters. His willpower was full, barely maintained at 80%. However, Xianxia believed that it was definitely stronger than those whose willpower had reached 99%. Unless those guys had also tempered their willpower. Kai Yuan had more than 260 acupoints, and more than 44 divine acupoints. At this moment, Xianxia felt that with his true strength, he was absolutely confident that he could fight his way into the top 10 of the top 100 list. Some weak Soar, such as his father's 36 acupoints advanced Soar, could at most combine 4 acupoints into one, becoming a 4-stone Soar. Xianxia felt that, even if his father entered Soar, he might not necessarily lose. Enrolled, less than 3 months ago. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Of course, he knew that it would consume a lot of resources. It was possible for him to have the strength to challenge Soar at this stage. This also shocked Xianxia. No wonder it was said that it was not difficult for those geniuses to challenge those of a higher level. Strong cultivation technique, strong martial arts technique, strong physique, strong explosive power. If this was not as good as those guys who casually got a cultivation technique to advance, then they would be too weak. I still need 28 acupoints. The body strengthening technique also had acupoints overlapping, and the degree of overlap was not low. At this moment, if he opened another 28 acupoints, Xianxia would be able to completely cultivate the heaven-splitting blade. Once he completed the cultivation of the heaven-splitting blade, he would have 288 acupoints opened. Xianxia even thought of opening all the 2nd acupoints of time in one go, and the number of opened acupoints would exceed 300. Today is the 16th, Xianxia calculated for a moment. There were still a few days before the competition started, so it was still early. This time, some veteran students would also participate. Those people were existences who had truly cultivated to the extreme. If he did not become stronger, how could he have the confidence to win against them? He must go to the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. With 44 acupoints opened, the current Suyu did not have that much willpower to absorb. Not to mention that the fragment room in the research center was too messy, he could not keep absorbing it, lest he sucked it dry, and that would not be good. Sea of Consciousness secret realm. 5 slots. At the very least, he had to enter the top 5. On the school's side, even if some Galau obtained a slot, he was afraid that the powerful students under him would also participate. This included people like Xianxia. If they were powerful, they would be able to obtain an extra slot. These people would not mind having more slots. Xianxia, number 1 in the top 100, had not lost to Soar. Wanshi, level 9, had top-notch cultivation, and was powerful. There was more than one such person. How could Suyu not work hard to strengthen himself, not to mention the veteran students? Just take this year's freshmen. So you guessed that one Mingza and Xia who you were close to Soar. People like Qingyunfai were weaker, but there was no guarantee that they would have a trump card. Each of them had a backer, background, and resources. Suyu did not believe that they would remain stagnant and not move forward. He continued to enlighten his acupoints. 261, 262, time passed bit by bit. Without blood essence, although Suyu used the body strengthening technique to cultivate, his speed was indeed much slower than before. Blood essence could still help him speed up. On average, he could only enlighten 1 acupoint in an hour. His speed was already very fast, a large amount of vitality swept towards him. It was swallowed, absorbed, and purified by his hundreds of acupoints, outside the secret realm. A student walked out with a look of despair. Teacher, is there a Soar realm inside who went to the Wanshi area to cultivate? Snatching the vitality was too fast, and the vitality ran over to that side. This is to that. He wanted to curse. I spent 200 merit points to enter, but before I could cultivate for a while, the vitality was snatched away. How can I cultivate like this? I did not cultivate for long, and it was squeezed out. The vitality was stirred too much. Nielao felt helpless. He smiled and said, maybe he entered by mistake. I will warn him. Your cultivation merit points will be halved. I will return 100 merit points to you. Thank you, teacher. The student was overjoyed. This was not bad. He actually returned half of it. Although it was troublesome for him to cultivate, at least he persisted for a few hours. It was already very good. He had profited. After the student left, Nielao frowned slightly. This kid, next time, he really had to send him to the Soar area to cultivate. Hundreds of acupoints were opened. The vitality was stirred, and the vitality was swallowed faster than the Soar. If this continued, the students in the Thousand June and Wanshi areas would not be able to cultivate at all. But, this bastard only gave 100 merit points every time he came. Because he was Thousand June with hundreds of opened acupoints, Nielao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had never encountered such a scene. Apart from the first-generation powerhouses, who in the later stages would have opened hundreds of apertures, if they had the time, they would have already entered the Wanshi or even Soar. Is he really going to fight a Soar realm above his level? Nielao shook his head slightly. In his opinion, there was not much meaning. Even if Suyu could really fight a Soar realm above his level, it was better to open 144 apertures and directly enter the Wanshi area. With Suyu's talent, if he entered the Wanshi area earlier, he would probably be at the 4th or 5th Wanshi area now. In half a year or a year, this kid's physical body would probably enter the Soar realm. Moreover, he was not the weak kind, but a powerful fighter with 144 aperture enlightenment. Just as he was thinking, old Huang came. As soon as he entered, he complained, "You're still so free. The inspectorate has too many things to do. I just took office, and I already encountered such a troublesome matter. I said a big investigation, and those Galau almost stared me to death." The previous superintendent of the inspectorate, old He, did not offend anyone and smoothed things over every day. In any case, it was very easy. He had time to drink tea, raise birds, and walk dogs. He was considered a good person, and everyone was used to it. However, as soon as Huang Lao took office, he wanted to make a big move. Naturally, the others were not used to it. Niao Lao smiled faintly. Don't you think it's too free here? Then I'll help you now. Are you still uncomfortable? Don't give me that. As he said that, Huang Lao's eyes were solemn. You know what happened, right? What do you think? Zhou Mingren is not that stupid, and neither is Zhou Pingxing. It's normal to provoke Wu Jia and Chen Yong, but it involves the entire academy. Do you believe it? No. Huang Lao shook his head. He was not an idiot. How could he believe it? Not only him, but the inspectors, Qi Galao, and the others did not believe it either. So in the end, they only punished the students. In addition, Zhou Mingren had bowed down, so he was removed from the position of principal. It was considered an explanation to Dexia province. But everyone knew in their hearts that Huang Hao might have been tampered with. As Huang Lao said that, he asked again, who do you think it was? Niao Lao pondered for a moment and said, it was those from Xinwen. It could be Hong Tan, Chen Yong, or that person. He raised his chin in the direction of Xiao Xingge. If it was not the people from Xinwen, then it was that person who was behind it. I think so too. Huang Lao nodded. So I didn't continue to investigate. If I did, it would be difficult to get any results. Let's kill the chicken to warn the monkey and settle the matter first. Niao Lao nodded and said, it's enough to maintain justice. Don't be too biased. Everything has rules. There may be loopholes in the rules. If the loopholes are used, then it's a problem with the rules. But don't go against the rules yourself. Don't worry, I know. Huang Lao did not say anything else. He quickly asked, that kid is not out yet? Not yet. Huang Lao exclaimed, he's really good at waiting. He won't stop until he uses the 100 merit points to the maximum. As he said that, he quickly added, I have to go back later. I can't talk to the people from Xinwen. Remember to remind that kid not to mess around. If he breaks the rules, I won't forgive him. If Huang Hao's memory was really tampered with, it's against the law. Huang Lao's eyes were unfriendly. It's fine if there's no evidence now. There's no way to investigate this unless an invincible realm expert comes to investigate. But if it's done by the people from Xinwen, be careful. Tampering with a student's memory was intolerable. Even if he was biased toward the people from Xinwen, he still had to have a bottom line. Otherwise, the entire academy and the entire human race would be in chaos. Lu Wenyan could live to this day and inherit the 5 generations of Xinwen because the rules were protecting him. Otherwise, even if Daxia of Goguryeo protected him, he would have died a long time ago. Niao Lao nodded. I'll remind him. That's good. I'll leave first. Huang Lao did not stay long. He came to convey this message. Since Suyu had not come out, there was no need to say anything more. Seeing him leave in a hurry, Niao Lao laughed. After staying in the mystic realm for decades, old Huang finally found something to do. This time, it was to his liking. Hong Tan. Chen Yong, Elder Nye guessed in his heart. Was it them, or Wan Tianxing, October 18th, early morning? Suyu had planned to come out of seclusion in 3 days. In fact, it was far longer than that. From start to finish, he had been in seclusion for 5 days. On the morning of the 18th, Niao Lao was drinking tea. Suddenly, his eyes moved. The door opened. The moment Suyu came out, Niao Lao's eyes changed. It was as if he saw a furnace, essence chi soared into the sky, incomparably dazzling. Suyu walked over. In his eyes, it was as if a primordial demonic tiger was pouncing over. And? Niao Lao instantly woke up. When he looked again, there was nothing strange. It was still that Suyu with a smile on his face. His clothes were whiter than snow. Niao Lao took a deep look at Suyu. Suyu was also a little dazed. 5 days, he finally came out. Teacher, has Teacher Huang Lao left? N. Niao Lao looked at him for a while and asked softly, you succeeded in your cultivation? N. Suyu smiled and nodded. It was quite smooth. Essence Chi Mystic Realm is really a good place. Super good place, Niao Lao smiled faintly. Of course, it was a good place. 100 merit points were given to him to cultivate for a total of 5 days. This was the academy. If it was outside, he would be dreaming. After sensing the mystic realm, Nielao suddenly said, "When you become stronger, you have to return some resources to the academy. You have devoured too much essence qi. This mystic realm isn't for you to cultivate alone. If the tens of thousands of students in the academy are like you, this mystic realm will collapse." Suyu was a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, "I will." "Thank you, teacher." "Don't thank me." Nielao picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. He said slowly, "The academy is a place where geniuses eat more. When they become stronger, they will return some things to the academy, forming a good cycle. It's fine if you can eat it now. Don't forget that these things were left for you by the predecessors. It's enough." Suyu hurriedly nodded. These mystic realms in the academy were formed from the predecessors Shenwen. He naturally knew that, but he didn't say much at this moment. He would talk after he became stronger. After saying that, Nielao said again, "In the academy, you have to abide by the rules. It's not to restrict you, but to protect you. Rules are actually used to protect the weak. Otherwise, if the strong are unrestrained and do whatever they want, will there still be anything for the weak to do?" Suyu nodded again. When you're weak, the rules protect you. Similarly, when you're strong, the rules restrict you. Don't think it's unfair. Don't think that you're the only one in the world who's been treated unfairly. Wrong. The ones who are truly unjust are the strong. Suyu nodded again, vaguely understanding what he meant. Nielao said calmly, "People like us can't control too much. But the academy is still under our jurisdiction. If you want to kill someone or deal with someone, that's your business. But remember, the rules." Suyu nodded again. "You are like this, your teacher is like this, the divine runic system is like this, the divine runic system alone is like this, otherwise Jing Yeming wouldn't have been severely wounded and punished to the vanguard camp. He didn't abide by the rules, and that's the price he had to pay. You guys are the same." Suyu nodded again. This time, he said, "Teacher, I don't have such thoughts, and I don't intend to touch these things." "What you mean is, I'm just reminding you." "No other meaning." "Understood." Suyu nodded. "In that case, during my absence, someone from the Shenwen faction might have violated the academy's rules." He roughly understood what Nielao meant. Grandmaster or Uncle Master? As for his own teacher, his injuries were quite serious. How would he have the time to fool around, thinking back to when senior sister was provoked by someone? Could it be Uncle Master? Seeing that Suyu was about to leave, Nielao pondered for a while and said, "You came out of seclusion to fight for the quota. You're fighting for the quota, and others are also fighting for it. On this point, everyone's goal is the same. Suyu, be lenient wherever possible. Some of the older students see this as their only chance. They might be ruthless, but if you don't want to kill them, then try your best to restrain yourself." Suyu nodded and smiled. "Of course. Unless it's intentional, I can understand if it's just for the sake of winning. If it's me in my 70s or 80s, and I haven't advanced to soar, I'll be anxious too. I won't give up such an opportunity. Go." Nielao waved his hand. It was fine as long as he understood. He was worried that Suyu would be too ruthless and cripple a batch of older students. Even though those people weren't strong and were seen as trash by many, if they were too ruthless, it wouldn't be beneficial to Suyu. As for why he was so sure that Suyu was stronger than those people, Nielao couldn't be bothered to say more. A student with a calm temperament and 1,000 caddies gave him the feeling of a ferocious tiger coming out of its cage the moment he came out of seclusion. How weak could this kid be? The heaven-splitting saber had awakened 144 apertures, and this kid completed it in just a few days. This was too terrifying. He hoped that Shan Shenwen's faction would be smarter this time and participate in the competition as per normal. Otherwise, if they really planted some people to deal with Suyu, they might not be able to bear the consequences. Junior Su. Junior Su, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you go into seclusion? Along the way, Suyu met some students, and many of them greeted him. Suyu smiled and replied to them one by one. The voice transmission talisman on him vibrated, but Suyu didn't take it out to look at it. He continued walking toward the research center. After a few steps, someone appeared in front of him. Suyu, you haven't gone to class for a few days. Aren't you going to apply for leave? Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Teacher Lu, you're really free. Why do I bump into you everywhere? Lu Hong smiled. I'm not free. I've been busy recently. Isn't this a competition for slots? Do I even need to host it? I'm too busy. It's just a coincidence that I met Miss Su. Suyu, do you want to register? If you do, just tell me directly. I'll register for you. That way, you won't have to make another trip. There's no need to trouble teacher. I'll register myself. Suyu replied with a smile and didn't say anything else. Lu Hong smiled and said, advance to soar as soon as possible. Soar is the real beginning. Won't you find it boring to stay here? I will. That's good. Oh right, Shan Tianhao's grandson is already heading toward Xia province. It's a pity that your teacher is crippled. I wonder if that fellow will challenge me when he reaches Xia province. I'm really worried. Wu Qi and Hu Wenqing are just a step away from advancing. I'm quite afraid of this soar, Suyu smiled. Teacher Lu's battle prowess is unparalleled. Why would you be afraid of a young lad? Lu Hong pondered. But, he's your opponent, not mine. Suyu, why don't you accept the challenge and have some fun? Teacher, you've overestimated me. I'm still cultivating. Why would I send myself to death? What a pity. Lu Hong laughed and said as he walked, I forgot to mention. I'm planning to change the rules of the competition and make it more fun. Suyu tilted his head and looked at him. Lu Hong did not mind. As he walked, he said, in order to make the competition more exciting and fun, I thought about it. I might organize a 5-man team battle. This way, the last team to emerge victorious will be the winner, and they will get 5 spots. Wouldn't that be more fun? Wouldn't it give the weak a chance to turn the tables? Wouldn't it be more uncertain? Lu Hong laughed. If someone is too strong, the slot will definitely go to him. No, I won't play it that way. I insist on a 5-man team battle. If I want to play it bigger, I'll randomly form a 5-man team. For example, you, Jai Feng, and the others in a team. Isn't that fun? Suyu turned his head and looked at him, his eyes cold. Lu Hong laughed. Of course, Jai Feng is just an example. He can't enter the arcane realm now. But Shan Qinwen's faction doesn't lack people. You guys don't have anyone. Suyu, don't you think this competition is fun? Lu Hong sighed. It's really fun. Bringing your enemies and killing your way up to win the slots. How fun. Suyu, what is this guy trying to do? Lu Hong laughed and said, I'll arrange Xianxia, Lu He, and Lin Yao for you. What do you think? If you win, you can get a few slots. What do you think? Suyu's eyes were cold. This bastard. Lu Hong chuckled. Isn't it fun? If I win, I'll split the money. If I lose, I won't lose anything. Anyway, these guys won't get the slots if they participate alone. I can also tell the others that I'm dragging you down on purpose. TSK, how fortunate. F*CK, so you wanted to curse in his heart, how could someone be so shameless? Yes, he arranged for these guys to be his opponents. From Shan Qinwen's faction's point of view, this was a blatant scam, a scam to Suyu, to ensure that Suyu would definitely not get the slots, one person leading 4 trash, and they're all trash from the enemy's faction. What's the point of fighting? If even Suyu won, no one would think that Lu Hong was weak. They would only think that his opponents were trash. It was equivalent to Suyu fighting against 9 of them. If they all lost, what else could they be but trash? Suyu was depressed. He said in a low voice, what is Teacher Lu trying to do? I'm not doing anything. Lu Hong smiled. We're enemies. Isn't it natural for us to deal with you? But I'm actually creating an opportunity for you. Suyu. Think about it. Your teammates are so weak. Their lives are in danger at any time. It's normal for you to be more vicious and vicious in order to save your teammates. No one would say that you're leading 4 trash. You shouldn't be vicious, right? But if you're alone and you're clearly stronger than the others, and you're still vicious, your reputation will be tarnished. Lu Hong transmitted his voice. We're on the same side. Have you forgotten? Those guys dared to dig up my master's grave. Shouldn't I take revenge? Lil Suyu, I'm doing this for your own good. Suyu cursed in his heart, good my ass, this bastard, he's just trying to scam me. No matter the result, he's won. If Suyu wins, his people will get the slots. If Suyu loses, he can go to Shan Shenwen to claim credit. I, Lu Hong, am powerful. I can easily take down Suyu. In this way, even if something went wrong in the competition, it wouldn't matter. As the organizer, he wouldn't be blamed by anyone. Otherwise, if Suyu really won by himself and obtained a spot, then as the organizer of this event, the Divine Rune lineage would definitely vent their anger on him. Teacher Lu, do you believe I won't shout out loud right now? Go ahead. Lu Hong smiled. Do you think others will believe you just because you shout? Stop fooling around. Suyu, who would arrange 4 burdens for you? I'm the only one who would do that. I trust you, and I think you can win. Look, I have so much faith in you. Suyu said. Suyu was infuriated. He wanted to beat this bastard to death. Don't worry. I'll arrange 3. Who do you want to arrange for the last one? Don't be too powerful. I'll arrange it for you. If you win, you'll get 1 more slot. Comfortable? I only need 3 slots. Anyway, I'll definitely be able to get in. Suyu stared at him with an unfriendly gaze. After a while, he said, Teacher Lu, you're so smart. You shouldn't be a teacher. You should go to Wanzhou. I think you can even become the leader of a religion. The moment he said that, Lu Hong said faintly, that makes sense. Next time, I'll try and see if I can create a sect and scam some resources. Not to mention, there are quite a few people who do this. You reminded me. Why don't I pull you into the group and we can create a small sect together? Suyu was mentally exhausted. He felt that he was very smart. At least, many people in the school gave him the impression that they were noobs. But this guy. Could he win against him in a fight? Don't think that he earned a lot of merit points last time. Don't forget that this guy did it without any capital. In the end, he earned a lot. Don't look at me like that. Lu Hong laughed. We're on the same side. I'll reserve the last slot for you. Look for me at any time. If you don't look for me, I'll make my own arrangements. I'm a moral person. So you didn't want to talk to him and walked away. Behind him, Lu Hong chuckled. You must win. I only have a younger brother and 2 students. It's too difficult for them. If I were to rely on myself, I wouldn't be able to send them all in. Suyu, I'll have to trouble you. I bet all my bets on you. Suyu cursed as he walked. He was furious. Bastard. Bastard. Bastard, I'll beat him to death sooner or later, definitely, this guy was more disgusting than anyone else. His good mood from before was gone. He had wanted to get a slot in peace. Now that he had done this, how could he be at peace? Even if he won, he would still have to split the slots for Lu He and the others. Even if he won, he wouldn't be happy, unless they were all on the same side. That's right. Lin Yao is one of my people. As for Lu He and Xianxia, glancing at the departing Lu Hong, Suyu snorted. You want to compete in acting? Fine, let's put on a good show. I'll make your entire family members become members of the fraternity. Won't you feel good then? On the way, Suyu was still thinking about this matter. Lu Hong, this guy was interesting. He assigned Xianxia and the rest to me. Does he really believe that I can win, or is he just a burden? Suyu finally saw through this guy. Don't talk to him about the difference between one and many. He was a classic egoist. If it was beneficial to him, he wouldn't care if you had a single or many divine rune system. Shan Shenwen faction. Heh. Suyu chuckled. There were many people like Lu Hong in this faction. That was true. The bigger the faction, the more troublesome it would be. This was normal. In the past, when Shinwen faction was strong, there were probably many such internal disputes. Now that there were fewer people, there would be scheming everywhere. Wontan Research Center. He hadn't been back for a few days. So you didn't know if Baifeng was still in the research center. When he returned, he probably wasn't at home. The living area was covered in dust. Hong Tan probably wasn't around either. So you guessed that he might have gone to help teacher Lu sort out Shinwen's affairs. Only Baifeng and Hong Tan could do this. So you didn't mind. If he wasn't around, so be it. Thinking of something. So you suddenly remembered that he didn't know if Grandmaster and teacher had fed the demons. He hadn't been there for a few days, Grandmaster was back and there were many things to do. In addition, he was in seclusion. Anyway, so you hadn't fed them for almost 10 days. The last time he went, he asked the watermen and gave them the primordial energy liquid. Rhinoceros Borer and the others didn't. Thinking about it, they hadn't been fed for a long time. Is Dendrolamus still alive? So you suddenly had this thought. It was time to go and take a look. Grandmaster might not have remembered to feed them. It wouldn't be good if they starved to death. In the detention area. The door opened and Suyu walked into the main hall. Dendrolamus was very quiet. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, its huge face filled with terror. When he saw that it was Suyu, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Suyu looked at it strangely. You're still alive? Dendrolamus wanted to roar, wanted to curse, wanted to tear this bastard to shreds, but at this moment, he didn't have the courage to do so. He said sorrowfully, I'm still alive. After all, the Dendrolamus race still has research value. That's true. Suyu smiled and nodded. On the other side, Rhinoceros Borer quickly said, Suyu, give me a drop of vitality liquid. I have a lair in the All Heavens battlefield, and there are many treasures hidden inside. How about I give you a map? 1 drop of origin chi liquid will do. Fire Crow cried out sharply, give me a drop too. I have something good. The flame of the Fire Crow race can burn the Sea of Will. I have my natal flame to temper your Wenbing. The Wenbing is attached to the flame and can burn the Sea of Will of others. So you said in surprise, you have such an ability? Why didn't you say so earlier? Unfortunately, I know the soul-devouring art now. Do you know about the soul-devouring art? The soul-devouring insect's innate skill. That's a trash race. Fire Crow hurriedly said, I know this race. Unless it's a mother insect, it's all trash. Thousands of soul-devouring insects can only kill one soar. As for my Fire Crow race's natal flame, it directly burns the Sea of Will. It's not something that trash race can compare to. It corrodes willpower, not the Sea of Will. One is the source, the other is the embodiment of power. It's different. It was really anxious, it had been a few months, it was really starving now. Suyu was really not afraid of it dying. How long had it been since he gave it 2 drops of primordial chi liquid? Suyu raised his eyebrows and said, so powerful? Directly burns the Sea of Will? Then why isn't your race in the top 100 races? Fire Crow said sharply, our race can deal with civilizationists, but our bodies are too weak. We can't deal with strong fighters. Our bodies and willpower don't match, unlike the top 100 races, where the fighters are strong and the civilizationists are strong. But if they encounter civilizationists, the Fire Crow race is their nemesis. The Fire Crow race wasn't weak. It ranked 418th. And this was because their bodies were too weak. They only relied on willpower to fight their way into the top 500 of the One in All Heavens. Fire Crow said quickly, our race's Fire Crow King used his natal flame to kill an invincible realm civilizationist in the past. His strength is incomparably strong. When civilizationists encounter us, even if their levels are higher, they often lose. So you asked curiously, then is it easier to deal with fighters who have weak willpower to kill them? No way, Fire Crow said hurriedly, fighters have rich primordial chi and strong bodies. It's hard to kill them by simply burning the Sea of Will. But civilizationists have weak bodies. Once they are burned by the Sea of Will, they won't have strong combat strength and counterattack power, It was anxious now and couldn't care about anything else. It continued, I can't give you the natal flame, and you can't learn our talent skills. But I can refine your Wenbing, so that your Wenbing has the ability to burn the sea of will. Are you using willpower martial arts skills? It's a divine skill. Fire Crow said hurriedly, in all the worlds, the martial arts skills used by civilizationists are called divine skills. They are activated by the divine aperture. And the martial arts skills of fighters are all called vital skills. So you said angrily, nonsense, I don't need you to teach me. Don't I know this? Also, you said that you can refine my Wenbing to burn the sea of will and soar? Yes. Fire Crow said hurriedly, I'm at the 7th level of soar. Although I'm the weakest here, I can refine your Wenbing. Your Wenbing can definitely burn the first 3 levels of soar. I can help you refine it once, and it can last for at least a month. Of course, if you use it often, the power of your natal flame will be greatly reduced. Really? So you said in disbelief, then when you people refine your Wenbing for the weak, isn't it just to let the weak kill the enemy? Fire Crow said with grief and indignation, it's true. But the natal flame can only be used when fighting for our lives, and we don't refine others' Wenbing. But now, I want to live. It's that simple, I want to live. As for the consumption of the natal flame, let's not talk about it. It's meaningless. If I die, why would I need the natal flame? On the other side, Rhinoceros Borer also said hurriedly, my race. Drill mountains to search for treasures. Our bodies are strong, and we are the best at work. How about I be your mount? Rhinoceros Borer race is definitely the best mount. Rhinoceros Borer was at the 9th level of soar, stronger than Fire Crow. He was number 4. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his reputation. If he didn't think of a way, he would die. Fire Crow could still refine Suyu's Wenbing. It thought for a while, and it didn't seem to have any ability. The mountain excavating oxen had a strong fleshly body, but they could not compare to the mountain excavating oxen. Their innate skills were not too strong either. Strictly speaking, there was nothing special about them. However, their survivability was still considered strong. Humans were only able to revive from a single drop of blood, and the mountain excavating oxen were able to soar into the sky if they were lucky. Mount? Suyu said with a smile, I'm afraid of death. Who knows if you will have evil intentions and kill me if I bring you out? I won't. Rhinoceros Borer said hurriedly, humans are very strong in beast taming. I can accept your contract, we'll talk about it later. Suyu said impatiently, too ugly. Do you understand? Not brave enough at all. One look and you can tell that it's a weak race. On the other hand, Dendrolamus race looks not bad, and looks good. Dendrolamus looked at him blankly, no, never, I'd rather die than be a mount, so you didn't mind. He said with a smile, cut the crap. What Wenbing, what mount? Let's talk about it later. I still needed you guys before, but now, to put it bluntly, you guys aren't qualified. So you said calmly, to be honest, I think you guys are too weak. Even the waterman, Ling Yin 7, is only SOSO. Recently, your grandpa Su has offended more enemies. It's not Qianjun Wanshur. I can kill such an opponent myself. I've offended many mountains, seas, and moons. The few great demons were stunned, Suyu said with a faint smile, be a good blood-sucking machine. I'll find time to feed you guys in the future. Although I'm not your match now, I'll be soon. What do I need a great demon that's weaker than me for? Kill and eat? At this moment, even the waterman couldn't help but reveal himself. He said hesitantly, you are going to soar soon? Soon. Suyu said with a smile, if not for the fact that I'm cultivating a powerful technique, my body would have long been sore. As soon as he said that, his body shook, all the acupoints in his body were opened, a total of 300 acupoints shone brightly. This was the result of him cultivating the second layer of time, sun and moon, after he finished cultivating the heaven-splitting saber. 300 acupoints, Suyu said calmly, do you see that? I've opened 300 acupoints. That's what I call a genius. The weaklings in your eyes might not be weak. When my acupoints are united and I enter the Xianxia realm, ordinary sword might not be my match. The great demons were shocked. The shadow man quickly revealed himself and said quietly, "You're messing with us, aren't you?" "What a joke." Suyu said with a smile, "You're just a bunch of prisoners. Do I need to mess with you?" "I'm just messing with you. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll have some fun. I have nothing to do anyway. Also, if I didn't cultivate a powerful willpower technique, my willpower would have been sore." As soon as he said that, a strong willpower burst out. It was more powerful than ordinary peak spirit nourishing cultivators. With 44 acupoints opened, Suyu's willpower had been tempered by the small hammer more than 10 times. At this moment, it was at 80% full. In terms of strength, it was probably close to a second stage willpower. However, it was not full and could only be considered as a first stage willpower. The next moment, a murderous aura burst out, lightning flashed, and an illusion appeared. Suyu said with a faint smile, "I've also mastered second stage Shenwen. Soar is nothing to me." The few greater demons looked at him. At this moment, they all fell silent. Suyu's strength was probably close to soar. The waterman said softly, "You've been hiding your strength, haven't you? You're not a freshman?" "Wrong, I'm a freshman." Suyu said with a smile, "It's just that I'm more talented and powerful than you think. Also, my backer is stronger than you think. My first mentor killed the sun and the moon with one move a few days ago. He's Lu Wenyan from the Shenwen branch, the eldest disciple of the 5th generation principal. I don't know if you guys know him. He's my teacher from the Shenwen branch, and I'm valued by Xianxia in terms of physical strength. House Master Xia, who's about to advance to the invincible realm, personally taught me the heaven rank opening saber." The next moment, a saber appeared in Suyu's hand. He named it Wenbing of the Ceiling Saber. "Kill." With a low roar, a murderous aura filled the sky. Before the saber was drawn, primordial chi and willpower burst out, and the murderous aura filled the entire basement. The waterman sighed softly, "A monster," murderous aura burst out. Before the saber was drawn, the murderous aura alone could shatter the sea of will. Powerful, at least no one at the same level could be a match for this person. The waterman and the shadow both took him seriously, no longer looking down on him like before. The waterman said softly, "We've underestimated you. It seems that you've never trusted us from the beginning." "That's right, if you were so stupid, you wouldn't have been valued by these people. Suyu, since you're not going to hide it this time, just say what you want to say. Let's get straight to the point. If we want to live, what price do we have to pay?" Suyu said with a faint smile, "That's more like it. All of you think that you're so great just because you're Soar or Lingyun? Not to mention Soar, when I really enter Soar, I can kill Lingyun too. While I'm still a little interested, I'm only talking to you guys now. If I'm not interested, you guys will be my appetizers." At this moment, Dendrolamus was no longer arrogant. He said in a low voice, "What price do we have to pay to live?" Suyu said with a smile, "There's no hurry now. I've already asked my grandmaster to apply for the qualifications of mounts for you guys. When I need you guys, I'll look for you guys. For example, if I want to go out on a mission, I might bring you guys along. Of course, you guys are cunning and may not be trustworthy. If I bring you out, the chances of you betraying your master are very high. Although I'll definitely die in the end, my life is too precious. Even if you bunch of trash die, you can't compensate for my life." As soon as these words came out, the great monsters were a little angry. Suyu said coldly, "What's wrong with that? What are you monsters compared to your race? Elites? Royal bloodline? Descendants of Invincible? If that's really the case, you wouldn't have ended up like this. As for me, I have Xianxia's support and the Shenwen faction's support. Shanghai, Sunyue, and Invincible all value me greatly. Are your lives worthy of being compared to mine?" The great monsters were speechless. They might be geniuses, but the level of Invincible was still far from them. Suyu flicked out a few drops of vitality liquid and said with a smile, "All right, don't be angry. I'm just joking. We'll talk about it later. Live well. Only when you live long will there be hope. If you live short, there's no hope at all." After saying that, he turned around to leave. Fire Crow said hurriedly, "Then about the matter of me helping you to refine Wenbing, I'll take a look. If it's really possible, I'll bring you to the fourth-generation principal's son, Zhaoli, to take a look. Lest you cheat me. Do you know my master Zhaoli? Fire Crow hesitated for a moment and said, the descendant of the fourth-generation principal of Great Xia Civilization University, Zhao Sanri? Zhao Sanri? Suyu frowned. The flame seemed to see his dissatisfaction and hurriedly explained, that's not what I said. That's what one of the heavens called him. He has the word Yuan in his name, Shenwen. His vitality is endless, and his willpower is strong. He once fought with a peak sun-moon cultivator for 3 days and 3 nights, exhausting his opponent to death. Of course, he was also seriously injured, and eventually died. This is just a respectful title, nothing else. Suyu was secretly shocked, he really didn't know about this past. The fourth-generation principal had died, and he had actually died together with a peak sun-moon cultivator. When experts fought, victory was usually decided in an instant. Fighting for 3 days and 3 nights usually only existed in legends. He didn't expect the fourth-generation principal to do it. The fourth-generation principal didn't seem to be a peak sun-moon cultivator, right? So that's how it is. It's him. He's also my teacher in weapon forging. Suyu smiled faintly and said, it seems that the fourth-generation principal has some fame. It's good that you know. Teacher Zhao is the best at weapon forging. You said that you tempered Wenbing. If Teacher Zhao takes a fancy to you, I'll give you to him and let you be a little fellow for him to quench. How about that? Fire Crow didn't know what to say, a little fellow for quenching. What was this? Even though he felt helpless, he still said, if Lord Zhao doesn't mind, I'm willing to be a child for quenching. We'll talk about it later. Suyu gave an ambiguous answer. These monsters had to be tempered. They were too arrogant, at least in front of Suyu. They always felt that Suyu was weak and inexperienced, and that it was enough to give him some small favors. But now, Suyu was telling them, you guys are nothing, after some time, I'll become stronger, and you guys will be nothing. Suyu left. After he left, the shadow is faint sighed. We've been tricked. From the beginning to the end, he knew what we wanted. He was just deliberately teasing us. You guys, go find your own way. He was right about one thing. When he reaches Soar, will he still need us? The shadow is faint said, just like Bai Feng in the past, before he reached Soar, he was also very interested in us. When he really reaches Soar, in his eyes, we're just playthings to provide blood. At that time, he won't need us anymore. As these people's strength increased, they would value you and covet you in the past. When they really reached that point, you would be nothing. In Hong Tan's eyes, other than providing blood for his students to research, their greatest use was probably to make a barbecue. The difference in strength, the difference in knowledge, and the way they looked at things was also different. When Suyu really reached Hong Tan's level, would he care about a few monsters like Soar and Ling Yun? Shadow, what do you mean? The shadow is faint said, nothing. I'm a natural assassin. I'm not suitable to be a mount. Humans don't have the habit of riding humanoid creatures. Therefore, the path of a mount is not suitable for me. It depends on whether this person has the mood to do some secret work. If he does, then there will be a place where he can use me. Water Person said softly, I'm also good at killing people secretly. White Beaver said coquettishly, and me. Shadow chuckled. It depends on whether he has the intention or not. He should still have it. Otherwise, there would be no need to tell us about his background, his backing, his talent. But it seems that he has a lot of enemies. He dares to train assassins in Xia province. Before Rhinoceros Borer could finish, Dendrolamus said angrily, idiot indeed. Outside the city, Xia province will not care about him. Outside the city, this kid is so good at pretending. Maybe he will pretend to be weak and lure some enemies to take the bait. When that time comes, we will be useful. Shenwen has too few people. Although they are all strong, they are all being watched. He obviously wants to use some unknown power to defend himself or trick people. The shadow is faint said, yes, I think he has this intention. Suyu, although young, he has a lot of thoughts. He is also shrewd. He is much more difficult to deal with than Bai Feng. Dendrolamus said angrily, nonsense, Bai Feng is afraid that we will really starve to death. This guy, he is really not afraid. In his eyes, we demons are useless. If we die, we die. Everyone can see this. I can't see it, Rhinoceros Borer muttered. How did you see it? Dendrolamus was speechless. He could not be bothered with it. You might as well die. The shadow did not say anything more. Everyone, think about it. I also want to think about a way to survive. After being imprisoned for so many years, I want to get out. If they missed Suyu, was there another candidate? There was not much time left. Once Suyu saw, he might not need them anymore. Their last chance was to choose to surrender completely before Suyu saw. Upstairs. Suyu smiled. He did not care about these demons. It was meaningless to keep acting dumb. This was more exciting. 2 of them were Lingyun, and 4 of them were in the air. The weakest was at the 7th level of the ascension stage, which was not a weak force. However, there were too few people in Shenwen, this was a fact. Even if Suyu was valued now, it was a pipe dream to say that there would always be strong people protecting him when he went out. There were too few people. Taming these demons was a good idea. However, it was hard to change one's demonic nature. He had to guard against it. Without thinking about it, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Brother Lin, have you signed up for the competition? No, Brother Su, I can't win. I'm too weak. It's okay. Go and sign up. I've already arranged it. This competition will be a group of 5. You will be in my group. I'll bring you to win. Getting a spot is easy. Brother Su, really? Of course. Suyu smiled. Who else do you want to bring? Just say it. I'll try to arrange them in my group. Don't be too strong. Only the weak will make others think that you are holding me back. On the other side, Lin Yao was stunned. He thought about it a lot. Was the fraternity really that powerful? To think that Suyu could control the competition organized by Shan Shenwen's faction, right? His teacher was one of the leaders this time. Could it be that his teacher was also secretly involved? That should be the case. Thinking of this, Lin Yao hurriedly replied, Brother Su, can I bring someone else? It won't affect your plan, right? It's fine, just say it. Then, what do you think about my senior? Xianxia? Yes. Sure. Suyu quickly replied, but you have to make sure that he's one of us. You can reveal some information about the fraternity to him, but don't mention my existence. You just need to tell him that he can get a spot. That's enough. As for whether he believes it or not, it's up to him. Also, you can bring him into the fraternity. But remember, he will be your subordinate in the future. He won't cross paths with others. Bring him in? Lin Yao was shocked. I can bring him in? Brother Su, isn't this too rushed? Why don't I continue to observe my senior? If he's really suitable, I'll bring him in. If he's not suitable, there's no need to give him the spot this time. Alright, do as you see fit. Not contacting Lin Yao again, Suyu smiled. It was fine if he appeared frequently, it would be too shameful. Xianxia wasn't considered too important, so he could leave it to Lin Yao. As for Xianxia's exposure, it had nothing to do with him. It was fine as long as Lin Yao didn't leak any information. Lu Hong, Suyu muttered. In fact, he still wanted Lu Hong to stabilize his position and act as a shield. Otherwise, even if Lu Hong wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be that easy. The simplest method was to challenge the top 100 rankings and fight his way into the top 10, or even the top 3. Let others see that even if Suyu was alone, he could still win. This way, he could publicize Lu Hong's conspiracy. Then, more people would believe in Suyu and more people would doubt Lu Hong. Right now, outsiders just didn't know Suyu's strength. As for why Lu Hong believed that Suyu could win, it might not be because he was gambling. It was just a random move. In any case, his younger brother and disciple couldn't win. This kind of guy who only thinks about himself. It would be great if he could really become the leader of the other party. That would be fun. In the face of disaster, this guy runs faster than anyone else. Suyu laughed. Of course, he wouldn't underestimate his opponents. Although his strength had increased greatly this time, there were many veteran students participating. 1-1, Suyu wasn't afraid. 1-5, that was still very dangerous. If others were to form a team, they would definitely choose experts. Of course, in a random situation, it would depend on luck. This is a competition organized by Xianxia's faction. Even if there are some shady dealings in the candidates, the academy might not care, Suyu exhaled. Those fellows couldn't wait to have one less opponent. If his teammates were trash, those people would probably be happier. Who would stand up for him, unless Xianxia and the others also encountered shady dealings and were matched with weaklings? No one would say that the competition was unfair. This was the reality. And this was also the rule. This was because the competition was organized by the other party, and the slots were given out by the other party. Whoever had the money could also do this once. The last person. Who should I choose? Suyu fell into deep thought. He still had to find a reliable teammate. He couldn't rely on himself. Zhang Hao and the others would definitely have slots. They might not participate in the competition. Even if they did participate, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to fight with him. Strength. Courage. Fearlessness. Furthermore, I won't be targeted by Xianxinwen's faction after this. At this moment, a name flashed in his mind. Suyu's eyes flickered for a moment before he smiled. This was interesting. He wondered if this fellow would be interested in it. Late at night. Tempering garden. Suyu knocked on the door. A deep voice sounded from within the room. Who is it? It's me. After a moment of hesitation, the door opened. Zhou Hao was dressed as usual, and his eyes were filled with wariness. He looked at Suyu with a perplexed expression. Let's talk inside? Zhou Hao looked at him and took a step back, allowing him to enter. His every action was filled with wariness. Suyu, he actually came to look for him. What was he doing? Have you recovered from your injuries? Suyu glanced at his arms and sat down on the sofa with a smile. Your teacher seems to have yet to recover from his despair. On the other hand, you seem to have recovered quite well. It seems like you haven't lost all hope yet. Despair? A hint of arrogance appeared on Zhou Hao's face. As long as I'm not dead, why should I feel despair? I'm already used to escaping from death. Habit is indeed a terrifying power. Suyu smiled and said, let's sit down and talk. Why do you have to be so wary of me? This is the academy. What can I do to you? Zhou Hao said nothing and sat down opposite him. Do you want to become stronger? Suyu asked. Zhou Hao said calmly, I came out to become stronger. Do you dare to risk your life? What do you think? Suyu smiled and nodded. You do dare. I don't know what's going on with your teacher now, and he probably doesn't have time to care about you. In my opinion, if your teacher doesn't care about you, you'll probably be crippled. You won't be able to compete for resources, improve, or cultivate your willpower. I know that the Thousand Mountains incantation is very difficult to reach the Xianxia realm. That's why you came to the Civilization Academy. But now, you can't cultivate your willpower, right? Zhou Hao said nothing. Xia Yuan didn't care about him. He was still lying in Xianxia. No one cared about him now. Do you know about the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm competition? Only there can you quickly improve your willpower and catch up to those veteran students and those powerhouses. Otherwise, you'll stay in the Thousand June realm for the rest of your life. Zhou Hao looked at him and said in a low voice, you want me to participate in the competition? Yes, team up with me. Suyu said with a smile, I'll bring 3 pieces of trash to participate in the competition of 5 people. I don't want the 4th to be trash. Although you're not too strong, you have no backing, no resources, no background. The key is that you dare to risk your life. I need this kind of person. I won't care even if you're beaten to death. That's even better. Zhou Hao was still very strong. The top 30 of the top 100 might not be his match. The key was that this guy was really ruthless and dared to fight and kill. Every move he made was a killing move. Last time, when he was beaten to such a state by Suyu, he still continued to risk his life. This kind of person was very difficult to deal with. Zhou Hao grinned. Bare One's teeth said, I heard that there are many powerhouses in this competition. Can you win if you team up with me? Why not? Suyu said with a smile, as long as you help me stall the person I want you to stall at the crucial moment, I have confidence in winning. For example, if I meet Xianxia, he has a team of 5 people. You help me stall Xianxia for a while. I'll deal with the others and then go take care of him. Naturally, I can win. But if you can't stall him, then I don't have much confidence. Xianxia? The top 100, the existence who fought with Soar and didn't lose. Can you stall him? Suyu said with a faint smile, if I can stall him, then we can talk. If I can't, then it'll be difficult. Fighting with Soar, Zhou Hao's expression became solemn. After a while, he grinned and said, can I kill him? You still want to kill him? No, if I can't kill him, I'll fight him with my life. If he doesn't dare to kill me, then he will have scruples and I can stall him. Zhou Hao said with a grin, a cultivator who doesn't dare to kill is not scary. If there is scruples, there will be flaws. What's really scary is a cultivator who doesn't have scruples. If he dares to kill me, then I can't stall him. Suyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, that's true. He won't dare to kill you, don't worry. Although your cheap master's heart is dead now, isn't he still alive? Xianxia won't dare to kill you. If he's weaker than you, it's fine. But your Qian Jun, he won't dare to kill you, not even by mistake. Then I can stall him. Suyu said with a smile, if that's the case, then we can cooperate once. Suyu stood up, if you want the quota, then go all out. If you don't want it, then forget it. You can ask your teacher if he can get you a quota. Maybe you can get it without risking your life. Zhou Hao bare one's teeth said with a smile, I prefer to use my life to exchange for what I want. Suyu also laughed, I also like this. It's better to get what I want myself. Unfortunately, you're too weak. It looks like we might only have this one chance to cooperate. Also, don't provoke me next time. I know you're not afraid of death. Unfortunately, I'm afraid. Although I often encounter death, I'm afraid of death. That's why I prefer to kill those who are a threat to me. Suyu chuckled as a murderous aura flashed across his body. That awe-inspiring murderous intent forced Zhou Hao to take a step back. His face was grave. Suyu was stronger than last time. If you're weak, then use your life to exchange for an opportunity. I'm looking for you because you dare to fight. If you don't blame me for giving up and not playing with you guys anymore. Suyu chuckled and stepped out of the door. Zhou Hao, a good partner to cooperate with. As an opponent, Zhou Hao was scary and difficult to deal with. But as a teammate, Suyu liked this kind of guy who didn't care about his life and fought crazily. Zhou Hao's real strength might not be comparable to Qiu Yun. But if Qiu Yun fought with him, Qiu Yun would be the one to die. Strictly speaking, this guy was similar to his own kind. Suyu wasn't afraid of death when he fought. That was because he had died too many times in his dreams. But Zhou Hao probably encountered this kind of danger in real life. If he guessed correctly, this guy must have grown up among demonic beasts. He might be a wild child who grew up in the wild. Demonic beasts often appeared in the wild. After looking for Zhou Hao and coming to an agreement, it was the 19th. The competition would begin on the 20th, Suyu only found out what had happened when he met Xia Huyu on the 19th. Without chatting with Xia Huyu, Suyu quickly went to the library. On the top floor of the library, Wu Jia did not go out much for the past 2 days. Chen Yong had been teaching her the blood essence burst technique. When Suyu arrived, Chen Yong smiled and invited him to sit. You're out? How's the cultivation of the heaven-splitting saber? Uncle Master, I've succeeded. Chen Yong paused for a moment before sighing. Genius. Learning the Shenwen actually delayed your progress. Otherwise, you might have a chance of soar if you focused on the physique Dao. In just a few days, he had completed the cultivation of the heaven-splitting saber. What was he if not a genius? Chen Yong sighed. Suyu was too talented. Suyu smiled. Actually, it's the same. If I hadn't joined the Shenwen faction, I wouldn't have had these opportunities, let alone come into contact with the Xianxia people and obtain their inheritance. Mystic Realms, Merit, Heaven-Splitting Saber. If he did not join the Shenwen faction, it would be difficult to obtain these things. If he did not sell fake information, he would not have been able to enter the Mystic Realms every day. The fake information was based on the Xinwen faction's research, which was why people believed it. Qin Yong did not say anything else. At the side, Wu Jia asked curiously, "Junior brother, have you reached Wanshi?" "Not yet." "Not yet." Wu Jia was a little disappointed but also relieved. She smiled. "I'm almost there. I've outlined another Xinwen in the past 2 days. That's 8 Xinwen." Suyu smiled. "Senior sister, you're amazing." The Xinwen combat technique that Wu Jia outlined wasn't too strong, and it was made up of 10 Xinwen stones. Although Bai Feng had figured out how to split them, Qin Yong still suggested Wu Jia to draw 10 Xinwen before advancing. This way, all 10 Xinwen would be strengthened. The time needed to draw the outline of Xinwen would definitely be shorter than the time needed to advance to Xinwen in the future. Wu Jia was delighted at first, but then he said gloomily, "Even if I become stronger, I can only fight my way to around 70th place on the top 100 rankings. And this is the situation before. In fact, everyone is improving. I might even drop a little." Everyone was becoming stronger. She had been injured for 2 months, which had delayed her cultivation for 2 months. Even though she was ranked in the 70s before, she might not be able to maintain her ranking now that she had become stronger. Suyu comforted her. "It's okay, senior sister will catch up soon." "Oh right, Uncle Master, has Grandmaster passed the sky-trembling scripture to senior sister?" Qin Yong gave him a deep look and said with a faint smile, "Techniques can't be imparted so easily. Suyu, you better think it through." Qin Yong knew whether this thing belonged to Hong Tan or Suyu. Techniques couldn't be passed down easily. Even the 18 divine orifices scripture that Xianxia had obtained was not passed down to anyone. It was only passed down to the direct line of descent. Even Xia Chan hadn't been taught it before. Now that Xia Huyu had obtained the 36 divine orifices scripture, the 18 divine orifices scripture was passed down to Xia Chan. It was obvious how important scripture was. Qin Yong knew about this technique, but he didn't ask about it in detail. He didn't ask Hong Tan to pass it down to Wu Jia either. It would be fine if this thing was passed down from his ancestors, but it wasn't. Suyu smiled. "Uncle Master, techniques are for people to cultivate. Doesn't senior sister have a quota to enter the mystic realm? With this thing, you might be able to directly open dozens of divine orifices in the mystic realm." The Sea of Consciousness mystic realm was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have the time or opportunity to open so many divine orifices. Qin Yong took a light breath. "You know how precious this technique is." The reason why Xianxia could easily take out the heaven-splitting saber technique was because of this technique. Otherwise, Xiahou Yi wouldn't have passed it down to you so easily. This scripture was almost the same value as the heaven-splitting saber. Suyu smiled. "It's because I gave it to Xianxia that I thought of letting senior sister learn it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to. Now that we have Xianxia to back us up, even if we are discovered, those who covet it will have to consider the consequences. If the technique was given to Xianxia, and Xianxia knew it, then it was understandable that Suyu and the others knew it. Otherwise, he would be targeted by others." At the side, Wu Jia looked confused. He couldn't help but ask, "What is the heaven-shaking scripture?" Qin Yong said softly, "It's a basic scripture, a scripture to open 36 divine orifices. It's comparable to a heaven-top technique. This was obtained by your junior brother by chance. It's not our inheritance. Now, your junior brother wants to pass it down to you." Suyu hurriedly said, "Uncle Master, that was created by Grandmaster and Master." Qin Yong laughed and didn't say anything else. He looked at Wu Jia and said, "Your junior brother doesn't want you to miss this opportunity to enter the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. If you learn this technique and are lucky, you can open 36 divine orifices. Once you enter Soar, you can quickly enter the 9th level of Soar. Once you reach the 9th level, you can supplement the 10,000 Wen scripture and accumulate for a period of time. Then, there's hope for you to surpass Ling Yun." This was the strength of the basic scripture. It was very easy to nourish and open the divine orifices. During this period, if you open 36 divine orifices, as long as your willpower and Shinwen could keep up, you would be at the 9th level of Soar. Although these basic scriptures didn't have a follow-up, it didn't matter. You had already opened 36 divine orifices. If you cultivate the 10,000 wind scripture, the speed of opening your orifices would be much faster. Moreover, you would have the combat power of the 9th level of Soar in advance, which could also save your life. Finally, cultivating the 10,000 wind scripture and continuing to open your orifices would also make you stronger than a civilization master of the same level. Any basic rune formula was a precious treasure. Wu Jiao looked at Suyu in surprise. Junior brother actually had such a lucky chance. Of course, she also knew the basic scripture, but Junior brother actually had it, and he wanted to teach it to her. The next moment, Wu Jia suddenly slapped Suyu's head and scolded, "Junior brother, water has entered your brain. You're using this to exchange for a cultivation method? Martial arts cultivation methods aren't worth anything. Xianxia has taken advantage of you." Wu Jia said with a pained heart, "You should have secretly cultivated it yourself, without letting anyone know, and then directly entered the 9th level of Soar. At that time, maybe an invincible realm expert would come to recruit you." Suyu laughed and said, "Senior sister, what's the use of recruiting an invincible realm expert? Dasha of Goguryeo is invincible. Do you want me to use my cultivation method in exchange for the Dasha of Goguryeo to accept me as a disciple?" Yes, Dasha of Goguryeo would definitely be willing. Suyu laughed and said, "Senior sister, there's no need. What's the use of exchanging a disciple's reputation with a cultivation method? It'll make people look down on you." Wu Jia said dejectedly, "But you're very talented. Master has always said that you're very talented. If you stay in the Shenwen line, you'll always be bullied. It's better to find an invincible realm and leave the Shenwen line." "Your senior sister, I wanted to leave a long time ago. Unfortunately, I can't bear to part with Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the Shenwen line." Qinyong smiled bitterly and said, "You little girl, your master is still here." Wu Jia complained, "Master, I'm the one who said that. Junior brother is so powerful, but here, he's being suppressed every day. If he wasn't here, the Shenwen line would have long treated him like a treasure." Qinyong was speechless and felt a little helpless. Suyu smiled and said, "Senior sister, how good would it be to be in the Shenwen line? With fewer people, there's no one to compete with us for resources. If something happens, someone will stand up for us immediately. That's because Uncle Master and Grandmaster don't have many successors. They have no choice but to stand up for us. Look at the Shenwen line. They have so many people. If we kill a few of them, their masters will have to consider the consequences and whether it's worth it. After all, there are so many of them. It doesn't matter if a few of them die." "That's true." Wu Jia thought about it and nodded. She had forgotten about the cultivation method. Suyu felt a headache coming on. He did not say anything else and handed a jade talisman to Qinyong. Qinyong took the jade talisman and glanced at Suyu. He sighed and did not say anything else. Suyu did not say anything else. He said, "Uncle Master, is Zhou Pingxing still the deputy curator?" "Yes. I heard that his students, Zhai Feng, and the others, have been spouting nonsense outside. Uncle Master, there's no need to hold it against them. These people are not capable. They only know how to talk. More importantly, they are not good with their words." Suyu said disappointedly, "I was planning to teach them a lesson during the competition tomorrow. It's a pity that the inspectorate suddenly punished them. This punishment is not painful at all. It's completely meaningless. These people don't learn from their mistakes. They've ruined my plan." Wu Jia was about to say something when Qinyong said, "They're all students. A small punishment will do." "That's right. I wouldn't dare to offend Uncle Master. It must be Zhou Pingxing's doing. I can tell that he's not a good person. It's a pity that he escaped this time." Suyu looked at Qinyong. Qinyong did not bat an eyelid. Suyu said, "But this guy is useless. Last time, I cheated him of tens of thousands of merit points. This kind of person is useless. There's no need for Uncle Master to do anything. I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later." Qinyong looked at him deeply. Suyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Master. This kind of person is too greedy for power. He values fame and fortune. Now that he has lost both fame and fortune, if I'm not wrong, he's probably blaming the heavens and the earth. In any case, he won't blame himself. Chen Yong frowned slightly. So you said, for a person like him, even if he's going to die, he'll die by his own hands. Sooner or later, he'll torture himself to death. Chen Yong looked at Suyu again. After a long time, he smiled and said, "You're right." Suyu also smiled. So, Uncle Master, there's no need to bother with this kind of person. There aren't many people left in the Shinwen faction. It's not worth it. Chen Yong looked at his disciple who was still in a daze and smiled. Suyu was very smart. But, he still liked his disciple a little more. It was tiring to be too smart and think too much. The future of the Shinwen faction depended on this kid. But in terms of closeness, it was naturally closer to his silly disciple. Teaching him gave him a greater sense of accomplishment. Sympathize with your junior, having met such a disciple, he probably had the urge to vomit blood every time. Not saying anything more, Chen Yong changed the topic. Are you sure you want to participate in tomorrow's competition? Yes. Suyu nodded. Lu Hong made a random 5-man team battle. It seems he's prepared to drag me down, Chen Yong frowned. He wants to cheat? Probably. He's got guts. Chen Yong said coldly. I'll go tomorrow and see how he's going to cheat. Suyu smiled. Uncle Master, there's no need to be angry. It won't be a good thing if he's exposed. This is an opportunity that many students have pinned their hopes on. If he's exposed, the Shan Shinwen faction can just give up on the competition. Anyway, they've already given some slots to Galao. This way, the Shan Shinwen faction will be hated by others, but we'll be in more trouble. Those people will probably hate us to the core. There was no need for this matter to blow up. If they angered the Shan Shinwen faction, they would return the 10,000 merit points to the school and cancel the competition. Anyway, Galao's faction had already gotten some slots. If not, they could privately give more slots to Galao. But the school students probably won't hate Lu Hong. Instead, they'll hate Suyu's faction. This was human nature. If this matter blew up, this would be the result. As for Lu Hong, there was no loss. Chen Yong frowned. Then I won't participate. That won't do. Suyu smiled. I have to go in. I can't let them take advantage of me. Uncle Master, don't worry. I still have some confidence. But I have something to trouble Uncle Master with. Speak. I want to send the Fire Crow to Teacher Zhaoli. Teacher and Grandmaster are not at the research center. Uncle Master, can you help me transport it? The Fire Crow? Yes. It said it will help me temper the Wenbing. I'm worried about it using its natal flame. It's best if Teacher Zhao is there. He's a master at making Wenbing. This, sure. Chen Yong was a little surprised. The Fire Crow is actually willing to use its natal flame to temper the Wenbing for you. This is a huge loss to it. How did you convince it? Reason and talk about the future. I've already convinced it. Chen Yong pretended not to hear it. Nonsense. Half an hour later. Wontan Research Center, detention area. Chen Yong had a calm expression as he opened the 6th cage. Before the Fire Crow could move, Chen Yong grabbed it and pinched it in his hand. With a crunching sound, the Fire Crow's tongue stuck out. It was squeezed into a small meatball by Chen Yong. Chen Yong pinched the meatball in his hand. He glanced at the waterman in the 1st cage and said calmly, "Give me some water essence." The waterman did not speak. Chen Yong did not say much. He opened the 1st cage and said calmly, "Do you want to give it yourself, or do you want me to take it?" Chen Yong, the waterman's gentle voice sounded. "If I give more, my strength will drop, you talk too much." Chen Yong harumphed softly and grabbed at the cage. The next moment, the waterman struggled with all its might in the cage. Its willpower erupted and Suyu's vision blurred as he felt a monstrous wave. However, it was only a flower. In the blink of an eye, everything created by the waterman's willpower was destroyed. Chen Yong held a ball of plasticine in his hand. He did not say much and squeezed it with all his might. Gradually, a transparent water droplet appeared. Chen Yong's hand trembled and he threw the plasticine into the cage before closing it. In the detention area, the other demons were trembling in fear. In the first cage, the waterman had barely recovered its form. It looked like a waterman again, but it was no longer as shiny. It was much dimmer and had turned from a crystal to a black liquid state. Xianxia. It's been so many years, but you still haven't advanced. You're really patient. The waterman's voice was soft and indescribable. Ling Yun 7 might be weak, but it wasn't completely defenseless. And yet, Xianxia had casually squeezed out its water essence. Xianxia ignored it. Looking at Suyu, he smiled. The fire crow has tempered you with Wenbing, but you might not be able to withstand its lifeblood flame. Water essence is good stuff. All 5 elements essences are good stuff. With water essence, your Seeable won't be affected by the flames. Thank you, Uncle Master. You're welcome. Xianxia said. These demons are all weak, so don't worry about them. If you can't handle them, just kill them. I can see that you want to tame them, so there's no need for that. Master still has a few mountain and sea demons in the inner chamber. If you really want a mount, I can tame one of them for you. They've been locked up for years, and I'm ready to kill them and sell them as meat. If you want to tame them, they'll probably submit. Suyu was shocked. There were mountain and sea demons. What the hell is this grandmaster of mine for? And he's even raising mountain and sea demons? That's just too awesome. In the cage, the faces of the demons changed. When Suyu had come looking for them, they had been a bit reserved. But now, Xianxia had personally come to help Suyu with Wenbing. Not only had he seized a drop of water essence from the waterman, but he was also going to give Suyu a mountain and sea mount. This? Aren't they finished? Even a powerful species like the Dendrolamus couldn't hold back any longer. Dendrolamus hurriedly said, Chen. Your Excellency Chen, this lowly demon is willing to be Your Excellency Su's mount. Xianxia tilted his head and glanced at it, his eyes cold. You're not worthy. Noisy. There was a loud bang, directly striking the cage. Dendrolamus crashed into the metal cage with a loud bang. Its body was covered with streaks of blood from the lightning. A mere 9th stage soar, you're also worthy to be my junior nephew's mount? Xianxia said coldly, look at yourself clearly. You're just meat. In the heavenly battlefield, not to mention a Soar Realm Dendrolamus, I've even killed a few Ling Yunjing Realm 9th stage demons. Suyu looked at Xianxia blankly. Really? But, didn't Master say that Senior Uncle hadn't been to the heavenly battlefield for many years, and Senior Uncle was very overbearing today? Senior Uncle, your persona has collapsed, do you know that? Xianxia didn't say anything more as he directly grabbed the fire crow which had turned into a meatball and left with Suyu. When they were out of the door, he smiled, towards these demons, there's no need to be gentle. Use both kindness and power. If you want to subdue them, Senior Uncle won't stop you. But if you don't let them know how powerful you are, be careful of the backlash. Thank you, Senior Uncle. Suyu thanked him. He could tell that Xianxia wanted to help him establish his might. One was playing the good cop while the other was playing the bad cop. As for the effect, they would see. Detention area. The few great demons were silent. After a long while, Shadow sighed, don't have any more delusions. Suyu is more important than what you imagine. You should have heard Xianxia's threat earlier. Back then when Baifeng wanted to subdue us, Xianxia didn't show up. Today, Suyu's importance is probably even higher than Baifeng's. The great demons were silent. The waterman suddenly said, Xianxia hasn't entered the mountain and sea realm yet. A few years ago, he was already at the 9th level of Ling Yun. According to the human cultivation technique, the 10,000 Wind Sutra can at most combine 8 divine apertures. He should have reached that level long ago. Why hasn't he advanced yet? The 10,000 Wind Sutra had 72 divine apertures opened. At most, it could combine 8 divine apertures. That was the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Hadn't Xianxia reached that level yet? Impossible. How many years had it been? Xianxia wasn't the kind of Ling Yun that had been trained. He was also an influential figure in the past, a top genius of the Shenwen faction. Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer naturally didn't understand. The shadow is faint said, combine 8 divine apertures and enter the mountain and sea realm. Entering the mountain and sea realm won't be of much help to the Shinwen faction. Moreover, it'll be easy for others to target him. Do you think this guy is doing this on purpose? Maybe he's combining 7 apertures, but he doesn't advance, so he continues to combine the other 7 apertures, then combine them again, and then combine them again. The waterman understood its words, the white beaver also understood it. The white beaver was shocked. You mean to say that all of his divine apertures have been closed, but only one is not open, and he's not advancing? He's just going to wait? The meaning of these words was too horrifying. Didn't that mean that as long as Xianxia wanted to, he could combine the last and only aperture at any time, in an instant, he would enter the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm with 8 apertures closed? This was because he had 7 apertures closed in each level. Logically speaking, he should be able to advance in this way. However, if he chose to stay at the Lingyun realm, it would be fine, because the apertures were not completely closed. At this time, he could directly use 7 apertures to advance, or he could choose not to advance. The shadow sighed. I don't know, but he has indeed been stuck at this level for a long time. Even if I'm not guessing, he should not have closed the apertures of the first level of the mountain and sea realm. He might be waiting. If that's the case, this guy will be the next expert at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. The white beaver was shocked. He's too patient. Moreover, if he keeps getting stuck at the last aperture, it'll be easy for the Sea of Will to collapse. He's too powerful, but if the Sea of Will doesn't expand? I'm not sure about that. The shadow didn't know the situation either, and had only been guessing before. Soon, he said, if he really does advance to the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm in an instant, the power he explodes with is very strong, but it'll easily destroy his physical body and cripple it. Don't tell me this guy is prepared to abandon his physical body? The greater demons didn't understand either, and didn't say anything else. There were too many freaks in the Shinwen realm, and Baifeng was the weakest among them, and also the easiest to talk to. That's right. Other than the blood extraction, Baifeng was difficult to talk to, but he was actually quite easy to talk to at other times. Xianxia was a little gloomy and unfathomable. Suyu was a little sinister. He kept teasing them, but in reality, he didn't care about their lives at all. There was no need to mention Hong Tan. In Hong Tan's eyes, the greater demons weren't living things, but materials. The greater demons fell silent again. Their days were really getting harder and harder. In Zhao Li's research center, the fire crow began to breathe fire. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 Ling Yunjing, the fire crow trembled. The pressure exerted by the 2 Ling Yunjing was no less than that of any mountain and sea realm expert. The fire crow was on the verge of cursing out loud. Is there a need for that? I'm going to temper your Wenbing, and you're going to use 2 Ling Yunjing, no, 2 guys comparable to the mountain and sea realm to keep an eye on me, a mere sore? Am I that scary and treacherous? Zhao Li ignored Xianxia. He didn't like Xianxia very much. Zhao Li ignored him and spoke to Suyu. He chuckled and said, the fire crow is actually quite useful. The origin flame of their race is also a good flame for forging weapons. Unfortunately, it's an innate skill. Not counting the Shinwen, just drawing the Shinwen of the fire crow race isn't very useful. Suyu asked curiously, what if I learn their innate skill? Will it be stronger than that flame of yours, teacher? That's hard to say. Flames are only supplementary, not necessary. But in the universe, there are a few types of flames that are not bad. For example, the fire of the fire tribe of the 5 elements race, the fire of the fire crow race, the fire of the fire dragon race, they're all good flames for forging weapons. Suyu nodded slightly. He could try activating the innate skill of the fire crow race. It should have something to do with the divine aperture. This kind of flame was needed for forging weapons. He had mentioned Ling Yun to help Zhao Li forge that Earthgrade Wenbing. Prepared for tomorrow's match? Yes. That's not bad. But this thing is more vicious. It can injure the Sea of Will. Don't use it unless you're an enemy. If you use it, you'll become a mortal enemy. If your willpower is burned, it can recover slowly. But if the Sea of Will is burned, it'll hurt your foundation. That'll be difficult to heal. Suyu nodded. He knew this. Teacher, is this fire crow useful to you? If it is, I'll leave it for you to light a fire. Forget it. Zhao Li wasn't interested. He smiled and said, it's too useless. Only at soar level 7. Lingyan 7 is fine, but soar level 7 is trash. I can't even be bothered to catch this thing in the heavenly battlefield. Hong Tan is too free. Fire Crow, he was trembling, he wanted to cry, I'm very useful. I'm not trash. But why do I feel that I'm trash now? Even burning a fire is despised by others. My lord, I can fly. I can fly very fast. Lord Su can ride on me and fly. Zhao Li glanced at it and couldn't be bothered with it. Ignoring it, he looked at Su Yu and said, enter the Soar realm as soon as possible. Don't mess around with those people. As for this Sea of Consciousness slot, if you really want it, you don't have to participate in the match. I'll ask for one for you. Su Yu looked at him in a daze. Zhao Li said indifferently, if you don't give it to me, no one from their faction is allowed to enter the Essence Chi secret realm in the future. It's not a big deal. Chen Yong didn't want to say anything. His heart was tired. Zhao Li was right. If he really asked for it, would Zhou Mingren give it to him? He would, even if it was given to Su Yu, he would have to pinch his nose and accept it. Su Yu also had a helpless look. He felt that you made it sound so simple and easy. However, Su Yu still hurriedly said, no need, teacher. I'll go and get it myself. If Zhao Li wanted it, he wanted a favor. Once or twice, everyone could still accept it. But too many times was not good. Relying on the fourth generation's influence, Zhao Li was living very comfortably now. But once he got involved and participated in the struggle, then it wouldn't be easy. At that time anything could happen. Zhao Li's status was very high. The main reason was that he didn't care about anything else. He also took the initiative to contribute the Essence Chi secret realm to the Academy. The Academy owed him. But once he got involved, then this kind of transcendent status would be greatly affected. Upon hearing that, Zhao Li didn't say anything else. Soon, the Fire Crow's tempering was almost done. Zhao Li didn't say anything else. The iron hammer appeared again, shattering the water essence and covering the Wenbing. He reminded, every time you use the flame, you can remove this layer of water essence's seal. Normally, it will be sealed and won't affect the battle. Once it's removed, it will hurt the Sea of Will. This is Lingyan 7's water elemental essence. It won't be a problem to seal it for a few months. Once it's completely removed, it will have the burning power of Soar level 7. However, it can only be used once. This can be considered a trump card. Use it at your discretion. Su Yu hurriedly nodded and couldn't help but say, teacher, if I encounter Soar, will I have a chance to kill him? Zhao Li glanced at him and said with a faint smile, below Soar level 7, there's hope. Above level 7, there's no chance. The Fire Crow's life flame is only Soar level 7. Below level 7, you have to be a civilizer and not a fighter. Otherwise, even if a fighter's willpower is seriously injured, he will still have a chance to give you a thunderous blow. Understood. Su Yu nodded. It was indeed a trump card. In other words, if he encountered some Soar civilizers at level 3 or 4, he might be able to kill them if he caught them off guard. The more trump cards he had, the better. Su Yu was very satisfied. This way, even if he encountered some strong people who could fight Soar, he wouldn't be afraid. The size of the seal could still be adjusted by him. As for the sealing saber, it really lived up to its name, Su Yu said emotionally, my sealing saber finally lives up to its name. The two Lingyans didn't say anything. Sealing saber, how dare you name it like that? Are you using it for sealing? Can you be a little more shameless? At the side, the Fire Crow was extremely weak and had a gloomy look on his face. He had paid such a huge price, but no one was looking at him. How pitiful. He didn't even dare to run. This great Xia civilization university felt more and more dangerous. Now, no one wanted him as a mount. How pitiful. October 20th. The Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm competition was organized by the Faculty of Theology. There were 5 slots and countless participants. In the preaching area of the school, there was a large arena specially used for martial arts competitions. The place was very big, and most large-scale competitions were held here. Early in the morning, there was a sea of people here. The students were very interested in such competitions. Even if they did not have the ability to participate, it was not bad to be a spectator. Especially this time, there was no restriction on new or old students. There were even rumors of grandfathers and grandsons fighting together. The competition was even more eye-catching. In the crowd, Xianxia looked at his junior brother beside him and frowned. He whispered, "Junior brother Lin, the rules haven't come out yet. Teacher hasn't said anything yet, and you already know the rules?" Lin Yao hurriedly looked around and whispered, "Senior brother, there are too many people." This senior brother of his did not let others be at ease. How could such a thing be said in public? "Just believe me. There's nothing I can do if you don't." Lin Yao felt that his senior brother still needed to be observed. He did not have any sense of confidentiality. If such a person were to be introduced into the Mutual Assistance Society, it would be easy for others to break through and expose the existence of the Mutual Assistance Society. The current Mutual Assistance Society was incomparably powerful in Lin Yao's eyes. Who knew how many important people were hidden in it? His heart almost jumped out of his chest when an exchange list appeared: Heaven Class Cultivation Technique, Heaven Class Martial Technique, Yellow Class Basic Formula, Earth Class Wenbing. All sorts of inconceivable treasures appeared on the fraternity's exchange table. If not for his senior brother's good interaction with him these days, he would not have thought of inviting Xianxia into the Mutual Assistance Society. But his senior brother actually did not take it seriously. "You will regret it." He and Xianxia could forget about the quota for the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. Even Lu Hong only had one quota. It was definitely for Lu Hong's own use to break through to Ling Yunjing. The quota was so precious that most of the top 100 students in the school could not get it. The opportunity was right in front of him, but his senior brother still doubted him. Xianxia did not say anything. In any case, he came with doubts in his heart. His own teacher was hosting the competition, and even he did not know what was going on. How could Lin Yao know? How could he guarantee that he could get a quota? Only a fool would believe him, but since he was already here, he did not expect to get a quota. While the two of them were chatting, Wan Mingze and the others arrived. Hu Qiusheng looked at Wan Mingze and smiled. "Mingze, you're not participating? If I participate, I might be able to get an extra spot." Wan Mingze shook his head and said nothing. There were too many participants, and many of them were at the peak of the tempering realm. Wansher was at the 9th realm. Even he could not say for sure that he would win this competition. There were too many variables. He had the quota, so there was no need for him to participate. This time, Shan Shenwen's faction had first released 13 places, and the competition had given up 5 places. In total, 18 places had been given up. The 13 people who had obtained the spots were now more or less accounted for. Hu Qiusheng smiled and said, "What a pity. Among us, you have the highest hope. By the way, will Suyu participate?" Suyu was also very strong, but it seemed that his chances were not high. Especially since Shan Shenwen's faction might target him, the chances were even slimmer. Wan Mingze frowned slightly and said softly, "I'm not sure. I hope that he won't participate, or else there will be trouble." Right now, Shan Shenwen's faction is holding their breaths. They have many old students who are over 30 years old. And many of them are at their peak. Hu Qiusheng said softly, "Even if they want to target Suyu, they wouldn't dare to make it too obvious, right?" "It's hard to say." Wan Mingze shook his head. After all, this was a competition organized by the other party. If Suyu had signed up beforehand, the other party would have their own plan. As they were chatting, a group of people entered the arena. On the stage, Zhao Ming and many other referees of the top 100 arena went up. Zhao Ming laughed and said, "As a referee of the top 100 arena, I uphold the concept of fairness and impartiality. This time, I will be the referee team leader for the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm competition." Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not Shan Shenwen's faction that would be the judges. The judges of the top 100 tower were still fair. The next moment, another Ling Yun went up the arena and shouted, "This competition will be supervised by the inspectorate." In the spectator area next to the arena, Lu Hong smiled and stood behind Sun Galao. Sun Galao frowned and said softly, "These guys. We're the ones who are providing the money and the slots for the competition, but they want to meddle in everything. Lu Hong laughed softly and said, "Don't worry, Sun Galao. Fairness and impartiality are a must. The school has also contributed 10,000 merit points. Since they want to meddle, let them participate, lest they say that our competition is unfair." "So you have signed up?" "Yes." Lu Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sun Galao. I'll teach him a good lesson." Sun Galao nodded slightly. Lu Hong said softly, "I'll also try my best to arrange for Xianxia and the other disciples to be part of the powerhouse's teams, so that they can get the slots." Sun Galao did not say anything. Xianxia and the others, they were students from his faction. They were not direct disciples, but they were still disciples and grand disciples. If they could really get the slots, it would be great. There were more than 100 researchers in Xianxinwen's faction. This time, there were only 32 slots given out. Even if he was Galao, he did not get a lot of slots. He only got a total of 3 slots. After all, there were too many people to share them with. 3 was too little. Those who could enter were not just students. Some Soar Realm would also enter. Moreover, according to the rules, Soar Realm would be counted as 2 slots. If Ling Yun entered, he would be counted as 3. Of course, if Ling Yun entered, he would not be of much help. The amount of willpower he could absorb was limited. Under such circumstances, who would not want to get a few more slots? Sun Galao did not bat an eyelid. He said softly, "Pingxing doesn't have any objections, right?" Lu Hong smiled. "No," Brother Zhou sighed. "Zhai Feng and Qiu Yun are his proudest disciples. Now, you know the situation. Even if he gets the slots, he will not be able to use them." Zhou Pingxing had 6 disciples. 2 of them were in Soar. Other than Zhai Feng and Qiu Yun, there were 2 more disciples who were over 30 years old. They were considered senior students. On Qing Yuming's side, there were 6 disciples. Huang Qifeng was one of them. 4 of them were in Soar. The last one was over 30 years old and had yet to achieve Soar. Hu Wenxing had 2 disciples, Chen Qi and Guo Xingquan. Chen Qi was still weak. Guo Xingquan was not weak. However, he did not interact much with Xianxinwen's faction. He was considered an anomaly. Zhou Pingxing was also given 2 slots this time. These were given to him previously. In fact, they were given to Zhai Feng and Qiu Yun. Now, these slots were useless. However, Zhou Mingren did not take them back. In fact, they were given to the other 2 disciples who had yet to achieve Soar. Zhou Mingren's generosity was seen by everyone. No one said anything. As for how dissatisfied the others were, it was their business. Lu Hong said softly, "Old son, actually, I purposely did not want to give Brother Zhou a slot." Sun Galao did not say anything. He waited for him to explain. "Senior Brother Zhou has already obtained 2 places, and there are only 2 useful people in his sect now. That's enough. But Senior Brother wants to give him a few more slots. There are already many people watching Senior Brother. If he does anything rash, I'm worried something will happen." Pavilion Elder Sun glanced at him and said lightly, "Did he say he wanted it?" "Yes." "Ignore him. What an idiot. He still wants to jump at a time like this. Does he really think no one knows what he has done? Old Zhou can protect him now, but can he protect him forever? Did he really spend 100,000 merit points to buy the information? 82,000, Sun Galao nodded. He did not say anything else. Old Zhou had shouldered all the responsibility. It was not worth talking to him about this. "Lu Hong, keep your mouth shut. Don't talk behind our backs. Do you understand?" Lu Hong smiled bitterly. "I know, old Sunday. I'm just worried. After my master went into seclusion, I've been keeping a low profile. But this time I was pushed to lead the competition. Brother Zhou even said hello, but I don't dare to give it to him. I have no choice but to complain to you. If that really happens, I hope old Sun can talk to me. If I give it to him and he really sells the slots, it's fine if he sells it to our own people. But if he sells it to others, old Sun, to put it bluntly, I'll be the scapegoat in the end. I'll be in big trouble." Rather than that, I'd rather offend Brother Zhou. Sun Galao said calmly, don't worry. Do a good job. Little Zhou has been too complacent these few years. It's time to wake up. You're the leader undersore that old Zhou pushed out. You'll be in charge of everything. Ignore him. Thank you, old son. Lu Hong thanked him and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Sun Galao did not say anything else. Lu Hong looked at the time. It was almost time. He leaped up and flew into the arena. Everyone knows the purpose of this competition. There are many participants. As there is no age limit on the Academy's side, there are as many as 8,300 people registered. Below the arena, there was a wave of exclamations, so many people, that was too scary. How long would this competition last? Lu Hong smiled. To save everyone time, we've decided to adopt a team battle format. In the All Heavens battlefield, there are usually 5-man teams and 10-man teams. So this time, we will adopt a 5-man team battle format. On one hand, it will save time, and on the other hand, it will allow everyone to get used to the teamwork format. So, next, a 5-man team will be randomly formed. Some people will say, why don't we form our own teams? Lu Hong said loudly, that's because in the All Heavens battlefield, the missions are issued by the military. The civilizationists of the military will not have the chance to choose themselves. They will be randomly assigned to teammates. Unless you are very strong and can act alone, you will be randomly assigned. The military will not adjust the entire combat format just for you. You have no right to question it. Whether the teammates you are assigned to are strong or weak, that is your luck. Don't question this kind of team battle format. If you question it, it means that you are questioning the combat style of the entire human race. If anyone feels that it is inappropriate, you can choose not to participate. There is no need to force it. Since he had already said it, how could anyone question it? The military did indeed use this method to carry out some small missions. If you felt that it was unfair, then don't participate. It was not mandatory, Lu Hong continued, whether the teammates you are assigned to are strong or weak, that is your fate. Remember, learn to cooperate with your teammates. You are not allowed to harm or abandon your teammates. Someone could not help but say, that teammate is too weak. The other side keeps targeting him. Are we supposed to keep protecting these weaklings? Remember, that is your comrade. Don't give up or abandon them. That is what you should do. Lu Hong said coldly, in the All Heavens battlefield, this is the rule. Even when two opposing teams are formed, they need to protect each other. If one of them dies, the other must be killed immediately. This is the battlefield, this is war. The entire situation will not be changed because of your will alone. If you feel that it is inappropriate, unreconciled, or unconvinced, then don't participate in the competition and forfeit. This is also the main reason why all the prefectures, academies, and armies can work together on the All Heavens battlefield. Of course, there are exceptions. If you try to save your teammate when his death is certain, you will only be throwing your life away. There is no need to do that, and the military does not encourage such situations. At that time, you can choose to escape or choose an opportunity to fight. Lu Hong said with a smile, today, I will let you have a taste of the military's rules. It will also increase your experience when you go to the All Heavens battlefield in the future, 8330 people, 1,666 teams. In the end, only one team can stand until the end and take one of the 5 spots. The moment he said that, there was an uproar. What a scam, 5 slots, and only one team was given. Lu Hong pressed his hands together and shouted, quiet. Although there are no spots, the top 10 teams will receive other rewards. Second place will be rewarded with a Mountain Sea Realm will text. Third place will be rewarded with an Earthgrade Martial Technique. 4th to 10th place will be rewarded with a 10,000 characters Scripture Soar Realm will text. Many people felt a little more at ease when they heard that. Fortunately, the rewards were quite good. Mountain Sea Realm will text, Earthgrade Martial Technique, and 10,000 characters Scripture were all good things. In this way, their chances were greater. After all, there were a total of 50 people who could get it. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Lu Hong said with a smile, it's good that everyone is satisfied. The Faculty of Theology has taken the initiative to offer such valuable rewards this time so that everyone can better display their strength and strive to enter SOAR as soon as possible to serve the human race. After a while, Lu Hong waved his hand, and a huge machine was carried up. Everyone, come up and draw lots. There are a total of 8,330 numbers, from 1 to 1666. Each number has 5. Those who draw the same number will be your teammates. Whether it's in the academy, on the battlefield, or anywhere else, luck is a part of one's strength. Don't think that luck is illusory. Some races specialize in the Tao of karmic luck, and this exists. Lu Hong said in a clear voice, if you draw a weak teammate, don't look down on it. Everyone has their own role. If you draw a strong teammate, don't get excited. Think about whether you'll be hated if you drag others down. Show your strength. As he spoke, a Ling Yunjing from the inspectorate went up to the machine and used her willpower to probe it. She shook her head at the spectator area and found nothing unusual. In the spectator area, Huang Lao was there, as were many others. Qin Yong was there, Zhao Li was there. There weren't many Mountain Sea Realm cultivators, only a few, but there were many from Ling Yunjing. Seeing this, Huang Lao said nothing. There was nothing unusual, since that was the case, he had nothing to say. On the stage, Lu Hong smiled. Check what? I'm a good person. Why would I do such a thing, tampering with the machine? That's too low, I've never done such a thing, it's people who draw lots, so of course I'll tamper with them. It's fine if you check the machine, but do you want to check all the students? More importantly, the students don't want to be checked by you. Come up on the stage and draw lots. Lu Hong shouted. One by one, the students hurried up the stage and began to draw lots. Although there were many people, it wasn't chaotic. It didn't matter if they drew early or late. Civilization masters still had some dignity. Below the stage, Suyu was mixed in the crowd, feeling a little emotional. He saw some white-haired old men go up the stage and compete with a group of youths. He couldn't help but think of his father, who was almost 50 years old, had been left in the Civilization Academy. That would be a miserable life. He had just entered Wanshur, and he was almost 50 years old, but he was still very weak. He probably wouldn't even be a match for some Thousand June Realm cultivators. How miserable, he could empathize with them, these old men and old women were so miserable. If he met them later, he should quickly defeat them. Don't let them fight for too long. It was too torturous. One by one, the students went up the stage, drew lots, and got their numbers. Some looked around, wanting to know where their teammates were. Some stared at some of the stronger students in the crowd, wanting to know what their numbers were. This competition was indeed very interesting. Just guessing teammates was a gamble and a test of luck. The students were very fast. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 people went up the stage. Soon, Lin Yao and Yang Sha went up the stage together. Yang Sha glanced at Lin Yao. He somewhat understood what his junior brother said before. In a 5-person competition, if a few strong people came from his team, there would naturally be hope of getting a spot. Could it be that Zhang Hai would be in his team, or some veteran students? How did junior brother know? How could he guarantee that he would be in the same team? Thinking about this, he didn't think too much and reached out to grab the machine. There was no problem with the machine, but some students had some problems. Yang Sha didn't know the situation himself. He just grabbed randomly and got a number. Number 600, at the side, Lin Yao also grabbed a number and took a look. It was also number 600, the two of them looked at each other, a little surprised, they were really in the same team. At the side, Lu Hongxin cursed softly. These two fools, why aren't they getting off the stage? Why are they still standing there? Below the stage, Huang Lao had been paying attention. At this moment, his eyes flickered and he looked at Sun Galao. Sun Galao was expressionless and didn't say a word. Huang Lao frowned, there seemed to be a flash of aura from these two fellows. It was because they attracted the number and got their hands on it, not because they grabbed the number. His expression changed and Huang Lao used his willpower to probe in that direction. Sun Galao said calmly, "Old Huang, don't randomly probe the students. That's not appropriate." Huang Lao's expression didn't look too good, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Shan Shenwen's faction wasn't good at anything else, but they had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Most likely, many people were in the same situation. Damn bastards. As for evidence, it was hard to say even if they found it. The only way was to capture some students and probe their auras to identify the different auras. But not only would that be a waste of time and effort, the other party could easily deny it. If they really wanted to investigate, it wasn't that they couldn't find anything, but, what would happen in the end? Cancel the competition. Huang Lao suppressed the anger in his heart and waited to see if any students would complain. He could take the opportunity to investigate. He looked at Suyu in the crowd. Were these fellows targeting Suyu, or were they just doing it for the slots? As expected, several more students had strange auras flickering on their bodies. Huang Lao looked at Sun Galao again and snorted coldly. Is it really necessary for the Shanghai Academy to go this far just for a few slots? If you're really unwilling to hand them over, then don't agree to this matter. Sun Galao said calmly, Old Huang, although you're the head of the inspectorate, don't speak without thinking. Besides, weren't you people the ones who forced us to give up the slots that day? We opened our arcane realm, but a bunch of people are jealous and want us to give up the slots. Is this fair? Old Huang, think about it yourself. Huang Lao was speechless. This matter was indeed unfair. Shan Shenwen's faction had opened the arcane realm with their own money and resources. Galao did have his own reasons for holding the Galao conference. Everyone knew these things in their hearts. At this moment, even if there were a few Galao present, they probably wouldn't say anything. Huang Lao sighed inwardly and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a person stepped onto the stage, and the surrounding students scattered. Zhan Hai. He should have a slot, but he still came. Shameless. Damn it, this guy can enter Soar even without entering the arcane realm. Why must he fight with us? What's Zhan Hai's number? The students were in an uproar. Zhan Hai, number 1 on the top 100 list, Wanshi, peak of level 9, peak of spirit nourishment. For a student like him, even if he didn't enter the arcane realm, he would still be able to enter Soar. Zhan Hai didn't care about those people. He randomly picked a number, looked at it, and said calmly, number 988, my teammate. Come and find me later. Suddenly, there was a burst of joyful cheers from the audience. Obviously, someone was number 988, and he was in the same team as Zhan Hai. Since Zhan Hai had already stepped onto the stage, the other powerhouses began to step onto the stage one after another. Jiang Mu, Li Minyu, Dai Qing, Hu Zhongyu, Lin Qing, Lu He, Wang Peng, the familiar names of the top 100 list students began to step onto the stage to draw lots. Some of them chose to participate even if they had already obtained a slot. Shan Shenwen's faction didn't say that they couldn't participate even if they had obtained a slot. One more slot, one more person to enter the arcane realm, and one more strength for their faction. When many people had stepped onto the stage, Suyu also walked onto the stage. He was very low-key, however, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, there was a moment of silence. Below the stage, whispers could be heard. Suyu is here too. He's too bold. This is a competition organized by Shan Shenwen's faction. Isn't he afraid that Shan Shenwen's faction will team up to deal with him? Yeah, this is a 5-man team battle, not a 1-man battle. If the 5 powerhouses from Shan Shenwen's faction are matched together, and this guy's teammates are weak, he'll be finished. Suyu's appearance on the stage attracted a lot of attention. Suyu did not say anything. He quietly stepped forward and reached into the machine. Just as his hand reached in, a number appeared in his hand. Suyu glanced at Lu Hong, smiled, and did not say anything. He directly stepped off the stage. This guy, did he do something to me the last time we met? I'll have to be more careful next time, he silently sensed. Number 600, as he was thinking, Suyu suddenly saw someone and hurriedly shouted, Senior sister, you. Wu Jia quickly finished drawing the number and said awkwardly, I'm just here to have some fun. Don't worry, I'll admit defeat if I can't beat them. I'm not causing trouble because I don't want to let them have it easy. When I meet a few bastards from Shan Shenwen's faction, I'll beat them to death. Suyu was speechless. Why did you come here? He turned to look at Chen Yong. Chen Yong smiled and did not say anything. It was not a bad idea to participate in the competition. He would treat it as training. Provided that he was not stupid enough to fight to the death. This was also a rare opportunity, as Lu Hong said, this was the rule of the All Heavens battlefield. It was not a bad idea to adapt to the rules in the academy. When he went to the All Heavens battlefield in the future, at least he would know that he had to cooperate with others and not fight alone. He could experience the feeling of having a useless teammate, otherwise, he would die of anger if he met a useless teammate on the battlefield. Now that he had met one, he could at least be prepared in the future. The strength of the top 70 and the top 100 was not weak. Among these 8,000 people, only 100 or so people were confident of beating Wu Jia. Suyu was helpless and did not say anything. He got off the stage with Wu Jia. Wu Jia said happily, "I'm number 888. This number is good, right? Junior brother, what about you?" Suyu suddenly laughed and said softly, "Senior sister, do you think anyone knows that we're going to change our number plates now?" As he spoke, someone squeezed in from the side and said gloomily, "Don't mention it. We can't change it. I was just about to buy a few hundred number plates and sell them to people who need them. In the end, I was arrested by the inspectorate after I bought one. They fined me 100 merit points. How black-hearted." Suyu looked at Xia Huyu speechlessly. "You're really something. I can't believe you can think of doing business in this situation. You didn't participate in the competition?" "No. Aren't you tired of fighting?" Xia Huyu said matter-of-factly. "I'm a businessman. We'll get rich together and coexist peacefully. I don't want to fight. It's just a quota. Besides, I already have it. Why would I fight?" "You have it?" "Yes." Xia Huyu laughed and said, "Guess who I asked for it from?" "Who?" "Prefecture head Xia Chongqing." Xia Huyu smiled proudly. "I went straight to him. They're all Xia Jia's people. It's not right if he doesn't give it to me. Not to mention, I really got one. I didn't have to spend a single cent. How comfortable." Suyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. That was true. Xia Huyu had personally gone to Xia Chongqing. How could Xia Chongqing not give it to him? Most people might not know Xia Huyu's identity, but how could Xia Chongqing not know? If he did not give it to him, it would be hard to explain. This little fatty could also be disgusting. Xia Chongqing was obviously not willing to give it to him. His grandson, Xia Yuan, was still preparing to fight with Xia Huyu for the position of prefecture head. After saying that, Xia Huyu smiled and said, "Do you want to buy information? I'll tell you which elite team is in the first team. I've just collected a lot of information. Is there a strong team in Shan Shenwen's faction?" Suyu did not care about the others. He was only concerned about Shan Shenwen's faction. "Yes." Xia Huyu whispered, "There's really a strong team. Zhou Pingxing's 2 disciples are in the team. They're both above 30 years old. They did not advance to the SOAR top 100 and were previously in the top 100. The other 3 are about the same. One of them is Qing Yuming Galao's disciple. The other 2 are Yu Galao and Li Galao's disciples." Wu Jia heard that and could not help but say, "This is not cheating." Suyu coughed and smiled. "Shiji, it's a competition. It's normal. There's no need to say such things." Wu Jia was still indignant, that was too shameless. Xia Huyu did not mind and smiled. "They're very strong. All 5 of them are veteran students in the top 100. Their martial arts, cultivation techniques, physique, willpower, and Shenwen have all reached a limit. To be honest, if the 5 of them work together, they can definitely take on a SOAR. It was not difficult for such a team of 5 to take on a SOAR. Of course, they had to work together well. Otherwise, they would be easily defeated. What about them? There's also Zhang Hai's team, Jiang Mu's team. Anyway, teams formed by the top 10 students in the top 100 are very threatening. Oh yes, there are also a few strong teams among the veteran students." Suyu nodded. "Did Zhai Feng's team participate in the competition?" "No." Xia Huyu shook her head. "They went out. They're not in the school. My guess is that they have gone to find trouble with the Myriad races sect to replace punishment with meritorious deeds to solve the problem of not being able to enter the secret realm. If nothing goes wrong, they will return very soon." At the very least, they will destroy one or two Myriad races' sect strongholds. Suyu frowned. They're working together? Not to that extent. Xiaohu explained. We actually have some strongholds under our control. However, we wanted to catch a big fish, so we left them alone. However, there are surveillance in the dark. Shanshanwen's faction has a lot of experts. They definitely know where some strongholds are. So, it's normal to find them when they go out. If they really wanted to work together, they wouldn't be so daring to let their students do this. Fishing, so you understood this. It made sense. The Great Xia Prefecture probably knew the locations of many of the Myriad tribe's sect strongholds. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where they wanted to make the other party a scapegoat. With a wave of their hand, the Dragon Martial Guards could wipe out a group of people and kill them. That was the case last time. First, the Primordial Hierarch was the scapegoat. Then, the Bloodfire Hierarch was killed. Then, Long Wuwei went out to eliminate a group of Wanzhou's people. Dexia province seemed to be very familiar with this process. What a pity. Suyu sighed. I'm too sad that these guys aren't participating in the competition. Otherwise, if I meet them, I can teach them a lesson. How comfortable would that be? As they spoke, they were almost done with drawing lots. Lu Hong shouted. I'll give you half an hour to find your teammates. There are 1666 teams. Find your teammates and observe the situation. If you can't do it, just give up. Or, you can go up the stage to learn from each other. Make sure to allocate your energy wisely. The competition isn't just one round. If you get crippled in the first round, you won't be able to advance to the next round. Don't struggle pointlessly. Based on the number of people, the competition had to be carried out round after round. It would take at least 10 rounds to get first place. 10 rounds in a row would be a huge test for any team. So you didn't care what he said. He smiled and shouted. Number 600, gather. His voice wasn't soft. The moment he said that, many people noticed him. In the crowd, a few people had strange expressions on their faces. Lu He grabbed the token in his hand and couldn't help but curse, F***ck, why am I in the same team as this guy? On the other side, Xianxia was stunned. Suyu, he was in the same team as Suyu. Looking at Lin Yao wasn't surprised. He said in a low voice, Senior brother, this is an opportunity. He's very strong. Xianxia wanted to curse, nonsense, I know he's strong, but Suyu isn't even comparable to Zhai Feng. Most importantly, we're enemies. Do you know that, hoping for Suyu to fight his way to first place? Are you kidding me? Don't tell me that I have to cooperate with Suyu to beat others, then. How am I going to explain to teacher? Far away, Zhou Hao's mouth cracked into a smile. He didn't go over and waited on the spot. He glanced at the few strong people in the distance. For example, Zhang Hai and Jiang Mu. Are my next opponents going to be these guys? What an exciting feeling. As for bringing along 3 useless teammates, he didn't care at all. It was fine as long as Suyu was strong enough. It didn't matter if he had more useless teammates. He never expected others to help him. As for Suyu, that was because Suyu came to look for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't care who his teammates were. Lu He, a student in the top 100 who ranked pretty well, wasn't in Zhou Hao's eyes at this moment. Although he was only at the 9th level of 15 gene, he wasn't too interested in these guys who didn't even have the slightest smell of blood. The teams quickly gathered together. Number 888. Someone shouted from the other side. Wu Jia hurriedly ran over. Suyu glanced over and was a little surprised. It was actually a strong team. He saw a few students in the top 100 list over there. He didn't care about that side. Very soon, a few more people appeared on Suyu's side. Lu He's gaze was unfriendly. Xianxia was reluctant. Lin Yao also pretended to be angry. All of them looked at Suyu. Suyu ignored them and said calmly, when we fight, the few of you should stand aside. Don't get in the way. You. Lu He was furious. He was a student in the top 100. Suyu's words were too hurtful. Suyu ignored him. At this moment, people were looking at him from all directions. When they saw the people around him, they almost laughed out loud. Lu He, Lin Yao, Xianxia. And a new student, Xia Huyu. This is Suyu's team, how are we going to fight them? Xia Huyu was being stared at by many people, but he didn't care. I'm just here to take a look. Why are you looking at me? It's not me, however, Suyu's team is really a scam. How could Xianxinwen's faction think of this? Lu He's strength was not bad, but would he contribute? In the spectator area, Sun Galao and the other experts from Ling Yunjing were also smiling. They looked at Lu Hong on the stage. Well done, it would be a disgrace if the slot was taken by Suyu. With this team configuration, how could Suyu get the slot? What were they thinking? Obviously, there was something wrong with Suyu's team arrangement. At this moment, the other students were silent. On the arena, the inspector from the inspectorate suddenly shouted, "Are there any students who have doubts about their team arrangement?" Many people looked at Suyu. Apparently, the inspectorate had also noticed the problem. With a smile on his face, Suyu saw many people looking at him. He replied, "No, the lots have been drawn and the competition is about to start. I won't raise any doubts, in case someone cancels the competition directly. That would delay many seniors." Suyu said it calmly and straightforwardly. "I don't question it because this is a competition organized by Xianxinwen's department. I don't want Xianxinwen's department to be shameless and cancel the competition directly. That would delay many other students." Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief. That's for the best. Some people had good students and strong teammates. Obviously, there was something wrong with Suyu's team. Once the inspectorate got involved in the investigation, who knew if the competition would be cancelled directly? Obviously, this was also a situation that Lu Hong had expected. If the inspectorate really wanted to investigate, the competition would be cancelled and the pressure would be shifted to Suyu. On the inspectorate's side, the inspector said nothing. Except for Suyu, almost no one spoke. It didn't matter if they were lucky or not. It was just as Suyu had said. If they raised their doubts now and delayed everyone's matches, they would incur the wrath of the crowd. On the arena, Lu Hong said with a faint smile, "Since no one has any objections, what we need to do now is to get familiar with our teammates as soon as possible. On the battlefield, the most important thing is to get familiar with your teammates as soon as possible. Understand each person's fighting style and make a good plan. Who is suitable for what and who is the team leader during the battle." Suyu did not pay attention to Lu Hong. Lu He and the others looked at Suyu coldly. After a while, Lu He said coldly, "Suyu, I'm afraid we can't get a place. But with our strength, there is still hope for us to enter the top 10. Suyu looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Does Senior Lu mean that you're willing to cooperate?" Lu He frowned. He glanced at Lu Hong on the stage and fell into a dilemma. Cooperation, Big Brother and Xianxinwen had arranged for him to join Suyu's team. It was obvious that he was there to hinder Suyu's team. What would Big Brother and the others think if he cooperated with Suyu? After a moment of silence, Lu He opened his mouth and said, "I think, as a genius, I should display my own style and strength in the battle, so that others can see that Xianxinwen's faction is not weaker than anyone else's. Lin Yao and Xianxia are weak, but I'm not weak." Suyu chuckled and said, "Does Senior Lu mean that you're willing to fight?" Suyu said playfully, "Since the few of you have been matched to my side, I believe you are not stupid. You all know what you need to do." Lu He felt increasingly stifled as he said coldly, "We are fighting for ourselves, not for others. In the arena, there are only enemies and allies." "I hope so." Suyu smiled and said, "Then we'll follow Senior Lu's lead." Lu He could not help but ask, "You are the strongest. Don't you need to make some arrangements?" He still wanted to fight a few rounds, even if they could not get the first place. In their team, Suyu had the strength to enter the top 20, and he himself was in the top 70 or 80. On top of that, Xianxia was close to the top 100. Lin Yao was weak, but it was hard to say for Xia Huyu. With such a configuration, it would not be difficult to defeat some weaker teams. In the entire academy, there were only 100 people in the top 100 list. As for the older students, there were many powerful ones. However, the truly talented ones had already advanced to the top 100. Now, there were only about 100 people who were at the peak of spirit-nourishing stage. There were also students from Wanyu. If they were to form a team, their overall strength should be able to enter the top 50. After all, there were a few students in this team who were in the top 100. Arrangements? Suyu chuckled and said, sure. Since you want to make arrangements, I'll make some arrangements. The three of you have a simple goal. Focus on the weakest person in the opponent's team. Whether you win or lose, it's up to you. Lu He was a little angry, Xianxia was also annoyed. Among the three of us, Lu He is a true top 100 student. I've also challenged top 100 students before. You want the three of us to team up against a student who might not even be in the top 100? So you said indifferently, Senior Yang, what do you think? Will your Xianxia department let me enter the finals? They did not say anything. After a long time, Lin Yao said, Suyu, how about this? If we encounter students who are not from Xianxia department, we'll do our best. If we encounter students from Xianxia department, Lu He harumphed and said, we'll still do our best. Suyu, don't think that all the students from Xianxia department are against you. No one has the time to bother with you. Other than the main department, no one else can be bothered with you. The so-called main department was referring to Zhou Mingren's department. Suyu did not care about what he said. He smiled and said, that's it then. If you guys are willing to do your best, it's fine if you're not. I won't force you. I don't want you guys to be ostracized by the Xianxia department. It's fine if you lose. But if I win and you guys put in more effort, hee. I think you guys will have a hard time in the future. Suyu had a playful look on his face. Lu He did not think much of it. Win, my ass, forget it. It was normal for Suyu to be worried about them. There was nothing more to say. Forget it, let's talk about it when we get on the stage. After a while, Lu Hong shouted again on the stage, it's almost time. There are more people in today's competition. Let's end it quickly. There will be 20 arenas. 40 teams will go up each time. After 40 matches, the first round will almost be over. The winners will stay and the losers will be eliminated, 40 matches. Each match would last at least 3 to 4 minutes. The first round would take more than 2 hours. No one had any objections. It was good to have a longer time. If they were exhausted in the first few matches, they could recover their strength in the later matches. The matches are simple. Team 1 against Team 2, and so on. The first match, the top 40 teams will go up. Below the stage, teams quickly went up the stage. They went up to different arenas according to their numbers. The judges from the adjudicator's office took their positions. Suyu took a quick look. There were a few strong teams among the top 40 teams. Any team with a top 100 student or a student at the peak of spirit nourishment was considered a strong team. Beside him, Xiaohuyu was more curious about the last team member on Suyu's side. Everyone thought it was him. He was too lazy to explain. You guys think it's what you think. Suyu definitely knew it was not him. This guy did not even ask. Did he know who it was? He did not ask. He glanced at the 40 teams on the stage and said quickly, Team 16 should be the strongest. 3 of them are strong. 2 of them are in the top 100. One of them is a veteran in the top 100. It's just that he's over the age limit. Team 1 had 3 members in the top 100. Such a team was indeed strong. The competition began just like that. It was straightforward and fast. Following the judge's order, the roars and cheers were endless. At this moment, the gap between the top 100 and non-top 100 students could be clearly seen. The 16 teams that Xiaohuyu spoke of had defeated their opponents in an instant, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. 3 students with the strength of the top 100 each took on one opponent. The moment the other matches started, their opponents were defeated in the blink of an eye. Some of the students who were in spirit nourishment did not have strong combat strength at all. They were different from fighters. Even if fighters were Qinjun, their combat strength would not be too weak. However, some civilization masters were in the spirit nourishment stage. They did not even have Shenwen. They had almost no means to fight. Such people participating in the competition could only be said to be joining in the fun. Rumble, a series of roars could be heard. The battle between Team 15 and Team 16 on Arena 8 came to an end. The 5 members of Team 15 fell off the arena in the blink of an eye. Team 16 wins. the judge quickly announced the result. On the other side, on Arena 1, the judge shouted, "Team 1 wins." Only then did Suyu turn his attention to the other side. He was a little surprised. That was fast. Xiaohuyu was also surprised. Students from the sealing faculty are quite strong. They directly sealed all their opponents. The 5 of them were completely suppressed. Quite strong. Suyu, be careful. Suyu did not say anything. Both sides had ended. Another team had ended, accompanied by a deafening roar. An incomparably huge demonic beast suddenly appeared in the 6th arena. Bang bang bang, the demonic beast that looked like a leopard was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it knocked the 5 opponents off the arena. Students from the beast taming faculty. And they even outlined the demonic beast dimension. What a character. Suyu suddenly said, "Can a student from the beast taming faculty bring Sor Lingyan's demonic beast to battle?" Xiaohuyu glanced at him and was speechless. What are you thinking? Only students from the beast taming faculty are allowed to bring demonic beasts to battle. The so-called beast taming faculty means that demonic beasts can be kept as mounts. Do you think that demonic beasts that are too strong can be kept in Shenwen? Xiaohuyu quickly said, "Those who don't outline the demonic beast dimension are not considered as students from the beast taming faculty. They can only be considered as preparatory students. Do you understand?" Suyu nodded slightly and glanced at the team. Students from the beast taming faculty. This was the first time he encountered a student who brought a demonic beast to battle. Suyu took a glance and recognized the leopard. It was a wind leopard, a species that was not considered too strong. Its main advantage was its speed. It was also the first choice of many students. It was around the 5th or 6th layer of Wansher's strength, which was already very strong. With so many teams, Suyu was also dazzled. He felt that his knowledge had been broadened. He saw a student from the Divine Talisman faculty throw out some talismans. A quagmire appeared on the ground out of nowhere, directly trapping his opponents. His other teammates worked together and defeated the opponents in an instant. He saw a student from the Divine Pill faculty throw out a poison pill. In the blink of an eye, all of his opponents were defeated, including his teammates. Fatty, cough cough, who you, does the student from the Divine Pill faculty count? They asked some seniors for some poison that could poison Shanghai to death. Doesn't that mean they can't fight? Xiaohuyu asked curiously, aren't you very familiar with the rules of the institution? How come you don't know about this? There are rules in the top 100 arena. The key here is to mess around. Who knows what's going on? The rules are new. Suyu was speechless. How would he know? As for whether Xiaohuyu knew, he probably didn't know either. As expected, Xiaohuyu shrugged his shoulders. How would he know what they were planning? Fortunately, the inspectorate seemed to have figured out the situation quickly. They shouted, "Students from the Beast Tamer faculty can only bring their own tamed beasts. Students from the Divine Pill faculty can only use the pills they concocted. It's the same for the Divine Talisman faculty." Suyu was too lazy to complain. This was good too. Otherwise, if they got a Shanghai poison pill, they wouldn't be able to fight. If a student had the ability to concoct a Shanghai poison pill, they wouldn't be a student anymore. The following teams continue to go up the stage according to your number plates. Once the first round is over, go up immediately. The referee shouted. The speed of the battles was different. It was impossible to delay the entire competition for a single team. Among the 40 teams in the first round, there were still a few strong teams. However, the gap between the teams was relatively large. When strong teams fought against weak teams, they were almost all crushed. There was nothing to see. Teams with similar strength were instead considered weak. Team after team of students went up the stage. The winners advanced, while the losers were disappointed. The gap was too big. As long as there were students from the top 100 arena, almost all teams would win. The gap was obvious. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The speed was faster than expected. At this moment, they had already reached the stage 590. Half an hour later, the winner of the 295 teams was decided. If this continued, the first round would end in about 2.5 hours. At this moment, it was almost Suyu's team's turn. At this moment, the referee shouted, "Stage 8, 593, 594, go up." When the two teams went up the stage, many people exclaimed in low voices. A strong person had come up, Jiang Mu, the student ranked third in the top 100 arena. He was also the first student from the top 100 arena that Suyu had met after entering the school. He still remembered the scene that day. The guard captain of the Nature Cultivation Park made way for him. How impressive! The moment Jiang Mu went up the stage, the result was already decided. In the blink of an eye, Suyu and Jiang Mu were so fast that only his afterimages were left. With a few bangs, all his opponents fell off the stage. His teammates didn't even have to make a move before the battle was over. Jiang Mu walked down the stage with an indifferent expression. He didn't say anything. It was as if he just casually walked around the stage and the battle was over. Number 599, number 600, go up the stage. When number 600 was called, it attracted many people's attention again. They had heard that Suyu's team was number 600. Suyu didn't say much and directly walked up the stage. Lin Yao and the others followed. Lin Yao suddenly looked back at Xia Huyu, who was still eating, and couldn't help but say, "What are you doing? Go up the stage." Xia Huyu looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Nonsense, I'm not your team member. Why would I go up the stage?" Just as Lin Yao was about to say something, on the other side, someone had already jumped onto the stage. Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao went up the stage, many people were surprised. This guy. Although he had only fought once, many people knew how strong he was. This guy was number 599, but soon, when all 5 people went up the stage, everyone was shocked. Damn, this guy was from Suyu's team. What the hell? What about Xia Huyu? Many people looked at Xia Huyu. Xia Huyu continued eating. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say I was number 600. In the spectator area, Sun Galao was slightly surprised. He looked at Lu Hong, who had just gotten off the stage, and transmitted his voice. Why did you arrange for him to be in Suyu's team? Zhou Hao was very strong. Most importantly, he wasn't on Shan Shenwen's side. Lu Hong explained, Xia Yuan's team wants to get a slot. If Zhou Hao is in another team, he might really get it. I was thinking that Zhou Hao and Suyu don't see eye to eye. By letting them be in the same team, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can get both of them down, lest an outsider gets a slot. Sun Galao frowned. This Zhou Hao is not weak. Once he cooperates with Suyu, he was almost beaten to death by Suyu last time. Lu Hong transmitted his voice, Elder son, Zhou Hao won't win even if he cooperates with Suyu. Moreover, he's Xia Yuan's disciple. Xia Yuan was almost crippled by Bai Feng. If his disciple cooperates with Suyu, based on Xia Yuan's character, he will definitely find trouble with Zhou Hao. And if Zhou Hao cooperates with Suyu, based on Shan Shenwen's character, he will treat him as one of his own. I'm afraid he will have to interfere with Xia Yuan's internal affairs and intensify the conflict between them. Sun Galao's eyes flickered and he glanced at him. Lu Hong transmitted his voice, Elder son, I don't think President Zhou will cooperate with Xia Yuan. After all, the manor head has a son, but it's not like he doesn't have one. The manor head doesn't have the final say when he wants to abdicate. If we interfere with Xia Jia's fight for the manor head position, I think it's too dangerous, even if he takes in Xia Chan. If that's the case, it's better to let Shen Wen's faction fight them. Sun Galao nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked towards the ring. Bam! A loud sound reverberated. On Suyu's side, Suyu was straightforward. He attacked instantly, leaving afterimages. With a kick, he left dozens of afterimages. Even if the 5 opponents were scattered, all 5 of them fell off the ring in an instant. Sun Galao frowned and transmitted his voice. This guy has become stronger again. Shen Wen's faction, indeed, produces geniuses. As he spoke, he thought for a moment and said, in the next round, arrange for a few strong teams to clash. Don't be too conspicuous, and slowly weaken Suyu. When he's almost exhausted, let little Zhou's students cripple Suyu. Lu Hong looked at him and nodded slightly. Of course, Sun Galao also wanted to cripple Suyu. This had nothing to do with Suyu. He was just venting his anger. Bai Feng had killed one of his students from Ling Yunjing. Sun Galao was still angry. In the ring, Suyu was decisive and did not want to delay. It was only the first round. Did he have to hide his strength against a few weaklings? That would really make him a pig. After defeating the 5 opponents with one strike, Suyu cupped his hands and left the ring. This time, Zhou Hao came with him. Lin Yao and the others were in a daze. It was not surprising that they won. The key was that Zhou Hao was their teammate. Damn, Xiahu Yu, this bastard. He stood beside them for so long and did not say anything. They even talked to Xiahu Yu for a while. Lu He looked at Zhou Hao and frowned slightly. Zhou Hao did not even look at him. He kept staring at the strong people in the ring. In the first round, there were no strong teams. In the only round, the 2 top 100 students each led a team to fight. The 2 top 100 students fought fiercely. It could be considered a small peak. They fought for 7 to 8 minutes before the winner was decided. Halfway through, a few students wearing cloaks joined the battle. Suyu did not look at them. They should be Wan's students. However, they did not show their faces and fought in cloaks. It was a normal way of fighting, so he could not see anything. Soon, it was number 888. Wu Jia's team. Suyu glanced at them and lost interest. Wu Jia seemed to be lucky. He was actually assigned to Li Mingyu's team. Li Mingyu, 5th in the top 100. Very strong. Wu Jia was not weak either. He was also in the top 100. It seemed that Lu Hong did not target Wu Jia. This team was strong and even had a chance to enter the top 5. He did not know whether it was because he was afraid of Chen Yong or something else. Anyway, Lu Hong did not do anything underhanded. The 5th in the top 100 also defeated the students who were not in the top 100 in the blink of an eye. The gap between the students was vividly shown at this moment, just as the first round of the competition continued. Below the ring, a team of 5. Jiao Mingzhen smiled and said telepathically, "Guys, do you want to get first place later?" Old Wan asked us to stimulate the students. Now, we don't need to stimulate them at all. They are all barking like mad dogs. Do we even need to do anything? 5 Galao, they were all assigned to the same team. It was not luck or coincidence. It was cheating. Even if Sun Galao was watching from below, they had cheated openly. 1 against 5. What could you tell? Old Jia, don't just play. In the crowd, the only female, Galao, said telepathically, "The 5 of us pretended to be freshmen, not for fun. We don't have time to play with the students. How's the progress on your side?" Jiao Mingzhen said with a smile, "What's the hurry? I realized that we made a mistake. We shouldn't have pretended to be Galao's students. Because we have Galao as our teacher, some people are afraid of us. But it doesn't matter. Recently, I sold some of Galao's private collection in the black market. I did it secretly and made a lot of money. Someone should find out soon. As long as we have enough evidence, someone will come looking for me sooner or later." "That's a good idea. Take your time. We also have some discoveries." With that, the female Galao said telepathically, "Wanzhou actually has a bounty on Suyu's head. The price is not small. Why don't we get Suyu out of the academy and use him as bait?" Jiao Mingzhen glanced at them. "You guys are quite black-hearted. I don't think it's interesting to be bait. Why don't we force Suyu to turn against us? Let him join Wanzhou. With his talent, he will definitely be valued by Wanzhou. He might even attract the attention of the mountains and seas, or even the Sun and Moon Empire." They were speechless. "You still have the nerve to talk about us?" Jiao Mingzhen was not joking. He said telepathically, "I'm serious. Of course, Suyu has a lot of people watching him. In fact, I think we can let Huang Qifeng and the others join Wanzhou. What do you think? Or let's have a heavyweight, like Zhou Pingxing?" The others looked at him and frowned. Jiao Mingzhen explained, "These guys are full of resentment now. Wanzhou's people know about it. I suspect that someone is secretly trying to rope them in. Old Jia, whether there is or not, you can't take the initiative to push the people of the academy to Wanzhou. Your idea is very dangerous." Jiao Mingzhen said disapprovingly, "Some people in the academy have changed a long time ago. Forget it. If you don't agree, then forget it." I feel that if this goes on, either more people from Shenwen's faction will betray them, or someone from Shenwen's faction will betray them. This is predictable. Jiao Mingzhen did not say much. According to his judgment, if this went on, the two sides would fight to the death, and the side that suffered would sooner or later collude with Wanzhou. Wanzhou had a lot of people watching the major academies. As they chatted, the matches of Suyu and the others continued. There was not much suspense in the first round, and there were no dark horses. After 2.5 hours, the first round was over. Of the 1,666 teams, 833 were left. Lu Hong went up the stage again and said with a smile, "The first round is over. There are more than 800 teams left. Those who are left are the pride of the students. Congratulations. But this is just the beginning. The battles will become more and more intense. Remember, it is stupid to fight to the death when you know you are no match. Of course, the rules of the next round will be crueler. In order to increase everyone's adaptability, we will not continue the rules of the previous round." After that, Lu Hong smiled and said, "The second round will be arena battles, 20 arenas, 20 teams will go on stage to defend. Those who win 3 matches in a row will advance to the third round. Those who are confident can go on stage to defend. Those who fail will be eliminated in one go. This way, the strong teams will stand out. Rounds of battles are boring." As soon as he finished, someone from the inspectorate shouted, "Teaching assistant Lu, this is not fair. It is too manipulative." Lu Hong smiled and said, "How is it not fair? We are picking the strongest team. Those who are defeated will go on stage. What's unfair about that? Then if 3 strong teams challenge one team consecutively," Lu Hong smiled and said, "Is there something wrong with these 3 strong teams? Or maybe this team is not strong enough. If they are strong enough, they can still win. This is a competition organized by the Faculty of Theology. As long as it is in line with the general direction, there shouldn't be any problems, right? As for how the students choose, that's their business. Using one's brain is also one of the battles of civilizationists." Lu Hong said calmly, "For example, if someone has the ability to send 3 strong teams to fight Zhang Hai's team, exhausting their strength, this is also capable and in line with the rules. Civilizationists are not fighters. Why must they stick to the rules and fight round after round until the end?" Lu Hong smiled and said, "I am doing this for everyone's sake, to save everyone's time. This way, each of the winning teams can eliminate 3 teams, which is the least. At the end of this round, at most 200 teams will be left. If there are teams that win 2 matches and lose 1, then even more teams will be eliminated. This will save everyone's time and allow the strong to advance quickly." As Lu Hong said this, he smiled and said, "This is also an opportunity for the weak teams. Think about it. Who knows, there might be a few shit-stirring teams that insist on clashing. Head-on? That is your chance. If they insist on clashing head-on, it is because they are brainless. It is normal for people with brains to survive to the end. This is reality. Strength, luck, and brains are all very important. Not a single one can be missing." Lu Hong said loudly, "As long as you seize the opportunity and use your brain, you might be able to win by challenging 3 extremely weak teams in the end. This is opportunity and luck. Otherwise, think about it, do you really have a chance to win? If there is no chance, what is the point of participating in the competition? To serve as a foil and get beaten up? Based on strength alone, how many can beat Zhang Hai's team? Then we might as well give them the quota." There was silence below the stage. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Are there any students who object? If not, then we will take it as everyone has agreed. A rule that everyone agrees to is fair and just, not just words." On the side of the inspectorate, they quickly looked at Huang Lao. Huang Lao frowned and looked at Suyu. Lu Hong's sudden move had a very obvious target. He originally thought that this guy would secretly cheat, but in the end, Lu Hong did not have such a thought. He did not cheat in the dark, he directly cheated in the open, and probably no students would object. For the strong, this saved time. For the weak, it was a chance to take advantage. It could also prevent some of the strong teams from accidentally meeting them. Huang Lao looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong had a smile on his face, his expression calm. "Lu Hong, Huang Lao frowned and said, although this is a competition organized by the Faculty of Theology, I hope you will not keep changing. Lu Hong smiled and said, Dean Huang, this is a practical practice. You see, everyone is very satisfied. Rules that everyone is satisfied with, this is the rule that is in line with human nature. It is just a competition. If everyone is not satisfied, then what is the purpose of this competition? Huang Lao was silent for a moment. He was very annoyed to meet a guy like Lu Hong who did not follow the rules, but this guy's decision was within the rules. After a moment of silence, Huang Lao nodded and did not speak again. Lu Hong smiled and said in a clear voice, if that is the case, the second round is decided. Civilizationist, use your brain more. Observe who you are restraining and who you are targeting. Don't be restrained and targeted by others. At this moment, below the stage, Suyu said, Teacher, in the arena battle, can I not leave the stage after winning, or can I leave the stage after winning one round and choose another time to fight? Also, if you win 2 rounds, but there are no teams that did not participate in the third round, what do you do? Lu Hong smiled and said, you are not allowed to leave the stage after winning 1 round. You have to stay in the arena until the end of the 3 rounds. As for no one challenging after winning 2 rounds, it is simple. You can choose any of the remaining teams. If you win, you will have won 3 rounds. After winning 3 rounds, you can naturally advance. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly said, that is to say, even if you win 3 rounds, it is not a guaranteed win. If there are no teams left to fight in the end, you can still challenge these teams that won 3 rounds, right? Lu Hong smiled and said, to put it simply, if there are 2 teams that won 2 rounds in the end, then these 2 teams will fight. Therefore, in the end, only one team will be left with 1 or 2 wins. This team can challenge at will and might be directly eliminated. It is that simple. Don't say that it is unfair. If you are strong enough, you can win. Then the team that won 3 rounds will fight 1 more round. Someone questioned. Lu Hong smiled and said, but that team at the end is also a fool. They didn't fight the weak teams in front and insisted on challenging the strong teams. When the time comes, they will only choose the strong teams. They might as well find a few weak teams to fight 1 round at the beginning. It is not a matter of who benefits. This time, no one asked any more. What Lu Hong said was right. If they did not win 3 rounds at the beginning, they would only challenge a team that won 3 rounds in the end when there was no one left. How could those that could win 3 rounds be weak? If there are no objections, then let's begin. Going up first might not be a bad thing. Some strong people like to be the finale. The later it is, the harder it is. Lu Hong laughed and shouted, the second round of the competition begins. Below the stage, everyone looked at each other. Go up first or wait and see. As for Suyu, he could not be bothered to say anything. He walked directly to the stage. If he finished the battle first, he would have time to recover his strength. If the other party wanted to target him, it would happen sooner or later. There was no need to wait. The expressions of Lu He and the others changed slightly. This guy did not follow the routine. How could there be a strong team going up at the beginning? The others, including Xianxia and the others, were observing at this moment. If he went up first, it would be easy for others to target him. Was Suyu confident or stupid? At least wait for Xianxia and the others to win 3 rounds before making a decision. This way, they could avoid fighting these strong teams. There were many people with such thoughts, but in the end, Suyu was the first to go up the stage. Suyu ignored them and walked up the stage. He looked down and said with a smile, we're just throwing a brick to attract jade. Those who want to challenge can come up the stage. It's fine if it's a normal duel, but if it's a deliberate move, it's hard to say. After saying that, he looked at a team in the crowd. The strongest team from Shan Shunwen, Zhou Pingxing's 2 students were among them. Xing Yuming's students were also among them. At this moment, the surroundings were quiet. Many people looked at the team formed by Shan Shunwen's students. Would these people go up the stage, or would they wait for Suyu's team to fight 2 rounds before going up the stage? The others were not stupid. At this moment, they were not willing to be Shan Shunwen's team's stones to test the strength of Suyu's team and exhaust their strength. Therefore, the biggest possibility for Suyu's team was to encounter 3 teams formed by students from Shan Shunwen's team. In the spectator area, Sung Galao's lips moved slightly and he quickly sent a telepathic message. In a situation where the first team consisted of students from Shan Shenwen's team, if they did not go up now, then when, this was the best opportunity to get rid of Suyu, Lu Hong was indeed a good person. He had fought for this opportunity for them openly. Suyu went up to the stage. Not only did he go up to the stage, but he also shouted, "The competition between the many has been going on for many years. The order in the academy is already in chaos. The Great Xia Civilization University has been affected by the competition between the many and the many. The people are in chaos. They are not focused on research or cultivation. They only care about fighting for power and resources. No one is thinking about the source of resources. There is only competition. This Great Xia Civilization University is too different from what I imagined it to be." Suyu shouted, scheming against each other, deceiving each other. It's fine if it's just a competition. But even a competition has become a battleground, a place of conspiracy. If the Shan Shenwen lineage is really unwilling to give up the quota, they shouldn't have organized such a competition. Since it's organized, they should follow the rules. Don't they feel like a joke when they tarnish their own reputation? Suyu looked at Lu Hong, Sung Galao, and the students from the Shan Shenwen lineage with disdain. Lu Hong did not say anything. Sung Galao frowned. Suyu smiled and said, "What's done is done, what's done is done. Don't put up a memorial arch for yourself at this time. Isn't it just to target me? I'm here. I don't care about the quota, but I'm still here. Since you want to be a villain, then be a real villain. Don't learn from Teacher Lu. A real villain shouldn't be a hypocrite. Everyone knows you're a hypocrite, but you still want to pretend. That's boring." Lu Hong said, "Suyu, you can't say things like that. You know the crime of slandering a teacher. Just a few days ago, someone was punished. That's slander." Suyu laughed, "I'm not slandering. I'm telling the truth. Who doesn't know about the competition between the many and the many? At this time, there's no need to pretend to be innocent. Teacher Lu, let me ask you. If I didn't say that, would the students from the Shan Shenwen lineage not challenge me?" Suyu looked down and shouted, "Since you want to deal with me, then stop pretending. I'm going up. The team is filled with your people. What are you hesitating for? Afraid of what? Has Shan Shenwen's faction fallen to such a state? Is it so difficult to deal with a student who has just entered the school?" Suyu roared, "If you have the strength, then let's rely on our strength. If we don't have the strength, we should just keep a low profile and be honest. If we only play with those little tricks all day long, we won't be able to achieve anything great. When Shan Shenwen has a few suns and moons, a few invincible cultivators of the same level, then you can talk about replacing them." Suyu's angry shouts were deafening. Below the stage, it gradually became noisy. On the stage, Lu He and the others lowered their heads and said nothing. Suyu smiled contemptuously and said, "After saying so much, no one dares to go up on stage? If you want to deal with me, Suyu, then be more straightforward and direct. If you want to fight a life and death battle, I'll fulfill your wish." In the spectator area, Chen Yang's expression changed. He stood up and looked at Suyu, frowning. "Suyu." Suyu looked down and said with a smile, "Uncle Master, it's all right. I don't care about these people. As long as they dare, if Shan Shenwen and the others dare to fight me and kill me openly, that's because they're capable. If they can't kill me and get killed by me, then they're trash. They want to pick a fight when they don't have the strength, such people deserve to die." Sung Galao stood up and looked at Suyu with a cold gaze. "Suyu, do you want a life and death battle?" Suyu said calmly, "Why not?" Sung Galao looked at the Shan Shenwen faction students. Many of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Sung Galao's expression darkened. Suyu said with a smile, "As long as you dare, then come. I came out of seclusion to fight a few life and death battles, to let you know that if you're not capable, you should be more obedient. There's no need to jump around from morning till night. Just nice, take this opportunity and come at me together." Suyu shouted, "I'll give you a chance. You probably won't dare to fight one-on-one. Now, it's a 5-on-5. As long as the four of them don't betray me, I'll acquiesce and not participate." I'll fight 1-on-5, a life and death battle. Do you dare? Suyu's voice became louder. Even if they betray me, I'll fight 1-on-9 and still dare to fight. As long as they dare to attack, I'll kill them. Do you dare? Silence fell. A moment later, someone below the stage snorted. Arrogant. Arrogant? Suyu looked at that person and said with a cold smile, come up to the stage. Sign a life and death contract. If you're capable, kill me, Suyu. You don't even dare to fight me, a bunch of trash. What a waste of resources. My resources are more than yours, reaching tens of thousands of merit points. So what? With the same amount of resources, I can nurture 10 students from Xianxinwen's faculty. So what? Come up to the stage. I'll let you know that even if there are 10 of you, you're just 10 pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Bastard. He's only enrolled for a few months and he's already so arrogant. Does he really think no one can do anything to him? One by one, the students rebuked, however, the other students remained silent. No one made a sound, they did not know why Suyu was being so confrontational at this moment. They felt that this was not a good time to fall out with him. Was Suyu not afraid of death? Suyu was afraid of death. However, at this moment, he wanted to fight to his heart's content, the kind that would not hold back. Not only that, Suyu even instigated, Xianxinwen's faculty, or should I say, the current faculty of theology, has changed a long time ago. They're from Xianxinwen's faculty. They're well compensated, well educated, and well educated. Those who aren't from Xianxinwen's faculty, like me, are enemies. Needless to say. But what about the other students? They're slightly less talented and have a slightly weaker background. There's no place for them at all. After a few years, they'll be 30 years old and useless. The academy won't care about them anymore. They'll miss the golden period of cultivation and waste their lives. When they're old, they'll come to participate in the competition organized by Xianxinwen's faculty, and fight to the death with a bunch of grandchildren. To put it bluntly, this competition is prepared for me, Suyu. If I didn't come, I'm afraid this competition would be very boring. It'll be like watching a monkey show, watching you fight to the death. Suyu smiled and said, this is what you want? This is what you're after? This is the Sacred Civilization Academy? What a joke. Ever since Wanfu Prefect took charge of the academy, it's become stronger. However, it's a group of selfish people. The rise of the big families, the emergence of factions, the suppression of dissidents, the blooming of 100 flowers, the contention of 100 schools of thought has become a joke. The beast-taming faculty, divine pill faculty, divine talisman faculty, they've all become foils. At this moment, Suyu stood in front of thousands of people, speaking with confidence and composure. Sun Galao tried to stop him several times, but he was locked in place by the oppressive aura and could not move. On the stage, Suyu said in a clear voice, a civilization academy like this has long fallen. They look strong, but they're already a pile of loose sand. I'm still weak. I don't know what Principal or Galao is thinking. I only know that with people like them on the battlefield with me, I'm afraid they'll stab me in the back. If that's the case, instead of being on guard, it's better to kill them now. I'll kill those who might stab me in the back. A me like this, I'll go all out on the battlefield. At this point, someone interrupted him and said coldly, Suyu, there's no need to flatter yourself. It's your business to fight for numbers. We're only here for the quota. There's no need to talk about such principles. Suyu looked at the person who spoke and laughed, that's right. It's none of your business. Xianxia, this has nothing to do with you. But let me ask you something. If I ask you to go to the battlefield with Xianxinwen's people, do you dare to leave your back to them? In the crowd, Xianxia said, there's no need for that. I won't go to the battlefield with them. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed, this is the strength of Xianxinwen's people. 50 years ago, when Xianxinwen's elites went to the battlefield, do you dare to leave your backs to our ancestors? Suyu looked at the old men and shouted, look. The fight for numbers is no longer a private fight. It has long affected the entire academy, even the whole of Dixia province, and the entire human realm. Many people frowned in silence. Suyu laughed, there's no use talking about those principles. Someone once said that as long as the guillotine doesn't cut your own head, everyone is just a spectator. When the day comes, everyone else will just be spectators. No one will stand up for you. Even if you die, you won't be innocent. Lu Hong said, "Are you done? If you are, then let's continue the competition." The human realm, Xianxia province, and the academy are not things that you, a student, can change. The higher you stand, the further you can see. Suyu, what you see doesn't mean what we see. Are you very tall? Suyu smiled and said, cultivating the Tao, cultivating the Tao. If I don't even dare to make a sound, what Tao can I cultivate? I'll say what I want to say, not follow the trend and think that I can see further than others. Having said that, he looked at the crowd and laughed. Why, don't you dare to go up? Don't you dare to fight to the death? I'm worried that I'll scare you away if I fight one-on-one. In the end, I fight one-on-one against your team, don't you all dare? Suyu, do you think you're very strong? Xianxia spoke again, frowning. I said, we're only here for the quota. Please don't waste our time. This isn't a place for you to speak. If you're really interested, you can wait until the competition is over and preach publicly. As long as people are willing to listen, you can speak for as long as you want. Apathetic and insensitive person. Suyu shouted, someone like you, even if you become a powerhouse, you'll still be a selfish person, apathetic and insensitive. Even if your comrades die in battle, you won't shed a tear. Xianxia looked at him and said coldly, don't put labels on people, Suyu, don't think that you're the only smart person in the world. He understood what Suyu wanted to do. He just felt very bored. What can you change? You can't change anything, apart from fooling a few fools. They would follow you to reform and rebel, only to die without a burial. They will become cannon fodder and be abandoned. In his opinion, Suyu was just using the opportunity to instigate the ordinary students to rebel against Xianxinwen's faction, using them as cannon fodder. He did not like Suyu. Lu Hong was a hypocrite, and so was Suyu. You can't change anything. You're just bringing a bunch of people to crash into a wall. In the end, you have a backer and background, but what about the ordinary students, Suyu, have you thought about it? Suyu smiled. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. Since you don't dare to rebel, I, Suyu, will stand up and ask the academy, ask the entire Xianxia province if this policy is right. You're not even a sore kid, what right do you have to say that? Below the stage, someone berated again. Suyu looked at the old man and smiled. Come up to the stage. I'll tell you if I have the right to say that. The old man's expression was ugly. He was eager to fight, Suyu shouted. If you don't like me, come up to the stage. I'm not limited to 3 matches. Come up to me. After 3 matches, I'll still fight with you. Suyu, can you represent your team? Someone shouted. Suyu smiled. They can step down. I won't force them. What confidence. What boldness. It's just that you're a little weak. Someone mocked, below the stage. Wu Jiao looked worried. His junior was usually very calm. Why did he offend so many people? Something bad would happen, he should just focus on the competition and get a place. What was he doing? Li Mingyu said indifferently, your junior brother is quite ambitious. Wu Jia turned to look at her. Li Mingyu said calmly, your junior wants to be the leader of the students not long after entering the school. Can't you see? In the past, there were many geniuses like Lu Wenyan from the Xinwen faction. After entering the school, he became like this. The students worshipped him, the teachers thought highly of him. Before he reached Soar, he gained the support of a large number of powerhouses. They felt that he could bring glory to the Civilization Academy, but in the end, he ended up with a gloomy ending. Today, Suyu suddenly made such remarks. He questioned the principal and Xianxia province. Did this guy want to walk down this path? The key was, did he have the right and ability to do so? In the past, people like Lu Wenyan had suppressed their peers and made the older generation willing to support them. What right did Suyu have to say that? On the other side, Wu Lan glanced at his sister beside him and said with a blank expression, Sis, why did he offend Xianxia? Was Suyu too arrogant? Xianxia was the number 1 person under Soar. Suyu, however, had no fear in his heart. He even vaguely wanted to compete with Xianxia. Otherwise, he would not have said that before. Wu Qi frowned slightly. Soon, he said with a faint smile, I thought he was a tolerant person. Now it seems that he is ambitious. He is not satisfied with the status quo. He wants to take advantage of the fact that he hasn't reached Soar yet to subdue a group of people to wave the flag for him. Will this be useful? I don't know. Was it useful? Maybe, maybe not. Who knew? With some interest, Wu Qi looked at the high-spirited Suyu on the stage. If you continue to endure, you will be the second Lu Hong. But you did not follow the routine. Now, you suddenly want to stand out. Is it because you are arrogant, or do you really think that you are invincible under Soar? Everywhere, there were discussions. Researchers arrived one after another. This year's Civilization Institute was destined to be eventful, especially in the second half of the year. Unforeseen events had happened again and again. It was just a competition organized by the Faculty of Theology, but the matter of winning a few places had suddenly become known to the entire institute. Below the stage, someone laughed and said, Suyu, if we give you so much, what can the Shenwen faction change? The person who spoke was Qingyunfai. At this moment, Qingyunfai laughed and said, Can you represent the Shenwen faction? Can you bring benefits to everyone? Don't forget, these places were given by the Shan Shenwen faction. You are not even qualified to open the arcane realm. As soon as this was said, many people nodded. They weren't interested in who the boss was, you guys could fight amongst yourselves. They were still the same, even if the Shenwen faction grew stronger, they would not be given any benefits. If that was the case, who cared? It was enough for everyone to sweep the snow in front of their own door. As long as they did not provoke them, it did not matter how they fought. As they fought, they might be able to get some benefits. For example, this time or the last time when Suyu fought, many of them even got something. Benefits? Suyu smiled and said, What is the foundation of a civilization master? It's willpower. Is it Shenwen? No. It's the brain. It's research. It's development. Some people have long forgotten that they are civilization masters. I have been thinking that if everything depends on combat strength, then we should just vigorously support Zhangjin College. What's the point of having a Civilization Master Institute? Or we should just change our name to Magician. Civilization Master added the word civilization. The main purpose is to record civilization, pass it on, and analyze it. This is the foundation of our strength. What can I bring to everyone? I can bring back the source so that the atmosphere of the Institute is no longer so impetuous. So that everyone can truly appreciate the elegance of a civilization master. Instead of now, having a bigger fist makes sense. Qingyunfai smiled and said, But having a bigger fist does make sense. However, the fist of the Great Xia Civilization University isn't big enough. Just by relying on some mountains and seas? Can they lead the world? Suyu shouted, You're dreaming. In the past, there were still suns and moons. Now, in such a huge civilization institute, there is not a single sun or moon. Is this what you call strength, what you call having a bigger fist? What are you trying to say? What are you doing? Qingyunfai asked again. Suyu smiled and said, Nothing much. In a few days, I want to apply for a research institute and recruit like-minded people to enter the field of research with me. I want to contribute to the entire civilization master, the entire warrior, the entire cultivation world, and even the entire human race. Ha ha ha, many people laughed. This tone was too big, it was so big that they wanted to laugh. So you must be crazy. He was a student who had been enrolled for a few months, and he said he wanted to apply for a research institute. He wanted to gather a group of people to enter and do research with him. Was he crazy? Had he been suppressed by Shan Shenwen's faction to the point of collapse? Only a fool would do this with him. Boring. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to become stronger? At this moment, even Chen Yong was slightly disappointed. He thought that Suyu would move forward step by step, but now. What was this guy doing? He knew that Suyu had obtained some legacies. Did he think that he could rely on these legacies? Could he support a research institute? Did he have money? Did he have anyone? He didn't have anything. At this time, Suyu should have his feet on the ground and move forward step by step. He shouldn't be like this, talking nonsense in front of tens of thousands of students and teachers. This made Chen Yong a little disappointed. He was still thinking that after some time, when Suyu became a soar, he would pass some things to Suyu. But now, he hesitated. Sun Galao was no longer angry. He suddenly laughed. There was no pressure around him anymore. He laughed loudly and said, Suyu, if you want to build a research institute, I will support you. I will even support you during the Galao conference. People like you are very interesting. I hope no one will be stupid and mess around with you. You might not have the funds, but you still have the space. I can even arrange for people to help you build a new research institute. What a joke. He felt that it would be better for Suyu to be alive. It would be best if he built a research institute and became a big joke in Shinwen's faction. He was just a student who had been enrolled for a few months, and he dared to talk nonsense about building a research institute. Did he know what a research institute represented? Perhaps his research institute would become a joke in the Great Xia Civilization University, de Xia Province, and even the entire human realm. The genius student of the Divine Runic Department, Suyu, had actually managed to establish a research institute while he was still cultivating. How fierce! What a fierce bunch of idiots. If they spent dozens of years doing research there, they might not even be able to come up with anything. Perhaps, in a few years, that research institute would be able to raise rats, and Suyu would become a pillar of shame in the history of the Civilization University. He would be the model of a joke. Such a blow was truly fatal to Shinwen's faction. Such a person was actually seen by many as the hope of Shinwen's faction's rise. It was somewhat ridiculous. Shinwen's star of hope, Suyu, ha ha ha. Someone laughed. Suyu was not angry. He said calmly, then I thank Sun Galao for his support. I hope that Sun Galao will not go back on his words. That won't happen. Sun Galao smiled faintly and said, research is good. We support it. There is an abandoned research institute near the 110 Research Center. It can be used after a little renovation. The Faculty of Theology can decide to allocate it to you. The Academy did not lack territory. It did not lack these empty abandoned research institutes either. Do you want it? If you want it, I'll give it to you. What the research institute needed were geniuses, funds, resources, projects, creativity, ideas. Territory was really not important. The premise is that you can gather 5 people and apply together. I forgot to tell you. To apply for a research institute, you need at least 5 people. You also need to provide a project and produce results within a time limit. Otherwise, you won't even be able to build a research institute. Sun Galao pondered and said, oh right, Hong Tan, Bai Feng, and Chen Yong are not enough. They are registered at the 110 Research Center. In addition, you need at least 1 soar. I really hope that there are other soar willing to give you a name. If you really can't do it, Lu Hong, you can reluctantly give them a name. Lu Hong smiled and said, since old Sun has said so, Suyu, you can look for me when the time comes. It's not easy. I can lend you 2 of my students. Laughter filled the air, however, Suyu was as calm as water. As he laughed, Sun Galao and the rest felt bored. Suyu had lost his mind. It was embarrassing to argue with this lunatic, Sun Galao said faintly, continue with the competition. As for Suyu's request for a deathmatch, your teammates might not agree. Remember, you are not participating in the competition alone. Also, to fight to the death, that's a reckless man. Foolish. He did not dare. Suyu was still very strong. Even if he killed Suyu, he suspected that they would suffer heavy losses this time. Moreover, those students might not dare to fight to the death. If they were forced to fight to the death, there might be internal strife. Suyu laughed. Forget it if you're afraid. Get on the stage. Compared to killing a person, it was more hurtful to break their character. Fear of battle. When Suyu mentioned a deathmatch, no one from Shan Shinwen's faction dared to get on the stage. That was enough. At this moment, Zhou Hao, who was beside him, had a look of contempt in his eyes. Indeed, it was as Suyu had said. They were a bunch of cowards. In this huge institute, among the students that could catch his eye, only Suyu was worthy of his attention. How sad. Get on the stage. Pavilion Elder Sun shouted as he cast his gaze below the stage. I've already helped you guys with the deathmatch. 5 against 1. Why aren't you guys going up, damn it? Do you really want to embarrass yourself to the end? although Suyu's previous words had become a joke due to his crazy words, if he still did not get on the stage, he would really be too ashamed to face others. Below the stage, a team of 5 looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they stepped forward. Many people were waiting to watch the show. The incomparably arrogant Suyu wasn't weak at all. But the key was that his strength wasn't worthy of his arrogance. Zhang was the one to say this. Suyu, you. The 5 opponents went up the stage and wanted to say a few words to boost their morale. However, Suyu interrupted them. Cut the crap. Referee, let's begin. You. The 5 of them were furious. They were also veteran students. All of them were above the age of 30. None of them were weak. All 5 of them had the strength of Xianxia stage 7 or 8. If they worked together, even if they encountered a sore, they could still fight for a short period of time. Suyu was too arrogant. The referee was not Zhao Ming, but a Sore Realm elite. At this moment, he did not say much and shouted, "Begin." The match began. Lu He and the others were still hesitating. Before they could move, Suyu's figure disappeared, an illusion appeared. The 5 opponents unleashed their willpower. They knew that Suyu could control the illusion. However, at this moment, Suyu's blood Shenwen had absorbed the eternal Shenwen's charm and had become stronger. His willpower had also reached the peak of level 1. Once the illusion appeared, even if they knew that they were trapped in the illusion, they could not break free immediately. Kill and Thunder Shenwen had entered level 2. Battle Shenwen, under the influence of Suyu's fighting spirit, also showed signs of transforming into level 2. Shenwen was strong and had strong willpower. Wenbing was also extremely strong. At this moment, a long black saber appeared. Without a sound, mixed with some lightning, it slashed down. Suyu directly broke into the battle circle of the 5. On the other side, just as Zhou Hao wanted to make a move, Suyu said calmly, "These small fries, I'll deal with them myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the ceiling saber slashed down. There was a loud boom. The 5 of them spat out blood at the same time. One of them opened his eyes wide and became slightly sober. The next moment, a leg that was as fast as time appeared in his eyes. Boom, a loud explosion sounded. The leg lashed out, breaking mountains and seas. Kacha, all the bones in his body broke and he was like a broken sack. This strongest team leader was seriously injured by Suyu's kick. More than 10 of his bones were broken and he fell heavily off the stage. Wasn't Shenwen's faction rich? Go and heal them. Suyu did not believe that healing was free. Huang Qifeng was able to receive treatment because his teacher was Qing Yuming. Zhou Hao was able to receive treatment because his teacher was Xia Yuan. They were seriously injured and had used up thousands of merit points. Would Shenwen's faction save these students who were over 30 years old? Most likely not. So weak. Suyu coldly laughed. The Wenbing descended, and with a loud rumble, lightning exploded, splitting open the skin and flesh of one of them. With a miserable scream, the Wenbing he had just taken out was directly smashed into pieces. Bang bang bang. Suyu's speed was extremely fast. A series of footprints were left on the stage. The soul-devouring art was activated. Under the corrosion and burning, the few of them screamed in pain. Bang bang bang. Heavy smashing sounds could be heard. Many of their bones were broken. Their willpower was being burned and they were in extreme pain. Coupled with the shock from Suyu's Shenwen, they were still immersed in the illusion. On the stage, in less than 5 seconds, Suyu ended the battle. He retracted his Wenbing and looked down. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I won. I was a bit heavy-handed. I hope that Shenwen's faction can heal a few senior brothers and not leave any loose ends. 1 against 5, I can't hold back." Complete silence. 5 experts with the strength of Wanxi's later stage were defeated by Suyu so easily. Unbelievable. One had to know that 2 of these people had been on the top 100 list in the past, and now they were even stronger than before. They were defeated just like that. A researcher from the solitary Divine Rune department walked over. White light appeared in his hands as he rapidly healed several people. His complexion was ugly. He looked at Suyu on the stage and shouted, "Suyu, this isn't a life or death battle. You are clearly much stronger than them, but you still managed to severely wound their bodies. Their injuries were severe, many of their bones were broken and their internal organs were bleeding. Some of their Wenbing was broken and Shenwen was heavily injured. Suyu's attack was very ruthless." Suyu said calmly, "Teacher, you've misunderstood. I held back or I would have died. The referee is still here. Since he did not stop me, it means that I did not go overboard. It's just that your people are too weak." "You." The researcher was furious. He was shocked. This guy was even stronger than before. Even Xiaofeng was no match for the five of them when they joined forces. In the end, they were defeated by Suyu so easily. This guy probably had the combat power of a level 9 Wanshi now. Together with Shenwen's many people and their high cultivation levels, even a level 9 Wanshi would not be able to defeat him. The audience was also incomparably silent. At that moment, even Zhang Hai and the rest had a serious expression on their faces. Suyu had not shown his ability to fight against Soar. However, his current strength was close to invincible against those below Soar level. More importantly, how long had this guy been in the school? Zhou Hao also looked at Suyu with a serious expression. This guy was much stronger than before. Was this Suyu's full strength? Probably not. Sun Galao and the rest of the elites from Shan Shenwen's faction frowned. So strong? Damn it, those who dared to challenge him on the stage must have some skills. However, they were defeated just like that. In the spectators' area, Lu Hong suddenly laughed. "Suyu, you're very strong. It seems like you're not afraid of Zhang Hai either. No wonder you were so arrogant earlier." "Childish." Suyu's tone was calm. He did not mention any names. "If you want to die, go ahead. It's a pity that this is not the ring of life and death." The meaning behind his words was clear. Suyu said with a smile. "I hope that I can see my senior brothers alive and kicking a few days later. Don't be bedridden for a few years at your age. That will completely delay your advancement." His words were meant to provoke Shan Shenwen's faction and the students. If they were injured, would Sun Galao and the rest treat them? All their bones were broken, their internal organs were severely injured, and Shenwen was in ruins. Could they be treated? At that moment, Sun Galao could also sense the students' hesitation. He shouted, "Students from Shan Shenwen's faction, no matter how serious their injuries are, as long as they are alive, they will receive full treatment." His words calmed some of the students' hearts. Suyu chuckled and said, "What's the use of just treating their injuries? It's still a waste of time. Give them some rewards. For example, for those who go on stage, I'll give them 1,000 merit points each. I'll fight for everyone's benefits. How about that?" Sun Galao's gaze could kill. What a joke. 1,000 merit points. Did he really think that merit points were worthless? You can't even bear to part with that? But to fight for it with one's life and future, some people can casually take away tens of thousands of merit points. Elder son, you should know who I'm talking about, right? Others can take it, but those who fight for it with their lives don't have the qualifications. Why would they come to participate in the competition with serious injuries? Nonsense. Sun Galao shouted. Suyu, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you. Suyu said indifferently, is it against the law to speak the truth? Kill me and try it with Sun Galao. I want to use my life to exchange for a mountain sea realm cultivator. I think it's worth it. I'm just afraid that Sun Galao won't bear to do it. You. How dare you? Sun Galao was enraged. He stood up and glared at Suyu, his eyes filled with killing intent. How dare he? Suyu was here to cause trouble today. He was provoking him again and again. Chen Yong, is this how the Shenwen faculty students respect their teachers? Sun Galao looked at Chen Yong, then at Huang Chen. Huang Chen, is there still a rule for students to go against their superiors? Huang Lao frowned. He looked at Suyu and berated, Suyu, don't spout nonsense. Suyu said calmly, Dean Huang, you've misunderstood. I don't dare to violate the academy's rules. I'm speaking the truth. Even if I mention names, I dare to say it. Some people have embezzled tens of thousands of merit points. That's the merit points of the entire faculty of theology. Do I have to report it with my real name? Suyu looked at Sun Galao and said calmly, if Galao feels that I've offended you, I'll report it with my real name. The academy will investigate. If I'm lying, I'll kneel before Sun Galao for 3 days and 3 nights, and I'll be punished with 500 lashes. I'll also be stripped of all my benefits. Is such a punishment enough? Sun Galao's eyes were cold and fierce. Investigate? Investigate what? He knew who Suyu was talking about. Zhou Pingxing. This piece of trash had caused the Shan Shenwen faculty to be used against them again and again by Suyu. Even though he wanted nothing more than to kill Suyu and Zhou Pingxing, Sun Galao suppressed his anger and said coldly, "I'll spare you this time. Suyu, don't provoke me again. Do you really think that the Mountain Sea Academy can be humiliated so easily? Suyu wouldn't dare." Suyu smiled and ignored him. He looked at the students from the Shan Shenwen faculty and shouted, again. "The third battle isn't over yet, and you've already lost your courage?" Sun Galao looked at him coldly and didn't say anything else. Suyu was just a student, but he was too arrogant. "Li Shiyun, you guys go. Find an opportunity to kill him. Kill him, and everyone will be rewarded with 1,000 merit points. One quota for the Sea of Knowledge secret realm. Severely injure him, and you'll be rewarded with 1,000 merit points. No quota." He transmitted his voice to the 5 strongest students. These 5 people were all veterans, and they had been doing this for decades. This was also the trump card team of the Shan Shenwen faculty to ensure that they would get a quota. They were all experts. Even if Zhai Feng came, he would only be able to fight against one of them. The top 5 of the top 100 leaderboard could fight against Suyu alone. How could they not be confident? Below the stage, the 5 of them exchanged glances with solemn expressions. If they won, even if they couldn't fight to the end, they would still get a quota and 1,000 merit points. This was a huge sum, however. Suyu was very strong. If they went all out, something might happen to them as well. Sun Galao transmitted his voice again and shouted, "Get on the stage. Trash. Do you want to be completely abandoned?" He was furious. They were actually scared off by Suyu to the point that they didn't dare to go on the stage. Hadn't they embarrassed themselves enough? 5 students close to the SOAR level working together, yet they still didn't have the confidence to deal with Suyu? If you don't go on the stage, you'll be completely abandoned in the future. All your benefits will be taken away, and you'll die in your beds. Sun Galao was furious. Zhou Pingxing's students didn't even listen to him. Galao, even Zhou Pingxing didn't have the guts to do that. Among the crowd, Li Shiyun sighed in his heart. He looked at his teammates and said softly, "Get on the stage." Their faces were solemn as they nodded at the same time. If they didn't go on the stage, they would completely offend Sun Galao and would be abandoned by Shan Shenwen's faction. When you get on the stage, give it your all. I'll break his illusion. Wang Chao, go and break his Wenbing. Xiahu, think of a way to seal him. Sun Qian, use Shunwen to weaken his physical body. Su Ming, use your physical body to fight and break his nascent aperture. Li Shiyun quickly instructed his teammates. They were all experts and familiar with each other. He knew their abilities very well. They were Shan Shenwen's faction's strongest group of students above the age of 30. Even Zhang Hai would be severely injured if he were to face the 5 of them at the same time. Suyu. How could he be compared to Zhang Hai? He was still Qianjun. Everyone could see that. The next moment, they went on the stage. Below the stage, many people had solemn expressions. They thought that they would only be able to see these experts fight in the finals. However, when the second round started, Suyu had already clashed with them. At this moment, there were even more onlookers from all directions. Wu Jia was worried. Xia Huyu's expression was solemn. Wan Mingze and the rest were frowning as they waited. It was normal for these 2 teams to clash in the final round. However, it was too fast for them to clash now. They were caught off guard. Finally, you guys are here. On the stage, Suyu laughed. I've been waiting for you guys. 5 students close to SOAR level. If they were defeated by him even after joining forces, Shan Shenwen's faction would become the biggest joke in the world. His battle intent surged. His killing intent surged. Lu He and the rest took a step back and moved away from him. Lu He's expression was one of struggle. 5 experts were going to fight, and the rest of them were just bystanders? But on the other side, it was someone from his faction. Lu He was furious. He was like an idiot, standing on the stage and becoming the background, a joke, a joke. At this moment, he was infuriated. He did not want this to happen. He wanted to continue fighting, but he knew that he could not. it was fine if it was under normal circumstances. However, if he were to make a move in public, not only him, but his elder brother and teacher would also be implicated. Lu Yi's anger was rising. This was not what he wanted. He wanted to be like Suyu, to be able to repay kindness and revenge. Even if he could not win, he wanted to have a real fight. At the side, Zhou Hao's bare one's teeth laughed. He took a glance at Suyu and shook his head slightly. He did not want Zhou Hao to make a move now. After this match, there might be another one. There were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Hao would be left for the next match. As for these few fellows, he would defeat them all by himself, one by one. His apertures were opened, elemental energy swept over, his battle intent was boiling. At this moment, the battle Shunwen was showing signs of advancing. A long saber appeared and Shunwen gathered. The weakest among them, Lin Yao, kept retreating. He felt like he could not stand properly, too strong. At this moment, Suyu was like an ancient ferocious beast. He did not have the frailty of a human. The expressions of the 5 opponents turned solemn. Damn, how many apertures did he open? His aura was too terrifying. The Soar Realm judge had a solemn look on his face. The participants from both sides were all powerful cultivators. He was even worried that he would not be able to intervene in time. He could not help but look at Zhao Ming. He needed Ling Yun to intervene. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Zhao Ming did not stand on ceremony either. Both sides were seething with killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to cause trouble. When Zhao Ming arrived, he looked at the students from both sides and said seriously, "Don't kill without reason. I will intervene when it's a matter of life and death." Suyu chuckled. "Teacher, killing by mistake isn't considered without reason, right?" Zhao Ming ignored him and looked at Li Shiyun and the rest. They did not say a word. Whoever had the opportunity would naturally make the killing move. With the judge of Ling Yunjing around, it was difficult to kill. However, if the judge of Ling Yunjing could not stop it, then it was the judge's responsibility to kill. It was normal for the students to not react in time. The judge was the unlucky one. Although they might have to bear some responsibility, this was a small matter. Shan Shenwen's faction might be more than willing to help them. Zhao Ming cursed in his heart, F***ck, these 2 bastards were obviously looking for trouble. Even the leader of the judges could not stop them. Yet, they wanted the students to stop. This was unacceptable. "I will intervene at the crucial moment," Zhao Ming shouted. "Did you hear that? I will definitely stop them. Begin." With that, Suyu's 300 acupoints erupted at the same time. Sky Splitter. He did not use his Shunwen or willpower. Instead, he used the energy of his primordial aperture. Hundreds of acupoints emitted extremely powerful waves of primordial qi. At this moment, Suyu had really turned into a man of light. The primordial qi in his acupoints was extremely dense, holding. When Bing in his hand, he slashed down. Kill. His blood qi soared. There was a loud boom. Opposite him, Xia who was using his Shunwen seal to seal Suyu, but he missed. Suyu did not use his willpower at all. With that, Suyu's powerful lifeblood and Yuan Qi instantly broke through the seal. Bang! A Shenwen bomb exploded. How strong was Suyu's body? A physical body that could withstand 300 apertures was definitely not something that the ordinary Qianjun Wanshi could compare to. His Qi and blood were extremely strong. He had used his Qi and blood to break through his seal and blow up his Shenwen. The only female, Sun Qian, was in charge of weakening Shenwen. At this moment, Shenwen was also suppressing over, wanting to weaken Suyu. In the end, before she could even get close, she was directly hit by Suyu's surging qi and blood willpower. Shenwen was shaken. Suyu was too fast. It was unbelievably fast. The Sky Splitter slashed down in an instant. With a move of his feet, he was already in front of Su Ming. This was the guy that Li Shiyun had previously asked to use his physical body to fight Suyu. Su Ming's expression changed. With a roar, his willpower exploded. He had just gotten close to Suyu and stood in front of the 5 people. At this moment, he was the first to bear the brunt of Suyu's attack. Wanshi's level 9 strength exploded, but he was not an expert that had closed 10 apertures. He was only an 8-stone cultivator that had closed 8 apertures. Just as his willpower exploded, in the blink of an eye, an invisible small hammer appeared. With a boom, he was completely stunned. Su Ming! Li Shiyun roared, kill, quickly. He was roaring, his physical body's Xianxia also exploded. When being shot towards Suyu, the others also made their moves, the sound of the air being pierced was endless. Sky Splitter! Another roar was heard, and the second slash was superimposed. Before the slash landed, Su Ming's physical body was badly mutilated by the impact of the slash. His willpower was severely damaged. At this moment, he was barely awake, and his expression changed. Transform! With a roar, Li Shiyun, who was at the back, exploded with a Shunwen and instantly shrunk Su Ming. Transform Shunwen, however, it was still not enough. Buzz, the slash fell. Su Ming's eyes revealed a trace of fear. The next moment, his Xianxia explode, powerful Xianxia overflowed. With a wave of his hand, he slashed at Suyu's sealing blade, bang, a loud sound was heard. Su Ming, who had exploded his Xianxia, was overjoyed. I survived. Just as he was thinking, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, the tip of a foot had pierced his chest. Su Ming's mouth was bleeding unconsciously. He looked up at Suyu, but Suyu had already retreated quickly. Su Ming staggered and half-knelt on the ground. His vision was dark. I'm dead, impossible, I'm Wancher stage 9, the peak of spirit nourishment. Just as he was about to fall into darkness, Zhao Ming made a move and grabbed him from the arena, cursing in a low voice, F***ck, it's just the beginning and you guys are already so fierce. White light rained down on Su Ming's body like it was free. His Xianxia exploded, his willpower was heavily damaged, and his chest was pierced. If he didn't save him, he would die. Zhao Ming hurriedly gave him first aid and threw Su Ming to Sun Galao's side. He said angrily, you do it. He wasn't going to save him. Just as he was about to save him, Suyu seemed to know he was going to save him. He instantly appeared above Sun Qian's head. Under his feet, time flowed, the sun and moon rotated, and he stomped down. Save me! Sun Qian screamed, the incomparably dense murderous aura hit her so hard that she was about to explode. Her hair exploded and blood splattered from the top of her head. If this foot landed, she would definitely die. Li Shiyun, Xia Hu, and Wang Chao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Wang Chao roared. At this moment, his arm turned into a tentacle and directly attacked Suyu's head. With a bang, the tentacle exploded before it could even get close to Suyu. Suyu retracted his Wenbing long saber, which was still stained with blood. Too strong, Suyu, who had enlightened 300 apertures, had an explosive power that was several times stronger than ordinary martial artists who had cultivated the heaven-splitting saber. All kinds of heaven-class martial arts were at his fingertips. The time-breaking mountain and sea and the sun and moon suppressing acupoints were all opened, the soul-devouring art and the body-strengthening art. One made his body strong, and the other made his opponent's willpower corrode. The God-expanding hammer was a powerful divine skill. Su Ming, who was at the peak of spirit nourishment, was hit by the hammer and immediately became dizzy. Wang Chao couldn't block Suyu. Sun Qian was like a vengeful ghost at this moment. All her hair exploded, and blood spurted from the top of her head. However, she couldn't escape from Suyu's ultimate skill. Kill him! Sun Qian shrieked like a vengeful ghost. On the top of her head, a combined aperture instantly exploded. There was a loud boom. Suyu's boots exploded, but it didn't hurt his body. He gave a cold harumph and stepped on her head once again. The remaining 3 people, Wang Chao's arm was broken, Xia Hu's Shunwen saber was broken, and only Li Shiyun wasn't injured. At this moment, he silently snuck behind Suyu and slashed his sword towards his neck, very strong. However, Suyu instantly turned around. Suyu was extremely fast and allowed him to stab his sword into his neck, causing some blood to flow out. His arms opened up, and with a smile on his face, he directly hugged Li Shiyun. He hugged him tightly, the soul-devouring art was activated. Li Shiyun cried out miserably and instantly retracted his willpower. But after he retracted his willpower, he was in the 9th stage realm of Wanshi and his body wasn't strong, so he was directly hugged tightly by Suyu. With a loud bang, his arms which were hugged directly exploded into pieces. Your body is really weak. This was also Wanshi 9th stage realm, Wanshi who had opened 72 apertures, Wanshi who had closed 7 apertures to advance. This kind of Wanshi 9th stage realm was too weak. With a loud bang, Li Shiyun cried out miserably. Below, Xiaohu endured the pain from the explosion of Shunwen's saber and stretched out his arm to grab Sun Qian, instantly pulling her away. Bang! Suyu landed on the arena with one foot. Sun Qian was pulled back by Xiaohu, but one of her legs couldn't leave and was directly trampled into meat paste by Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was still hugging Li Shiyun. With a sneer, the energy of all the apertures in his body exploded, the iron hammer appeared again, with a loud bang, Li Shiyun's head almost exploded and he fainted directly. Suyu stretched out his right hand and directly pinched his head, glancing at Zhao Ming who was about to make a move. Suyu chuckled, pinched his head and with a loud bang, threw Li Shiyun out. Bang! The air exploded and Li Shiyun's entire body was about to explode. Zhao Ming cursed and hurriedly grabbed him with the sword, quickly suppressing the explosive force in his body so that Li Shiyun wouldn't really be blown to death. Just as he took over Li Shiyun, another scream was heard. Sun Qian, whose leg had just been trampled by Suyu, had her chest pierced by Suyu's saber. At this moment, Suyu had already appeared above Xiaohu's head. He was too fast. The few of them couldn't keep up with his pace at all. Their willpower could keep up, but once it appeared, the corrosive burn followed. They were prepared, they were protected by the divine talisman, but at this moment, they didn't even have time to activate the divine talisman. There was no time to activate the divine talisman. Activating the divine talisman required time. It was too fast. Zhao Ming cursed again and reached out to grab Sun Qian. She was about to die again. 5 people, and in the blink of an eye, 3 of them were almost killed. Sun Qian was about to die, and Xiaohu, why didn't he just wait a while and take him away? Otherwise, both of them were going to die. Too strong, invincible physical body, strong willpower, burning willpower, and a godly skill that directly attacked willpower. At this moment, Suyu's offense and defense were incomparably strong. His physical body was much stronger than the average Wanshi Jiao. When Li Shiyun collided with his physical body, he was almost crushed into meat paste in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhao Ming reached out to grab Sun Qian, Suyu chuckled. The Wenbing that was stabbed into Sun Qian's chest suddenly erupted with traces of flames. Lightning erupted at the same time. It covered everything. It blocked the traces of the flames. Boom! The second-level Shenwen's thunder word Shenwen exploded. The power was also incomparably strong. Sun Qian was directly blown into pieces, but her head was still there. The moment she opened her eyes, an earth-shattering scream came from her mouth. Flames, even if it was just a wisp of Soar Realm flames, it was enough to burn her sea of will to the point of collapsing. Save me. When Sun Qian saw Zhao Ming, a trace of hope and pleading appeared in her eyes. Save me. B****. At this moment, Sun Galao was enraged. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly suppressed his impulse and roared, I admit defeat. Too fast, it was so fast that he, the mountain seas, almost couldn't react in time. Sumi was crippled, Li Shiyun was almost strangled to death, Sun Qian was completely crippled, Xiaohu was in danger, and only Wang Chao's injuries weren't too serious. He only lost an arm. Too tragic, too strong. Suyu's strength caused several Soar Lingyan powerhouses to stand up, their faces solemn. Heaven-splitting blade, 300 opened apertures. Was he still human? He wasn't human, who would have 300 opened apertures at the Thousand June realm. And it wasn't just a heaven-tier martial technique, but a heaven-tier cultivation technique to strengthen the body, a heaven-tier leg technique, and a heaven-splitting blade technique. Suyu had mastered a total of 3 heaven-tier cultivation techniques. Not only that, he also had a godly skill, a very powerful godly skill, multiple second-level Shenwen. How was this Thousand June? How was this still nurturing one's character? The current Suyu could completely be seen as a Soar, ordinary Shan. Shenwen Soar only had one main Shenwen that had entered the second level. Their bodies hadn't been forged by blood essence, so they weren't as strong as Suyu's. The bodies of civilizationists were inferior to fighters. Suyu turned a deaf ear. Admit defeat, it wasn't up to you. The moment Zhao Ming saved Sun Qian, Suyu stepped down. Zhao Ming immediately outlined a Shenwen, materialized it, and instantly landed on Xiaohu's body. There was a loud bang. Xiaohu's body erupted with a bright golden light. It wasn't his own, but Zhao Ming's Shenwen was protecting him. Lingyan powerhouse, this wasn't something Suyu could fight against. There was no way he could break through his Shenwen's defense. Zhao Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. F***ck, I almost lost, this bastard won too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he defeated 4 people. These were powerhouses that could fight against the top 10 of the top 100, the 5 of them joined forces, but in less than 10 seconds, 4 people were defeated. 4 people? Zhao Ming's expression changed. Stop, you win! He roared, the referee roared. This was the end of the battle. At this moment, Su Yu's Wenbing appeared directly on Wang Chao's neck. A hammer directly smashed down on his head. Wang Chao was stunned and lost consciousness. At this moment, the Wenbing had already cut open his neck. Just a little more and his head would fall off. At this moment, Zhao Ming roared, causing Su Yu to stop. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Ming. Su Yu smiled. Teacher, I have to give you face. If it was someone else, I wouldn't take it seriously if the person involved didn't admit defeat. After saying that, he retracted the Wenbing. Wang Chao directly fainted on the ground. Blood spurted out, and his breathing was extremely weak. As for Xiahu, he was protected by the golden Shenwen. His injuries weren't serious, but his eyes were filled with fear and horror. Defeated, crushing defeat. If not for Zhao Ming's obstruction, the 5 of them would have all been killed in these 10 seconds. Even so, Xiahu felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. His injuries were the lightest. He only had 1 Shenwen destroyed. The ones with the most serious injuries were Sun Qian and Wang Chao, followed by Li Shiyun and Su Ming. The first 2 were heavily injured by the Sea of Will, while the latter 2 were mainly injured physically. Crippled, without a large amount of treasures to save them, the 4 of them were completely crippled. Even for Xiahu, he had 1 Shenwen destroyed. This injury was actually the lightest. If not for Zhao Ming's Shenwen's protection, he would have been trampled to death. Su Yu laughed. He was very cool. His clothes weren't torn, but there were some bloodstains. Instead, one of his boots was broken. That was because Sun Qian had exploded a big aperture on her head, shattering his boots. Barefooted, Su Yu simply exploded his other boot, and stepped on the blood-red arena. The soles of his feet were dyed red, and he looked at Sun Galao with a gentle smile. Sun Galao, I hope you can heal them. They're all elites, don't disappoint them. Without tens of thousands of merit points, he couldn't save a few people. Tens of thousands of merit points. Could he bear to spend it? Was it worth it to save a few heavily injured cultivators? Sun Galao's expression was as cold as frost. At this moment, a person charged out from the crowd, his gaze murderous. He looked at Su Yu, flames rising in his eyes. Zhou Pingxing, Li Shiyun and Sun Qian were both his disciples. Even if he was prepared to give up on these 2, they were still his disciples. Crippled, Sun Qian's injuries were the heaviest. Li Shiyun's physical body was as if it was in tatters. This was just nurturing, not the Sun Moon tier. Recovering one's physical body was too difficult, and the consumption was too great. It was more likely that they would be crippled for the rest of their lives. Zhou Pingxing glared at Su Yu angrily. At this moment, he wanted to kill Su Yu at all costs. He had 6 disciples. Qiu Yun and Zhai Feng were still under punishment, and had to go out to eliminate Wan Zu's stronghold. The other 2 were also crippled today, and there were still 2 sortier students, but they were not in the school now. There was no sound, on and off the arena. It was very quiet at this moment. Lu He and the others were also dumbfounded, completely not expecting such an ending. The expressions of some students and elites below the arena also changed. Zhang Hai, Jiang Mu, Li Mingyu, and the others all changed. Too strong, invulnerable, civilization masters had some flaws, the most important being their physical body. In the end, Su Yu's physical body was even stronger than that of a normal civilization master, Soar. This was too terrifying. A heaven-grade cultivation technique for tempering the physical body. He had opened a total of 300 apertures, and at this moment, Su Yu still seemed relaxed. Boasting shamelessly, arrogant, Su Yu, who had defeated 5 people in an instant, had used his actions to prove everything. He was not arrogant, but a true demon. If this was not the arena, all 5 of them would have died. Su Yu had indeed given face to Zhao Ming. Otherwise, the last person, Wang Chao, would have been dead. That blade was silent, and even Zhao Ming had neglected that side to save the others, and Wang Chao was almost killed. Su Yu did not kill him, and that was giving face to Zhao Ming. It was also to discuss the Shan Shenwen faction. Saving them would cost money. If they did not, they would be disappointed. Their injuries were so serious that it even involved the Sea of Will. Unless Sun and Moon were to help, they could only be saved by a large number of treasures. Below the arena, Wu Lan stared blankly. After a long time, he turned to look at his sister. Sister, he's amazing. Wu Qi took a deep breath and nodded. Amazing. He's even stronger than Xia Yuan back then. Even when Xia Yuan was first on the top 100 list, he might not have been this strong. Hence, if Xia Yuan could sweep the 2nd to 10th place, Suyu could do it too, and Suyu had not reached his peak at this stage. His physical body had not reached Wansher's level, although it might be difficult to do so. If he had opened too many apertures, the repulsive force would intensify. His willpower was not at its peak either. Wu Qi wanted to curse. Was he still human? Was he from the primordial celestial race? If there was a race that was the strongest at the lower levels, it would be the primordial celestial race. So you could probably suppress a group of primordial celestial race geniuses. Zhang Hai's expression changed too. Powerful, very powerful. Was this a new student who had been in school for a few months? Don't lie to me. He felt that his physical body was not as strong as Suyu's, and he did not have as many heaven-class martial arts techniques as Suyu. Willpower, he had strong willpower too, but it was hard to say if he was stronger than Suyu. He did not have as many second-order Shenwen as Suyu, and he did not know any divine skills. He was thinking, if he met Suyu, could he win? The only thing he was stronger than Suyu was that he had fused 9 apertures, a total of 108 apertures. His explosive power was slightly stronger than the current Suyu. The difference was probably not big. Suyu had not fused his apertures, but Suyu cultivated the heaven-splitting blade, and he had opened up 300 apertures. Fusing apertures was, after all, faster and slightly stronger. 108 apertures fused into 9 apertures. He was also a strong person who had fused 12 apertures. His explosive power was probably comparable to Qianjun's 200 apertures. This was his strength. As for other things, he had no advantage. If Suyu used martial arts techniques, he would not be any weaker than him, in the arena. Suyu looked at the silent crowd below, and saw Zhou Pingxing glaring at him not far away. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? I won, why is everyone reacting like this?" Director Zhou's gaze, "Does he want to kill me?" Come, Director Zhou, how about I stretch out my neck for you to kill?" Zhou Pingxing was furious. For a moment, he wanted to kill Suyu at all costs. Disaster, he was definitely a disaster. When this guy reached Soar, he might have a chance to defeat Ling Yun. Moreover, his advancement speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. Once he advanced successfully and reached Soar, would there really be anyone in Soar who could suppress him? This was when his Shenwen combat technique had not been formed. Shenwen had not fused. Once he reached Soar, what if Shenwen fused? At that time, Suyu would have an even more powerful trump card, the powerful Shenwen combat technique. The key was that if he won, he could enter the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. At this moment, Zhou Pingxing was a little frightened. Suyu, he must not enter the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. Lu Hong that be **starred, he underestimated him. He must not let Suyu's willpower advance successfully. At that time, Suyu would reforge his body, and his body would be stronger than ordinary fighters. What kind of civilizer was he? Zhou Pingxing gritted his teeth. The next moment, he suddenly shouted, "If you defeat Suyu, I will reward you with an advanced mystic level Wenbing." Suyu said faintly, "If you continue to play like this, I will continue to admit defeat." Zhou Pingxing was stunned. The next moment, his face flushed red, and he almost vomited blood. Shameless person, he had to add, defeat him in the next battle. If Suyu loses, I guarantee that I will give you an advanced mystic level Wenbing. This thing, Ling Yunjing could not afford. Zhou Pingxing looked at Zhang Hai, and looked at the strong team formed by several veteran students in the crowd. Only they had hope. If he did not let Suyu enter the Sea of Consciousness secret realm, even if it was extremely embarrassing now, even if he had to pay the price of a mystic level Wenbing, he could not give Suyu a chance to win 3 rounds. With such a strong Suyu, who would dare to challenge him? Suyu smiled faintly. One is not enough. It's not enough for 5 people. Spending a Wenbing in exchange for 5 people crippled, and all of them are geniuses and powerhouses. That's too little. Director Zhou, you have the money, don't Wenbing, just spend 10,000 merit points, maybe someone will be tempted. At this moment, even Sun Galao did not stop Zhou Pingxing. Suyu had become strong too quickly, their last team was easily crippled by him. Such a person, spending 10,000 merit points was worth it, Suyu had to be taken care of, otherwise, even if he reached Soar, who could suppress him? Zhou Pingxing gritted his teeth and roared, 10,000 merit points, defeat Suyu. Suyu smiled. Add a prefix, defeat me in the next round. Otherwise, if I admit defeat, what if you go back on your words? I will admit defeat at any time. Zhou Pingxing was so angry that he didn't want to reply. Suyu said playfully, how about this, I won't fight, and you give me 10,000 merit points. Let's have the best of both worlds, how about it? Bastard. Zhou Pingxing was furious, Suyu had a playful look on his face. How am I a bastard? Your goal is for me to lose, and I won't fight anymore. Isn't it better if you give me 10,000 merit points? I'm a freshman, and I don't know how to control my strength. If I cripple a few geniuses, 10,000 merit points won't be enough to make up for it. Below the stage, no one said a word. Risking the futures of 5 people just for 10,000 merit points, even if Xianxia was willing, his 4 teammates would not agree. Xianxia had the competence to protect himself, but they did not. Who in their right mind would be willing to cripple themselves in exchange for 2,000 contribution points? Those who could enter the Civilization Institute were all pursuing Soar. Even if they sold their future for 2,000 merit points, it might not even be enough to pay for the medicine. Suyu laughed again. This is the strength of a civilization master. Cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and martial arts are things that can't be learned without studying them. At this moment, Zhou Pingxing seemed to have thought of something. He said sharply, you're Wanzu's disciple. Apart from the sky-splitting saber, where did you learn the other heaven-grade cultivation techniques? As soon as he said that, many people looked at Suyu. Yes, where did Suyu get so many heaven-grade cultivation techniques? Suyu laughed and said, why should I tell you? I obtained the inheritance myself, and even researched them myself. What can you do to me? It's not like I secretly inherited or stole the cultivation techniques. Do you have the right to ask me how I got them? You better find a source to prove that I stole the cultivation techniques. Then, I'll tell you how I got them. Suyu laughed and said, this is the Xianxia faction? Because I'm strong, I'm Wanzu's disciple. This accusation is too big. I can even say that you're Wanzu's disciple. Otherwise, why would you suppress the Institute's genius students? What are your intentions? The last sentence was shouted by Suyu. The Battle of Danduo is still under the control of Dixia province. You slander me as Wanzu's disciple. What are your intentions? You covet the student's private inheritance. What are your intentions? In the entire human realm, which powerhouse doesn't have some inheritance? Do they have to be made public to you? How dare you? Suyu roared, his voice echoing throughout the arena. He looked at Huang Lao and said loudly, Director Huang, you covet the student's inheritance and slander them for defecting to the enemy. Is this what the deputy head of the Great Xia Civilization University's library should say? Zhou Pingxing said angrily, slander? I'm just doubting it. You come from an ordinary background from southern Yuan. Where did you get the inheritance? Who can guarantee that you're not someone planted by Wanzu? Suyu said faintly, 300 years ago, those invincible people rose to power. They all had ordinary backgrounds. Were they also Wanzu's people? You, bastard, you're confusing us. Suyu, if you don't tell us the source of the cultivation method, you might be Wanzu's man. At this moment, Zhou Pingxing was ready to go all out. 4 of his disciples had been crippled, and he had a bad reputation. People in his own faction didn't like him. If he didn't take down Suyu, he wouldn't be able to keep his foothold, Suyu said with a smile. Source? It's very simple. Is what my grandmaster gave me enough? You can ask my grandmaster how I got it. How about that? You, Zhou Pingxing was furious. At this moment, someone laughed and said, I did. What about it? Is it very rare that I have a cultivation method? Zhou Pingxing, I suspect that your mother didn't give birth to you. Prove it to me. Otherwise, I suspect that you're the illegitimate child of Zhou Mingren and the Fire Dolphin clan. His words shook everyone's hearts. F*ck, how dare you say that? Who is it? The next moment, Many people looked at the old man who had just arrived. Hong Tan bent his back and said with a smile, "Prove it. Otherwise, I'll suspect that you're a descendant of Wan, a descendant of the fire dolphin. Hurry up. And Zhou Mingren, prove to me that he didn't have an affair with the fire dolphin and didn't give birth to you. If you can't prove it, I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, a half-step sun-moon aura pressed down. In the distance, in the Xianxia area, a powerful aura rose. Hong Tan didn't care. He said with a smile, "Principal, I suspect that a descendant of Wan has infiltrated the academy and is interrogating him. If there's no evidence to prove that he's not, I'll kill him." Hong Tan's aura exploded, and he said coldly, "Since when did the academy start to commit crimes for no reason? If that's the case, don't blame me for not following the rules." In the distance, in the Xianxia area. After a moment of silence, Wan Tianqing's voice came slowly. "Don't go too far. You've crossed my bottom line again and again. Rules are the last resort to restrain me, you, and many others. If you're not willing to follow the rules, I'm happy to fulfill your wish." At this moment, everyone's heart turned cold. Zhou Pingxing felt like his liver was about to explode. At this moment, he felt an incomparably crazy murderous intent roiling in his sea of consciousness, and it almost destroyed his sea of consciousness. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Hong Tan's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said with a smile, "I'm joking. Why would I kill someone? I'm an honest man. This fellow is looking for trouble. Principal, I'm going back. I just remembered that I haven't cleaned up yet." With a whoosh, the void shattered, and he fled. At this moment, Huang Lao, Sun Galao, and the others stood up and looked at Xiao. Wan Tianqing said faintly, "This is the last warning. Rules are not meant to be broken. Zhou Pingxing, a student's belongings are a student's, and yours is yours. Don't meddle. Unless you can prove that Suyu has secretly learned some cultivation technique that is not allowed to be passed down, otherwise, if there's a next time, I'll send you on an adventure to the demonic domain. Pingxing, remember." Zhou Pingxing roared, his face pale, and there was some fear in it. At that moment, he thought he was already dead. Principal was more terrifying than he had imagined. On the stage, Suyu also lowered his head, trying to keep a low profile. *CK, he actually provoked old Wan. If this person really punished him, he might also be in trouble. It was better to keep a low profile. What a terrifying killing intent. He could feel it even from where he was, and his willpower was almost shaken. That grandmaster of his had run away in fright after popping up. It was clear how powerful Wan Tianqing was. Wan Tianqing quickly retracted his aura. Everything was the same as when he suppressed Qing Yuming. Nothing happened. He did not care about the battle between students. How they fought and how they fought was within the rules. He could not be bothered to interfere. However, Wan Tianqing had touched his bottom line. The terror of him was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. In the crowd, Jin Yong looked over there and was speechless for a long time. He was thinking, if he killed Zhou Pingxing, would he be able to escape his pursuit? "I'm afraid, there's no hope." His master, a half-step sun-moon cultivator, was not weaker than some of those who had just entered the sun-moon realm. At this moment, he was escaping through the air and was unwilling to fight him head-on. It was obvious that his master was not confident. Everything was quiet. Zhou Pingxing did not speak anymore, and the students were taken away. 10 students went up the stage, and 10 of them were crippled. Those in the first round were slightly injured, but those in the second round were almost crippled. Suyu waited for Wan Tianqing to retract his aura and smiled again. "The second round is over. Another team." No one said a word. Lu Hong's eyes flickered. Suyu's strength was beyond imagination. This guy, according to this momentum, could he fight the top one in the top 100? Without saying anything, Lu Hong was extremely low-key at this moment. He shouted, "The rest of you, continue. It's not like there's only one arena. Those who are willing to challenge Suyu, continue to go up the stage." No one paid attention to him. On the other side, Zhang Hai glanced at Suyu, took a deep breath, and directly went up to another arena. Jiang Mu, Li Minyu, and the other top 10 experts also did the same, each occupying an arena. The confident teams each occupied an arena. The arena battle began. Seeing this, Suyu could not help but laugh. At this moment, he was not in a hurry. He looked at the others and said, I want to apply for a research institute to recruit talents. Of course, I need like-minded friends. I won't recruit too many people in the early stages. Everyone can consider it. Also, if you're worried about revenge, don't come. There's no need for the students from Xianxia's faction to come here. If they aren't spies, they will be punished. There's no need for them to injure themselves. Suyu began to advertise. He chuckled and said, the main purpose of this research institute is to study Wan cultivation techniques and decipher the Wan civilization. Other than that, I'll also learn about Shenwen and Wenbing. I won't go into anything else for the time being. As for my main topic, to put it bluntly, I want to try and see if I can develop some targeted cultivation techniques. My main target is some tribes in the Wan, he spoke with fervor and assurance. Even though there was no response from the audience, Suyu did not mind. Establishing a research institute, this was the space he had prepared for his atlas. Some things could be leaked, and some things could not be leaked. As for the Wentan Research Center, they were researching Shenwen and the gifted blood essence. Who would believe that the Wentan Research Center could come up with a cultivation technique every day? It was fine if it was just one or two, but who would believe a bunch of them? At the same time, he wanted to see if he could rope in a batch of genius students. That's right. He only wanted to recruit geniuses for the research institute. As for non-geniuses, forget it. If they were not geniuses, they might not even understand. It was not just talent in martial arts. It was mainly in other aspects. For example, language experts, or experts in civilization exploration. At the side, Zhou Hao suddenly said, "You're too strong." Too strong? It seemed like there was no place for him to use his skills anymore. Suyu smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. This is only the second round." Would Zhang Hai and the others give up? No way, they were not willing to fight with Suyu now. It would only benefit others. If they really wanted to give up, they would not fight now. Zhang Hai and the others were not the same group of people as before. They were a bunch of old people and had long lost their drive. Suyu spoke with fervor and assurance. In the viewing area, the group of researchers from Xianxuan's faction was silent. They failed. A group of people actually could not stop Suyu. Not only that, it allowed Suyu to use this as a stepping stone to prove his strength, his genius, and his demonic talent to the entire school. Sun Galao set up a soundproofing array. Yu Hong and Li Galao also rushed over. Zhou Mingren did not come. The three Galaos were silent. A student who had been cultivating had slapped their faces time and time again. Xianxuan's faction had been dormant for so many years. Now, they kept fighting back, and they were actually powerless to resist. Sun Galao looked coldly at Zhou Pingxing and then at Lu Hong. Lu Hongyi had a helpless expression. I wanted to let the other four drag him down. This, who knew he was so strong, this was very helpless. Don't look at me, he did not win in a team battle. It was 1 against 5, not 1-on-1, but 1 against 5. He won. Not only did he win, but he won easily. Sun Galao suppressed the anger in his heart. It's not your fault. This matter could not be blamed on Lu Hong. It was meaningless to vent his anger on him. If he really wanted to vent his anger, he should vent it on that idiot Zhou Pingxing. Pingxing, did you provide the starting capital for Suyu? Zhou Pingxing's expression changed. He said in a low voice, that day, I asked the few Galaos, and Galao agreed. Junior Lu was also there. He knew the situation. Lu Hong said dryly, yes, Sun Galao, this matter, we really did not expect Suyu to be so treacherous. That day, Xiao Jia's people and many people from other forces were there. None of them noticed anything unusual. He had to speak up for Zhou Pingxing. This matter could not be investigated further. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Is that so? Sun Galao said coldly, then is it really 100,000 merit points? He looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong, you say it. Lu Hongxing cursed in his heart, damn, why are you asking me now? If I ask, did I offend Zhou Pingxing and Zhou Mingren, why does Sun Galao have to drag me into this? Look at the situation now. Zhou Pingxing's face was dark and did not speak. Lu Hong said awkwardly, this, that. Sun Galao, we can talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is not to let Suyu get the quota. Lu Hong said hurriedly, the previous countermeasure has changed. He is so strong. If we let him advance to soar, that will be a big problem. Sun Galao did not speak. Yu Hong said coldly, who will stop him? Zhan Hai and the rest? Can they stop him from succeeding? There is still hope. After all, Suyu is just one person. No matter how strong he is just one person, Lu Hong said hurriedly. If not, how about this, when we enter the secret realm, arrange for a large number of powerhouses to surround Suyu and not let him absorb the willpower. What else can he do if he cannot absorb the willpower in the surroundings? As soon as this was said, the others nodded slightly. Suyu was likely to get the quota. They had to be on guard, since that was the case, and they could not attack the students. The best way was to let a few powerhouses surround him and absorb the nearby willpower, not giving Suyu a chance. Lu Hong saw this and said, in addition, Suyu wants to build a research center. This. Old son, do you think the school directly rejected it? Suyu does not seem to be a crazy person. No one knows what he wants to do. It is better to be safe. Sun Galao did not speak. This was a slap to his face. He did not want to do it. Moreover, it was just giving the other party a place. This was not difficult, unless they did not give Suyu a chance to apply successfully. Sun Galao said in a low voice, we will discuss this later. As for whether the merit points just now were 100,000, Lu Hong did not answer. The others knew that there was a problem. It was definitely not 100,000 merit points. That useless Zhou Pingxing not only provided Suyu with a large number of merit points, but also pocketed them. Sun Galao and the others really wanted to kill him, unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. As he said this, Sun Galao warned, Zhou Pingxing, don't give us any more trouble. If you dare to mess around in the institute, I will send you to the All Heavens battlefield. Once again, he angered Wan Tianxing. Today, Wan Tianxing's outburst had even chilled him. Principal, it was probably the end of the world. Zhou Pingxing lowered his head and said nothing. Taking it out on them, he knew that he was now their punching bag. These people would not admit to their own mistakes. They would only blame everything on him. Suppressing Wu Jia and getting rid of Chen Yong. Was it his doing? That was the grand strategy of Shan Shenwen's faction. In the end, it seemed that he was the one who insisted on being the curator, even though he had the same intention. If they did not agree to buy the information, could he get the merit points to buy it? Did he ask them to organize this competition? Was it his idea to deal with Suyu in the competition? None of them. In the end, all the blame was on him. Were these people in the right? Dealing with Hong Tan, Lu Wenyan, and the others was a complete failure. It was precisely because of this that Shan Shenwen's faction emerged. Otherwise, if they suppressed Hong Tan and the others, what could Suyu do? They were discussing and throwing the blame to each other. Suyu, on the other hand, was leisurely recovering his primordial qi. He had expended a lot of primordial qi. He might have ended the battle in an instant, but he had given it his all. There was still a big battle coming up. You say you don't want the slot, but you're kidding me. I've been fighting for a long time just for the slot. Senior Lu, Senior Yang, Brother Lin. We still have a chance to get the slots. Hearing that, Xianxia could not help but look at Lin Yao. What was going on? Earlier, Lin Yao had said that they had a chance to get the slots. In the end, they really had a chance, Suyu said with a smile. It was not convenient for you to make a move before. Now that the slots have been given to outsiders, why don't you go and ask your teacher, Big Brother, or Sun Galao if you want to make a move? If you do, Shan Shenwen's faction will at least get 3 slots. Hearing that, their expressions changed again. Suyu suddenly shouted, Sun Galao, why don't you ask Lu He and the rest to cooperate with me? If I get the slots, you can at least get 3 slots back. No, Zhou Hao can be counted as well. You can get 4 slots back. If you don't give them to me and insist on giving them to others, none of you will be able to get them back. Suyu laughed and said, as for me, even if I lose the slots, it doesn't matter. I can at least save a few seeds for Shan Shenwen's faction. Now, only these few have a chance. The others are either crippled or have all their rights taken away. Are you not going to let the freshmen enter this time? Sun Galao dispelled the soundproof formation. His face was dark. What he said, he felt that it made sense. It was the truth, another 10 people were crippled. Previously, Zhai Feng and the rest had their rights to enter the Arcana realm restricted. How many geniuses did Shan Shenwen's faction have? How many students could enter the top 100? But he couldn't be bothered with Suyu. Even if Lu He and the rest didn't win, they could still fight for a chance for Lu He. Now, Zhai Feng, Qiu Yun, and Huang Qifeng couldn't enter. Guo Xingquan had joined the third party. In other words, Lu He's ranking was higher. He even had a chance to become a top student under 30 years old. This was ridiculous, he felt aggrieved. The prestigious Shanghai Academy was being made fun of by a student. So you asked them to take the initiative to let Lu He and the rest help. How was that possible? Suyu smiled as he recovered. Sun Galao, be magnanimous. Think about it. To be honest, I can get it by myself. But if I do, it means that Shan Shenwen's faction is really useless. If Senior Lu and the rest help, they can at least give you a fig leaf. Really, speaking of which, it can be said that it's all thanks to you seniors. Suyu smiled. I don't mind giving up the credit. It's all thanks to you seniors that I got the spot. I'll thank you all. Sun Galao looked at him coldly. Yu Hong snorted. What a sharp-tongued guy. Suyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. I'm serious. If you don't want to consider it, then forget it. Suyu sighed. He said loudly, today, I'll bring a few seniors from Shan Shenwen's faction to fight for the spot. I'm grateful to Shan Shenwen's faction for giving me this chance. It's fine even if I lose. Does the 10,000 merit points that Director Zhou promised me still count? If it doesn't, then forget it. It's not the first time he went back on his word anyway. Zhou Pingxing looked at him coldly. Suyu smiled. Does it still count? On the other side, someone jeered, does it count or not? If it counts, I might even win. Qingyun Fai, this guy was not afraid of death. When it came to jeering, he was good at it. On the other side, Wu Jia also said loudly, if it counts, I'll beat up my junior too. Maybe I can even earn some merit points. Zhou Pingxing was boiling with anger, damn it, he was an elite of Lingyan 7, the deputy head of the library. Today, he had become a laughingstock. A bunch of juniors dared to humiliate him in public, damn it, he took a deep look at Suyu. He did not stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would explode. He got up, turned around, and left. Meanwhile, Suyu still said loudly, Galao, Huang Lao, does his words count? Give us a clear answer. As an intermediate researcher and deputy head of the library, you can't just disregard his words, can you? Sun Galao and the others wanted to ignore him. Huang Lao thought for a moment and asked, Sun Galao, what do you say? Does it count? Indeed, he had to give a clear answer, otherwise, it would be another round of wrangling later. Sun Galao said coldly, it counts. Of course it counts. Whoever defeats Suyu. Whoever defeats Suyu in the Shenwen competition will count. They could still afford to pay 10,000 merit points. If they really defeated Suyu, it would be worth it even if they did not give him a slot. Otherwise, if they went back on their word, the entire Shan Shenwen faction would have no credibility to speak of. The blunder from the last time almost made them the public enemy of the academy. Suyu smiled. That's good. Everyone heard that. I welcome everyone to challenge me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll admit defeat. Just give me some merit points. No one took him seriously. What a joke, unless he really could not get a slot, Suyu would not give up so easily. Still, no one challenged them. The battles in the other arenas were also very lively, but they were less exciting and more solemn. So what if they won? Could they really defeat Suyu and the rest? They were too strong. In one match, Suyu had beaten them to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. This was only the second round. Many people began to have the thought of just give up. Amidst the silence, the second round of the competition came to an end. 160 teams had won 3 times. No, there was still an anomaly, Suyu who had won 2 times. 160 teams looked at Suyu. According to the rules, he could challenge any team. If he won, he would replace the team. If he lost, he would step down from the arena. Some of the weaker teams had a helpless look on their faces. Some teams were injured after winning 3 times and had no energy to fight anymore. Most importantly, there were a few teams that were formed by Xianxia's faction. Xianxia's faction had a lot of people. There were many teams participating in the competition. After a few rounds of elimination, many of them had been eliminated. However, there were still people from Xianxia's faction. These people were terrified. Suyu was too ruthless. Many of the top 100 students had been crippled by him. Without any background, it was difficult for them to heal their injuries. As for Suyu, he did not stand on ceremony. He pointed at a team and smiled. Do you want to admit defeat yourselves, or do you want me to beat you until you're on the brink of death? In the team that he pointed at, there was a familiar face to Suyu. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to identify who was from Xianxia's faction. Senior sister, I spared you the last time. Don't tell me you want to fight me again this time? In that team, there was a girl that Suyu was familiar with. When they were fighting in the top 100, he had pierced her chest with his saber. She was furious and even scolded him. She even said that she would not stop until he was dead next time. Suyu felt that he should grant her wish. In the crowd, Chen Huan's face was ashen. Last time, Suyu had humiliated her. This time, he was targeting her again. Despicable, despicable, she deserved to die. Just as she was about to go up the stage, the people around her looked at her with a look of resistance and reluctance. They did not want to die. Although Chen Huan was not weak and was also in the top 100, Suyu was too cruel. If they went up, they would not even be in the top 100. They would be killed by Suyu. It was even possible that the judges could not stop him. Senior sister Chen, the few of them looked at her with a pleading look. Just admit defeat. They did not want to go up the stage. At that moment, the crowd was looking at them. Many people sighed when Chen Huan said I admit defeat in frustration. The backbone of this generation of Xianxia had been broken by Suyu, completely broken, from top to bottom. They were all broken by him. After a few rounds, some were crippled, some were seriously injured, and some were punished. Now, probably only the strongest Zhai Feng had not fought with him. However, Zhai Feng was about the same level as the 5 people just now. Fighting with him would only bring humiliation to himself. As they were thinking about it, Suyu suddenly laughed. It's a pity that Senior Zhai Feng and the rest are not in the academy. Otherwise, I would be able to find time to fight in the top 100. I wonder how many ranks I can get. No one said a word. Lu Hong went up the stage and ignored him. The second round has ended. 160 teams will advance to the next round. The third round. Draw lots. 80 teams will advance to the next round. The same goes for the fourth round. 40 teams will advance to the next round. 20 teams will advance to the next round. The sixth round will determine the top 10. This time, he did not have any special battles. In this competition, he was crippled by Suyu in just 2 rounds. If this continued, there would be a few teams from Xianxinwen's team. If they were tortured by Suyu, after the competition ended, it would probably be time for the students from Xianxinwen's team to cry. The third round, the fourth round, the fifth round, Suyu won without a fight. He advanced to the top 20 with ease. It was so easy that it was unbelievable. No one dared to challenge him. Not only his team, but Zhang Hai's team also received the same treatment. The gap was too big. If they did not understand it before, when Suyu defeated Li Shiyun's team, and when Zhang Hai defeated a few old men easily, everyone understood. The young people of this generation were too strong. The old men who could not advance to the next round before the age of 30 were no match for them. In the sixth round, Suyu drew lots. His opponent was a little surprising. Wu Jia's team, they had advanced to the top 20. In this team, the strongest was Li Mingyu. She was ranked 4th in the top 100 list, 1 rank lower than Jiang Mu. In addition, Wu Jia and Lin Qing were also in the top 100 list. Li Mingyu looked at Suyu, then looked at Wu Jia. She smiled and said slowly, "Looks like we can't get the reward for the top 10. Although I really want to fight with you, but I'm afraid that your senior sister will betray us. That would be boring." She, who was close to Soar, really wanted to fight with Suyu. However, today was not the time. "Don't you want to try?" Suyu smiled, "Maybe I can try." After all, I have 4 wooden dummies here. Li Mingyu smiled. Forget it. Let's give the chance to Xianxia. I hope you guys won't meet soon. Actually, I want to see you guys meet in the finals. That way, it will be more interesting. Suyu smiled. If we meet, it will be the finals. It was easy to say, but it was overbearing. If they met, it would be the finals. After defeating Xianxia, Suyu did not seem to care about the other teams. The number 1 person in the top 100 was indeed outstanding. At the very least, those old students had all claimed to be on par with Xianxia. Suyu hadn't been able to tell that Xianxia had also encountered a relatively strong team of old students, and in the end, he had easily defeated them. Li Mingyu smiled. That might not be the case. Over there is a Wan student team. Do you see it? I see it. Suyu nodded and smiled at the group of students wearing cloaks. His face was full of goodwill. Wan student team, it should be a special team. This team was made up of Wan students. There were 5 of them in one team. It should be a special team. It was hard to say whether they were strong or weak. Anyway, it felt like they did not use their full strength, and the other team easily entered the top 20. Suyu was interested to test their strength. Unfortunately, he did not meet them. Li Mingyu chose to admit defeat and no longer fought. Suyu easily entered the top 10. Soon, the other teams also had their victories and defeats. Xianxia, Jiangmu, and Wan student team entered the top 10, the other 6 teams also had strong students. They were all very strong, close to the level of Soar. Before Suyu said anything, Xianxia suddenly said, Suyu, it's too boring to compete round after round. Why don't we split into 4 teams, and whoever defeats the 4 teams can come and play? Xianxia was very arrogant at this moment. He felt that it was very boring. He actually wanted to spar with Suyu earlier, but he did not want to lose his spot. He wanted to defeat the other 8 teams first. Xianxia looked at Lu Hong and said, Teacher Lu, why don't we give it a try? Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at him, then at Suyu. Then he looked at the other teams and said with a smile, being the first in the top 100 is confidence. Xianxia, are you sure you want to compete like this? Xianxia said with a smile, if Suyu has no objections, then it's no problem. As for the others, I gave them a chance. Don't tell me they don't cherish it? If they can't even accept this, then don't compete. I won't give them first place. Suyu said with a smile, I have no objections. It's good to save time. It's getting dark. I still need to go back and read. I haven't even finished today's homework. Both of them were very arrogant, the other teams were a little noisy. Soon, someone in the crowd said, since both of you have said so, we naturally have no objections. As for the order. Before he finished, Xianxia said lightly, up to you. Anyway, it won't take too much effort. This guy's arrogance was a little strange. Previously, he was not so domineering. Jiangmu suddenly looked at him and nodded. He sighed and said, okay. He could see it, Xianxia was ready to advance. He was ready to fight with Suyu after fighting with the others. This guy did not intend to be on the same list as Suyu and fight for first place in the top 100 list. If it were him, maybe, he would not want it either. Jiangmu sighed in his heart, first place, he had not even sat on it yet. Xianxia had already gone down. He had a lot of hope, but now, it was hard to say. Lu Hong glanced at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, okay. Xianxia, advancing in the arena is not considered cheating, Soar. I have faith in you. Xianxia ignored him. He kept staring at Suyu. As for Suyu, he could guess his intention. He smiled and did not say anything. Using me to advance, sorry, we'll talk about it later. Kill Zhou Hao first. Otherwise, I won't bother to fight with you. It's boring. The battle continued. The top 10 teams were indeed very strong. The first team that Suyu encountered was very strong. They did not admit defeat. Their strength was about the same as Shan Shenwen's team. All 5 of them were strong. However, Suyu had defeated those 5 people. It was about the same for the others. In just over a minute, Suyu finished the battle. Consecutive battles. The second team was Jiangmu's team. Suyu had a deeper impression of Jiangmu than the others. This was because when he entered the school, he met him outside the top 100 tower. He met the student who made Wanshi, a level 7 expert, give way. Wanshi, level 7. Suyu had defeated many of them. However, in his eyes, he was indeed very strong. Jiangmu did not let the others join the battle. He challenged Suyu alone. He was indeed strong. There was also a level 2 Shenwen. After fighting for more than 3 minutes, Suyu used shattering mountains and seas to force his opponent to retreat. Jiangmu left the arena immediately. He did not continue the battle. He still had his strength. However, he did not want to waste too much of Suyu's energy. It was meaningless. He was indeed slightly weaker than Suyu. If the battle continued, he might seriously injure Suyu. However, he wanted to see Suyu go all out against Xianxia. Suyu really wanted to spar with a few students from the Myriad races, but unfortunately, they had been assigned to Xianxia's side. The next two teams were strong. However, their strength was limited. Suyu defeated them easily. When Suyu defeated 4 teams easily, Xianxia did not let his teammates attack. He defeated 4 teams single-handedly. When Suyu looked at him, Xianxia sent a cloaked student flying with a punch. Xianxia gave the few people a glance and said coldly, hiding the head and showing the tail, boring. If you don't want to go all out next time, you don't need to participate in such a competition. Among the 5 cloaked men, one of them laughed. Senior Jean is strong. Even if we return to our original forms and go all out, we might not win. Miss Su is strong too. She did not expend much energy. I want to see Senior Jean and Miss Su fight at their peak. Xianxia snorted. He did not have a good impression of the Wan students. He could feel that these people were strong. However, they did not go all out. They did not even use their talents. He was not interested in interacting with these sneaky fellows. Xianxia looked at Suyu. He did not look at the others. He said calmly, why don't we fight to determine the winner? The others don't need to participate. Suyu smiled. Forget it. Look at your teammates. They fought so hard to reach this stage. If you don't want them to participate, it is too disrespectful. Senior Jean, this is not about us fighting for the top 100 list. It is about the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm slot. When he said that, the eyes of Xianxia's teammates changed. That was a look of gratitude. That was right, this was not a fight for the top 100 list. It was a fight for the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm slot. This was a fight for the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm slot. Since they could fight 5 against 1, they insisted on 1 against 1. Were they crazy? You, Xianxia, do not care about the slot. We care about it. As for bullying with numbers, that is the rule. Who asked Suyu's teammates to be so weak? You can fight however you want in the top 100 list. At this moment, the way the 4 of them looked at Suyu changed. He was a confidant, a good man. Junior Suyu was the one who cared about them. Suyu laughed in his heart. Sorry. Later, the few of you, be prepared to be quickly defeated by me. The strength of Xianxia's teammates was only SOSO. Yuquan glanced at Zhou Hao. I will leave Xianxia to you. He had been a wooden dummy for a day. If he did not put in some effort, the slot was not for nothing. Zhou Hao did not say anything. He was eager to try. He also liked to rely on himself to get what belonged to him. Xianxia was close to soar. He was very strong, but he was not afraid. The last battle. Both teams walked onto the stage again. Suyu exhaled lightly. He was a little distracted. On the first day of school, he thought that he could replace him and become the first in the top 100 list. Now, this time had come too quickly. A genius like me is really powerful, Xianxia. Suyu smiled and suddenly thought of someone. I didn't beat Lin Qing. What a pity. I wanted to beat Lin Qing to get into the top 100 and earn some merit points. Suyu smiled and suddenly thought of someone. This battle was hosted and judged by Zhao Ming. Looking at both sides, Zhao Ming said angrily, I am warning you. Do not kill anyone. Did you know how embarrassing it was? Someone almost died. Suyu smiled, I won't. Teacher, don't worry. Don't worry, I am worried about you. You are not a good person. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu soared into the air. Xianxia was also extremely fast. He was already used to Suyu being the only one in every battle. so his target was only Suyu, yet, at this moment, an extremely intense surge of vital energy suddenly exploded beside him. Zhou Hao did not make a sound. He was like a hunter on his hunt. He threw a punch, incomparably powerful, his blood and energy exploded. 144 acupuncture points shone with a bright light. He threw a punch. Xianxia did not expect him to attack. He was surprised and kicked sideways. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, had no intention of retreating at all. He even took the initiative to move his head forward, bending his body to deliver another punch. Xianxia paused. One being flashed and a sword appeared. The previous side kick had avoided his head. He avoided it, but Zhou Hao would not. He gambled that Xianxia did not dare to kill. A practitioner who did not dare to kill was trash and deserved to be killed. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Xianxia's leg was hit by a punch. He retreated a few meters. His trousers were instantly dyed red. Xianxia frowned. He could not care about Suyu anymore. Zhou Hao was much stronger than he imagined. This guy was crazy. He actually attacked him. He wanted to use all his strength to deal with Suyu. He wanted to take the chance to advance. When Zhou Hao hit him, his arm was slashed by the sword. Blood flowed out. Zhou Hao did not care at all. He pounced forward like a tiger. His killing intent was boiling. Kill! With a shout, Xianxia's mind trembled. He instantly became clear-headed. His willpower exploded and charged at Zhou Hao. Xianxia's body froze. His qi and blood erupted, and his vital energy exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He bit off half of his tongue, and with a roar, he regained consciousness and pounced on Xianxia. He was like a ferocious beast coming out of its cage. The fiendish aura and the stench of blood caused Xianxia to feel slightly nauseous. This guy, what's going on? The moment he was distracted, a bone-piercing chill came from behind him. F***K. Xianxia cursed in his heart. He did not want to besiege Suyu. In the end, Suyu was besieging him. Yes, in this instant, Suyu actually kicked the other four out of the arena. The change was too fast. The people below the stage had not reacted yet. They saw two fierce beasts besieging Xianxia. Yes, two fierce beasts. Suyu and Zhou Hao's battle was bloody and shocking. At this moment, the two of them joined forces. They were like hungry wolves hunting, one in front, one behind. Although the two of them had never cooperated before, they were cooperating extremely well. Xianxia had just attacked Suyu from the side. His waist suffered a blow from Zhou Hao's energy, like 1,000 mountains pressing down. The killing intent froze the void. Xianxia roared. His willpower exploded. In the end, Suyu's hammer came smashing down. He was a little dizzy. Zhou Hao's palm turned into a claw. With a swipe, his flesh and blood flew. The two of them were too ferocious. At this moment, Xianxia was intimidated by the two's killing intent. The moment his willpower was released, he was struck by Suyu's little hammer. After a few hits, Xianxia was indeed incomparably strong. He did not faint, nor did he faint. However, he was still hammered until he bled from his 7 apertures. At this moment, what sore advancement? Stop messing around. He had no way to focus on one person. There was no way to fight one person alone. Zhou Hao was only Qian Jun, but this guy was too crazy. He did not care about his life. He traded injury for injury. If Xianxia was not careful, he would have another wound on his body. The people below the stage were stunned. Was this still Xianxia? Xianxia was not that weak, but Xianxia's killing intent was not strong. He was surrounded by two fierce beasts in human form. They cooperated well and exchanged injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was too hurtful. At this moment, Xianxia was angry. He slapped Zhou Hao until he vomited blood and his bones were broken. He wanted to turn around to deal with Suyu, but his arm was in pain. Zhou Hao was like a water snake. He wrapped around his body and bit his arm. Blood splattered. Zhou Hao was no different from a fierce beast at this moment. His eyes were clear. When he saw Xianxia turned around, he did not think and hit him. Bang! His head was bleeding, blood splattered. Xianxia went a little crazy and struck Zhou Hao's head ruthlessly. Zhou Hao's nose was smashed, but he grinned and bit down ruthlessly again. Xianxia was furious. He slashed his sword down and wanted to kill him. At this moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Pucci, a short knife swept across his neck. Pucci, blood splattered, Xianxia was furious. At this moment, Zhao Ming suddenly grabbed Zhou Hao and dragged him away from Xianxia. Before he left, Zhou Hao was biting a piece of flesh. Xianxia's arm was in pain. His sword missed, but it was too late to change his move. With a bang, he felt a sharp pain on his back. With a bang, he fell to the ground and fell out of the arena. At this moment, Xianxia's face was ugly. He glanced at Zhou Hao, who was still grinning, and turned back to look at Suyu. Suyu looked indifferent and smiled. It's not the top 100 battle. I won't play with senior brother. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. He was defeated just like that. F***ck. He met two madmen. He had no way to reason with them. Not only did he not win, he had more than 10 wounds on his body. They were all deep to the bone. Most importantly, 2 pieces of flesh were bitten off by that madman Zhou Hao. His real strength was not like this. He wanted to use Suyu to advance to soar. He did not even use his real strength. He wanted to kill now. He was angry. He was not willing to lose. He turned to look at Zhou Hao. Seeing this madman laughing, Xianxia felt helpless. He was really a madman, both of them were. The murderous aura just now made his heart cold. Forget about Zhou Hao. Why did Suyu also have such a strong murderous aura? Zhou Hao came from the no man's land, from the beast gathering area. He had heard of him before. The key was Suyu. His murderous aura was also very strong. It gave him the feeling of death. He lost this battle inexplicably. Zhou Hao, this madman, did not make a move. He suddenly fought with his life on the line. It was too unexpected. On and off the stage, everyone was at a loss. In the last battle, they thought it would be Suyu and Xianxia's battle. They thought they could even fight for first place in the top 100. In the end, it was disrupted by Zhou Hao, a 1000 realm warrior. Xianxia received too much interference from Zhou Hao. Even if he heavily injured Zhou Hao, he still lost. He lost so much that the others felt sullen. What a miserable person. Jiang Mu and the others felt pity and wanted to laugh. If it was anyone else, they would also be sullen. Xianxia's plan to advance was directly destroyed. He did not even have the heart to focus on the battle. How could he advance? If he really wanted to advance, he might be disrupted by these two. Being distracted in 2 places, this kind of advancement had almost no hope of success. On the other side, Lu Hong was also speechless. He won just like that. He had a feeling that Shan Shenwen's faction did not get anything out of this competition. He did think that Suyu had a chance to win, but that was under the circumstance of fighting to the death. Now. Damn it, this guy's injuries were lighter than Zhou Hao's. This was not what he had expected. In this way, he would be questioned in Shan Shenwen's faction. They would question his ability. But he did not even manage to injure Suyu. He had given away 5 places for nothing. Lu Hong could already feel the gazes of Pavilion Elder Sun and the others. It was so cold that it pierced his back. This guy is too strong. It's troublesome for me. Lu Hongxin felt bitter. I'm in trouble. It's fine if you get injured to make Galao and the others happy. If I knew this would happen, I would have greeted them. You can pretend to be injured and I'll give you some merit points. Now we're in trouble. In the end, Galao and the others did not have a chance to be happy at all. This was too hurtful. Feeling helpless, seeing everyone looking at him, Lu Hong could only open his mouth and announce, Lu He's team wins. This is my final stubbornness. Lu He's team wins. This made Suyu want to laugh. Lu He's face was red and he was on the verge of breaking down. His own brother actually said that his team had won. At this moment, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground. This was too embarrassing. From morning to night, the competition had been going on for a whole day. Other than being the background, he did nothing else. Did he not feel embarrassed? Did he feel ashamed? Lu Hong was thick-skinned and did not care about this. After announcing the news, he quickly said, the team in first place will receive 5 slots to enter the Sea of Knowledge Secret Realm. The other teams will receive their rewards soon. Those who did not get into the top 10, don't be discouraged. Those who performed well this time will also receive some rewards. Lu Hong said with a smile, if the students who performed well this time do not have a teacher, even if they are over 30 years old, the researchers of the Faculty of Theology will also take in a batch of students. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar below the stage. Taking in students at this time, did the Shan faction feel that there were not enough people under them, or did they want to use them as cannon fodder? Sun Galao and the others did not say anything. Clearly, this was not Lu Hong's decision, but the few Galaos. Although they might become cannon fodder, his words still attracted the attention of many people. Someone below the stage immediately said, "Teacher Lu, do you have any requirements?" "That depends on the researchers themselves." Lu Hong smiled and said, "Taking in students depends on affinity." That was nonsense. If one did not have enough talent and strength, who would take a look at you? Although they did not know what the conditions were, at this moment, many people were tempted. As Lu Hong spoke, Suyu ignored him. He had already walked down the stage and was talking to Qin Yong. Hearing Lu Hong's words, Suyu whispered a few words. Qin Yong frowned slightly, thought about it, and nodded slightly, agreeing to it. Seeing this, Suyu did not stand on ceremony and said loudly, "Xinwen's faculty has been shut down, so we can't recruit people now. However, Xinwen's faculty is preparing to open an extracurricular training class. To put it bluntly, it's to strengthen our reputation and show that we have more people. Those who are interested can look for me to sign up." Suyu said loudly, "Our curator Chen, the curator of the Academy's library, is a senior middle-level researcher. He is knowledgeable and experienced. Those who have ideas and aren't afraid of being suppressed can come and try. Of course, you'll need to do some small things for the Xinwen faction within your capabilities. I won't let you guys die on stage like idiots. Maybe you'll run some errands, collect some materials, collect some data, and so on." Suyu's voice was very loud, directly suppressing Lu Hong's. Lu Hong glanced at him, smiled, and didn't mind. Interesting, he was here to pull a kill. The Xinwen faction had been streamlined for many years, and there weren't many people left. At this moment, Suyu was actually helping the Xinwen faction pull people. Would the people he pulled be useful? Suyu didn't care about him and continued, "I'll say this in advance. We don't have any benefits or merit rewards. Don't say that we didn't give any benefits when you enter the tutorial class. Knowledge is priceless. Those who are interested, come. Those who aren't, forget it. Only like-minded people are worth making friends with." After he said a few words, someone in the audience hurriedly said, "Then do we need to learn the Xinwen faction's Xinwen combat techniques?" Suyu smiled and said, "Then we have to sketch more than 10 Xinwen combat techniques before SOAR. Not everyone can do it. I won't lie to everyone. Those who can do it, after the Xinwen faction's inspection, as long as there aren't any major problems, it shouldn't be difficult to pass on the Xinwen combat techniques. Those who can't do it will delay everyone's advancement to SOAR. That's meaningless. The Xinwen faction has declined. Everyone has seen it. The main reason is because the Xinwen faction has a high threshold. Of course, there are benefits to having a high threshold. At the very least, people of the same level will be stronger." Suyu said loudly, "This includes some of the genius students in the academy. Even if they have teachers, as long as you feel that you have a chance of sketching more than 10 Xinwen, you can apply to learn the Xinwen combat techniques from me. The Xinwen faction is inclusive. As long as you pass the inspection, you will be taught. There are no restrictions on any faction." Suyu said again, "If you learn the Xinwen combat techniques, you can also deny that you are from the Xinwen faction when you leave. We don't take in disciples. We only pass on the fire of civilization." In the end, Suyu looked towards the students of the Single Divine Runic Arts Department. He shouted, "This includes those from the Single Divine Runic Arts Department, they can also come. Especially those who have joined the Xinwen faction. I feel that learning the Xinwen combat techniques should have a chance of increasing your strength." When he said that, Sun Galao and the others looked at Suyu and Qin Yong, their expressions changed. How was this a tutorial class? This was a disguised form of spreading the influence of the Xinwen faction and increasing the number of people. Sun Galao said coldly, "According to the Academy's rules, non-factions are not allowed to privately pass on cultivation methods and martial techniques." Suyu said directly, "Understood. I've already said that it's not a faction's inheritance. I've also said that there's no need to join the Xinwen faction. This is a benefit for everyone. The Xinwen combat techniques wall belongs to the Xinwen faction. There's no doubt about that. We are willing to share it with some people. Those who share it are our own people. This can be considered as a gift. Suyu said loudly, Sungalao, including your students, if they want to learn, I welcome them as well. Suyu had a smile on his face, his expression was gentle. Come, I welcome you to learn the Shinwen combat techniques. How could the Shinwen faction be destroyed? It wouldn't, as long as you pursued strength, had ideas, and had ambitions, the Shinwen faction would not be destroyed. And now, Bai Feng had developed a method to fill in the Shinwen combat techniques above the sword. It was a stroke of genius. If other students wanted to learn the Shinwen combat techniques, they could study it for a few years. Even if they could not complete the outline under the sword, it was fine. They could continue to study it. If they really wanted to join the Shinwen faction, they could continue to teach them the outline of the Shinwen combat techniques above the sword. That would be it. Recruiting soldiers and buying horses, this was the main purpose of Suyu today. Of course, it was not for the faction to recruit disciples. On the one hand, there was no quota. On the other hand, Suyu could not make the decision. He only sought Xianxia's opinion to see if he could rope in a group of people. Even if he could not rope them into his own faction, he had to make these people maintain a neutral position. Only geniuses would come to learn the Shinwen combat techniques. And geniuses were usually Galao's descendants or disciples. Your own people were learning the Shinwen combat techniques, and you have the cheek to suppress them? Sun Galao frowned and shouted, many people have forgotten what happened 50 years ago. Don't waste your life. If you waste too much time under the sword, can you still learn the sword? More than 10 Shinwen runes, countless runes of will. History has proven that the so-called Shinwen combat techniques are a burden. Suyu smiled and did not say anything. He said faintly, perhaps. That's why our academy's first, third, and fifth generation principals were mostly experts from the Shinwen faction. My grandmaster was only half a step into the Sun-Moon realm, not yet the Sun-Moon realm. There are also many people from the Shinwen faction who have really declined, and their strength is only SOSO. Sun Galao almost vomited blood. This be asterisk starred. How was he supposed to refute the previous principles? Just as Sun Galao was fuming, Lu Hong suddenly said, everyone, think about it yourselves. Suyu is very strong. Everyone has seen it, but Suyu spent tens of thousands of merit points under the sword. Not everyone can be like Suyu. When these words came out, many people were shocked. How much? Tens of thousands of merit points, what the heck? This guy swallowed money. At this moment, many people heaved a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. I was wondering how this guy cultivated so quickly. For a moment, some people even thought that they could do it too, Suyu did not mind. He smiled and said, then I have to thank Teacher Liu and Director Zhou, right? If not for you guys giving me so many merit points, I wouldn't have been able to waste them. Oh, right, private giving of merit points is actually not allowed. But I've used them all, so please don't criticize me. Suyu smiled and bowed to Lu Hong. With a respectful expression, he said, Teacher Liu, thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to get so many merit points. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the quota for the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm. Suyu said loudly, thank you for your nurturing, Teacher Liu. Today, I'm returning the favor. Brother Lin and the others have all gotten the quota. I'm very happy that I can repay Teacher Liu for your help. Lu Hong glared at him, do you know that I'm a spy? Do you know that we're a family? You even tricked me. Suyu revealed a smile in his eyes. Spy my ass, I've already asked, and Grandmaster doesn't even know about this. Lu Hong, this bastard, he's shameless to the extreme. Thousands of people watched the two of them act. They knew that Suyu was acting, but at this moment, many people still looked at Lu Hong and the others with strange gazes. Lu Hong had given them merit points, he could even give them. How did he give them? Give us some, not tens of thousands, just 100 merit points will do, Lu Hong said faintly, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Suyu, who gave you merit points? This is against the law, do you know that? Tens of thousands of merit points is a huge amount. Once it's proven, all your merit points will be frozen. At the side, Huang Lao could not be bothered to say anything. There was a high chance that there was such a private transaction. As for what the transaction was, he could not be bothered to ask. Such a large transaction had to be an important item. Clearly, the experts of both the single and multiple systems knew about it. Without being caught in the act, it was useless to pursue it now. The Academy turned a blind eye to these matters. There were indeed some things on the black market that were cheaper, and the Academy's resources were not too sufficient. The black market was actually a supplement. It was fine as long as the general direction was under the Academy's control. Suyu smiled and did not harp on this matter. He looked at Lin Yao and the others and said with a smile, "Everyone, the Duo Shenwen faculty welcomes you to study there at any time. This time, you've obtained the quota for the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. Be careful, don't let it be snatched away. Some people can do it, especially Brother Lin. You're a little weak, and someone might take away your quota in a dignified manner." Lin Yao looked at him in a daze. Was it appropriate to say such words in such a situation, looking like he was thinking of me? In the next instant, he vaguely understood Suyu's meaning. This was done on purpose to dispel others' suspicions. They felt that Suyu was deliberately getting close to him, but in reality, it was impossible for them to be close, just like him and his teacher. Who would believe that his teacher and brother Su were in cahoots? Lin Yao seemed to understand his meaning and shouted. "It's none of your business. I'm more than happy to give the quota to someone else." Suyu smiled and said, "Up to you. You can give it to him. In fact, you can't keep it even if you don't give it to him. I really hope that Brother Lin can enter. After all, Brother Lin's strength is a little weak, and he needs to improve." "You." Lin Yao's face was full of anger, as if he had been insulted. He looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hongxin cursed in his heart, "Do you really think I don't know that you've been communicating with Suyu behind my back?" Lu Hong did not say a word. On the other side, Sun Galao suddenly said coldly, "Suyu, you don't have to worry about this matter. As a genius student of the Shan Shenwen faculty, Lin Yao has obtained the quota. That's because of his ability. The Shan Shenwen faculty does not lack quotas. Trying to use this to tarnish our reputation, dream on, it's just a quota, and it was originally given away. Now that 3 of them have been taken back by our own people, we have saved the quota that was originally given to Lu He. As for Lin Yao, he was too weak. He had indeed thought about whether Lin Yao's quota could be taken back. But, his reputation was not good. Moreover, Lin Yao's grandfather was also an important member of the faculty. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time over a quota. On the other hand, his grandfather had saved the quota. That was good. Both sides were engaged in a war of words. Suyu was not afraid of facing off against all of them. The few Galaos felt that they were strong and disdained to argue with a small figure like him. This was the key reason why Suyu was not afraid to argue with them. These few Galaos were all very shameless. As for whether they were shameless or not, that was a different matter. Sun Galao also ignored him. Just as Suyu thought, it would be embarrassing to argue with a student even if he won. It would be even more embarrassing if he lost. Arguing with him was simply throwing away the face of Galao. Sun Galao directly left. The competition had already ended. Was he going to stay and let others see him as a joke? Suyu laughed and suddenly said, "Teacher Lu, I will pay you a visit tonight. Don't avoid me." Lu Hong frowned. This bastard, what is he up to now? "Suyu, teacher, have you forgotten that you are the chief instructor of our freshmen? Isn't it normal for me to pay you a visit? I am a top 100 student. Why do I feel that teacher is biased against me?" Suyu smiled brightly. Lu Hong frowned and looked at Sun Galao's group not far away. The next moment, Sun Galao transmitted his voice. "It's fine. Go and see him. See what he wants to do." "Understood," Lu Hong replied. Very quickly, he smiled and said, "All right then, Suyu, let's get closer at night." However, he was feeling suspicious in his heart. Is he trying to trick me? It's actually not good to trick me by saying that he wants to meet me in public. He might as well come and meet me secretly. Then, he would intentionally expose himself and be discovered by others. This way, he would be even more miserable. Now that he came to meet me directly, it would be fine. What is Suyu thinking? The sky was already dark. The competition had ended. Suyu argued with Lu Hong for a while. He didn't stay for long and quickly returned to the research center. Hong Tan was drinking tea at this moment. Bai Feng hadn't returned yet. He was probably still helping Lu Wenyan organize Shenwen. Seeing that Suyu had returned, Hong Tan sighed in his heart. This guy is really amazing. He has only been in school for a few days, but he actually won the top 100 student. I know what happened today. You want to open a research center? Suyu smiled and said, Grandmaster, what research center? I'm just looking for a group of people to rope in. There are too few people in our department. What I mean is, find some people. Even if they don't work, it's fine to build up our reputation. It's also good to do odd jobs. Hong Tan nodded slightly. He thought for a while and said, build up our reputation. Actually, Shenwen's department isn't as bad as you think. There are still some people in the school. Ahem, forget it. Those are the people your uncle masters and the others recruited. If you want to recruit a group of people, do as you please. He couldn't be bothered with this matter. In the Divine Rune department, there were still some helpers. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Is that so? He thought that Shenwen's department only had these few people. Grandmaster, those who were expelled previously, he wasn't talking about 50 years ago, but those who were expelled because Shenwen didn't meet the standards. Were these people on his side? Hong Tan smiled and said, these people. Actually, I'm responsible for them. I didn't teach them well. Some of them couldn't help but advance to soar. Shenwen's combat technique outline failed. Your uncle masters expelled all of them in a fit of anger. But some of them were planted by other factions. Some of them really joined our school. Hong Tan said a few words and sighed. Back then, the methods used to expel these people were too forceful. Let's wait and see. When your master splitting and filling method is perfected, I'll see if I can find a few people. Are they still in the school? Some are, and some aren't. Hong Tan didn't say much about this. Qin Yong had his own arrangements for these matters. He didn't care too much about these over the years. On the other hand, once Baifeng's splitting and filling method was perfected, it would be the foundation for Shenwen's department to rise. Otherwise, no matter how well they put it or how much they did, the number of people in Shenwen's department would decrease and gradually decline. That was also inevitable. Hong Tan thought about it and looked at Suyu. He said in a low voice, you're still weak. Don't provoke those guys again. Be careful that they don't play dirty tricks on you. It's better to keep a low profile. Suyu disagreed and said, Grandmaster, I know. But even if we don't do anything, these people won't get along with us peacefully. Whether we keep a low profile or not, the result will be the same. You saw what happened to senior sister. She usually doesn't get involved in these things. What happened in the end? Wu Jia rarely participated in the major matters of the faction. He just foolishly cultivated, became stronger, and hit the rankings. What happened in the end? Sometimes, keeping a low profile was not the solution. So you still wanted to keep a low profile, he still wanted to cultivate in peace. Hong Tan thought about it and nodded slightly. When I enter Sun Moon, there will be fewer of these things. Unless Zhou Mingren also enters Sun Moon. After saying that, he was silent for a while. Entering Sun Moon, he actually had some trouble entering Sun Moon. Of course, there was no need to tell Suyu. If he entered Sun Moon, Zhou Polong might come looking for him. Hong Tan looked at him for a while and said with a smile, forget it. You make your own decision. You're someone with ideas. Go and do it yourself. You're stronger than your teacher. Your teacher is actually quite good. Baifeng was not a person who liked to scheme. But there was one good thing about him. He was rarely schemed against. He had the ability to seek benefits and avoid harm. If it was beneficial to him, he would listen. If it wasn't, he would pretend he didn't hear it. No matter what you said, the result would be the same. He rarely argued with Lu Hong. In the past, when Lu Hong competed with him, Baifeng had taught him a lot of lessons. If I feel that you're harming me, I'll chop you up. Lu Hong was also very helpless against such a person. Suyu also smiled. He did not continue on this matter. Instead, he talked about another matter. Grandmaster, Wanfu Prefect asked me to look for him. I haven't gone yet. Do I need to go over to Wanfu Prefect? Wan Tianxing is looking for you. Hong Tan had heard of this before. He thought for a while and said, "You can go. I can't tell what Wan Tianxing is thinking. But he's a person that I can rest assured on the whole." "Oh right, empty your mind in front of him. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Don't forget that you were taught a lesson by Fatty Xiao last time." Suyu was speechless. He could not help but ask, "Grandmaster, can they see through your mind?" "It's not that they can see through your mind. It's just that your willpower is weak. They can sense some fluctuations in your mind. Once it involves themselves, the sense is even more obvious." Suyu nodded. He had to be careful. When he met these elites in the future, even if he hated them to the core, he had to think of loving them. After saying this, Han Tan continued, "Your master is recuperating recently. He's also helping my senior brother sort out Shunwen, so he won't be back for a while. Next month, he has to go to the All Heavens battlefield. I also have to prepare to break through to the Sun Moon tier. Your uncle won't be cultivating in seclusion. If there's anything, go find him, uncle." Suyu said in a small voice, "Uncle hasn't been in a good state recently." "Grandmaster, is his cultivation not going well? Not in a good state?" Hong Tan really did not notice. He thought for a while, and said, "About Jie?" "Your uncle, sigh, it's hard to say. Your uncle was ambushed by Wanzhou's people. Jie's parents died in that ambush to save him. Your uncle owes Jie a lot, and has always doted on Jie like his own daughter. Last time, Jie was injured, and your uncle felt that he did not teach her well. Jie was taught to be inflexible, and in the end, she was seriously injured. In the end, those people set their sights on Jia, which probably annoyed your martial uncle." Hong Tan sighed softly when he mentioned this matter, and said, "Once is enough for Zhou Mingren and those guys. They keep provoking your uncle. In fact, I've thought about asking your uncle to give up the position of curator and enter the Mountain Sea realm as soon as possible. There's no need for him to guard the library." "Give up?" Suyu was depressed. "Grandmaster, if we give up the library, we'll have nothing left." Hong Tan smiled, and said, "The things are not important. It's fine as long as the person is still here. I actually don't care too much about these things. Things are dead, but people are alive, isn't that right? For the position of the library's curator, if they fought too fiercely, it would not be a big problem for Qin Yong, but Wu Jia would always be targeted. Now, Shan Shenwen's faction had suffered a huge loss, but they would not necessarily give up. Wu Jia had yet to enter the top 100 list, Suyu nodded slightly, and then said, "Grandmaster, will they be able to find out that they conspired to frame and kill a researcher in the academy?" Hong Tan stared at him. "Kid, what do you mean by that? Speak clearly." Suyu had a simple and honest look on his face. "I'm just giving an example. If someone framed a researcher and said that the researcher had colluded with Wanzhou, what would happen to him?" Hong Tan frowned. "Don't do it. Be careful that you won't be able to clean up the mess. People aren't stupid. Unless there's conclusive evidence, there will definitely be a flaw in the framing. Once it's found out, you'll be implicated. Even if you don't die, you'll still be sent to the Vanguard Battalion. What if they can't find out?" "There's nothing that can't be found out." Suyu said faintly, "But our opponent, Invincible, hasn't been able to find out anything." Hong Tan looked at him and frowned. His grand disciple really didn't look like Bai Feng at all. He didn't look like his father either. He had seen his father on the battlefield. He was an honest person. No, was he really honest? Not necessarily. Hong Tan sighed and pondered for a moment. Some things will come to an end sooner or later. You don't have to do everything. Don't look down on us. We will solve our own problems. Just focus on your cultivation." Suyu smiled and nodded. Hong Tan wasn't sure if Suyu had listened to him. Suyu waited for him to finish before saying, "Grandmaster, I understand. Shan Shenwen's faction is our shield. You've always thought so. But from what I can see, as time passes, they have forgotten this fact. We have to make them suffer some losses so that they know who's the real boss. If you're too gentle, you'll end up severely injuring your senior, teacher, Lu Laosher, Xianxia, and the other seniors." Suyu looked at Hong Tan. "Grandmaster, if we don't retaliate, others will think that we're easy to bully." I originally wanted to keep a low profile and focus on my cultivation. But you've seen it for yourself. A tiger doesn't hurt a man, but a man harms a tiger's heart. Hong Tan frowned slightly. Don't blow things up. Otherwise, even I, your grandmaster, can't handle it. Don't forget, there's still that person in the academy. He can protect you from harm and similarly, he can protect others. He won't care about some small matters. But once someone's life is at stake, he will definitely do something. Suyu nodded. He was aware of this. Hong Tan didn't say anything more. Youngsters nowadays were ruthless and ruthless. They were much more ruthless than his generation. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Their generation could be considered simple and honest. When it came to Qinyang's generation, there were some changes. When it came to Baifeng's generation, the changes were even greater. When it came to Suyu's generation, he felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. All he could do was fight and research. Suyu didn't disturb Hong Tan anymore. He went upstairs to cultivate. At night, he would go and meet Lu Hong. As for Wan Tianxing, it was time for him to meet him. After entering the academy for a few months, he had never seen Wan Tianxing. He had only seen his phantom image. Night. Staff residential area. Lu Hong's house. Suyu had a smile on his face. He really came to visit Lu Hong. Teacher, thank you for giving me this opportunity. At the entrance, Suyu started to exchange pleasantries. Lu Hong looked at him with a smile. Continue acting, I like to see you act. After Suyu finished his pleasantries, Lu Hong smiled and said, why don't you kneel to make it more realistic? Forget it. Suyu smiled and said, Teacher Lu might have already informed me in advance. If I continue to kneel, the effect won't be good. Lu Hong smiled. It's good that you know. You came to visit me so openly. If I don't inform you, I don't know how much trouble there will be. Let's go in and talk. Lu Hong smiled and invited Suyu into the house. Suyu did not stand on ceremony and followed him into the house. Just like the previous time, this guy's house was quite clean. For a man to keep his house so clean, he must not be a good person. Sit. Lu Hong invited him to sit down and said with a smile, Speak, what's the matter? Nothing much, I came to visit teacher. As he said that, Suyu looked around and said with a smile, Teacher, is there someone spying on us? Lu Hong smiled and said, How is that possible? When you say it's impossible, then it's very possible. Someone is probably spying on us. Spying on us is good. Suyu smiled and said, That's good. Teacher, our cooperation this time was very successful. It was the same the previous time. Both times, we broke the bones of Shan Shenwen's faction. Lu Hong felt a headache. He smiled and said, Don't say that, Suyu. If you have something to say, just say it. If you really want to scam me, there's no need to do so. Those Galau people are not as stupid as you think. If we are really in cahoots, you can just come and visit me secretly. Why do you have to come to see me openly? Suyu smiled and said, Teacher. There's no one here. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just trying to mislead them so that they won't suspect you. Lu Hongxin was tired. Do you have nothing better to do? Do you really have to find trouble for me? Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Hongxin said tiredly, If you have something to say, then say it. If not, leave early. Suyu smiled and said, There's something, of course there's something. It's like this, I've established a single extermination society and would like to invite teacher to join. Is teacher interested? Lu Hongyi was speechless. Are you crazy or am I crazy? What annihilation society? Are you kidding me? You came here in the middle of the night just to tease me? I'm serious. Suyu said seriously, I really formed a kill club and invited many people to join. Many people have already joined. Of course, the name is just a name. I want to invite teacher to join. What do you think? Lu Hong felt that the current Suyu was very strange. Are you crazy? What's the meaning of this exterminating society and inviting me to join? He even invited me in front of Sun Galao and the others, causing Lu Hongdu to be a little confused. Exterminating society. Inviting me? Lu Hong laughed and said, "Are there any benefits?" "Of course there are." Suyu said seriously, "working together to build a harmonious civilization academy, eliminating some negative influences and cutting off some malignant tumors. This way, the civilization academy will be able to develop well." Lu Hong really felt that Suyu was crazy. "Is this something you can think of? What do you mean?" He was a little depressed, so you did not waste time and left a voice transmission talisman behind. He said with a smile, "Teacher, I've invited you. Please take care of me in the future." With that, Suyu got up and turned to leave. Lu Hong blinked with a baffled expression. F*CK, what the hell, you came here and left me a voice transmission talisman, then asked me to join some exterminating society, and then, that's it, what a headache. Lu Hong did not move. After Suyu left, the door opened. A moment later, Sun Galao walked in, looked at the voice transmission talisman on the table, and then looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong had a gloomy expression on his face. He stood up and said respectfully, "Elder Sun, I don't know what he meant. He left behind a voice transmission talisman and asked me to join some annihilation guild." "Elder Sun, what did he mean?" Sun Galao waved his hand and took the voice transmission talisman. After looking at it for a while, he frowned slightly. It was empty. There was no message left. He threw the voice transmission talisman to Lu Hong and said with a frown, "What do you think he means? He should know that someone will be here tonight. Is he deliberately saying this to scare us?" With that said, he said again, "Or is there really someone who joined this exterminating society?" Lu Hong smiled bitterly. "Elder Sun, this is probably his goal. To make us suspicious and suspect others. We feel that many people have joined this so-called exterminating society, but in fact, I'm afraid it's just child's play. We can't take his words seriously." He felt that he had vaguely grasped some of Suyu's thoughts. He was deliberately making them suspicious of each other. What exterminating society? Bullsh*T. Whether there is such a society or not is the problem. No, the next moment, Lu Hongxin's heart skipped a beat. Could there really be such a society? For example, could it be that his stupid disciple had joined? Sun Galao also frowned. He thought for a while and said, "That's possible. He's just deliberately setting up a diversion to throw us into confusion." As he spoke, the voice transmission talisman flickered slightly. Lu Hong looked at Sun Galao. Sun Galao frowned and said, "Take a look." Lu Hong hurriedly picked up the voice transmission talisman and looked at it. This voice transmission talisman was a little special. It was a type of voice transmission talisman that could be used by a single person. At this moment, a message was displayed on it. "Xianxia, it seems that a newcomer has joined. Welcome, newcomer. I'm Xianxia, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Newcomer can just add a word or number behind it. Don't use your real name. Earth 7, there's a newcomer joining. There's a new contact point. Earth 12, welcome, newcomer. The purpose of the exterminating society is very simple. Create a harmonious and civilized university. If newcomer has any doubts, you can ask us at any time. Of course, some secrets need to be purchased with god extermination points." Lu Hong's face was blank. He passed the voice transmission talisman to Sun Galao. Sun Galao quickly looked at it and then checked it. Shenwen flashed. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I can't track him. It's a specially made voice transmission talisman. Unless everyone in the prefecture city sends a voice transmission of silence, we can't track him." Lu Hong was a little stunned. "Old Sun, do you think it's real? So many people suddenly appeared. What was the meaning of this? What was going on?" He was confused now. Sun Galao also frowned and said in a low voice, "Does such an organization really exist? I've never heard of it. Is Suyu trying to divert our attention on purpose?" Lu Hong shook his head. He didn't dare to guarantee it. Nowadays, the Great Xia Civilization University was becoming more and more complicated. Make a fake name and join them. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, remember to pay attention to their communication at all times. See if you can find anything. Also, report to me at any time. Sun Galao also had a headache. Previously, he also thought that it was fake, but now, it was really hard to say what was going on. Did such an organization really exist in the academy? Extermination Society? Was Suyu deliberately deceiving them, or it felt more like he was deceiving them? Otherwise, why would that guy send a voice transmission talisman to Lu Hong so openly? One was Shanghai, and the other was Soaring Sky. Both of them were having a headache because of Suyu. Soon, Sung Galao said calmly, regardless of whether it's real or fake, just pay attention to it. There's no need to waste too much energy. This guy, Suyu, might have been instructed by someone to deliberately divert our attention so that we can focus our energy on something else. There are many people who are secretly dissatisfied with us. Even if that's the case, so what? Old son, why don't you take this? Lu Hong felt that it was a hot potato. I don't want this voice transmission talisman. Old son frowned and said, take it yourself. I might not have the time to pay attention to this thing every day. Don't miss out on any news. Also, don't spread it to others, lest they panic. If Shan Shenwen's faction found out that there was suddenly an extermination society in the academy, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause, there could be no more chaos. Right now, Sun Galao was also having a headache. Recently, things had not been going smoothly. Lu Hong smiled bitterly and said, all right then, old son, you have to be my witness. I didn't join any extermination society. Moreover, it's hard to say whether or not it exists. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Sun Galao comforted him again. There was no need to suspect anyone over such a small matter. Although, he did have some suspicions in his heart that there might be a group of people in the academy who had joined. However, he could not say that out loud. If he said that, he would be asking for trouble. While they were having a headache, Suyu was having a lot of fun. Creating a smurf was really fun. Getting Lu Hong to send voice transmission talismans and creating the extermination society were all just for fun. This was specially created by Suyu based on Shan Shenwen's faction's situation. Because Shenwen's faction suspected that there was an Invincible Realm traitor, they were paranoid and worried about all the Invincible Realm members. They did not dare to make it public, afraid of causing trouble, and worried that someone was watching them in the dark. In any case, their lives were very difficult. Based on this, Suyu created the Extermination Society. On one hand, it was to disgust people, and on the other hand, it was to conceal the existence of the Mutual Aid Society. In the academy, there were many people who used voice transmission talismans, but it was not normal for students to use them. Once people like Lin Yao used them and were discovered, it would be easy for others to see through them. Suyu had already planned to send out hundreds or thousands of voice transmission talismans starting tomorrow. Although it was not cheap to make, he could still ask Grandmaster and Uncle Master for help at the moment. It was a small sum of money, just a few hundred merit points. When the time came, everyone would have one, and the voice transmission talisman would not be too conspicuous. Not only that, in the eyes of Shan Shenwen's faction, everyone who received the voice transmission talisman might be a member of the Extermination Society. That would be fun. Let those fellows doubt themselves, doubt everyone. Would they dare to check everyone's voice transmission talismans? Even the inspectorate was not qualified to do so. If he really wanted to rope people into the Mutual Aid Society, it would be a different system. As for the Extermination Society, it was just for fun. He would spend dozens of minutes a day, open countless alternate accounts, and chat with those fools. He would relax as usual. Lu Hong was one. If Sun Galao wanted to join, Suyu did not mind chatting with him. I'm really a genius. Suyu secretly said in his heart, I'm really a genius. Perhaps it would be useful to make those fellows panic. One day, they would suspect that everyone around them was a traitor. That would be fun, other than disgusting people and making them panic, as well as concealing the existence of the Mutual Aid Society. Suyu had other plans. Shan Shenwen's faction kept finding fault with him, and Suyu was very impatient. Right now, he had suppressed the younger generation to the point that they did not dare to show their faces. However, Suyu guaranteed that once he reached Soar, trouble would continue to come. The best way to solve trouble is to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not in the academy, but somewhere else. Suyu sighed. It has nothing to do with me. I don't care about these things. Those things were too far away from him. Even those above Soar had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, he was in the academy, and there was a big boss there. So you knew that Wan Tianxing was the only thing that could save his life in the academy. If it weren't for Wan Tianxing, he would have been killed long ago after offending Pavilion Elder Sun and the others outside the academy. You're just a cultivator, and you dare to compete with Shanghai. I'll kill you with a single slap. Big Boss is the only thing that allows me to survive. As for Han Tan and the others, Grandmaster was strong, but he could not suppress Shan Shenwen's faction. Not to mention Grandmaster, even if Teacher Lu displayed the ability to suppress the sun and moon, he still would not be able to suppress them. Shan Shenwen's faction was not weak, so you tidied up his clothes. His clothes were neat and tidy, and his white robe was whiter than snow. With a gentle smile on his face, he walked towards Xiaoxinggu. Our beloved Wanfu prefect should still be awake. I wonder what the powerful Wanfu prefect wants to say to me. The Wanfu prefect is so busy every day, yet he still remembers a small student. I'm really lucky, Suyu chanted silently in his heart. Yes, this was the state he was in. That day, Xiao Shaoer had already seen through him, and he had actually knocked him out. How despicable, Xiaoxinggu. Wan Tianxing didn't have his own courtyard. He didn't stay anywhere else but in Xiaoxinggu. This was also the choice of the previous principal. Xiaoxinggu had a total of 36 floors. It was very tall, and it was the tallest building in the academy. Wan Tianxing stayed on the 35th floor, not the 36th floor. At the entrance of Xiaoxinggu, a group of guards was standing guard. The guards of the academy were still very strong. Even if Suyu couldn't see through their strength, he could tell that the weakest of the guards was sore. There might even be Ling Yunjing among them. The guard on duty checked Suyu's student identification and seemed to have communicated with someone. Very soon, he nodded and said, "Go in, don't walk around randomly. Follow the stairs and walk straight to the end. That's the principal's office area." "Thank you, big brother." Suyu thanked him with a bashful expression. The guards glanced at him and didn't say much. Wan Tianxing rarely summoned students. They didn't know why he suddenly summoned Suyu. Of course, they wouldn't guess the principal's thoughts. Suyu. They knew this guy. Although he had a sweet smile, he wasn't a kind person. He was also very ruthless. Suyu walked all the way up. He didn't linger. He continued to chant in his heart. As he walked, he seemed to have walked into another world. Suyu's vision blurred, he found himself back in the academy, outside Xiaoxinggu. However, it was still different. Everywhere, there were ruins and broken walls. The Great Xia Civilization University had changed. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Around him, students fled frantically. Suyu's expression kept changing. An illusion? Impossible. The academy was so quiet just now, and there were many strong people in the academy. How could someone suddenly attack and kill so many people? At this moment, there was a roar in the air. Suyu's expression changed. In the air, the figures of Chen Yong, Han Tan, and Bai Feng appeared one after another. Kill, kill. Han Tan was killing. Chen Yong was killing. Bai Feng was killing. No, there was also him. Suyu's expression changed completely. He was also killing. He could vaguely tell that he was the core of these people. Or rather, it was he who started the killing first, which caused so many people from Shenwen to attack. Bang, there was an explosion. Corpses fell and blood splattered. In the air, Suyu was still wearing his white robe, but it was stained with blood. He was crazily killing the students and researchers who were fleeing. At this moment, a big hand covered the sky and came down. Bang, there was a loud noise. Suyu's vision blurred again. When he regained consciousness, there was already a door in front of him. The wooden door was wide open, and at the end of the door was a floor-to-ceiling window. An old man was sitting on a chair, reading a book. He was smiling as he looked at Suyu. And Suyu looked at the old man's palm. That look, it looked very much like the palm that killed all of them. Suyu's heart trembled. However, he did not dare to ask too much. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Principal. Get up." Wan Tianxing's voice was calm and there was a hint of a smile in it. "Do you see it?" "I see it. That's the future." Wan Tianxing smiled faintly. "One of the thousands of futures, and also the one that best suits your current state of mind. Everyone sees it differently. What you see might not be the same as what I see." Wan Tianqing's voice was gentle. What you see represents the most hopeful and most likely future. Do you still like it? Suyu was silent. What I see is my future. How is that possible? Will I raise the butcher's knife, slaughter all living beings in the academy, and finally be killed? And even implicate Grandmaster and Master? This is my future? No. I don't believe it. Wan Tianqing said leisurely. It's just one of the thousands of possibilities. Don't worry too much about it. Principal, are you the one who brought me to see the future? Not really. This passageway is filled with all sorts of miraculous things. Successive generations of prefects have lived here, and mountains, seas, suns, and moons often gather here. We're lucky, but you're too weak. You might have seen something. Wan Tianqing smiled. Suyu looked at him. He was a very kind old man. At least, that was what he looked like. His silver hair fell over his shoulders, and he wore a green robe. He held a book in his hand, and his eyes were filled with the radiance of wisdom. Wan Tianqing was also looking at him. After a while, he chuckled. There's a cause today, and there's an effect in the future. Do you understand the cycle of karma? So you said in a low voice, you said it yourself. There's a cause and there's an effect. If there's such a thing in the future, it's because others have gone too far. I entered the academy with a heart full of sincerity. Because of my father, when I first entered the academy, I had the heart to serve the human race. When I met Wanzhou and his people, I had to kill them. Because I admired Principal Xia. They say that the Great Xia Civilization University is chaotic. My first teacher, Teacher Liu, told me that chaos is also within the rules. I thought that this is a holy land, a pure land. Even if it's chaotic, it won't affect me. But I was wrong. From the first day I stepped into the academy, I knew I was wrong. So you looked straight at Wan Tianqing. Principal, if this is the pure land and holy land in my heart, then I think that scene might really happen in the future. Wan Tianqing said lightly, it's all up to you. You've chosen your own path. That Shan Shenwen and his people are tyrannical and have committed many evil deeds. Don't they deserve to be punished? Wan Tianqing was still calm. That's why there are bad consequences. Just like in the past, Shenwen and his people dominated the field of civilizationists. In the end, they also suffered bad consequences. Suyu did not agree with this statement. He felt that Wan Tianqing was pestering endlessly and trying to smooth things over. It was not a bad consequence for Shenwen and his people. Fifth Principal and the others died in the All Heavens battlefield. They died fighting the enemy and killing the invincible realm experts. If this is considered bad consequences, then there's no one in this world who hasn't done evil. Wan Tianqing said indifferently, he has committed evil. If he didn't do evil, he could have proven his Tao alone. Why did he have to implicate so many people? If he didn't do evil, Shenwen's legacy could have been passed on to the academy. Why did he have to pass it on to Lu Wenyan and harm Lu Wenyan for 50 years? If he didn't do evil, the invincible realm expert in Dazhou Prefecture wouldn't have died, and there wouldn't have been any retribution. Some things can be understood differently if you look at it from a different angle. Wan Tianqing said lightly, the son of the fallen invincible realm expert in Dazhou Prefecture is called Zhou Polong. His father died because of the fifth principle, and he came to take revenge. Does this count as karma? Suyu frowned. Dying on the battlefield while rescuing people? What kind of evil is that? But the fifth principal himself said that he didn't need anyone else's help. Wan Tianqing said lightly, he broke his promise. He volunteered himself, thinking that he could sweep through the All Heavens battlefield and the invincible realm, but he failed. That's why he asked for help, causing the invincible realm expert's death. Does this count as his evil? Suyu was speechless. Did it count? Right now, he didn't know. Wan Tianqing said with a smile, this is the evil of human nature. Look at you, you don't dare to say it, don't say it. Then let me ask you, in the 1,000-man guard your father was in, one of the centurions was disobedient and domineering, insisting on going out to provoke the enemy. We agreed that no one should care about him, that he could deal with it himself, but in the end, he was ambushed. He asked for help again, and your father went to save him, but died. Do you hate that centurion who caused trouble? Yes. Suyu replied in a low voice. Wan Tianqing laughed again. This is human nature. Shouldn't Zhou Polong hate you? His father was an invincible expert, immortal. Although this immortality is a bit off, it shouldn't be a problem for him to live for 1,000 years. But in the end, he died. How can he not hate you? Suyu was speechless. So, you have no reason to blame him for hating you. As for suppressing you, Wan Tianqing said with a smile, let's go back to the previous example. Your father died, and so did that centurion. You should hate him, but in his death, you couldn't be bothered to care. But you are a big shot, and your subordinates guessed your intentions. They felt that you wanted to target his descendants, so they suppressed them. If you knew, would you step forward to stop them? Suyu was speechless. Would I? The other party caused his father's death. It was already good enough that he didn't find fault with him personally. He was magnanimous, as for others suppressing his descendants. Should I step forward to stop them? Am I that kind? Wan Tianqing laughed again and said, this is human nature. It's fine if you hate Zhou Mingren and the others, but if you hate others, then you're just taking it out on them. The mortal realm isn't as evil as you think. Every debt has its debtor. Don't drag others into it. Suyu looked at Wan Tianqing and asked in confusion, Principal, are you telling me not to hate Zhou Polong? Am I? Wan Tianqing smiled faintly and said, do you have the right to hate? Zhou Polong can spit you to death with just a breath. Don't overestimate yourself. I just want to say that in the academy, if anyone targets you, you can fight back. But, don't drag others into it. Not everyone is willing to bear things that they shouldn't bear. As he said, he laughed again and said, is massacring the academy your choice? Is it your decision to purge the academy? If that's the case, why don't you find the source, Zhou Polong, to settle the score? If you kill him, won't everything be over? Speaking of which, it's also a form of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, right? And the source of Zhou Polong is the king of Great Zhou. You might as well kill the king of Great Zhou. Wouldn't it be even better? Why do you have to massacre others? Suyu was silent and fell into deep thought. Wan Tianqing said leisurely, there's a reason for many things. It's not that you think that you're right. You might be wondering why Principal didn't suppress Shan Shenwen's faction and allowed Shenwen's faction to be bullied by others. Wan Tianqing smiled. When Shenwen's faction was strong, why didn't anyone suppress Shenwen's faction and let Shan Shenwen's faction take a breather? Suyu frowned. But now, it's not just suppression anymore. They want to kill people, open up a war zone, dig up graves and kill my senior sister. Principal, is this still a competition? The competition a few years ago was considered normal. But was it now? Suyu felt that Wan Tianqing was trying to smooth things over. Wan Tianqing said faintly, did they kill your people? Dig up graves? Is your senior sister dead? That's because we're strong. Before Suyu could finish, Wan Tianqing said leisurely, strong? Do you really think Shan Shenwen's faction isn't strong? Shan Shenwen's faction has many people in the Sun and Moon tiers. Some of them are even in the invincible realm. Although it's just the physique. What gives you the right to say you're strong? Some of them are in the invincible realm? Suyu was shocked. Wan Tianqing said leisurely, those in the Seeker realm, did they all advance from the beast taming department? Divine pill department? What's so strange about that? Not to mention Shan Shenwen's faction has some too. Why didn't they show up? If they did, would a battle of the invincible realm break out? Wan Tianqing smiled faintly and said, some things aren't as you think. Your people didn't die because you're strong? No, it's because someone is biased. For example, Xianxia, Jihong. They also felt that Shan Shenwen's faction had gone too far in the past few years, so they taught them a lesson, including Qing Yuming's injury. Was it an accident? Wan Tianqing said calmly, if you cross the line, you'll be punished. No one was an exception to this point. In the past few decades, who died in your faction? If you can't win against others in a normal competition, do you want me to intervene and help you? Suyu was suddenly speechless. It seemed like that was the case. So, recently, Shan Shenwen's faction crossed the line, so they received a series of punishments. In the battle zone, Ji Hong, Xiahou Yi, and the others all made their moves. In the academy, Wan Tianxing also made his move. This was the reason why the divine runic arts lineage was constantly losing. Thinking about it, that seemed to be the case. Otherwise, Hong Tan and the others might not have been able to win the fight. So you stole a glance at Wan Tianxing. Was the principal saying this to him to explain for him and to Xia province? It was not that they did not want to help, not that they did not want to interfere, but everything that happened before was in line with the rules. When Shan Shenwen's faction was strong, they were also suppressing the survival of other factions. Now, when Shan Shenwen's faction no longer followed the rules, they were strongly suppressed, so you seem to understand, but at the same time, he did not. Is this a warning, a reminder, or a reminder to the entire Shenwen faction not to play any tricks outside the arena? As he was thinking, Wan Tianxing said leisurely, "Don't think too much. I'm just telling you, isn't it good to be alive? Don't use your intelligence on other things. If you have the time, why don't you use it to draw a few more Shenwen?" Suyu said directly, "I don't have money or resources, and the academy doesn't give me anything. I have to fight for it myself. But if I leave the academy, I might be killed. After thinking about it, I can only pluck the feathers from Shan Shenwen's faction. Otherwise, I'm not a parasite. In the past, when I lacked merit points, I had to go on missions and kill enemies. Now, I don't even dare to go out." Suyu said it straightforwardly, "If Shan Shenwen's faction did not target me, I might have already gone out to do missions. I couldn't be bothered with you guys. But now, I'm afraid of death. If I go out, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. With such worries, how would I dare to go out to do missions?" Even when I found out about Tianyi, Suyu instantly retracted all his thoughts. "Be careful, the principal might even sense it. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm not thinking about anything. Principal Zhang is so handsome, so powerful, so domineering, so awesome." Wan Tianxing looked at him with a smile on his face. It was quite interesting. No wonder Ling Yun could fight Shan Hai in the future. Although it was only a possibility, it seemed that the possibility was very high. This guy was indeed outstanding and powerful. His luck was not bad. Wan Tianxing did not continue the topic. He smiled. "You're quite cautious. It's been a long time since I last looked for you. You waited for Hong Tan to return. Are you afraid that I'll harm you?" "No, no." Suyu said kindly. "You've misunderstood, Principal. I'm afraid of causing trouble for you. When Grandmaster didn't return and Principal summoned me, I thought that Shan Shenwen's faction would misunderstand. They would think that Principal is siding with me." Wan Tianxing smiled. Slowly getting up, Suyu's vision blurred. Wan Tianxing was already in front of him. "Suyu, do you know why I looked for you?" "I don't." Suyu lowered his head, not daring to look at him. That old man, cough cough, the powerful Wanfu prefect was too powerful, Wan Tianxing chuckled. "I want to do a small experiment." "You're the best material." Suyu's heart clenched. "Scared?" "No, no. Principal is wise and mighty," Wan Tianxing chuckled. "Wise and mighty? You must be cursing me in your heart, right?" "I don't dare." "It's not that you don't dare, not that you don't, right?" "No." Suyu's head hurt. Why bother with these words? Wan Tianxing laughed again. Suyu's heart went numb. What was he trying to do? "It's a good thing." Wan Tianxing said calmly, "You've sketched quite a number of Shenwen. There should be 7 now, right?" Suyu was shocked. He nodded. "Yes. They're all humans?" "Yes, that's why you can only sketch the human Shenwen?" "Well, Principal. There's no need to explain." Wan Tianxing said lightly, "You have your own opportunities. Just as you said to Zhou Pingxing before, every powerhouse has their own opportunities and inheritances. I'm not interested in your opportunities." As Wan Tianxing spoke, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, that's great. Actually, even if I don't say it, you can only outline the human race's Shenwen. But I still have to say it, it's best if you only outline the human race's Shenwen. Hong Tan is also close to the Sun and Moon realm. He should have said that the Shenwen of the outsiders are rejecting the sun and moon realm, right? Suyu nodded. Actually, it wasn't Hong Tan who said it. Bai Feng already had such a guess long ago. Of course, there was no need to mention this. Wan Tianqing continued, there might be some problems in Wan Shenwen, and there might also be some problems in human Shenwen. However, I still want to give it a try and see the results. Results? Suyu couldn't help but ask, Principal, you mean, do you know that until now, no one has advanced to the sun and moon realm just because their main Shenwen is the human race's Shenwen? Suyu nodded. He knew that, the human race didn't have an eternal Shenwen, and the eternal Shenwen could be said to be the sun and moon Shenwen. In other words, no one in the human race advanced to the sun and moon realm by relying on the human race's Shenwen. There seemed to be a few human Shenwen in the 5th generation that advanced to the sun and moon Shenwen. However, they weren't the main Shenwen, and they succeeded by relying on Shenwen's combat techniques. It wasn't just the human race's Shenwen that advanced. Wan Tianqing said lightly, I'm thinking, once the human race's Shenwen advances to the eternal Shenwen, will it be very powerful? Suyu hesitated, and said, Principal, haven't the human race's Shenwen advanced to the eternal Shenwen? Wan Tianqing was definitely very powerful. Wan Tianqing smiled, and said, I'm not talking about the eternity that you imagine, but the true eternity. The eternity that you understand should be defined as the sun and moon Shenwen. Suyu didn't say anything. Did this mean that Wan Tianqing actually also had the human race's sun and moon tier Shenwen? As expected, it was at least a sun and moon tier elite. Moreover, the human race's Shenwen shouldn't be his main Shenwen. It had advanced to the sun and moon tier, and another 5th generation, terrifying. It seemed that only the 5th generation Shenwen, the human race's Shenwen, advanced to the sun and moon tier. Then, Principal, you mean, cultivate well. Wan Tianqing's eyes were deep as he looked at him, and he said, You're very good. Your Shenwen battle techniques outline many Shenwen. I'm thinking about one thing. When dozens of human Shenwen fuse, can they break through the limit? Suyu was shocked. He maintained his composure, and said, Principal, my Shenwen battle techniques outline many Shenwen, but they're not as good as the 5th generations, is that so? Wan Tianqing said faintly, then I might have sensed wrongly. Since you don't outline many Shenwen, there's no value in nurturing it. You can leave. Suyu turned and left, then I'm leaving, I'm afraid to stay with you. I don't have any privacy. It's so scary, Wan Tianqing, he was slapped in the face, you know what I'm going to say next, though I didn't say it. The more Shenwen you outline, the more value you have in nurturing it. I just didn't finish my sentence. You're really leaving? This was the first time he had been slapped in the face by a student, so you didn't say a word. As he walked, he was stunned. He was still in the same spot, and Wan Tianqing was still in front of him. He was almost stuck to the old man, cough, to Wanfu Prefect. Suyu swallowed, nervously taking a step back, and said awkwardly, Principal, you. That. Wan Tianqing looked at him for a while, and said with a faint smile, Don't be nervous, Suyu. I just want to see the human race's potential. I can actually find someone else, but you're very suitable. I can't be bothered to find someone else. Principal, Suyu suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said with a dry laugh, Then what do I need to do? Outline Shenwen and complete the Shenwen battle techniques as soon as possible. Wan Tianqing said calmly, Don't waste time on such trivial matters. These students of the Great Xia Civilization University are just a corner of the universe. There are countless experts and geniuses in the universe. There's no point in fighting all the time. I've already arranged your upcoming schedule. If you want to fight, if you want to kill, why do you have to do it in the academy? The celestial race's pantheon estate, the devil's purgatory of worlds, those are the places where you should fight, where you should display your strength. No money. After Suyu finished speaking, Wan Tianqing smiled faintly and said, No money? Then do you want me to confiscate your dozens of text of will? Suyu cursed in his heart. Forget it, give up. What do you mean, you don't give me any benefits, and you're implying that I should cultivate and not get involved? What are you doing? I don't get involved, and I can't go out to do missions. Are you trying to stifle me to death? No resources, no way out, and I'm just waiting to die, Wan Tianxing smiled faintly and said, "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Digest what you've gained first. If you really want to go out to do missions, then do it. Don't go to the All Heavens battlefield for now. There's nowhere else a human realm cultivator can't go." "But," Suyu said worriedly, "then if I go out and someone tries to kill me outside the city, what should I do? My teacher is leaving, Grandmaster is in seclusion, and Uncle Master can't leave. That means you're destined to die." Suyu was speechless and a little annoyed. Even though he knew the person he was facing was Wan Tianxing, an expert suspected to be at the Sun and Moon realm, he couldn't help but get angry. "Principal, according to what you're saying, I can't compete with Xianxin's faction, and should just wait for death." He felt that Wan Tianxing was here to pick a fight with him. Although he didn't know why he picked a fight with him, "But you don't let me fight, don't give me any benefits, and then you want me to go out and earn my own living. Am I the Sun and Moon realm?" Wan Tianxing laughed. "Anxious? Young people are so impatient." Suyu was speechless. "I think I'm very patient. I didn't say I can't let you fight. Fighting is beneficial to your progress. I'm just reminding you not to forget what you're pursuing." Wan Tianxing laughed. "To strengthen myself. Be it a civilization master or a warrior, their ultimate goal is to strengthen themselves. Be it researching techniques or deciphering civilization, I just hope you don't blindly dive into it. As for going out to do missions, it's also a way to hone yourself. How about this? I can promise you that no one in or above the Mountain Sea realm will make a move on you, at any time. How about that?" Suyu rolled his eyes. "Stop fooling around, I'm the one who's cultivating. Why would I need the Mountain Sea realm? They can kill me with just a sword." Wan Tianxing laughed again. "Don't you have a few demonic beasts in your research center? Hong Tan has already applied for a mount. Why don't you take him out and use him? Hurry up and soar. Don't waste too much time on trivial matters. Time is running out." "What time is running out?" Suyu heard the key. He couldn't help but look at Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing didn't look at him. He walked to the window, looked out, and sighed. The human realm is actually quite peaceful. It's said that the human race is in decline in the battle of the heavens and realms, but in fact, the human race is not weak. The most dangerous time was actually more than 300 years ago, when the realms invaded. It was really dangerous at that time. At that time, the human realm was united, so there were many invincible realm experts. More than 300 years ago, the opponent was defeated. After that, the human realm actually continued to decline. Decline? Suyu was confused. "I don't think so." "What do you know?" Wan Tianxing said blandly, "More than 300 years ago, there were dozens of invincible realm experts in the human realm. More than 300 years later, there were very few new invincible realm experts, pitifully few. The human race lost many invincible realm experts, but in the end, there were more new invincible realm experts than there were dead. This is the case for invincible realm experts, and so is the Sun and Moon. This situation has been going on for many years. Everyone is not stupid. In fact, many people have seen it, so there is a battle between the major prefectures. They want to unify the power, integrate the human realm, and see if they can focus on the outside world and produce some more invincible realm experts." Suyu scratched his head. He felt that it was really far away from him. It was meaningless for Wanfu Prefect to say these things to him. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "It is meaningful. Listen to me. Some of the experts in the human realm want to change the current situation, but other experts have different ideas. Do you know, there are even some people who have proposed a theory." "What?" "The human realm can't produce any more invincible realm experts." Suyu was stunned. What did he mean? "Because the human race is already very strong, and poses a threat to the powerful gods and demons." Wan Tianxing said faintly, "So, now that there is a new invincible realm expert in the human race, he will be attacked by one to stop him, and a war will break out, just like the 5 generations in the past. So, some people say that to maintain the current situation, there is no need for new invincible realm experts, to maintain restraint, and to maintain a balance with Wan. As long as the current situation is maintained, there will be long-term peace." So you said in a daze, isn't this the same as giving up eating for fear of choking? Because one is afraid, so we don't need to produce more experts. Is this a fool? Wan Tianqing sighed and said, is he a fool? Maybe you will think so. But if I tell you that every time a new invincible realm expert is born, it may lead to the death of a powerful invincible realm expert, do you think he is still a fool? Why? Wan Tianqing sighed again. Because one obstructs us. Every time an invincible realm expert is promoted, there will be a war, and almost every time an invincible realm expert will die. The new invincible realm expert may succeed, but it may lead to the death of the old invincible realm experts. It's the same every time. Wan Tianqing sighed and said, this is Wan's strategy. They don't attack the human realm, but wear down the strength of the human realm experts. If you have a new invincible realm expert, we will attack together. If you have a new invincible realm expert, we will deal with you. We will scare the human clan so that no one dares to advance. So you gritted his teeth and said, this is to trap us, to let us tie our hands and feet, and wait for death? Yes. Wan Tianqing nodded and said with a smile, that's what I mean. But this is also the truth. Think about it, can those old invincible realm experts bear such a loss? When a new invincible realm expert is promoted, one of the human clan dies, almost every time. Tell me, at this time, they think that they don't need more people to advance to the invincible realm. Are they stupid? Suyu was speechless. Stupid, he couldn't say. Was it worth it to exchange the lives of the old invincible realm experts for the lives of the new invincible realm experts? It was easy to say. According to his thinking, of course, he would fight it out. However, the lives of the old invincible realm experts were also lives, and they were a group of heroes who fought against Wan for the human clan back then. At this time, they didn't want any more people to die. Could it be understood? Yes. However, Suyu still couldn't help but say, if this goes on, the human clan will be short of time, sooner or later, something will happen. Yes, so now, with King of the Great Zhou's group as the leaders, they are preparing to activate the suppression power of the human realm. This is a way to deal with it. Wan Tianqing said with a smile, the old invincible realm experts are also in a dilemma now. How should they choose? Should they continue, or should they just stay in their old ways and endure it? Suyu was puzzled. Then, if the invincible realm experts of the human clan die, we can't kill the other party? Yes. Wan Tianqing nodded and said, don't underestimate those old invincible realm experts. Usually, even if they die in battle, we can take one or two invincible realm experts with us. However, there are too many races against us, and there are also many invincible realm experts. It's not worth it. Why do they have to invade the human realm? Wan Tianqing said with a smile, because it's worth it. The human realm is a treasure land, you will understand it sooner or later. The human realm is actually not big, and it hasn't been long since it rose, but the invincible realm experts produced by the human clan are no less than the god and demon clans. It's just that their foundation isn't that deep. Other than that, there are other reasons, but I won't talk about them. After saying that, Wan Tianqing said again, do you know why the fifth principal died? Suyu was speechless. How would I know? However, after thinking about it, he still said, because Wan is afraid that we will produce invincible realm civilizators. My grandmaster said that invincible realm civilizators are much stronger than invincible realm civilizators. One of them can fight a few. Idiot. Wan Tianqing scolded directly, Hong Tan is an idiot, what does he know? Suyu was depressed. I can't refute that. What exactly are you trying to say with all this nonsense? Wan Tianqing glanced at him and said in a low voice, the death of the fifth principal only proves one thing. You said that the Shenwen faction was suppressed, and no one came forward. In fact, there is indeed a group of people secretly adding fuel to the fire. Suyu's head hurt even more. Why are you telling me this? The more I know, the faster I will die. I'm just letting you know your priorities. Wan Tianqing said lightly, let me put it this way. In my judgment, what is the biggest function of an invincible realm civilizator? It is to activate the suppression power of the human realm. Do you understand? Do you understand? Suyu froze for a moment. Wan Tianqing said calmly, this is the key. The fifth principle died because of this. It was because of this that the divine runic school was suppressed. I told you before that some people hope that the current peace can be maintained for a few more years. Therefore, the existence of the Shenwen faction is actually the key to start the War of the Realms. Once more people from the Shenwen faction advance to the Invincible Realm Civilizator, the war will soon break out. Why do you think those people target the fifth principle and Lu Wenyan? Do you think it is because they are worried about the emergence of an Invincible Realm Civilizator? Do you think it is really because of the appearance of an Invincible Realm Civilizator? It's all nonsense. Wan Tianxing said coldly, because the Shenwen faction, or the Civilizator faction, can't have an Invincible Realm Civilizator. It's that simple. Once the Invincible Realm appears, it is the beginning of the war that engulfs the realms. With the suppression power of the human realm, will those powerful clans who want to enter the human realm agree? You have to understand what I mean. The king of Great Zhou may not be against the fifth principle. Otherwise, there is no need for his brother to save the fifth principle. Remember? Suyu was stunned. Damn, what does that mean? He understood, but he shuddered in his heart. He swallowed. You mean, it is not one person, but a group of people. In order not to let the war break out now, they can't let the people from the Shenwen faction prove their Tao, and even can't let the people from the Shenwen faction prove their Tao, so that the War of Wan will break out in advance. Now you understand. Wan Tianxing said with a smile, I told you not to jump too much, but you didn't listen to me. To be honest, people like Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan, in my opinion, don't have a big chance of becoming Invincible Realm. But you have a little hope. So don't jump around. Do you really think that your Grandmaster and the others are idiots? They have more or less felt some sense of crisis. Even if they don't know the specific situation, they can generally feel some danger, so they have been dormant all these years. Suyu was in a trance. Really, then, he couldn't help but look at Wan Tianxing again. But according to the Grandmaster's private words, this war in the theater of operations may have something to do with this person. Since you can't expose yourself, what are you planning? Aren't you contradicting yourself? Wan Tianxing smiled. Don't think about it. Some things are more complicated than you think. It has been 50 years. In many people's eyes, Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan have no hope of becoming Invincible Realm. At this time, showing some strength is also a way to save the people from the Shenwen faction. So you didn't speak. He felt that Wan Tianxing had said too much to him. So much that he was a little scared. I don't want to know so much, I just want to keep my cool. Among the Invincible Realm experts of the human clan, there was a group of people who were delaying the full outbreak of the war. So, this group of people watched the Shenwen faction being suppressed, because there might be someone from the Shenwen faction who could prove his Tao as a civilization master of the Invincible Realm, which would lead to the imminent war. There was also a group of people who didn't want newcomers to advance to the Invincible Realm. In this way, it would also lead to the death of the older generation of Invincible Realm experts. And a group of people led by the King of Great Zhou hoped to activate the suppression power of the human realm. And this possibility needed an Invincible Realm civilization master to complete, so the King of Great Zhou might be supporting the experts from the Shenwen faction, F***CK. What the hell? Suyu was stunned, and as a descendant of the Shenwen faction, it was better for him not to show too strong talent and combat capability at this time. Otherwise, he would be feared. As for the older generation, Wan Tianxing said that some people felt that their potential was limited. Their potential had reached its peak. If they were exposed at this time, although it was also dangerous, it was not as dangerous as Suyu. So, I'm more dangerous than Teacher Lu and the others. Wanfu Prefect is scaring me, isn't he? Suyu looked at Wan Tianxing in a daze. Wan Tianxing smiled faintly and said, do you understand? I understand. But, Principal, you are not scaring me? Wan Tianxing smiled and said, is it necessary? Wan Tianxing said again, you don't have sore yet, but it doesn't matter. What's strong is your body, and you can't see anything for the time being. It doesn't matter if you're strong at this time. I'm looking for you to tell you something and let you understand the inside story. On the other hand, I'm reminding you not to show too much difference in the Shenwen faction. Since you're taking the path of both fighting and literature, it's okay to show off your body a little more. Don't make any fuss in the Xinwen faction and be feared by others. Wan Tianqing smiled faintly and said, as long as you know what you're doing. You're a smart person, and use your wisdom on the right path. When you entered the school, you kept a low profile. Very good. You cultivated and studied honestly. Very good. Now, you insist on standing up for me. If I don't see you again, are you going to stir up chaos in the academy? No. So you denied. Are you kidding me? I'm the one who's cultivating. Principal really thinks too highly of me. This time, he finally understood everything. He mumbled, so I can have a stronger body, and be average in the Xinwen faction. Or should I say, at least this is the impression I give others. Those who have truly witnessed the strength of the Xinwen faction, it's best not to speak. I understand now. Silence the witness. Wanfu Prefect talked for a long time, and now Suyu had completely figured out the main point. First, if there were enemies who knew that the Xinwen faction was strong, or if they exposed the strength of the Xinwen faction's combat techniques, he had to silence them. Second, he had to keep a low profile. It was best to do these things in private, and not always show his face in public. Third, he had to be a sinister villain, and not a righteous fool. Fourth, he didn't have to worry about Lu Wenyan and the rest. His priority was to protect his own life. Fifth, the existence of the Shan Xinwen faction might really be to protect the Xinwen faction, although the Shan Xinwen faction didn't think so. Understood, so you didn't refute this time. He said, Principal, I understand what you mean. In the future, when I fight, I will be the main body, and the Xinwen faction will be the auxiliary. Also, you can't be too partial to me, lest everyone knows that the Xinwen faction is too talented, and that it's possible for me to become an invincible realm civilizer, and then they will want to kill me, right? Wan Tianqing smiled. Right, maybe. Was there hope? Not necessarily. He was just saying it casually, but he really didn't want the current Suyu to be too ostentatious, too showy. This was a disaster. It could easily bring him a fatal disaster. Actually, I'm also thinking that if you perform well, maybe you can lure some people out. But I'm worried that it will really destroy the last hope. Wan Tianqing murmured and said softly, your teacher, your grandmaster, they are enough. You'd better focus on your cultivation. There are some things that you can forget when you go back, and don't think about them again. I'm reminding you just so that you can have a smoother journey. It was very complicated. In fact, he also had some complicated emotions. He felt that Suyu was really talented, really capable, and maybe like Lu Wenyan, he could lure some people behind the scenes out. But Suyu was too young. He had great potential. As for guys like Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan, they were old, and it was no problem for them to be bait. He felt that these two guys had little hope of advancing to the invincible realm in Xinwen. Suyu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, Sir, I understand what you mean. Since you think so highly of me, why don't you give me some benefits? I have money, and my cultivation will be faster. Wan Tianqing couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled and said, Benefits? What you said today is worth a lot of gold. Isn't that enough? Very direct, he insisted on benefits. Suyu said embarrassedly, it's very important, and it helped me sort out some things, but... Sir, it's not of much help to me now. I don't have resources, and I can't advance. It's useless. Rely on yourself. Wan Tianqing said lazily, don't you know about the Tianyi divine cult? If you want benefits, go and get them yourself. Bai Feng and Qin Yong can extract blood essence and memory, can't you? At this moment, only F*CK could express Suyu's mentality. You know everything, omniscient and omnipotent. I just thought about it for a moment, and you really know. Not only that, but many of the things that had happened today were definitely top secrets. Even Wan Tianqing knew about them. Suyu did not know if Wan Tianqing was just guessing or if he really had information. However, it was clear that he knew more than most people. Suyu was confused. This? Why did it feel like he was even more well-informed than the prefecture master of Dixia province? Although he didn't get any benefits, Suyu couldn't do anything about it. At least he got some information that money couldn't buy. Without saying anything more, Suyu could only bid farewell and leave. The moment he walked out, a white light fell behind him and disappeared. After Suyu left, Wan Tianqing closed his eyes and pondered. There were some words that shouldn't be said to Suyu. Was it useful for a person to know so much? But in the end, he still held on to that trace of hope. He was still young, live a little longer, not for anything else, but for Ling Yan's battle against the mountains and seas in the future, and the image that would vaguely appear in the corner of the screen. 100 years of lifespan, so it must be an important image. Even if it was just a flash, it wouldn't be a nameless, useless image. Suyu, at this moment, he thought of that day, when he first patrolled the blood essence fluctuations. He felt a trace of abnormality on Suyu. Back then, he thought that Lu Wenyan had given him the inheritance of Shenwen. Now that it was proven otherwise, it meant that Suyu had other fortuitous encounters. Gently shaking his chair, Wan Tianxing suddenly smiled and said, "Pressure is motivation." Is this pressure enough? Enough? He felt that it was enough. Don't keep fighting with the Shan Shenwen faction. If you really defeat them, your good days will be over. He didn't give me any benefits. He's just fooling me. Suyu was speechless as he walked down the Xiaoxinggo. No wonder people said that Wan Tianxing and Xiahou Yi were in cahoots. They only came in and never left. The dignified principal summoned a student and didn't even give him a chance to talk. He was too stingy, Suyu didn't dare to lose his temper. Boss Wan was too strong. He couldn't afford to provoke him. In the academy, he was still waiting for Boss Wan to suppress his opponents. He was thinking about other things. Many things: Chen Yong, Hong Tan, Bai Feng, Lu Hong, Xiahou Yu, including Wan Tianxing today. Many people had told him about what happened in the past. They talked about the death of the fifth generation, about the Zhou family, about Wudi's betrayal. Today, Suyu had learned a lot about what happened in the past. At least he knew the general direction. He just didn't know who was the enemy and who was the friend. Let me practice hard, Suyu sighed. Yes, it was time to practice hard. Especially after this time, he would enter the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness and absorb enough willpower. He should outline the Shenwen and prepare to enter the Wansha realm. He was not weak now. If he used all his trump cards, the weak Soar might fall into his trap. But soaring into the sky. It was just as Bai Feng had said, soaring into the sky was just the beginning. Real cultivators all started with soar. That was the foundation of the strong. My foundation is still too weak. It's time to go to class and study hard. Suyu thought to himself. Class, study, and study Wan language. Now, he had opened many pages in the atlas. But he didn't know many races' languages, so Suyu didn't know the effect of cultivation methods and talent skills, so he didn't dare to try them. If it was a self-exploding talent skill, he would be courting death if he tried it directly. There were some languages that Suyu knew. That was why he was able to learn their cultivation techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to understand them. Be a good student. Suyu nodded. Yes, he was still a freshman. It was time for him to be a good student. The next time I see Zhou Pingxing and the others, I must respect them. As for tricking Zhou Pingxing to death, perhaps he didn't even need to do it himself. That guy had to first resist the internal pressure from Shan Shenwen's faction. After causing so much trouble, would Sun Galao and the others be polite to him? Suyu remembered many of Wan Tianxing's words. Wan Tianxing might not have said everything he said, but Suyu felt that it was impossible for everything to be false. There was no need to use a whole set of lies to deceive a student. Suyu frowned slightly at the sight of the massacre in the academy. Was that even possible? Maybe it was. That day in the war zone, Lu Wenyan and the others were surrounded. No one helped them. Suyu used his cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, but no one was willing to help. At that moment, Suyu felt that Dixia province wasn't as bright as he had imagined it to be. This was the dark Dixia province, the selfish Dixia province. His grandmaster also advised him not to hold a grudge. But how could Suyu listen to him? He had enlightened so many apertures, participated in the Shenwen competition, and crippled many students from Shan Shenwen's faction. All of this was because of hatred. If it was before, when he dealt with Lu He and the other students from Shan Shenwen's faction, other than Huang Qifeng, he wouldn't be too ruthless to the others. This included Chen Qi, Lin Yao, Yang Sha, and many others. Even when it came to Zhou Hao, he would ask him to cooperate with him. But when it came to Xianxinwen's faction, Suyu did have a deep grudge against them. As for those who weren't from Xianxinwen's faction, Suyu didn't like them at the moment. He was very disappointed in the Civilization Academy. When his father returned to the demon-subduing army, he said that they were comrades. Although Suyu didn't say it, he was envious and his blood was boiling. When his father returned, he didn't complain much because of his friendship with him. But now, in the Civilization Academy, Suyu didn't feel any of this. If he became stronger in such a Civilization Academy, the scene in the picture might really happen. He thought about it as he walked. He restrained his resentment a little. As for completely giving up on going against Xianxinwen's faction, he was thinking too much. But Old Wan was right. There was no need to be so ostentatious and let the whole academy see that he had done something to the students of their faction. Previously, Xianxinwen's faction was weak, and he could win sympathy by fighting back. Now that Suyu suppressed the younger generation and refused to let them go, other students would think that Suyu was unreasonable. That was what outsiders thought. Reputation, persona, is still very important. Suyu reflected on himself. It was necessary to be cautious when he entered the academy. When the battle in the theater of operations was over, he no longer kept a low profile. This had something to do with the recent changes in his state of mind. Everything he did before was reasonable and in line with the rules. Coming from a small place, he had always been cautious when he first entered Xia province. He was indeed a little impulsive these few days. It's necessary to deal with Xianxinwen's faction, but there's no need to be too obvious. Now that several Galau have their eyes on me, it's not a good thing. Suyu reflected on himself for a while. He had to keep a low profile. It was meaningless to seriously injure those students every time. If he really wanted to do it, he would find an opportunity to leave the academy, lure a few enemies out, and kill them in the wilderness. For example, those bastards like Huang Qifeng. It was useless if they were seriously injured once or twice. They had money, and they could recover. He could either kill them directly or endure it and find an opportunity to kill them once and for all. Dad said that on the battlefield, I have to learn to be patient. Sometimes, it's normal for me to dig a hole and bury myself for 7 to 8 days. Either I don't make a move, or I have to get rid of my opponent. I act like a coward in front of the big shots, but I have to be ruthless in front of the small shots. Thinking back on everything that had happened over the years, Suyu summed up his gains and losses. He felt that there was no need to go against Wan Tianqing's rules now. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering. There was no need to be stubborn. October 21st. The competition for the slots had ended, and the Sea of Consciousness secret realm would open on the 25th. These few days, Xianxinwen's faction was confirming the final name list and preparing to open the secret realm. As for Suyu, he went to class today. He had to be a good student. It was necessary for him to attend classes. In class, there were fewer people. Today, many people did not come to class. Suyu could not be bothered with them. They each had their own path. Many people did not see him, but a few monsters came. After the old instructor's class ended, Suyu packed up his textbooks and was about to leave when someone appeared in front of him. Hu Qiusheng smiled and looked at Suyu. He said gently, "Let's have a chat." Suyu also smiled brightly and nodded. "Sure, let's talk on the way." The two of them went out together. The other students in the class glanced at them and did not bother about them. The students in the class were ashamed of their inferiority in front of these two. They, who thought of themselves as geniuses, were far inferior to these two. Below the teaching block, the students came and went in a hurry. When they saw the two of them, many of them automatically gave way. Some students from the middle and lower classes would greet them when they saw them. Suyu and Hu Qiusheng would respond with a smile. The two of them had a scholarly temperament and an easygoing smile. As they walked, Hu Qiusheng said, "Previously, you said that you wanted to open a research institute. To be honest, opening a research institute is also my hope. Or rather, students who are really interested in this aspect have the same idea." As Hu Qiusheng spoke, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "But you said that the research of cultivation methods, divine texts, these are all commonplace things. Most of the research institutes in the academy are researching these things. Is there anything special about your research institute?" Shen Wen's cultivation techniques. These things were really common, everyone was researching them. In the end, not many people were able to research them, so you looked at him and smiled. Brother Hu, you want to join the research institute? Hu Qiusheng chuckled. It depends on the situation. See if there's anything that attracts me. I applied for a research institute previously. Now that it's open to me, I'm still very interested. But there are more powerhouses there. Suyu was curious. He asked, which one? Shenwen Permutation Research Institute. When Suyu heard that, he remembered that he had heard of this institute before. He said in surprise, this one. That's not bad. It's the research institute that researches Shenwen Permutation Research Institute, right? For example, some Shenwen Permutation Research Institute that forms a complete system. Is it this one? Yes. Hu Qiusheng nodded. Back then, your department came up with the theory of Shen Wen's characteristic fusion. After that, you all gave up on this research. However, Shenwen Permutation Research Institute has been catching up over the years. Actually, the results are not bad. Nowadays, many students from Shen Wen's department have taken up the path of Shenwen Permutation Research Institute. Actually, this can be considered as a system between the single and multiple Shenwen departments. Of course, it's still classified as Shen Wen's department. Suyu nodded. He was indeed aware of this. For example, Qing Yuming's grandson had actually taken up this department. Including Wan Mingze, who had several seal faculty Shenwens, he could also be considered as a permutation research institute. There were also some differences within the Shen Wen's department. Some people were still walking the path of Shenwens. Just one Shenwens, the powerhouses who focused on one Shenwens were actually not weak. This was because they had enough time and energy to nurture this Shenwen. Without saying anything more, Suyu explained, the research institute that I want to set up is also related to this aspect. I also want to get involved with the Shenwen's characteristic combination and test its compatibility. Of course, because we're not SOAR, Shenwens cannot be instantiated. Currently, it shouldn't be the mainstream. The mainstream is still the cultivation method. Cultivation method, Hu Qiusheng frowned slightly. That's too broad. Do you have a smaller plan? Yes. Suyu nodded. Before this, didn't our Wentan Research Center derive the soul-devouring art? Although the soul-devouring art is only a yellow-grade cultivation method, it's very special. It can burn, corrode willpower, and mutate vitality. Including the last time when my willpower entered the arcane realm during the Shenwen competition, it still had this effect. I'm thinking about something. The commonality of vitality and willpower. Commonality? Hu Qiusheng was stunned. You mean, the conversion of vitality and willpower? Suyu nodded. Actually, people have been researching this aspect for a long time, but there was no feasible plan. However, the appearance of the soul-devouring art gave me an inspiration. Perhaps I can find some characteristics through the soul-devouring insects. Suyu smiled. Of course, it's only a plan now. There's no progress yet. I can't do this alone. My teacher is about to leave the academy, and Grandmaster is also going into seclusion to cultivate. Suyu sighed. I can only set up a research institute and find some like-minded friends to do it together. If we can successfully research something that allows willpower and vitality to interconnect, we can blur the boundary between warriors and civilizationists. There's a huge gap between civilizationists and warriors now. Suyu said seriously, of course, this is a big research. I think many warriors, including civilizationists, are doing it. However, we have an advantage, which is that we have derived the soul-devouring art. With this foundation, we can work on it. In addition, there are actually some races that can interconnect the two. Hu Qiusheng raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. So you wanted to do such a big project? He had to admit that he was daydreaming. To put it simply, he was just researching a cultivation technique. To put it in a bigger way, he wanted to break the barrier between warriors and civilizationists. Suyu, are you sure you want to research in this direction? Suyu nodded. I'm sure. Not only am I sure, but I also have some ideas. You know me, I've opened a lot of apertures. When I open a lot of apertures, I realized something. If I open a few hundred origin apertures and open a few more divine apertures, I suspect that there will be a line connecting the two. Suyu said seriously, or rather, it's not a line, but an aperture. There's an aperture that might be able to connect the divine aperture and origin aperture. If I assume that this aperture exists, it means that once this aperture is opened, a civilizationist will also be a warrior, and a warrior will also be a civilizationist. Hu Qiuxing's heart trembled. Really? It's just a guess. Suyu smiled. To do this research, we first make a hypothesis and work hard in this direction. We'll only know if it's true or not when we really start the research. Hu Qiuxing took a deep breath. Did Teacher Hong or Miss Bai suggest this? Suyu rolled his eyes. I guessed it myself. When I opened up 300 apertures, I realized that there might be such an aperture point, 300 apertures. Hu Qiuxing did not want to say anything. From 300 years ago, after the rise of the strong until now, was there anyone who had opened more apertures than Suyu? He was not sure, there might be, but he had never heard of it. Suyu, if this aperture exists, why didn't our ancestors discover it? Suyu was speechless. How would I know? Maybe it's kept a secret, maybe no one discovered it, or maybe the conditions are too harsh. For example, the origin aperture needs to open 300 apertures, and the divine aperture needs to open 100 apertures, or even more. It's easy to open the origin aperture, but is it possible to open the divine aperture as well? Then, even if the research is done, there's no point in promoting it. Suyu was speechless. Brother Hu, are you an idiot? If we really find the location of that aperture, maybe we can try to open it directly. Suyu said in a deep voice, since a few hundred years ago, we humans have to first open 9 apertures before we can officially cultivate. But it's not the same for other races. They can usually cultivate directly. According to the general saying, it's humans who are not suitable for cultivation. Nonsense, if humans are not suitable for cultivation, how can they be invincible and enter the top 10 races? So, I think it's because we haven't explored enough about the human body. Say, if one day we find the aperture I guessed, and we can directly open it without being affected by the Kaiyuan, what do you think will happen to the entire human race? Hu Qiuxing trembled slightly. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, the number of human cultivators will increase exponentially. Saving the time of being affected by the Kaiyuan, we can directly cultivate, and we won't miss the golden period of cultivation. From elementary schools to intermediate schools, we can cultivate. At that time, if we enter a higher school at the age of 18, we might already be Qianjun Wanshi or even Soar. Suyu smiled. That's right. Hu Qiuxing took a deep breath and said, I've never considered this guess of yours before. How about this, I'll go back and check if there's any research in this area in the major schools, including the seeker state. You've enlightened me. The human powerhouses must have thought of skipping the Kaiyuan stage. I suspect that someone is doing research in this area. Maybe we can use it as a reference. So it's us now, so you couldn't help but laugh. Had this guy decided to join his research institute, Hu Qiuxing was backed by the Hu family, which was a big family. Steward Hu was a sun-moon powerhouse, and he wasn't just a beginner. As Hu Qiuxing said this, he looked at Suyu strangely. Suyu, are you sure you haven't seen the research plan in this area and came up with this guess yourself? This guess was very shocking, even if there was no evidence to prove the existence of the chakra that Suyu mentioned. This guess in itself was a huge research direction with great research value. Suyu smiled. This is a natural thought of people who have opened many chakras. You haven't opened many chakras, so you naturally wouldn't understand. How heart-wrenching, Hu Qiuxing had the urge to vomit blood. Suyu was even more heart-wrenching. Your cultivation talent is not bad, but I'm not looking for this kind of person. Brother Hu, don't blame me for being harsh. Good cultivation talent makes you a fighter, a Shenwen teacher, but not a civilizator. If you think about it, I might not accept you. Hu Qiuxing didn't mind. He quickly said, so far, I've mastered 77 languages. I've read 1082 cultivation techniques since I was young. Of course, it's not the text of will, but the translation. I've modified a cultivation technique. It's an advanced yellow class technique. Originally, it had 27 chakras, but I didn't increase the number. Instead, I reduced one chakra, so it had 26 chakras, but the explosive power was the same. Suyu was a little surprised. Modified cultivation techniques, reducing chakras. Reducing chakras did not mean that it was weak. It was just that some cultivation techniques were terrible. Although one had 27 chakras, the true explosive power might only be the power of 26 chakras, one of which was useless. Reducing one chakra could save cultivation time, and the effect was the same. Mastering 77 languages and knowing 1082 cultivation techniques. As expected of someone from a big family, this guy was only 18 years old. Even if he started learning at the age of 6, after 12 years, he could master more than 5 language classes in a year and read more than 90 cultivation techniques. Amazing, Suyu's eyes lit up. Then you're qualified to enter my research institute, although it doesn't have the shadow of shadow yet. Hu Qiuxing sighed. What a pity. I think you should focus on your research. As for the conflict between the schools, there's no need to care so much. If it doesn't work, when we have results, I'll get my grandfather to recommend you to the seeker state. We'll see. These 2 days, there were many people who tried to persuade him. Suyu was a little surprised. Could it be that he had really changed a lot? Even Hu Qiuxing wanted him to avoid these conflicts, but he had never mentioned it before. Moreover, the two of them were not too familiar. Was it Hu Qiuxing's idea, or that chief steward whose idea? It was hard to be sure. Would Chief Steward Hu also pay attention to a minor character like him? After bidding farewell to Hu Qiuxing, Suyu was also thinking about his future plans. Cultivation was the first priority, and setting up the research institute was also a matter. The other was to cause trouble for Shan Shenwen's faction, and also to find a chance to search for treasures. The treasures of the Tiani God sect, that was a great sect. The sect leader was an elite of the Sun Moon tier, however, he had been killed, and his corpse was still in the Wan pit. He didn't know how to get it. If that didn't work, he'd bring Xia Huyu along. At the same time that Suyu was busy reflecting on his plans. Number 18 Middle School, Back Mountain. At this moment, the Back Mountain was already a forbidden area. The teachers and students of Number 18 Middle School wouldn't come here, because they all knew that a few elites had come here recently. Bai Feng helped Lu Wenyan sort out the Shenwen again, exhaled, and said, Uncle, you've already blown up so many Shenwen, so why are there still so many? You've been too idle these years, only sketching out the Shenwen every day. Lu Wenyan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He sensed the Shenwen that was no longer so chaotic, and said, there are only 8 Shenwen left behind by your grandmaster. 8, and they were all human Shenwen, they had all entered the Sun Moon tier. In other words, he now had 8 Sun and Moon Shenwen in his hands. Bai Feng nodded. Uncle, this is actually a chance to merge your own Shenwen into it, and recombine the Shenwen battle techniques. It's good that you blew up some before, because you've pretty much erased Grandmaster's imprint. Otherwise, the repulsion is too strong, and it'll be very difficult for your Shenwen to merge in. Recombine, Lu Wenyan nodded. My previous battle technique was in the form of a sword, and your Grandmaster's was an axe. Because your Grandmaster's Shenwen battle technique suppressed mine, I could only use the axe. The axe is too ugly, Bai Feng was speechless. You say I don't respect my master, but what about you? You actually think the axe of the 5th generation is ugly? This is an axe that has killed an invincible one. Then what does Uncle want to recombine into? Of course. Why would I tell you? Lu Wenyan couldn't be bothered to say more to him. What's the point of telling you? Without continuing, he quickly said, I've felt it, but I still can't use all of it. Because my Shenwen is only level 2, and I don't even have a level 3 Shenwen, causing the difference to be very big. At most, I can only use the power of about the 9th layer of Soar. Uncle's willpower and divine aperture have actually caught up. The only difference is the level of Shenwen. With a strong willpower to nourish it, it will soon enter level 3. Level 3, that would be Ling Yun. Bai Feng calculated. At most a year or so. Entering level 4, Lu Wenyan would be able to enter the Mountain Sea realm without any hindrance, and it would also be very fast. Within 3 years, he would definitely be able to enter the Mountain Sea realm, and only by himself. It wasn't that he couldn't use his 8 sun and moon Shinwen. If he used them at a critical moment, he could once again display the battle prowess of the sun and moon. It was just that it wouldn't last for long. Uncle Siavul was still a little weak, and his physical body was also a little weak. Lu Wenyan nodded. I'm not in a hurry. I should be able to enter the Mountain Sea realm within 3 years. As for you, you should recover your strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have a good time in the Vanguard camp. Bai Feng didn't mind. What's there to be anxious about? He didn't dwell on this, and instead changed the topic. Uncle, we're all leaving. My master is also going into seclusion. What about that brat Suyu? Lu Wenyan smiled. It's fine. I've already asked some old friends to take care of him. It won't be a big problem. You should recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will really catch up to you. Your master said before that he even defeated many peak tempering realm students. I think it won't be long before he has a chance to enter Soar. Bai Feng was depressed. I'm not even going back to the academy, but this brat is still provoking me. It seemed that he really had to work hard to improve his realm. The two chatted for a while. Lu Wenyan suddenly said, You'd better make a trip to the Starry Mansion. I haven't been to the Starry Mansion, but your master has. When he came back, he told me about it. I'm guessing that this mansion is a relic left behind by an invincible civilization master. It's very likely to be a human. In fact, it might have surpassed the invincible civilization master. Of course, I haven't been there, so it's not easy to judge. Lu Wenyan said seriously, Don't delay your cultivation. Although your theory of division and filling makes some sense, it might not be perfect. At least for now, it doesn't seem like a big problem for me to enter the Sun-Moon realm. But to be honest, I don't think I have much confidence in entering the invincible civilization master. Bai Feng nodded. That was true. After all, the human Shinwen had not found any eternal Shinwen yet. He still lacked some reference. It would be best if he could get his hands on an eternal realm human Shinwen. Only then would he have enough confidence. Otherwise, it would be a gamble of luck. Bai Feng turned his head to look in the direction of the Great Xia Civilization University. It was a pity that when that brat entered Soar, he might not be by his side. He really wanted to cut him open and take a look. Eternal Shinwen? He looked in that direction. There was a sentence that he had never said to anyone. Did Suyu inherit a real eternal Shinwen, the kind of human? He had such a guess. His stupid disciple had always used the blood Shinwen to fool him. Nonsense, he had seen the sun and moon Shinwen. Lu Wenyan had one. It was not that perverted, that Suyu. Could it be that he had mastered the eternal Shinwen? There was a high probability that he belonged to the human race, otherwise, why would he reject the other races of the Shinwen and only be able to outline the Shinwen of the human race? This stupid guy exposed too much to me. I hope you'll be careful. Bai Feng muttered in his heart, Stupid little kid. I'm too lazy to expose you. 110 Research Center. He was back. No one was there. He didn't know if Hong Tan was in seclusion or out on business. Suyu was the only one left in the huge research center. Suyu calmed himself down and went up to the second floor. While reading, he tempered his willpower. He hadn't read for a long time. During his 5 years in a secondary school, he went to the library almost every day to read and study. Now that he was in a higher school, he had to deal with all sorts of trivial matters. The tree longed for peace, but the wind wouldn't stop. The source of all of this was because the divine characters had touched upon the interests of many people, including the experts of the 10,000 races, and the interests of some people of the human race. So you didn't think about it anymore. He read, studied, and strengthened himself. Stronger friends, even if he was invincible, he couldn't suppress everyone. Unite a group of people, Suyu thought he was a genius and had the help of the Atlas. But no matter how talented he was, he couldn't become invincible in a day. People like the Daxia kingdom of Goguryeo were powerful enough, right? Now, they were still under some restrictions. They had to win over some allies so that Daxia province could take the initiative in the upcoming battle. The biggest thing I can give you is a cultivation technique. Suyu was reading, multitasking, and thinking about other matters. The most important thing he could give was cultivation techniques. However, those geniuses didn't lack ordinary cultivation techniques. People like Hu Qiuxing had studied more than 1,000 cultivation techniques over the years. Would the Hu family lack cultivation techniques? What they lacked were powerful and important cultivation techniques. For example, the Water Element Manual and the Soul Devouring Manual. Once the 5 elemental cultivation techniques are linked and 180 divine orifices are opened, I'll be powerful. Even if I can't teach them all, combining the 3 techniques and opening 108 divine orifices is better than the 10,000 Wind Sutra. And it's a cultivation technique that can be cultivated as long as one's nature is nurtured. Suyu thought to himself. Linking the 3 techniques together, forming a top-notch earth-ranked formula with 108 divine orifices, and it was the kind that could be cultivated at the nature-nurturing stage. It would definitely affect the entire civilization master domain. This meant that Soar and Ling Yun didn't need to switch cultivation methods at all. This meant that, for many people, Soar and Ling Yun could shorten the time it took to advance. 3 cultivation techniques linked together. Who can be worthy of my trust, and teach me 3 cultivation techniques? Suyu fell into deep thought. Moreover, he had not yet completed the fusion of the 5 cultivation techniques. Even though he had 44 divine apertures opened, the second set of cultivation techniques and the first set of cultivation techniques could not be fused. He needed an expert to help him sort it out. The next moment, Suyu thought of a few people. Lu Wenyan and Bai Feng were both suitable candidates, but Bai Feng's realm was too low and he might not understand these things. As for Lu Wenyan, it was best not to get too close to her for now. There was another person who was very suitable, Zhao Li. He was a teacher who had passed on his spirit expansion art to Suyu. He had no ulterior motives. He simply felt that Suyu was suitable to cultivate the spirit expansion art, so he passed it on to Suyu. Perhaps I should look for teacher Zhao and ask him to help me think of a way to link the 5 cultivation techniques together. The son of the 4th generation, who had lived for 120 years, had created his own spirit expansion art, was a master of the blacksmithing faculty, and was an expert who had failed to advance to the mountain and sea realm in the past. Zhao Li was very suitable. As for Hong Tan and Shen Yong, to put it bluntly, he wasn't too familiar with them. He had too little contact with them. The Shenwen faction gave Suyu a good feeling. His grandmaster and martial uncle were also good people who treated him well. However, Suyu didn't want to use these things to test people's hearts. As for Zhao Li, if he really wanted this cultivation technique, Suyu would just treat it as his tuition fee for learning the spirit expansion art. He looked at the time. The sky wasn't dark yet. It wouldn't be too late to go when it was dark. He continued to reading the text of will. Back then, he had asked Xia Huyu to collect quite a few texts of will for him. If he didn't read them now, his willpower would slowly dissipate. That would be a huge loss. As he read, Suyu fell into deep thought. He had read countless saber techniques. He discovered that for the same type of cultivation technique, the number of enlightened apertures was very high. For example, if they were both saber techniques, the number of enlightened apertures and the number of enlightened apertures would be at least 20 or more. This meant that when you learned a high-level cultivation technique, the difficulty of comprehending a low-level cultivation technique would be greatly reduced. Sometimes, you might be able to learn another cultivation technique just by opening a few apertures. The homogeneity of cultivation techniques is very serious. Many cultivation techniques actually have the same effects. The soul-devouring art can open 36 apertures and cause the essence chi to mutate. Does that mean that the other apertures also have special abilities that haven't been unearthed? Suyu read as he pondered. He hadn't thought like this for a long time. His willpower was naturally growing. Civilizationists, a group of people who passed on civilization, it was rumored that some civilizationists didn't even need to read the text of will. Just by reading ordinary books, they could outline Shenwen. Just like Suyu, they could outline the complete Shenwen. Ancient civilizationists were like that. Of course, this was just a legend. 80% of his willpower was full. At this moment, it was gradually rising. Suyu didn't feel anything and continued to read. Night fell. A Shenwen was successfully outlined. Suyu fell into deep thought. How strange, this time, the outline of Shenwen was very smooth. It wasn't like the previous few times where he forcefully outlined Shenwen. This time, it seemed that this guy was fighting to enter. Was he attracted by his talent? Was he trying to get close to him? And this time, the outline of Shenwen was a little different. In the past, Suyu mainly outlined the main battle type Shenwen. This time, it was different. Fire word, Suyu originally thought that it would be the battle type Shenwen. As for fire, he had seen a few people with this. It was considered not bad. But in the end, it didn't have this characteristic. Suyu's mental state was collapsing. Fire without fire. What's going on? Suyu was confused. He had comprehended the characteristics of this newly born Shenwen, but it was a strange feeling. This wasn't an offensive Shenwen, but a supportive one. The next moment, Suyu's willpower was ignited. Yes, igniting his willpower. Burning, it wasn't the burning sensation of the soul-devouring art, but a special feeling. It felt like his willpower was being purified, but that wasn't entirely the case. Suyu was silent for a moment. He took out an ordinary book and started reading. With this, he felt that his thoughts were clear and his ability to accept things had greatly increased. He flipped through the book page by page. In the blink of an eye, he finished reading the book. This is the meaning of the fire of wisdom? Suyu was in a daze. After igniting the divine fire, his ability to accept things had greatly increased. He had a feeling that he could quickly accept all information. What was this? Why did he have to be a bookworm? Then, can I deepen my comprehension of willpower? Suyu tried again and read a text of will. With this, as expected, some things that he didn't understand before seemed to be understood at this moment. His thoughts were clearer, and in an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He felt that thinking was exceptionally easy. However, Suyu also noticed that by studying the text of will, the fire word was burning faster. It consumed a little of his willpower, and the consumption was not small. Supportive type. This was Suyu's first time encountering a purely supportive Shenwen. The other one was a blood underling. The function of the illusion realm was a little special. Logically speaking, the blood Shenwen didn't have much to do with illusions, but in the end, it did. Perhaps the first Shenwen had some changes. Of course, there was also a Yin Shenwen. It could also be considered a supportive type. However, Suyu directly ignored it. Suyu felt that since this fellow was so sinister, he would continue to be sinister. He would just pretend that he didn't know about its existence. That's 8 divine characters. At this moment, Suyu had already drawn 8 Shenwen. The fire Shenwen wasn't strong, nor was it at the second level, nor was it at the peak of the first level. However, Suyu was very interested in this Shenwen. On one hand, it was easy to draw. On the other hand, it had a special effect. Suyu kept this matter in mind. He looked at the time. It was time to look for Teacher Zhao to ask about the situation. Zhaoli Research Institute. When he saw Suyu, Zhaoli was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Not bad, your willpower is clear. You must have thought through something. When you came to me previously, I saw that although your willpower was strong, it was covered in a layer of haze. It has only been 2 days, and you have actually adjusted it." Clear, Suyu didn't have such a feeling. However, he roughly knew that it might be the effect of the fire Shenwen. Other than that, it might also be because he had thought through it. For example, one had to be low profile. If one wanted to be an old schemer, one shouldn't be righteous. Suyu laughed. His smile was pure. Zhaoli took a look and couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt that Suyu's smile was much more sincere. On the path of cultivation, it's normal to encounter some setbacks and confusion. You just have to adjust yourself. Zhaoli didn't say much and directly said, "Do you need help with anything?" Suyu nodded and went straight to the point. "Teacher, do the civilization masters now all cultivate the 10,000 character scripture?" Zhaoli shook his head. The 10,000 character scripture came out not many years ago. A few years ago, they didn't cultivate the 10,000 character scripture. Of course, it can also be considered as a weaker version. Now, they can open 72 divine apertures. Before this, they could actually only open 54 divine apertures. only opening 54 divine apertures. This was something Suyu didn't expect. Jiaoli glanced at Suyu and asked, "Why? Are you thinking about changing techniques in the future?" He knew that Suyu had opened divine apertures. He knew it last time. When Suyu asked him now, he roughly guessed his purpose. He smiled and said, "There's no rush. It's good for you to open a few more divine apertures. For example, if you open 18 divine apertures and enter Soar, you can let the 18 divine apertures absorb willpower and quickly open the first one of the 10,000 character scripture. This is the advantage of the basic text formula." "Teacher, I know this." Suyu nodded. He knew this long ago. It was Xianxia who told him. Suyu thought about it and said, "Teacher, the 10,000 character scripture is only a public technique. Are there any secret techniques that open more divine apertures?" "I'm not sure about this." Jiaoli thought about it and said, "There should be. The Dazhou Prefecture and the Ming Constabulary are actually considered civilization master inheritance families. Of course, at that stage, it's not too clear. However, these invincible people may have stronger inheritance of text formulas. Then, are there techniques with more than 144 divine apertures?" Jiaoli was speechless. "Are you here to find trouble? How would I know? Besides, 144 divine apertures? Do you think text formulas are cabbages? What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it." Jiaoli was impatient. "Little brat, you have a lot of nonsense, and you still want to keep me in suspense." Suyu smiled and said, "I'm thinking, teacher, your willpower is greatly suppressed. In fact, your toughness is already as strong as the mountains and seas. You only have 72 divine apertures opened. Is it enough to support your sea of will consumption? Do you need it?" Jiaoli said unhappily, and then? "I'm thinking, if teacher opens a few more divine apertures, will you be very powerful?" Jiaoli smiled and said, "You want to pass your basic text formulas to me?" Jiaoli thought about it and shook his head. "There's no need. It's very difficult for me to open divine apertures now, and they're not of the same system. Even if they are opened, it won't help as much as you think. Once there are too many overlapping divine apertures, for example, if you master a technique with 18 apertures opened, there might be 15 overlapping divine apertures. Opening 3 more divine apertures will be of limited help to me." He was someone who had opened 72 divine apertures, so it wouldn't be of much help. The basic text formulas were most helpful to students who were not in the Soar realm. After reaching the Soar realm, it might be possible to open a few more divine apertures. However, if the number of overlapping divine apertures was high, and the number of opened divine apertures did not form a large system, the help would be average. It would only make one's willpower stronger. This was completely useless to Jiaoli. His willpower was comparable to the mountains and seas. His only weakness now was that there was a problem with the main Shenwen realm. "Teacher." Suyu did not say anything. He looked around and said, "Teacher, will we be monitored?" Jiaoli blew his beard and glared at him. "Of course. No matter what, I still have willpower comparable to a mountain sea cultivator. You want to monitor me? What a joke." "Ahem, this is more important. I'm worried that there's a very strong person in Xiaoxinggu." Suyu reminded him. He now suspected that the person who often investigated the academy actually knew that there were many base points of his Shenwen battle techniques in Shenwen, which the two of them had not seen before. How did he know that he had many runes of will? At that time, he had not thought about this at all. Now that he thought about it, he might not be able to sense things that had nothing to do with him. When Jiaoli heard this, his expression changed. He glanced at Suyu and could not help but say, "You dare to doubt." That guy was indeed very strong. Soon, Zhao Li's Shenwen fluctuated, and a layer of invisible waves appeared in the entire hall. Zhao Li smiled and said, "Are you relieved now? This is an anti-prying divine formation embedded in the entire building. It is to prevent people from probing it. No one can break through it unless they tear it apart by force." Suyu nodded. He was relieved now. As for Suyu, he did not talk nonsense. He took out a large piece of white paper from the things he had brought and spread it on the table. He picked up a brush and began to draw. Zhao Li leaned over to take a look. He frowned slightly. Was Suyu drawing a diagram of the yuan aperture? Gradually, he sensed something was wrong. It was not a diagram of the yuan aperture. Was this Suyu copying the Sea of Will? Stars dotted the sky, one by one, the red dots were marked by Suyu. 1, 2, 36, a system. Suyu used a brush to connect the 36 red dots. In the end, in a complicated way, all 36 red dots were connected into that small circle. This was the most important part of a system. There were countless combinations of 36 divine apertures, but it did not mean that one could combine them at will to form a cultivation method. The combination of 1 and 2 apertures was different, and the final result was also different. For a complete cultivation method, the location of the apertures was important, but how to connect them was even more important. This was the core. For example, Suyu's Kaiyuan had 300 apertures, but he could not form a complete system because he lacked the method to connect them. Zhao Li frowned. This was a text formula. Suyu had written his basic text formula for him, very powerful. He had opened 36 divine apertures, and they were all divine apertures that could be opened for cultivation. This was also the first time he had seen this kind of basic text formula. Although it was not the text of will, it was not so intuitive, and it was not even words, it was just a pattern, which gave Zhao Li some gains. After comparing, Zhao Li was a little surprised. There were not many divine apertures that overlapped with the 10,000 text scripture. This meant that if he learned it, he could open dozens of divine apertures. 1 or 2 were not very useful, but if he opened dozens of them, his willpower would be even stronger. And Suyu, after connecting the 36 red dots together, paused for a moment, and began to mark the red dots again. Zhao Li frowned. What did he mean, blind dots? One by one, the red dots appeared again. Soon, there were another 36 red dots. Suyu continued to mark the 36 red dots together. Seeing that he wanted to continue, Zhao Li could not help but say, "Don't blindly point. Is this the Sea of Will? Don't blindly mark the divine apertures. If you open them in the wrong place, you will open your Sea of Will." The reason why the divine aperture was called divine aperture was that it could be opened and closed. It could be opened in the first place. If it was not opened at the position of the divine aperture, but somewhere else, it would be an opening. If the Sea of Will opened it, it would be the end of him. Suyu smiled. Teacher, don't be anxious, don't be impatient. I only marked 2 sets, there are still 3 sets. Zhao Li frowned. Is it really a divine aperture? Yes, teacher, you will know if you continue to look. Zhao Li frowned. The 2 sets are somewhat similar. If you really did not blindly point them, it means that these are 2 different types of formulas, completely different. There is actually no divine aperture that overlaps. But these 2 sets of formulas, the final combination plan is similar. This is a formula that came from the same person, but was separated? He muttered, these 2 sets might be a formula, but were separated. Is that what you mean? You want me to help you combine them and restore them to one set? Suyu laughed. As expected, the old man had a good eye. He could see at a glance that this was actually considered a system, the same type of correlation method. As for Zhao Li, he did not ask any more. He stared at the 72 red dots. This was a cultivation technique, but it was separated. Now, Suyu wanted to restore it to one set, or should it be said that this cultivation technique had 2 parts, but they were not connected, and there was a mistake in the middle? He looked carefully, and as he looked, he frowned. Suddenly, he walked to the side, picked up his iron hammer, and started hitting in the air. Suyu tilted his head to take a look. As it was not the text of will, he was unable to observe it personally, so his drawing was very abstract. At this moment, Zhao Li was creating a model, Sea of Will model. This was a blacksmith. Looking at drawings was boring, so he would create a simulation model for him, a physical simulation. Gradually, an object that looked like a hollow ball was formed. Red dots appeared one after another, lines appeared one after another. Zhao Li touched his chin and looked at Suyu. Come and see, does this match your point? I don't have time today, otherwise, I can create a puppet. Although the Sea of Will is illusory, it can also be simulated. Puppet, Suyu thought of the day when he was chased by Xiaoye's puppet. The puppet seemed to be very strong. Suyu walked forward, took a look, and nodded slightly. The old man's memory was not bad. He actually looked at the drawing and quickly created the model. Furthermore, the positions of the 72 divine apertures were exactly the same. Teacher, it's not enough, Not enough divine apertures, Suyu thought for a moment. Teacher, can we enlarge this model? The kind that is very big, the kind where the two of us can walk in the middle. Sure, why do we need such a big model? This can be considered when Bing, the size can be adjusted, just add some stuff. Discussing the modification plan with a blacksmith, it felt great, especially a blacksmith master. After a series of clanging sounds, a huge model appeared, floating in the air. Suyu looked at the model for a moment, and soon, he drew some dots on some positions. Teacher, there's one here. Here. Here, Zhao Li had a surprised look on his face, and he kept adding red dots, 80, 90, 120, 130. Zhao Li's expression changed completely when he added 144. A total of 4 sets of cultivation techniques appeared, not overlapping, but the system was still similar. At this moment, Zhao Li was stunned. Top-notch heaven-class cultivation technique, 1 set. These 4 sets should be a set of cultivation techniques, F***ck, a top-notch heaven-class cultivation technique. Did it exist? Did it exist? Where did Suyu get it from? This was a separated set of cultivation techniques. A total of 144 divine apertures opened. F***ck, if this thing were to spread, it would cause the heavens and the 10,000 worlds to go crazy. The next moment, Zhao Li's willpower erupted. It covered all directions. He carefully checked every inch. He checked if anyone was watching, checked if anyone was spying on him, and checked all directions. He even started to check on Suyu. He was worried that someone had planted something on Suyu to track him in Shenwen. He checked inch by inch, and suddenly, his expression changed slightly. There seemed to be something in Suyu's heart. His expression changed slightly, and his willpower directly penetrated. It entered into Suyu's heart. He checked bit by bit, and Suyu's face turned pale. What's wrong? After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Li's expression returned to normal. He looked at Suyu and did not say anything. After a moment of silence, he exhaled and said, "It's okay, be careful. I'll give you a surveillance when being later. It's specialized in anti-tracking. Now, some people have some special Shenwen that can spy, eavesdrop, and track. It's better to be careful, Anne." He glanced at the model and frowned. You shouldn't have asked me about this, and you shouldn't have asked anyone else. You should hide it and slowly study it when you have the strength. A cultivation technique with 144 divine apertures. There was probably no invincible realm. If there was, it would probably be an invincible realm civilization master. Suyu smiled and said, "Teacher, I don't think your soul expansion art is any worse than this. Moreover, to be honest, it's not systematic. Don't look at it because it's similar, but with my intelligence, it might take me decades to integrate this cultivation technique." After saying that, he thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's another set. All 5 sets are 1. Zhao Li's expression changed, completely changed. Divine cultivation technique. Ah? Divine cultivation technique, this is a set of divine cultivation technique. Zhao Li said solemnly, heaven, earth, black, and yellow, this is the division of ordinary people. Above this, there are actually divine cultivation techniques. There should be divine cultivation techniques. The current Daxia of Goguryeo probably uses the divine heaven-splitting blade. Of course, the highest that has been passed down is only the heaven stage. Daxia of Goguryeo, the power of 1/ is definitely not the power of 144 primordial apertures. The sun and moon form one aperture, and this aperture is also different. Your 144 primordial apertures are 1, and each aperture has one skill and one method, but it doesn't mean that it can surpass 144 apertures. Even if you combine 300 apertures into one, there are still some differences. You will naturally understand this when you reach the mountain, sea, sun, and moon. Zhao Li did not continue talking about this. Instead, he looked at Suyu and said after a while, "Don't make the last technique anymore. It's generally the same system. If you can combine these 4 sets, you can combine the 5th set yourself." As he said that, Zhao Li looked at the model again and again. After a long time, he said, "These few days, I won't go out, you don't go out either. Let's try to deduce and connect them. If the positions of the divine apertures are correct, there is also a method to connect them. The main thing is to see if they can be combined. Suyu nodded silently. Zhao Li did not ask where he came from, and he did not say. It was hard to say. Zhao Li obviously understood. Where did this kind of technique come from? It was most likely an ancient relic. It was very likely that Suyu had inherited a relic, and it was a rare relic of a master of civilization. It might even be the relic of an invincible realm master of civilization. It was best not to say or ask too much about this. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. As Zhao Li walked around the model, he said, "This is not something that the 10,000 literature scripture can compare to. Don't spread it. If you really want to teach it, at most teach it to those who combine 3 techniques into one, those who have 108 divine apertures. Even if they combine 3 techniques into one, it will be a huge trouble. It's best to combine 2 techniques into one. Let some people cultivate in the nature-nurturing stage. Combine 2 techniques into one and open 72 divine apertures. In fact, they can cultivate to Ling Yun and Mountain Sea. There is no need to change cultivation methods." As Zhao Li said that, he frowned and said, "It may not be a good thing to open so many divine apertures. When you reach Mountain Sea, can you combine the combined apertures? Cultivating the spirit expansion technique has already delayed your advancement. If you open so many apertures, the speed will slow down. You may be stuck in the 9 levels of Ling Yun for decades or even centuries. Of course, you can advance your physical body first." After saying that, he suddenly cursed, F***ck, your physical body is also terrifying. Do you want to stay under the Mountain Sea for the rest of your life? Kid, you are just messing around. Your cultivation method is too strong. He did not know what to say. He glanced at him and saw his innocent face. He said speechlessly, "If you don't advance to the invincible realm, it will be too much of a waste. It will take too much time and consume too many resources. If you enter the invincible realm, you will soon become a top expert among the invincible realms. Invincible among the same level. I think you have a chance of becoming invincible even if you fight someone of a higher level." You are crazy. He felt that Suyu was crazy. He had opened hundreds of physical apertures and 180 divine apertures. Wasn't he afraid that he would be stuck in the nature-nurturing stage and wansure for the rest of his life? Of course, with that kind of cultivation, if he really advanced, it would be terrifying. If he could quickly enter Ling Yun, when the Mountain Sea aperture was closed, it would be another big hurdle. Zhao Li did not say anything more. The Great Xia Civilization University might really produce a monster that would shock the world, and how to connect these cultivation methods was also a top priority. Otherwise, if they could not form a system, the effect of this cultivation method would not be so earth-shattering. I should find a few invincible realms or the sun and moon realms to do this. Sigh, forget it. I have to use this brain of mine, Zhao Li sighed in his heart. Although it would be better to find a strong expert, the key was that it would be troublesome if it spread. Suyu, this bastard, really dared to spread it everywhere. Believe it or not, I will kill him to silence him. Even if Wan Tianxing was in the school, the probability of him being killed was not high. There was a high probability that he would be sent to the battlefield of the heavens. However, thinking that Suyu actually trusted him so much, Lao Zhao felt gratified. Indeed, I did not misjudge him. Look, this kid first came to discuss with me. Sigh, what a pity, he is actually not my direct disciple. What qualifications does Hong Tan's line have to be his teacher and grandmaster? Suyu has boarded a pirate ship. That's right, if he got off the ship now, it would seem that he was heartless. At this time, being able to stand together with the Shunwen line through thick and thin, it would instead be sentimental and righteous. A child who is sentimental and righteous is rare, Zhao Li kept sighing in his heart. That's right, if Suyu really abandoned the Shunwen line, he would feel cold in his heart. But in his heart, he did not feel good. Lu Wenyan, this bastard, ruined my disciple. Without Lu Wenyan, when I met him on his way to school that day, he would definitely be my disciple. What a pity. This disciple of mine has the potential to be invincible. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Even if he really became invincible, it would be the Shunwen line that was invincible, not my blacksmithing faculty. What a pity. Zhao Li's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Forget it, the next time I meet Bai Feng, I will give him a beating. From October 22nd onwards, Suyu skipped classes again. In the academy, Suyu's shadow could not be seen. No one knew where he went. Previously, Suyu had said many times that Xinwen's coaching class was no longer under his shadow. His application to open a research institute was also not heard. It was as if the overbearing and arrogant Suyu had never appeared. Just as Suyu and Zhaoli sealed themselves. Great Xia Civilization University. At the entrance of the academy, Chen Hao looked around. This was the Great Xia Civilization University. It did not feel like much. It was not as imposing as our Longwu Academy. Chen Hao? At this moment, he heard a man's voice. Chen Hao turned his head and quickly recognized him. It's you, the fatty from last time, the one beside you? Xia Huyu was exhausted. If you were not Suyu's friend, I would have beaten you to death. Who are you calling fatty? Am I fat? I'm strong and healthy. This bastard was only tall. Otherwise, with his physique, he would be much fatter than me. How dare he call me fatty? Xia Huyu. Xia Huyu introduced him casually and said, so you told you, right? He's busy now and can't come out. I'll arrange your matters. Bluff? Chen Hao muttered. What a stupid name. He did not sound like a good person just from the name. Xia Huyu could not be bothered to say more. He had gotten used to it. He waved at Chen Hao and said as he walked, let's go in. By the way, be smart and don't talk nonsense. Don't mention Suyu's name. Don't say that you're his friend, got it? Got it. Chen Hao nodded. Xia Huyu was surprised. What did you know? Aren't you going to ask what's going on? Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Hao said in a low voice, did you screw someone over? Or should he just kill him? How many did he kill? It's illegal to kill people here, right? You weren't caught, right? F***ck, Xia Huyu could only curse like this. Are you so clear about everything? Could it be that Suyu was not a good person from the start? When I met him for the first time, I thought he was an honest kid. But listen, his childhood friend didn't even ask and he knew that Suyu had done something bad. He had never been a good person since he was young. My heart is tired, Xia Huyu said as he walked. It's not against the law. Anyway, it's fine as long as you know. Be careful, lest you get targeted. Definitely. Chen Hao nodded. He looked around and asked curiously, can I call you fatty? Calling your name makes me feel like you're not a good person. Sure. Xia Huyu gritted his teeth. Whatever you want, you bastard. You're from Longwu Institute, right? Sooner or later, you'll join Longwu. In the future, if I'm interested, I'll go to Longwu and be a general for once. I'll teach you a lesson. Fatty, are you strong? Not bad. Are you a freshman? Yes. I'm at 15 kilograms. Those who know you are generally stronger. I'm here. That's not bad. You're about the same as me. Chen Hao nodded with a proud face. I'm also at 15 kilograms. Xia Huyu was speechless. Yes, I'm at 15 kilograms. The problem is your 15 kilograms the same as mine? Since Suyu's childhood friend had such good eyesight, it was no wonder he could only go to Longwu Institute. Chen Hao looked around as he walked. As he walked, he suddenly said, Great Xia Civilization University doesn't seem to be very lively. Our institute is noisy every day. From morning to night, there are people practicing martial arts. There are even people fighting. It's very lively. Why are you guys so quiet? When there was nothing going on, Great Xia Civilization University was indeed very quiet. The students were either in class or in seclusion. They rarely ran around. Xia Huyu said casually, that's a fighter. We're civilizationists. It's different. Is that so? Chen Hao nodded. Civilizationists were really boring. Moreover, all of them were wearing long robes. It looked very troublesome. Weren't they afraid that their clothes would be torn when they fought? As he was thinking, someone passed by. Chen Hao heard a familiar name. Where did Suyu go? I thought he was going to fight for first place in the top 100 this month. Zhang Hai was defeated last time. This time, he's in seclusion. I think he's preparing to break through to soar. Once he breaks through to soar, Suyu's first place will be less interesting. That's true. Last time, he teamed up with Zhou Hao to fight Xianxia. After the 25th, he'll be out of the rankings. He has to enter the spiritual sea secret realm on that day. He can only fight in the next 2 days. Otherwise, when the spiritual sea secret realm comes out, Xianxia will definitely advance. Suyu, first place in the top 100, Chen Hao was stunned for a moment. He looked at Xia Huyu, who was leading the way. When the two of them were far away, he whispered, "Fatty, did you just say a you?" Xia Huyu turned around and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "What do you think? First place in the top 100? Chen Hao looked surprised. "Yes, the first place in your academy's Longhu leaderboard. The kind that's just for fun." Chen Hao looked depressed. Was that so? Didn't he say he would fight in the top 5 last time? Why did he fight in the first place all of a sudden? That was fast. It had only been a few days. Is he afraid to come out because he beat up someone else? No. Xia Huyu thought for a moment before saying, "The Great Xia Civilization University is much more troublesome than your academy. The Longwu Academy is still united. After all, after graduation, there's a high chance that they'll become comrades in arms. Most of them will join the army. Our side is a bit messy." Messy? Chen Hao asked in a low voice, "Will people die?" Yes. Xia Huyu nodded. People would die. That wasn't a lie. Just a few days ago, 2 Mountain Seas and Ling Yun had died. Several well-known geniuses had been crippled. At this point, the struggle could be said to be white-hot. Chen Hao didn't say anything else. At this moment, they were almost at the Mystic Realm area. At this moment, a few people walked in front of him. When they saw Xia Huyu, someone smiled and said, "Brother Xia, are you going to the Mystic Realm area?" As he said that, he glanced at Chen Hao, a little surprised. From the Longwu Academy, Chen Hao was still wearing the Longwu Academy's uniform. Why was he from the Longwu Academy at the Civilization Academy, and his strength wasn't that great? When Xia Huyu saw them, he also smiled and said, "Where are you going?" "Xia-chan, you didn't even greet me when you saw me. How rude." Among the crowd, the one surrounded by stars was Xia-chan. Xia-chan glanced at him and didn't say anything. "Didn't you want to hide your identity? You're a disciple of a branch. Isn't it normal for me to ignore you?" This fatty, relying on the fact that he was a few months older than her, bullied people all day long. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. The person who greeted him earlier smiled and said, "Brother Xia, we were just about to go pick them up. Senior brother Difeng and the others have returned triumphantly. This time, they destroyed a stronghold of the Myriad tribe sect, and senior brother Difeng and the others even killed a soaring sky realm powerhouse. If things go well this time, they might be able to offset their previous punishment." As he said that, he glanced at Chen Hao and didn't care. He said casually, "Brother Xia, aren't you familiar with Suyu? Where has that guy been these 2 days? This time, Brother Zhai killed a Soar Realm powerhouse. Instead of retreating, his strength has increased. I'm afraid that he's close to the Soar Realm. If he can enter the Sea of Knowledge, he will definitely become a Soar. Let's see if Suyu has the guts to come out and fight in the top 100 list in the next 2 days." Xia Huyu was tired. "Why are you telling me this? I'm a businessman. I won't meddle in these things." Although he was annoyed, he still put on a smile and said, "I don't know about that." "Congratulations, Brother Zhai. I'm not sure about Suyu's situation either. If you want to buy information, I can investigate it. I'm a businessman. I don't care about your disputes." "We understand." The few of them laughed. Previously, when Li Shiyun and the others were defeated, Shan Shenwen's faction was really in despair. Fortunately, they didn't know if it was to restore their morale. Soon, they received news that Zhai Feng had destroyed a Wanzhou stronghold. He joined forces with a few other students and killed a Soar Realm powerhouse. It had to be said that when such news came out at this time, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Killing Soar Realm powerhouses, this was something that even Xianxia couldn't do. However, Zhai Feng did it. His strength was even stronger than Xianxia. Xianxia was also very strong. If it wasn't for Suyu and Zhou Hao joining forces to ambush him, Xianxia might not have lost. Now, the morale of Shan Chenwen's faction was raised. The person said a few words and then asked curiously, Brother Xia, this person is, from Longwu Institute? He can't enter the Mystic Realm area, right? You want to go there? Yes. Before Xia Huyu could say anything, Chen Hao spoke. Xia Huyu cursed in his heart. What the hell? Don't give me trouble. Suyu's childhood friend felt that he was very stupid. The few of them looked at Chen Hao strangely. You can enter the Mystic Realm area, Chen Hao said innocently. Seniors, I'm a student of Longwu Institute. I'm a reserve member of Longwu Institute and one of Xiajia's people. That's why my teacher fought for me to enter your institute's mystic realm. He looked at Xia Chan in the crowd and scratched his head. Is this senior Xiajia's people? Then she'll be my master from now on. I wonder if she's a direct descendant of Xiajia. Hearing that, the person who spoke earlier smiled. You have a good eye. Martial Aunt Xia Chan is a direct descendant of Xiajia. She's the granddaughter of Xia Houyi. Chen Hao half knelt on the ground and saluted. Longwu Institute. Chen Hao, reserve member of Longwu Institute, greets General Xia. Xia Chan was speechless. Why did they meet a guy from Longwu Institute on the way? Xiajia was indeed the master of Dixia province. Longwu Institute was a private army. They could be considered as Xiajia's guards. There was nothing wrong with Chen Hao saluting. Although Xia Chan felt a little uncomfortable, she said, There's no need to salute. You don't have to do that in the institute. Yes, sir. Chen Hao stood up in a well-behaved manner. With a simple and honest face, he smiled and said, My name is Chen Hao. My strength is low, but I am the meat shield of the Xia family's private army. The seniors here are all friends of General Xia, so feel free to call me if you need any help. Chen Hao said with a silly face, If you're not afraid that I'm slow, you can call for me too. Even the civilization masters need guards. I'm from Longwu Institute, and my major is in defense. I can effectively prevent surprise attacks and block swords for you at any time. As he spoke, Chen Hao scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Seniors, please take my contact number. When you're on a mission, just pay me a few merit points. I promise I won't be afraid of death. He looked simple and honest, a little poor and embarrassed. Seeing that they were looking at him, he said awkwardly, We usually don't cooperate with people from other institutes on missions. You're friends of General Xia, so you can be an exception, because we're Xiajia's private army. Although I'm weak, I'll improve after entering the Arcana realm. I'm here to build my foundation. I'll definitely become stronger. They looked at him. The leader said with a smile, What's your strength now? Second tier of 15 kilograms. Chen Hao said hurriedly, We fighters improve very quickly. We don't need to improve our willpower like you do. We're enlightened very quickly. I'll be able to reach the 4th or 5th tier of 15 kilograms by the end of the year. A meat shield of 4 or 5 tiers of 15 kilograms was nothing. On the other hand, the Longwu Institute actually fought for a spot in the Arcana realm for him. Which Arcana realm was he going to enter? Vitality Arcana realm, or some other small Arcana realm? Even though Chen Hao was not too sure, the possibility of him entering the secret realm meant that he was likely a seedling of the Martial Dragon Academy. The few of them chuckled and did not say anything else. After Chen Hao gave them his contact number, they quickly left. After they left, Xia Huyu looked at him with some surprise. Chen Hao lowered his head and continued to follow him. He almost bumped into him. He scratched his head and said, Fatty, why aren't you walking? Xia Huyu looked at him strangely and said in a low voice, You kneel and salute when you see Xia Chan. My surname is also Xia. Do you know that? Chen Hao was speechless. You said it. I'm also a Xiajia person. Do you know that? I know that. Then you, Xia Huyu was speechless. He quickly said, What's wrong with you? These guys and, that guy are enemies. Do you know that? I know that. Chen Hao nodded. Nonsense. Of course I know that. This fatty was asking idiotic questions. Why would you make friends with such a stupid person? Then why did you? Xia Huyu said and frowned at him. After a while, he said, Big guy, do you know that? Those guys just now, not to mention my sister Xia Chan, almost all of them have the strength of Wanshi realm. I know that. Chen Hao nodded. I feel that they are very strong. Then you, still want to stand up for that guy? Xiaohu roughly understood what he meant. He was a little surprised. You're quite bold. Acting like a grandson. I thought you were really a fool. Chen Hao smiled foolishly. No, they are civilizers. I'm a fighter. Fighters improve very quickly. We focus on our bodies. I didn't open many apertures. I only opened 72. This time, I was able to enter your school's mystic realm. When I go back, I'll be the strongest among the freshmen. I can apply for more resources. I think I'll be able to enter Wanshur soon too. Chen Hao chuckled and said, now that I've entered 10,000 stones, my body is definitely stronger than a civilization master's. If I get close, a civilization master will be beaten up by us fighters before he can fly. Do you know, this fatty is so stupid? In which year did the War School and Civilization School spar not end with the War School beating the Civilization School students? In close combat, I'll kill you instantly, little fatty, do you know that, it's not sore. Before the manifestation of willpower, civilizers didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. After all, people like Suyu were few and far between. Xiaohu looked at him in surprise. F***ck, a dog that bites doesn't bark. This guy, was he preparing to ambush those guys? F***ck, so ruthless, he was a little surprised. He hurriedly said, let me tell you, the girl inside is Xiaochan, Xiaohu's granddaughter. Do you know? Xiaojia is protected by a fighter. Chen Hao nodded and looked at him like he was an idiot. I know. I'm not planning to get to know her. She's Xiaojia's person. She'll definitely have guards when she goes out. I mean, those seniors, they don't have guards, right? Chen Hao looked at him strangely. Did he not understand? Those were just normal people. They didn't have guards when they went out. He, a fighter, took the initiative to come to them. Moreover, he was a genius from the Longwu school, Xiaojia's private army, Longwu's reserve, the most reliable and honest soldier. How nice would it be to go on missions with them? It's just a few merit points, I can do all the dirty and tiring work. I can also stay close to them and protect them. This is much more reliable than the fighters outside, isn't it? He's just a little weak, but he's in his golden cultivation period. During his time at 15-ton Wanshur, he's improved very quickly. Xiaohu was completely speechless. This guy. Is he really going to ambush those guys? He's very bold. At this moment, they were almost at the mystic realm area. Xiaohu said in a low voice, you said you were sent by the Longwu school. They'll know it's fake once they check. Chen Hao smiled and said, it's fine. I'll ask my teacher for help. I'm already here. It's just a name. The school will definitely be happy to give me a name. According to EU, it doesn't cost me anything, and I can even buy a reputation. Why wouldn't they be happy? The school can also say, look, even Chen Hao can go to the mystic realm of the civilization school. As long as you work hard, the school will also fight for opportunities for you, Chen Hao said honestly, when the time comes it'll be true. The school sent me here. Xiaohu was speechless, that makes so much sense, I'm speechless, you've already come, entered through your personal connections. The Longwu school can't wait for you to enter through your personal connections and give you a name. If they really applied for a spot for Chen Hao. There's probably nothing wrong with that. The Great Xia Civilization University probably won't care too much. It's just a name. Whatever. Chen Hao has already entered, in this way, there's no loophole at all. You're from Southern Yuan, Chen Hao scratched his head and said, yes, but isn't the student information confidential? They're not big shots. Do they still need to check my information? Xiaohu was speechless. Fine, I won't ask any more. You're playing dumb, F***ck, to think that I thought that you were really a simpleton, you're the same as Suyu. No wonder you can play together. It's just that your talent is a little lacking, but it's not bad. At least you've entered the Longwu Academy. There are more opportunities in the Longwu Academy. Maybe you can also become a powerhouse. He stopped asking, but Chen Hao asked, do they hate you? Who is that Jai Feng? A guy who's close to Soar. You heard him. He killed a Soar. Xiaohu said casually, as for whether they hate him or not. Of course they hate him. They want to kill Suyu. Forget it, he's only in the school. Otherwise, he would have been killed a long time ago. Oh. Xianxia didn't ask any more questions. That was all he needed to ask. Xiaohuyu could not help but say, you should know that there's a record of missions. Oh. You'll be done for. Even if there's no evidence, your future will be limited if you leave a mark on your protection. Oh. Oh my god. Xiaohuyu asked curiously, you don't want to go to Longwu Wei anymore? Chen said with a silly smile, of course I do. But I couldn't go in the first place. I couldn't get in, but you helped me and I got in. Xiaohuyu was speechless. This guy, damn, he looks so honest. He's even more pleasing to the eye than Suyu, a simple and honest face. Even with my extraordinary eyes, I think you're a reliable good person. You're actually a bad guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Not only did Xiaohuyu misjudge Mystic Realm Area. When Xiaohuyu took out his token and handed over 100 merit points, and Chen Hao called him grandpa, Niao could not help but laugh. Where did this idiot come from? Suyu's friend. Xiaohuyu looked at Niao's smile and felt a little helpless. Was he an idiot? He was Suyu's friend, yet he believed that he was a good person, too lazy to say anything more. He passed a bottle of blood essence to Chen Hao. Xiaohuyu reminded him, you'd better use it up. There's a lot, 100 drops. Suyu asked me to pass it to you. What kind of blood essence is this? Mountain breaking ox. Oh. Chen Hao nodded and took the item. He did not ask any more questions and walked in. Xiaohuyu was tired. Do you know how much it's worth? To be honest, his heart ached. Chen Hao's talent was not much. Why would he use this? It was a waste. 1,000 merit points, plus the 100 he spent in the Mystic Realm area. 1,100 merit points, this was used by top-notch geniuses in Foundation establishment. In the academy, it was hard to even get a top-notch student. Did Chen Hao need this? Suyu was really willing to part with it, most importantly, it was on credit. This guy spent money like water. He had used up all the money he had previously. After he went in, Niao asked curiously, Longwu Academy? Average talent, but he's willing to spend so much. Xiaohuyu nodded and said with a smile, Niagalao, how far do you think this guy can cultivate? About the 4th tier of 15 kilograms. Niao said with a smile, not many. 8 apertures can be promoted to the 1st tier, 16 apertures to the 4th tier. 100 drops of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. That's a lot of money. Plus, he's a warrior, so he should have a chance at the 4th tier. The main thing was that he had fewer apertures opened, much less than some geniuses in the Civilization Academy. The geniuses here would usually cultivate techniques with 108 apertures. Xiaohuyu nodded. It was more or less what he had imagined. Some students in the academy who were not good at the physical path could enter the mystic realm and devour 100 drops of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. They had the confidence to advance 2 tiers. The 4th tier of 15 kilograms. Longwu Academy is inferior to Dexiao War Academy to begin with. Plus, he's a new student. If he returns to the academy, he'll probably get some attention, Xiaohuyu calculated in his heart. Not bad. There were still 2 months before the end of the year. It would not be difficult to enter the 5th or 6th tier. He hoped that those fools just now would not be greedy and really ask this guy to do the mission together. Otherwise, with a fighter at the 5th or 6th level of 15 caddies protecting you, let alone those fellows whose bodies were only 15 caddies, even if they were 10,000 stones, if they were caught off guard, they would still be hacked to death. He did not even have the time to use his willpower. Not thinking about Chen Hao anymore, Xiaohuyu was just about to leave when Niao suddenly said, seeing that kid just now, I thought of something. After Suyu soar, why don't Xiaojia recruit him into the Longwu Wei? Xiaohuyu frowned slightly. Niao laughed. Longwu Wei is your private army or the guard. No one would dare to touch Longwu Wei. Suyu is talented and has a bright future. What do you think? Xiaohuyu chuckled and said, Elder Nya, I want to as well. The problem is that he doesn't agree. Niao nodded slightly, smiled, and said, he better not be in the limelight. What about you? Don't you want to be in the limelight? For generations, Xianxia has never had such a low-key direct descendant. Don't learn from Xiaoyi. Then he added, moreover, when Xiaoyi was young, he was not low-key. Xiaoyi laughed dryly. I am too weak, so I won't embarrass Xiaojia. My sister Xiachan is still very powerful. She is already at the 9th tier of 15 kilograms and will soon become Wanshi. I have high hopes for my sister. Nielao could not help but laugh and shake his head. Some people cannot be too high profile, but some people cannot be too low-key. If you are too low-key, even if you really ruled a Xia province. In the future, who will listen to you? Xiaohu grinned. Not necessarily. Even if I really inherit the Xia province, my great-grandfather is so domineering, and my father is also incomparably domineering. Each generation is more domineering than the previous. I'd better be a little gentler. Otherwise, all 4 generations of manor heads are incomparably domineering. All heavens one will target our Xia province. When Xiaohu finished, he chuckled and said, it's good that I am a little cowardly. If I am a little cowardly, maybe I won't even need to interfere. Someone will help me get promoted. I am afraid that my cousin brother Yuan will get promoted and learn from my father. My cousin brother did not learn anything else, but he learned my father's domineering and unreasonable ways. The successive generations of manor heads were all incomparably domineering people. If they insisted on fighting to the death with Wan would have a headache. Xiaohuyo even wondered if there would be a day when those people from the Myriad tribe sect who were lurking around would take the initiative to approach him and help him get promoted. A prefecture master who liked to do business. How nice would that be, weak and unable to convince the masses. If they don't support me, it will be Wan's loss. Those who can help me get promoted definitely have high positions, and their strength is definitely not weak. Hehe, Xiaohu smiled. I am just waiting for some higher-ups to come in contact with me. I really hope I can poach a few of them and catch them all in one fell swoop. As for being high-profile, there is no need. Harmony brings wealth, I am a businessman. There is no need to learn from Suyu. If I am too high-profile, what if I am assassinated? Hearing him say this, Nielao also smiled and did not say anything else. Xiaohu. Xiaojia's generation is interesting. Xiaoyuan, this fellow who is not a son, wants to learn from Xiao Longwu. As for his biological son, he can't wait to be separated from his father. Alright, I got it. Nielao did not say anything else. He waved his hand and said, go, don't be an eyesore in front of me. There are not many good people among your Xiaojia people. Xiaohu did not mind. He smiled and bowed before leaving. There are not many good people among Xiaojia people? Niegalao actually slandered Xiaojia people. I have to come to this mystic realm a few more times. I have recorded and videotaped everything. If you don't let me in for free, I will hand the things over to my second grandpa and teach you a lesson. Paying no further attention to Pavilion Elder Nya, Xianxia first thought about Chen Hao for a moment before shifting his attention to Suyu. Zhai Feng actually returned. Shan Shenwen's faction was willing to pay a huge price and directly took out a Sore stronghold. After all, Wanzhu's stronghold was guarded by Sore. He might be able to catch a big fish. They have so many Wanzhu strongholds, but they don't know how to report it. There hasn't been any progress over the years, Xiaohu mumbled. Cancer, he did not know what his second grandpa and the rest were thinking. Also, as for Suyu, if he knew that Zhai Feng could also enter the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm, would he challenge Zhai Feng in advance and severely injure Zhai Feng? While Xiaohu was thinking about this, Zhou Pingxing, who had just seen Zhai Feng, gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, if Suyu really wants to challenge you, don't accept it. Choose to ignore it and wait until you come out of the mystic realm. Zhai Feng was a little sullen, but he still nodded. Teacher, I understand. This time, killing a Sore can only offset your crime. The others, still cannot enter. Zhou Pingxin continued, suppress it, don't enter the Sore realm. Our faction does not lack Sore. What we lack is invincibility below Sore realm. At the very least, we have to occupy the top 100. This is our chance to wash away our humiliation. Also, suppress it a little. It will also be beneficial for you to stabilize your realm. I understand. Zhai Feng nodded. Although he was a little unwilling to not be able to enter Soar, Xianxinwen's faction did not lack Soar. What they lacked was people like him, who were close to the Soar realm and had extremely strong battle prowess. Zhou Pingxing gave a few instructions and left without saying anything else. After he left, Zhai Feng smashed the table in front of him with a kick. Su Yu, if not for him, he would have directly entered the Soar realm when he entered the Mystic realm. There wouldn't have been so much trouble. In order to suppress Su Yu, his advancement was actually restricted. Teacher made it sound nice. It was to bring glory to Xianxinwen's faction, to stabilize his realm, but it was all because he had not given up on the curator position. As long as he was not Soar, he still had a chance. Su Yu. Wu Jia. Zhai Feng snorted. The last time he was tricked, it definitely had something to do with Xianxinwen's faction. Just wait and see. October 24th. The day before the Arcane Realm, Su Yu still did not show up. Many of them were looking forward to Su Yu challenging Zhai Feng before the Arcane Realm. However, after waiting for a few days, Su Yu did not show up. They could not help but feel disappointed. Did Su Yu go into seclusion, or did he not dare to challenge Zhai Feng? After all, this time, Zhai Feng returned with the reputation of killing Soar. Although Su Yu was strong, his physique was only at Qianjun. Some people felt that Su Yu might not be a match for Zhai Feng and chose to retreat. This was normal. This was Su Yu's character. Previously, when he felt that he was no match for Zhai Feng, he chose to give up. Although they were disappointed, the audience only felt that there was no more show to watch. As for Xianxinwen's faction, some heaved a sigh of relief, while some felt regretful. There were many things that they felt regretful about. Some felt regretful that Zhai Feng did not have the chance to defeat Su Yu and restore the name of Xianxinwen's faction. Some felt regretful that the two of them did not fight and were not seriously injured. They could still enter the Arcane Realm. If the two of them fought, both of them might be injured and 2 slots would be empty. The current Su Yu did not care about the discussions in the outside world. In Zhao Li's research institute. At this moment, on the huge model, 144 red dots were connected to form a line. Zhao Li took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It's just a possibility of deduction. It doesn't mean that it's correct. After all, there's no actual connection. I'm not sure if I can combine the 4 cultivation skills into one. But after many deductions, this method of connection is the smoothest." As Zhao Li spoke, he looked at Su Yu and said in a deep voice, "You can learn these few sets of cultivation techniques first and form a separate system. Don't link them together. The deduction of cultivation techniques is a very rigorous matter. If there's any mistake, it might cause problems in the Sea of Will." After pondering for a while, Zhao Li continued, "If you don't reach Ling Yun, there's actually no need to connect them. You'll need a lot of time to reach Ling Yun." Su Yu's eyes were red. He hadn't rested for a few days. Zhao Li was the same as him. Both of them had been deducing the 5 elements cultivation method as one for the past few days. Hearing Zhao Li's words, Su Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, there was no hurry. When he reached the 9th stage of Soar and was ready to enter Ling Yun, he would need to combine the cultivation techniques to advance to Ling Yun. Before that, the 5 elements cultivation method couldn't be combined, so it wouldn't affect his cultivation progress. Of course, his explosive willpower was slightly weaker. As for Zhao Li, he calculated for a while and said, "Actually, after opening 72 divine orifices, I can try to combine the 2 cultivation techniques. If it works, the probability of success in the future will be greatly increased." 72 divine orifices. Zhao Li compared for a while and chose 2 cultivation techniques that didn't overlap much with the 10,000 text scripture. There were also 72 divine orifices, but only 8 of them overlapped, so he needed to open another 64 divine orifices. It's difficult to open divine orifices, but I've opened 72 divine orifices. It won't be too slow to open more. If I use resources, I might be able to open one in 5 days. I should be able to open all of them in a year, Zhao Li calculated in his heart. Maybe he could try it first. If he could open the divine orifices of 2 cultivation techniques and combine them, it would mean that the method of combination was correct and feasible. If it didn't work, then there was a mistake in the deduction. After all, it was just a model, 1 year. So you shouldn't be able to advance to the Lingyun realm within a year, right? Not so fast. Thinking of this, Zhao Li said again, you cultivate first and remember the new combination method. I'll try to deduce it again. If it works, I'll inform you. Suyu was also very tired. At this moment, he didn't think too much about it. He nodded and smiled. Teacher, it's already very good. At least according to our idea, this combination should be able to form a new cycle. If it really doesn't work, I'll try it slowly in the future. Suyu wasn't too worried. If there was a conflict between the cultivation techniques, it would impact the Sea of Will and cause the Sea of Will to become chaotic or even collapse. However, in a Sea of Will, there was a golden book. With this thing, would his Sea of Will collapse so easily? Impossible, he would know once he tried it. Zhao Li didn't say much. He exhaled and said, by the way, I'll try to cultivate these cultivation techniques. You don't have any objections, right? No. Suyu smiled. If teacher needs it, I can provide you with the 5th cultivation technique. Forget it. There are too many divine orifices opened. 4 is enough for me. As Zhao Li spoke, he suddenly asked, what's today's date? Suyu was stunned. He thought for a moment and quickly said, the 24th, now is. He looked at the big clock on the wall. 11 o'clock, he looked outside the window. It should be night. Luckily, Suyu instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He almost forgot that he still had to enter the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. Tomorrow was the 25th. There was also Chen Hao. After his cultivation ended, he sent a message that he was going back to the school. There was no news of him after that. He didn't know the results of his cultivation. You have to enter the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm tomorrow, right? Zhao Li also remembered this matter and reminded him, that's enough. I'll try to deduce it later to see if it's consistent. Go back and rest early. It's not easy to open the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. Now you need to open the divine orifices. It's very helpful for you. Suyu nodded. He didn't cultivate these days, but it didn't mean that he didn't gain anything. Deducing the divine orifices connection method with Zhao Li had at least made him master more knowledge about the divine orifices. He knew the sequence and position of the 144 divine orifices like the back of his hand. He also had a better understanding of the 5 elements cultivation technique. These things would be of great help to him in his future cultivation. Zhao Li didn't say anything else. He let Suyu memorize the new connection method deduced. Soon, a ball of flame appeared in his hand and completely burned the model. After burning the model, Shenwen trembled and the remaining material was shaken into powder. Then, he collected all the powder. As he did so, he said, I'll deal with it later. You too, be careful. Some elites are very special in Shenwen, and can even turn back time. Don't leave any traces. Once this kind of cultivation technique is spread, it'll be a great disaster. Suyu nodded hurriedly. He was also very careful about this. He didn't dare to leave any traces. Alright, you go back first. As Zhao Li spoke, he thought of something. A golden crystal appeared in his hand, and he tossed it to Suyu. He said, put it in the Sea of Will. Once someone uses the tracking, monitoring, or spying Shenwen to track you or spy on you, this anti-surveillance Wenbing will change color to alert you. According to the level, it will emit different colors. White is level 2 Shenwen, blue is level 3 Shenwen, red is level 4 Shenwen, purple is level 5 Shenwen. Level 5 means that someone at the Sun-Moon tier is spying on you. Once it turns purple, don't think or do anything, because even if you think, it'll be easily sensed. Suyu played with this thing curiously. It was a very practical thing. And very precious, it could even sense the spying of someone at the Sun-Moon tier. This thing was probably very valuable. In fact, it gave Suyu the feeling that it wasn't inferior to some top-level or even Earth-level Wenbing. Teacher, what level of Wenbing is this? It's supportive, and doesn't need to care about the level. It's called perceptive jade, and it can be considered a kind of Wenbing. In fact, it has the effect of sensing. Although Zhao Li said it casually, Suyu still understood that this function alone was very awesome. Teacher, can I also sense the spying of an elite's willpower? Yes. Zhao Li nodded. This thing is used for warning, so of course you can sense it. Suyu was shocked. It was really a good thing, especially in the wild. If someone spied on him in the dark, he could quickly discover it. It was a life-saving treasure. Otherwise, if an elite spied on him, it would be very difficult for Suyu to discover it, unless the other party's willpower was very weak, or they deliberately revealed it. Teacher, then do you still have this thing? This can't be Zhao Li's life-saving treasure, right? Nonsense, this was forged by me, of course I can continue to forge it. Zhao Li couldn't be bothered to say more, and said impatiently, all right, you can go back. Rest well at night and adjust your state. Tomorrow, go to the mystery realm to absorb more willpower. Although Suyu wanted to say a few more words, seeing that Zhao Li had said so, he didn't argue anymore. He stored the perceptive jade into the Sea of Will, and easily merged into the Sea of Will. Zhao Li didn't waste words, and Shenwen fluctuated. Instantly, the perceptive jade turned blue. Blue represented Ling Yunjing. The next moment, Zhao Li's willpower fluctuated, and Suyu didn't sense anyone spying on him, but the perceptive jade turned red. Red represented rank 4, representing the Mountain Sea realm. Suyu understood. Zhao Li's Shenwen was rank 3, but its willpower had entered the Mountain Sea realm, so a red alert appeared. This meant that a Mountain Sea realm expert was watching him. What a magical thing, what a sharp insight. Suyu was shocked. In any case, he didn't sense anything unusual. If Zhao Li hadn't deliberately revealed it, he wouldn't have sensed that Zhao Li was spying on him. However, the perceptive jade sensed it. The perceptive jade doesn't mean everything, Zhao Li suddenly reminded. For example, Shenwen has some elites. Except for the main Shenwen, the other Shenwen aren't strong, even if it's just a white change. The Shenwen spying on you is rank 2, so don't think that the enemy in the dark is Sword tier. It could be the Mountain Sea realm, or it could be the Sun Moon, but the other party Shenwen is only rank 2, understand? Suyu nodded. Realization dawned on him. He almost overlooked this point. It seemed that even if it was only white, he couldn't be careless. Who knew if it was an elite of the Sun Moon tier? It was just that the Shenwen used for surveillance was rank 2. White might not be Soar, and purple must be the Sun Moon. If it wasn't the Sun Moon, there was no way to outline the rank 5 Shenwen. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Anyway, in this kind of situation, he just had to be careful and stay alive. It was late at night when he came out of Zhao Li's research institute. In the dead of night, the Civilization Academy was very quiet. Suyu held the voice-transmitting talisman in his hand and looked through the message record. Xiaohuyu had a few messages, but they weren't anything important. Suyu saw the message about Zhai Feng, but he didn't take it seriously. Killing a Soar might allow him to enter the mystery realm of the Sea of Consciousness. What did it have to do with him? He was a low-profile person, he didn't plan to challenge Zhai Feng at all. It was very boring. Not to mention that he might not win. Even if he did win, he would be injured and miss the mystery realm of the Sea of Consciousness. That would be a real loss. For a person like Zhai Feng, it was useless to injure him even once. He didn't learn his lesson. He didn't learn his lesson when he was punished by the inspectorate last time. According to what the Wanfu prefect said, it was either not do it, or do it to the extreme. As for whether the Wanfu prefect had said this or not, it was not important. It was enough for Suyu to understand it this way. In addition to Xiaohuyu's message, there were also other people who sent messages. Suyu had 2 voice-transmitting talismans. One was used by the members of the fraternity, and the other was used by him to fool people. On the fraternity's side, in addition to Xiaohuyu's message. Although Xiaohuyu didn't know about the existence of the fraternity, his voice-transmitting talisman was in the fraternity's system. In addition to Xiaohuyu, there were other people who sent messages as well. The complete list of the mystery realms of the Sea of Consciousness, this was sent by Lin Yao. Not only that, but he also added a message to remind Suyu to be careful. This time, when he entered the mystery realm, someone might be targeting him. They would surround him and absorb his willpower, so that Suyu could find a way to contact some people to solve these problems as soon as possible. Suyu was slightly moved. Could it be done like this? Shan Shenwen's faction could think of it. However, now that he had opened 44 divine apertures, if he really absorbed the willpower, he might not be slower than those Soar. But I can't make it too obvious. It was fine, many people would enter. At most, he would get close to Xia Huyu's group, including Wan Ming's group. If they dared to target him, would they dare to target the descendants of the Wan clan, or if he got close to Xia Chan's group, what would they dare to do? What a stupid plan. So you didn't take it too seriously. This plan wouldn't work at all. He wasn't stupid. He had to fight with them and get close to Xia Chan's group, unless these people also stopped giving Xia Chan cultivation. Weren't they afraid that Xia Jia would hammer them to death? In addition, Lin Yao said another thing. His senior brother Xianxia was currently undergoing his assessment. At present, he hadn't been pulled into the fraternity yet. He would only be pulled in after passing the assessment. So you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whatever. This guy really treated it as a big deal. As for the name list of the Sea of Consciousness secret realm, Suyu saw many familiar faces. However, this time only Zhai Feng and the others had the opportunity to enter. Huang Qifeng and Xiao Yun didn't get the chance. Because killing one Soar wasn't enough to offset the crimes of a few people. After looking at the fraternity's voice-transmitting talisman, Suyu began to look at the Meiden societies. Over at the Meiden society's side, Suyu had already sent out a voice-transmitting talisman, the one that belonged to Lu Hong. At this moment, the voice-transmitting talisman displayed a message that had just been sent out. Huang 99, newcomer reporting in. Seniors, do you have any advice? Tianqi, everyone is cultivating, no time to bother with you. Tianqi, currently chatting with a Galau, don't disturb. Other than Huang 99, the other messages were all automatic replies with a fixed template. There weren't many people now, so it wasn't a big problem. If there were too many people, it would be easy to be exposed. With a unique newcomer like Lu Hong, Suyu had set up a few fixed template replies, so it wasn't a big problem. Huang 99, Suyu was speechless. You're really low-key. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Di Ba, no advice? Give me a warning. Don't provoke the Wanfu prefect. He's an elite of the Sun Moon tier. Be careful not to be strangled to death. A moment later, there was a reply. Huang 99, Academy Chief is in the Sun Moon tier? The information says that he's at the peak stage of the Mountain and Sea tier. Di Ba, as expected of a newcomer, to actually believe the information, how stupid. Di Ba, Academy Chief has broken through to the Sun Moon tier for a long time. Di Ba, it's normal for newcomers not to know. Since he doesn't know that Academy Chief has broken through to the Sun Moon tier, he's definitely not an elite. Little rookie, I'll tell you a secret. Have you cultivated the Shenwen of another race? If you have, quickly get rid of it. The human race, the Shenwen, is the strongest. Di Ba, 22, a newcomer has just joined the society, don't speak nonsense. Di Ba, this is not a secret for elites. Those at the peak of the Mountain and Sea tier have some understanding. The alternate accounts chatted with each other, while Lu Hong of Huang 99's Lu Hong looked surprised. What did that mean? He really didn't know. The human race, the Shenwen, was the strongest? Stop fooling around. Lu Hong was a little moved, and he quickly asked, why? Di Ba, why? When you reach the Mountain and Sea tier and are stuck at the peak, you'll know. Of course, you should be a rookie. The Mountain and Sea tiers are still far away, and you might never reach the peak of the Mountain and Sea tier in your lifetime. I'm just saying, it doesn't really matter. Lu Hong was speechless, but his heart was moved. What did that mean? You're at the peak of the Mountain and Sea tier? Don't joke with me. There weren't many people at the peak of the Mountain and Sea tier in the entire academy. The 4 academy heads were, and Hong Tan was, too. There were also a few academy deans, some of whom were at the peak of the Mountain and Sea tier. Could it be that there were peak elites among them? Huang 99, seniors, I'm a rookie, so please take care of me. Isn't the human race, the Shenwen, the weakest? Why is it the strongest? I don't really understand. Di Ba, call me Grandpa, and I'll give you some guidance. Lu Hong almost died of anger. Call me Grandpa, however, his heart was itching like a cat was scratching at it. Why, I don't know the situation. After struggling for a while, he decided to forget it. In any case, no one knew who Huang 99 was. Of course, Suyu might know, but he had been observing for the past few days. He was not the only rookie who had joined. There were a few others who had joined in the past few days. So you might not even know who he was. He had waited for a few days before daring to speak up. At this moment, he steeled his heart. Since they didn't know each other's identities, he might as well call them Grandpa. Huang 99, Grandpa, please give me some guidance. Suyu was speechless. Holy sh*t, this was definitely Lu Hong. The voice transmission talisman should still be in his hands. Holy sh*t, other than him, how could Sun Galao address someone else as Grandpa in the Shan Shenwen faction? Stop fooling around. As for the matter regarding the human race's Shenwen, Suyu was not the only one. Who knew? Many people knew about it. Hong Tan had mentioned it before, and someone had mentioned it during the Galao faction's meeting. Suyu did not waste any time and quickly replied. D22, good grandson. So obedient. Let Grandpa tell you, although the God-Fiend Shenwen faction is powerful now, when it reaches the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, there might be some rejection problems when it tries to break through to the Sun-Moon realm, causing it to fail. Lu Hongxin's heart trembled. Really? He really didn't know about this. In that case, the higher-ups of the academy might know about this news. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but this senior who was willing to respond to him quickly replied. D22, good grandson, Grandpa has to go out. Talk to you next time. Lu Hong was depressed. You're the grandson. However, this guy ran away, and the others did not reply to him. This made Lu Hong feel very helpless. Forget it, he would see if there was an opportunity next time. When there were more people, he would appear again. He had not thought that the first time he appeared, he would receive a few important pieces of information. Firstly, the Academy Chief was in the Sun-Moon tier. Secondly, the Mountain Sea realm breaking the Sun and Moon realm would affect the God-Fiend Shenwen faction. Then why didn't the Sun and Moon realm have this problem previously? Unfortunately, before he could ask this question, the other party ran away, and no one paid him any attention. Exterminating single society. In the villa, Lu Hong's eyes flickered, and he deleted a few messages so that Sun Galao would not discover his dark history the next time he checked. This guy is really shameless. Suyu was also speechless. He could even call Ling Han Grandpa. It was not good to expose him now. Otherwise, if the truth was exposed, would this guy still have the face to live? Probably. In any case, Lu Hong was indeed very shameless. He did not pay any more attention to Lu Hong. The exterminating single society was just a product that he had casually created. When he returned, he would send out some voice transmission talismans and expand the scale. Perhaps there would be some effect. For now, wanting to obtain any top-secret information or important information from Lu Hong was all nonsense. When this guy took the bait and became interested in the exterminating single society, perhaps he would leak some information. When he returned to the research center, Hong Tan had actually returned. Seeing that Suyu had returned, he did not ask anything, and quickly said, when we enter the mystery realm tomorrow, I will also go and open the mystery realm with Zhou Mingren and the others, and maintain the mystery realm open for a longer time. In principle, it is not allowed to disturb others in the mystery realm, but once you enter the mystery realm, these people may not follow the rules, so be careful. I know, thank you for the reminder, Grandmaster. Suyu said, and then said, Grandmaster, once I enter the mystery realm, can I stay until the end? You can. Hong Tan nodded, and quickly said, however, when the mystery realm opens, the willpower you can absorb is limited. The first part is to strengthen your own willpower, and the later part is to nurture the willpower and Shenwen. When you can't absorb any more, don't absorb any more, lest you burst the sea of will. I know. Suyu hurriedly nodded, and Hong Tan continued, when you come out of the mystery realm, it will be a few days later, and it will be next month. Your master and my senior brother will be leaving Dexia province for the All Heavens battlefield, Hong Tan said with a sigh, and then sighed, I hope they are fine, and don't run around for a few days, and take some time to say goodbye to them. Hearing this, Suyu also felt a little sad. Going to the All Heavens battlefield was a narrow escape, especially for the Vanguard Battalion. Half a year ago, he had sent his father away. Half a year later, his two teachers were going to the All Heavens battlefield, and Suyu also felt bad. His close friends were all sent to the All Heavens battlefield. If it was a normal conscription, it would not be a big deal, but now, they were sent as punishment, and Suyu naturally felt bad. It was all caused by Xianxia faction. Sooner or later, I will teach them a lesson. Hong Tan also fell silent. His senior brother and disciple had gone to the All Heavens battlefield, and this made him feel bad. It was hard to tell whether he would survive this trip. I have just returned from the All Heavens battlefield, and now they are going. Sigh. Thinking of this, Hong Tan suddenly thought of something. Did I forget something? Right. I have just returned from the All Heavens battlefield, so why did I go to the All Heavens battlefield? The next moment, Hong Tan's face turned strange. Damn it, I actually forgot. That thing is not dead, is it? If it is dead, I will suffer a great loss. Hong Tan remembered this and hurriedly used his willpower. A moment later, a small fur ball appeared in front of Suyu. A small white fur ball. At this moment, two small black dots appeared on the fur ball. Those were its eyes. Suyu was stunned. What was this? Why did Grandmaster make such strange things? As he was thinking, the little fur ball opened its eyes and suddenly revealed a small pink nose. Its nose twitched, and the next moment, it broke free from Hong Tan's hand and quickly flew towards Suyu. Before Suyu could react, he felt something drilling into his sea of will. How dare you? Hong Tan shouted angrily and suddenly reached out to grab the fur ball. With a crunch, he pinched the little fur ball in his hand and said angrily, "You're courting death." The little fur ball seemed to be screaming, but also seemed to be begging for mercy. Two small black eyes, however, were looking at Suyu. Hong Tan also looked at Suyu and asked curiously, "What special Shenwen did you sketch?" This little guy said it smelled the fragrance and wanted to eat it. Suyu was speechless. What did he mean? What was this thing? This is the God-Eater clan. Of course, I named it myself. Seeing that the furball was fine, Hong Tan was a little relieved and said with a smile, "To catch this little guy, it took me several months and a lot of energy." God-Eater clan? Suyu was surprised. There was such a clan. Previously, Bai Feng said that a new clan had appeared on the battlefield. Hong Tan had only gone to the battlefield for several months, and Grandmaster went for this little furball? Don't underestimate it. Hong Tan said with a pained expression, "This thing is not weak. It specializes in devouring Shenwen. It can drill into the sea of will and devour directly. Of course, its level is not high. It should be at the soar level. Currently, it can only devour level 2 Shenwen." As he spoke, he said with a helpless expression, "In order to catch this fellow, a few of my Shenwen coins were swallowed by it. It swallowed them whole." The God-Eater race, this was the first time a race had appeared in the All Heavens battlefield. They were mysterious and powerful. Devour Shenwen, it was the kind that could devour everything by the roots. It could dive into the sea of will and devour everything. It was a terrifying ability. Suyu also had a look of shock on his face. It could devour divine characters? Holy shit, this fellow had just flown towards him and even felt that something had drilled into the sea of will. Could it be that he wanted to enter his sea of will and devour Shenwen? If he was swallowed, wouldn't he be finished? After painstakingly sketching a few Shenwen coins, as he was thinking, Suyu's heart stirred. This little furball said it smelled good. Could it be eyeing the golden album? Was it that sharp? No, it was courting death. Although Suyu did not know how strong the golden album was, if it was Shenwen, it was at least in the eternal realm. If this little furball could swallow eternal Shenwen, then it was not Soar realm. Squeak, 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 the little furball was a little anxious. It looked at Suyu anxiously. Suyu could not see its face, only 2 eyes and a nose. It looked very anxious. After listening for a while, Hong Tan explained again, "This race is new and doesn't know the common language. I also don't understand their language. I can only make a general judgment." Suyu could not help asking, "Grandmaster, does this mean that a new race has not appeared in the All Heavens battlefield before?" "Yes." Hong Tan explained, "The All Heavens battlefield is a relatively special plane. It is connected to other realms. Each realm can open a passage through the All Heavens battlefield. The All Heavens battlefield can be considered a transit plane that does not suppress other realms. Some realms may have just discovered the All Heavens battlefield and opened an entrance. Some realms may have discovered it long ago, but have no experts. Without the strength of the Mountain Sea realm or above, it is impossible to open an entrance to the All Heavens battlefield. Opening an entrance means that a mountain sea realm expert has appeared in this race or realm. As he spoke, Hong Tan lifted the furball and shook it. This God-Eater clan must have just opened an interface passage. I have not seen it before. This time, it took me a lot of effort to find its whereabouts. This little guy is very difficult to deal with. It can burrow into the Sea of Will and swallow Shenwen. Moreover, its fleshly body is illusory, somewhat similar to Wenbing. This was also the reason he had taken it out just now. He had left it in the Sea of Will, and he had not cared about it. Recently, he had been very busy, and the little guy had been very well behaved in the Sea of Will, so he had almost forgotten about it. Suyu stared curiously at the furball, and the furball stared back, its nose twitching as if it had smelled something fragrant. Even though it was being lifted by Hong Tan, it kept looking at Suyu. Suyu was also looking at it. Swallowing Shenwen was a very powerful ability. However, he did not care too much about it. Hong Tan had probably captured it for research purposes. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Hong Tan say, "This thing is not easy to lock up. I will make a special cage for it later. You still have to go into seclusion, so help me raise it. This thing will eat Shenwen." Shenwen fragment chamber. You know about it, right? Give it some broken pieces of Shenwen. Don't let it starve to death. Eat Shenwen? Suyu's bare one's teeth said, so hard to please. How can there be so many pieces of Shenwen for it to eat? Will it eat willpower? Eat it too. Hong Tan smiled and nodded. This thing is most suitable to be raised in a pile of corpses. Especially in a pile of corpses of civilized masters. It is also very good at sneaking up on people. Once we fight with a civilized master, the second-grade Shenwen will be swallowed by it. That will be interesting. The Shenwen division's main mode of battle was to attack Shenwen. Once Shenwen was swallowed, it would be at the mercy of others, so you touched his chin and said, "Grandmaster, if this thing swallows Shenwen, will your Sea of Will collapse?" No, and it is very well hidden. You won't even feel it. Suyu's eyes lit up. Grandmaster, this is not used to kill. It is a healing divine beast. Hong Tan was slightly taken aback. Suyu hurriedly said, "You mean that if this thing swallows Shenwen, it will not cause the Sea of Will to bite back? Now some of us want to destroy the mythical Shenwen, but if it is destroyed, it is a small matter if Shenwen is destroyed. The main thing is that it will bite back." As soon as this was said, Hong Tan's eyes also lit up. That's right, they almost didn't think of it. Or rather, no one was willing to let the Shenwen they had sketched break and disappear. Therefore, this thing swallowing Shenwen was a disaster. But now, there was a problem with the mythical Shenwen. Some people wanted to give up, but they were unwilling. On one hand, they were unwilling to let Shenwen be destroyed. On the other hand, they were worried that people would die if Shenwen was destroyed. The backlash was too serious, but once this God-Eater clan's little furball swallowed it, would it be possible to solve the conflict with Shenwen painlessly? Hong Tan's eyes lit up. That's right. It does have a medical effect. This thing swallowing Shenwen is equivalent to anesthesia in medical terms. It anesthetizes your Sea of Will so that you can't feel the existence of Shenwen. Then, it will be swallowed by it. In this way, it can solve the conflict with Shenwen painlessly. Moreover, it can make itself stronger. As he spoke, Hong Tan frowned again. It is a little weak. It is only sore and can only swallow level 2 Shenwen. Now, it wants to change its cultivation base. In fact, it can mainly cultivate above the Sea of Mountains. It can't swallow the powerful Shenwen. He himself was like this. Shenwen was very strong. Even if this thing was thrown into the Sea of Will, it couldn't swallow it. If this thing was here, earlier on, Bai Feng wouldn't have needed to shatter himself and cause serious injuries. He could have chosen to let this thing swallow a part of Shenwen. Hong Tan said a few words and quickly said, "I'll study it for a few days first. When I get back, I'll throw it into the detention area. Don't forget to feed it." Suyu laughed dryly and didn't say much. "I always forget, the group of great demons downstairs hadn't been fed for almost a week. Fortunately, it wasn't a long time. Let's wait. Let's talk about it after we get out of the mystic realm." While he was thinking, the little furball in Hong Tan's hand suddenly struggled and burrowed towards Suyu. Hong Tan frowned slightly and pinched it. Squeak, 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 the little furball squeaked anxiously. Hong Tan frowned and tried to distinguish it. He roughly translated and said, "It seems to be saying that you have a fragrance on your body." Suyu was speechless. Fragrance? It was the smell of death. This little fellow couldn't have really set its eyes on the golden atlas, right? That was courting death, understood? The spirit expansion art's little hammer was domineering enough. In the end, when it wanted to attack the atlas, it turned around and ran from far away. It scared him. Did this little furball want to swallow his golden atlas? Suyu smiled and said, "If this thing is used well, it will also be a strong pet. Grandmaster, you can study it first. When I get back, I'll study it too. Let's see if I can make a devouring Shenwen. As for raising it as a mount, forget it. I don't want this fellow to completely devour my Shenwen. Then I'll want to cry." He didn't chat with Hong Tan anymore. Hong Tan seemed to be interested in this little furball. He grabbed it and brought it to the research lab. He didn't know if they would study it overnight. Before leaving, the little furball kept burrowing towards Suyu. Its two eyes kept looking at him. Fragrance, so fragrant, if he ate it, he would definitely become very, very powerful. Unfortunately, Suyu didn't understand what it meant. Hong Tan could only make a general distinction. He didn't understand the specific meaning. That night, Suyu rested for a short while. He adjusted his condition and waited for the next day's trip to the Mystic Realm. October 25th. Early in the morning, Suyu woke up. He didn't go alone. Early in the morning, Qianyong and Wu Jia came with him. Hong Tan also walked out of the lab excitedly. If he didn't remember that he had to open the Mystic Realm today, he wouldn't have come out. As soon as he came out, he said excitedly, "Little brat Su, you're right. I've tested that thing again, and it really does have the effect of numbing ones. We'll see. When I get back, I'll ask Wu Weihua if she can extract some of its substances. If we can create a kind of medicinal pill with the effect of numbing, that would be amazing. We can use it as a poison to numb a civilization. Masters will see." Suyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. If this thing could remove the Shenwen painlessly, it could indeed numb the Sea of Will. Once it was made into a poison, it could directly paralyze the civilization master. "Teacher," seeing his teacher's excitement, Qianyong had to say, "It's about time. We should go to the Mystic Realm area." Right. I almost forgot about that." Hong Tan laughed. He was in a good mood. The newly captured God Eater was very powerful. He felt that he had a way to make money. Once it was cultivated to the Mountain Sea realm, it could swallow the Mountain Sea Shenwen. Perhaps it could be used as a money-making beast. It could help people remove the Shenwen that they didn't need, and there was no backlash. What a good beast, so you didn't care about them. He whispered to Wu Jia, "Senior sister, have you learned the sky-shaking scripture?" "Yes." "Then after we go in, don't run around. Follow behind Xiahuyu." Suyu reminded her softly, in case you absorb the willpower too quickly and get noticed. Xiahuyu had opened his divine aperture. His absorption speed wasn't slow. Wu Jia followed him. She wasn't worried about being noticed. In case she followed the other students and absorbed willpower too quickly, it would be troublesome if she was discovered. As for Suyu himself, he wanted to see if there were any fellows from Xianxinwen's faction who had just entered Soar. He could just follow them. It wasn't suitable for those who were too strong. Those who had just entered Soar would definitely not be able to absorb willpower as fast as him. And it could also cover up some abnormalities. As for the other party feeling that something was wrong, you don't have to say. You absorbed it yourself. If you insist that it was Suyu who did it, are you trying to slander me? Those fellows from Xianxinwen's faction wanted to target me. You don't need to target me. I'll help you. I'll go in myself and get close to your people." Wu Jia nodded hurriedly. In front of them, Qianyong smiled. Hong Tan also smiled. He transmitted, "Suyu is talented and smart. Are you going to matchmake him with Jejia? Let nature take its course." Qianyong transmitted his voice, "Master, the matters of the younger generation, leave it to them. On the other hand, Suyu's strength hasn't improved in the past few days. However, his willpower has improved a lot. Has he thought it through and decided not to waste his time? He figured it out himself. I don't know what's going on. Hong Tan was speechless. Who knew how this kid figured it out? This was a good thing, he couldn't be bothered to ask anything else. With that, Hong Tan continued, your uncle master and your junior brother are going to leave soon. I'm worried about them. Once I enter the Sun-Moon realm, I'll go to the All-Heavens battlefield. As for you, why don't you break through to the Mountain Sea realm and go to the All-Heavens battlefield to help out? I'll guard the academy, master, you should go. Even if I break through to the Mountain Sea realm, I won't be able to help them. Qin Yong shook his head and quickly said, Shenwen's combat skills wall, the library, and the Wen-Ten Research Center all need someone to watch over them. Xianxia and the other uncle masters also need someone to help organize Shenwen. If you're not here, I can do it. If they all leave, the Great Xia Civilization University will have nothing to do with us. Hong Tan sighed and glanced at him, but didn't say anything. After a few more steps, he suddenly said, I know you have a knot in your heart, but is there any use in keeping it in Lingyun? Qin Yong didn't say anything. Your foundation is too deep, and your fleshly body isn't strong enough. If you break through, I'm afraid your fleshly body will explode. At that time, you won't be able to walk the path of invincibility as a civilization master, but you won't have any hope of becoming invincible in the path of the fleshly body. Master, that's too far for me. Far? Hong Tan scolded him through voice transmission, what do you mean far? Back then, I accepted you because of your amazing talent. I even felt that you were the second strongest among my senior brothers, even stronger than me. You've been in the academy for 40 years, and it's been decades since you broke through to Lingyun. If you hadn't been stuck, you would have long since reached the 8th or 9th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. Wait a little longer. Qin Yong said softly, now is not the time. As he spoke, Qin Yong said through voice transmission, Master, I've cleaned up quite a few of those who attacked me back then. There are still a few who haven't shown themselves. The mastermind who ambushed me was definitely in the Mountain Sea realm. After so many years, he might already be in the Sun-Moon realm. Even if he hasn't, he shouldn't be too far off. I can help you. There's no need. He knows that I'm waiting for him to show himself. That's why he hasn't shown himself all these years. A few months ago, you went to the All-Heavens battlefield. Unfortunately, you came back too quickly. Qin Yong regretted that something had gone wrong. Otherwise, it would have been better if Hong Tan had stayed in the All-Heavens battlefield for a while longer. With Hong Tan around, the mastermind who ambushed him all those years ago wouldn't dare to show himself. Over the years, he had also killed quite a few people, forcing that mastermind to lay low. Now that Hong Tan had left, it was actually a good opportunity to draw the snake out of its hole. After saying this, Qin Yong added, this guy might have something to do with Invincible behind the scenes, or maybe he's related to Shenwen's faction. Master, now that you've revealed your strength, he won't dare to show himself. When you go to the All-Heavens battlefield, it'll be the perfect time for me to break through to the Mountain Sea realm. Take advantage of that day to kill the enemy, revenge, Hong Tan sighed, but didn't try to persuade him any further. He felt that it was better to break through in a safer way. Obviously, Qin Yong didn't think so. As they spoke, they arrived at the Arcane Realm. It was a grand hall that was much larger than the Origin Energy Arcane Realm. At this moment, the students and teachers who were about to enter the Arcane Realm arrived one after another. Zhou Mingren also showed up, as well as several Galau from Shenwen's faction. There were also quite a few other Galaus present. When Hong Tan, Qin Yong, and the others arrived, the grand hall instantly fell silent. Suyu immediately saw Zhai Feng, that gaze, it was as if he couldn't wait to fight him to the death. Suyu lowered his head, not looking at him. It was meaningless, there were many familiar faces. Zhang Hai, Xia Huyu, Wan Mingze, Hu Qiuxing, Xia Chan, familiar students had all arrived at this moment. In addition, he also saw Wu Lan, Lu Ku, and a few others. Suyu wasn't surprised that Wu Lan could enter, but the short Lu Ku's entry surprised Suyu a little. She was also a student of the Divine Pill Department, but the Divine Pill Department didn't seem to get many spots this time. This woman was either too talented, or her family was rich. As for Zhang Hao from the Divine Talisman Department, and Lin Yao from Xianxia faction, it wasn't surprising. There were many new students entering the arcane realm this time. There weren't many old students: Su Meng, the descendant of Dean Su; Hu Qiuxing, the descendant of Chief Steward Hu; Wan Mingze, the family of Wanfu prefect. Those with background could easily get a spot. There was also a familiar girl. Su Yu remembered her. She seemed to be the daughter of the director of the Education and Welfare Administration. She was also in the crowd. She was also an honest person. Last time, when he said he wanted 3 books, he got 3. He didn't ask for more, but he didn't ask for less either. Many people from Xianxia faction didn't get the text of Will last time, but this girl didn't get any less. When he said he wanted 3 books, he got 3, this time was no exception. The Ji family didn't have any experts working in the institute, but Ji Xiaoming still got a spot without any pressure. Xianxinwen's faction dared to provoke Hong Tan, but they didn't dare to provoke that girl. Everyone is here, right? Zhou Mingren was too lazy to say anything. He looked around and said, "We've prepared all the materials needed to open the arcane realm. It should be enough to open the arcane realm for 3 days. Old Sun and I can last for a day. The rest of the people will need to take action." Hong Tan smiled and said, "I can last for a day." Among the crowd, Chigalao said, "I will also last for a day. I'll try to open it in 3 days. Don't waste the milky river sand." "That's good." Zhou Mingren said calmly, "This time, there are 33 people entering nature nurturing, 5 from Soar, and 3 from Lingyun. The arcane realm should be able to accommodate them. 41 people, there were less than 50 people. Because Ting Kong and Lingyun had entered, these people had to expend a lot more resources than they had to recuperate. Staying in the arcane pocket realm created a lot of pressure, and the difficulty of maintaining the arcane pocket realm outside the mountain sea realm increased. Among Source 5 people, Lu Hong was one of them. There were also 3 men and 1 woman, all from Xianxinwen's faction. It was possible that the few Gulaos had split the spots. As for Ling Yunjing and the other 2, so you didn't see them? Chi Gulao asked curiously. "Ling Yun, who will be entering?" "Me." At this moment, a figure blocked the sunlight at the entrance of the hall. Xia Yuan's expression was calm. His injuries had healed, but his face was slightly pale. It seemed like he had completely recovered. He stepped in and said calmly, "I want to enter this time." Everyone was a little surprised and looked at him strangely. Didn't they say that Xia Yuan was recuperating at home and didn't dare to go out? He actually came out. At this moment, someone laughed and said, "I'll go in too." Hu Wenxing. Everyone was surprised at first, but then they came to a realization. Hu Wenxing had successfully advanced. This guy and Xia Yuan were in the same boat. They were both defeated by Bai Feng. But speaking of which, Hu Wenxing was slightly better than Xia Yuan. After all, it was a battle between Soar. He lost. Although it was ugly, compared to Xia Yuan, Hu Wenxing should be glad. 2 of the 3 Ling Yuns had appeared. They were both geniuses of Bai Feng's generation. It was a pity that Bai Feng was not here. Otherwise, it would be a good show. Not only did Hu Wenxing come, but he also brought 2 of his students, Chen Qi and Guo Xingquan. Chen Qi's side was still alright, as he had been allocated a spot this time, but Guo Xingquan, Sun Galao and the others had strange expressions. Guo Xingquan was not allocated a spot, although this fellow could be considered one of the strongest students in the single divine rune department, he was still one of the strongest. "Wenxing," Sun Galao glanced at Guo Xingquan. Without waiting for him to ask, Guo Xingquan said respectfully, "I'm a student recommended by Hu Galao, Sun Galao. I won't take someone else's spot." When he said that, Sun Galao's expression did not look too good. Zhou Mingren also frowned slightly. The Hu Galao he mentioned was a low-profile Galao in the academy, the so-called third-party Galao. This time, they were also allocated a spot, but it was given to Guo Xingquan. Chi Galao could not be bothered to say more. He said, 2 Ling Yuns are here. Who's the other one?" "Me." In the crowd, Zhou Pingxing, who had been ignored all this while, suddenly spoke. When he said that, many people had strange looks in their eyes. Chi Galao frowned and said, "Director Zhou is already Ling Yun 7. Let's forget about this one. First, there's a limit to how much he can improve. It's better to give some newcomers a chance. Second, if he enters, the pressure on the mystic realm will be too great. The pressure on Shanghai, which is responsible for maintaining it, will increase greatly. If Director Zhou doesn't enter, it won't be a problem even if 5 other cultivators enter. This was somewhat unexpected. They did not expect that Zhou Pingxing would actually be allowed to enter. One had to know that he was already Lingyan 7 and could be considered as one of the academy's higher-ups. In the end, he even wanted to enter this mystic realm. Wasn't this not giving a chance to newcomers? Xia Yuan and the others were still easy to deal with. After all, they were still young. Zhou Pingxing was really a little embarrassed. Zhou Mingren said lightly, I agreed. Moreover, some of the materials to open the mystic realm also belonged to Pingxing. Years ago, when he entered the Starry Mansion, he also seized a lot of Milky Way sand. Without him, we might not be able to open the mystic realm. Zhou Pingxing was also a genius student in the past. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted by Zhou Mingren. He had also been to the Starry Mansion, to seize the Milky Way sand. This was also the key to opening the mystic realm. Obviously, Zhou Pingxing had made up his mind to enter. He wanted to enter. Hong Tan also frowned, but did not say anything. Instead, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Suyu, be careful, this fellow might target you. Suyu nodded indiscernibly. Indeed, Zhou Pingxing entering the mystic realm would be of limited help, but he insisted on going in, and even wanted at least a few spots. This might be to deal with Suyu. As Suyu was thinking, Hong Tan said, I think, in order to give more opportunities to the students, why not add a layer of star-shifting formation, and throw the students into the mystic realm separately, lest they are disturbed by others. As he spoke, he added, in addition, the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm is not dangerous. I hope nothing will happen to any of the students, otherwise. He looked deeply at Zhou Pingxing and said, harming a student will only lead to death. Not only will he die, but his family, teachers, and students will also be implicated. Elder Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Mingren said lightly, of course. That's good. Hong Tan smiled and said, then let's add a layer of star-shifting formation? As he spoke, he sent a voice transmission to Suyu, forget about the first day. On the second day, I'll take over the opening of the mystic realm and give you special treatment. I'll move this fellow further away from you. Follow the traces I left behind, and I'll find a place with high willpower purity for you to cultivate. In other words, he did not want Suyu to fight with these people on the first day, lest he got into trouble. There's no need, right? Zhou Mingren said lightly, the mystic realm is only so big. Why waste energy? Hong Tan laughed and said, it's still necessary. I'm not worried about the students who are cultivating, but I'm worried about Soaring Sky and Ling Yun. Once they advance, they'll be disturbed, and that'll be troublesome. The students don't have good eyesight. Once they enter their breakthrough area, it'll be troublesome, right? As he spoke, he looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Suyu, don't run around. Some people will break through. Once you run in, the other party can't kill you, and they won't even dare to seriously injure you. If you don't have good eyesight, it'll be troublesome. Suyu said honestly, Grandmaster, I understand. I'll be careful. In other words, once you enter, if Zhou Pingxing disturbs you, you should stop cultivating and go disturb others. Let's see who loses more. Zhou Mingren frowned slightly and said quickly, okay. Zhou Pingxing was Lingyan 7. It was very easy to find Suyu. If they really gathered together and clumped together, and Suyu went to disturb others, then the opening of the mystic realm this time would be in vain. Zhou Mingren did not waste any more words. Countless materials appeared in front of him and he shouted, then go in. Remember, don't disturb others' cultivation for no reason. As he said this, he deliberately looked at Suyu. Then he looked at Zhou Pingxing. You don't need to cultivate anymore. The mission this time is to make this kid unable to cultivate. Understood. Zhou Pingxing replied with a smile on his face. The others had strange looks in their eyes. Needless to say, they also knew what would happen after entering. This time, Shan Xinwen's faction directly let Lingyan 7 enter to disturb Suyu. This was also a huge price. Otherwise, a few more students could enter. Of course, this was also related to many of their students being crippled by Suyu. Until now, they had not recovered, and even if they entered, they would not be able to cultivate. Hong Tan did not say anything. It was fine if they did not cultivate on the first day. On the second day, he would naturally solve this problem. Suyu absorbing for one day was enough. The others also did not waste any more words. In the main hall, a door opened. Several Mountain Sea Realm experts moved, their willpower erupting, maintaining the appearance of the door. Go in. With a clear shout, everyone walked toward the door. Suyu and Wu Jia entered separately. Wu Jia entered first, and Zhou Pingxing did not panic, waiting for Suyu. As for Suyu, he also did not say anything. When someone was about to enter, he suddenly cut in between them and followed them into the door. Xiachuan, he ran in together with Xiachuan. Zhou Pingxing cursed inwardly and hurriedly followed in. At this time, Hong Tan suddenly sneezed. Achoo! With a sneeze, the entire secret realm's entrance trembled, and Zhou Pingxing was instantly blocked. Zhou Mingren frowned and glanced at Hong Tan. Hong Tan laughed dryly and said, I'm not feeling well. Someone must be scolding me. Sorry, continue to open, sorry. The others were silent. Even a fool would know that he did it on purpose, however, it had to be said that this guy was too strong. It was just a sneeze, and the entrance to the secret realm that was maintained by several Mountain Sea Realm experts actually trembled. Zhou Pingxing also cursed inwardly, but did not dare to say anything. When the entrance stabilized again, he quickly entered the door. Suyu did not care about what was going on outside. His vision blurred and Suyu appeared in a new realm. Not far away, Xiachuan tilted her head and looked at him with a frown. The two of them were teleported together. After all, they entered at the same time. Suyu smiled and looked simple and honest. At this moment, the willpower in the mystic realm was strong but not too strong. That was because not all the people outside had entered and the mystic realm in the sea of consciousness had yet to open. This was just the willpower that he had accumulated during normal times. Suyu ignored Xiachuan and looked around. The place was not small. He could not see the end of it, he could not see the whereabouts of anyone else in his field of vision, nor did he know how big this mystic realm was. The essence energy mystic realm was not small. Suyu had entered it many times, but he was only pacing around the 15,000 kilogram stone region. After looking for a while, Suyu turned and ran. Xiachuan frowned slightly and shouted, You were afraid that Zhou Pingxing would target you, so you entered with me on purpose. Why are you leaving now? I'll go take a look at other places so that I won't affect student Xia's cultivation. Suyu had a simple and honest look on his face. He turned around and replied before running away, I only followed you in to play dumb. I'll find a place to hide and cultivate myself. He turned back and shouted again, Student Xia, you won't betray me, right? Brother Hu Yu is my brother, we're family. Xiachuan snorted and could not be bothered, Suyu smiled and quickly disappeared in front of her. When Xiachuan couldn't see him anymore, Suyu hurriedly changed his direction and ran to the side. Then, he turned a few more times, carefully avoiding everyone and observing his surroundings. In his mind, he used the sensory jade to sense his surroundings to see if anyone was watching him. At the same time, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Brother Zhang, how about doing me a favor? What favor? Where are you? I'll go find you. I'll hide behind you and cultivate. How about 500? I can exchange for 5 divine aperture opening methods. Very soon, Zhang Hao replied, all right. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, the members of the Mutual Assistance Association were still reliable. Furthermore, Zhang Hao was a genius of the Divine Talisman Department. Even Zhou Pingxing didn't dare to rashly probe him, lest it cause a misunderstanding. As for Xia Huyu and the others, forget it. If he could think of looking for them, then so could Zhou Pingxing. Perhaps it was watching them, looking for Zhang Hao? That fellow didn't know that he was related to Zhang Hao. 5 or 6 minutes later, Suyu and Zhang Hao met up. There weren't many obstacles in this secret realm. The ground was also made of light, cloud-like objects. There was no way to hide one's tracks or dig a hole to hide in. However, there were a few hills in the secret realm. Through this, the two of them identified their location and met each other. At this moment, in the mystic realm, the willpower was getting stronger and stronger, and it was very pure, Suyu and Xianxia met up and looked at the sensory jade again. Fortunately, it didn't change color. It seemed that no one was paying attention to them. Brother Zhang. Suyu cupped his hands. Without any nonsense, he quickly threw a jade talisman to him. This is the method to open 5 divine orifices. This time, Brother Zhang can take the opportunity to open them. Many thanks. Xianxia was full of smiles. Good luck, it was just a small matter. He was already extremely satisfied to be able to exchange for the method to open 5 divine orifices. Suyu glanced at the hill behind him and quickly said, Brother Zhang, I'll hide under your robe to cultivate later. Brother Zhang has occupied this hill. I'm afraid you'll have to be the bad guy. Brother Su, you must be joking. Xianxia said with a smile. This place is so big. There are only a few dozen people, and there's a place to cultivate. If they really want to find trouble with me, I'm not someone to be trifled with. It's just that Brother Su has to suffer. Do you really have to hide under my robe? There's no other way. That fellow is deliberately targeting me. After coming in, he'll definitely find me. As Suyu spoke, he had already walked up the hill with Xianxia. The civilization master's robe played its role at this moment. Xianxia sat down cross-legged. His robe was thrown aside and scattered around. Suyu directly burrowed into it and hid behind him, his head pressed against his back. Xianxia was slightly awkward. Suyu laughed in a low voice. Brother Zhang, I'll guide a large amount of willpower over later. Brother Zhang, don't worry about such a small matter. Opening more divine orifices is the right way. Xiangxia's heart stirred slightly. That made sense. Suyu must have opened many divine orifices. If he did not absorb all of them and left some for him, it would instead be beneficial to his cultivation. Understood. Don't worry. Lingyan wouldn't dare to rashly probe me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangxiao's qi and blood surged, and his willpower erupted. It formed a small pillar of cloud qi. This was to tell outsiders that this place was occupied and that he had occupied it. Whoever dared to cause trouble would be his enemy. Suyu did not waste any time and quickly opened his divine orifices. A large amount of willpower was instantly drawn over. Xianxia was shocked. How many divine orifices had Suyu opened? Not daring to delay, Xianxia immediately began to cultivate. He said in a low voice, hurry up and attract more. If someone notices anything unusual later, they will only think that this place has more willpower than other places. Okay. Suyu did not say much. 44 divine orifices were instantly opened, and a large amount of willpower was drawn over. The 44 divine orifices greedily absorbed everything. Suyu did not absorb all of it. He left some for Xianxia. Xianxia was still in the process of opening his first divine orifice. This was given to him by Suyu previously. This time, Suyu gave him another 5. If everything went smoothly this time, he was confident that he could open all 6 divine orifices. At this time, the surrounding willpower was getting thicker and thicker. After about a few minutes, Suyu suddenly pointed at Xianxia. Xiangxia's heart trembled. He quickly shouted, there's someone here. The secret realm is very big. Don't disturb my cultivation. I'm Xianxia of the Divine Talisman Department. Don't look for trouble and start a feud. As soon as he said that, a figure was already approaching from afar. Hu Wenxing walked in the air, frowning slightly. He felt that the willpower here was very thick, so he came here to cultivate. He did not expect that it would be occupied by someone else. Xianxia, a new student, Hu Wenxing was still thinking. Xiangxia's expression did not change. He shouted, teaching assistant Hu, I found this place first. It's a place where the willpower is concentrated. Teaching assistant Hu, are you going to fight with me for it? Hu Wenxing frowned. He said no more and turned to leave. It was not appropriate to snatch a place that was occupied by a student. Xianxia had Galao's master and Ling Yan's grandfather, who was at level 9. They were not to be trifled with. After Hu Wenxing left, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was secretly shocked. What was Suyu's situation? How could he find this? Was it Shunwen or somewhere else? He did not care anymore. He quickly absorbed the willpower. It was too thick. In the blink of an eye, the divine orifice that he had opened for several days was completely opened. There was a loud bang, there was a roar in his mind. Just like when Suyu opened his divine orifice, Zhang Hao also felt like his soul had left his body. The next moment, he returned to normal. He was overjoyed, he could really open it, he really succeeded. Before he successfully opened it, he was still a little worried. He was worried that it might not be true and he might not be able to open it. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts. Both of them quickly absorbed the willpower. The huge willpower rolled over, at the same time. The others also began to cultivate. Zhou Pingxing also stepped into the air and looked around. Soon, Zhou Pingxing landed. In front, Xia Huyu was cultivating. When he saw Zhou Pingxing, he frowned and muttered, "Don't mess with me. I'm Xianxia. If you delay my cultivation, Xianxia will find trouble with you." Zhou Pingxing did not say anything. He looked around but did not see Suyu. He frowned slightly and stepped into the air, leaving again. The moment he left, Xia Huyu muttered a few words. He had nothing better to do, however, Suyu was probably in trouble. Although the mystic realm was not small, it was not too big either. If he continued to search, Suyu would be discovered sooner or later. Once he was targeted by Zhou Pingxing, he could forget about cultivating in peace. Zhou Pingxing was already Lingyun 7. Even if he cultivated, his improvement would be limited. Clearly, he had given up completely to deal with Suyu. Soon, Zhou Pingxing landed somewhere else. There were a few people here. Wu Jia was less than 5 meters away from Wan Mingze. He glanced at Zhou Pingxing and snorted before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. Junior brother said to ignore these people. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll run to Wan Mingze and cultivate. In any case, he had only just opened his divine aperture and did not require much willpower. Even if he was disturbed, the impact would not be too serious. Wan Mingze opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Pingxing. He frowned slightly, but quickly recovered his smile and said calmly, "Teacher Zhou, since you're here in the mystic realm, you should cherish this opportunity to absorb more willpower and advance to the mountain sea realm as soon as possible." Zhou Pingxing's eyes were sharp as he said indifferently, "Student Wan, you don't have to worry about me." With that, he stepped into the air and left. Wu Jia. Although he also hated her, she was just a side effect. If not for the fact that he wanted to target Chen Yong, he would not have bothered with her. Suyu was the one who hated her, and his talent was too strong. Once Suyu absorbed a large amount of willpower, it would be troublesome. Zhou Pingxing stepped into the air and looked around. Soon, he saw a few places where willpower was surging. He ignored them. They might be other Soar or Lingyun cultivating there. He went to the other places where willpower was flowing. He found his student Zhai Feng, others, and finally Xia Chan. However, he still could not find Suyu. "Junior sister Xia, Suyu entered with you. Did you see where he went?" Zhou Pingxing asked. Xia Chan frowned slightly, opened her eyes, and said, "I don't know, brother Zhou. Since you're here, you should focus on cultivating. Suppressing others to stabilize your position is very low." Zhou Pingxing snorted coldly in his heart, "Low, you're Xia Jia, of course you can say that. But if I don't suppress Suyu, who will look up to me?" He had already embarrassed himself. He didn't care about being more embarrassed. He had 4 disciples, but only one entered this time. The others were either seriously injured or unable to enter. They were deprived of their rights. How could he be willing to accept that? Almost an hour had passed. Zhou Pingxing cursed in his heart, where is he? Although the secret realm is not small, it is not that big. Where did that guy go? He no longer hesitated. Did that guy go to cultivate near Soar and Lingyun? Another half an hour passed. Zhou Pingxing went to a few more places. At this moment, he came to another place where willpower was surging. As he approached, he heard someone shout, "I found the place where Zhang Hao of the Divine Talisman Department cultivates. Don't fight for it. Find it yourself, or you'll become my mortal enemy." From afar, Zhou Pingxing saw Zhang Hao and frowned slightly. His senses are sharp, this guy is really lucky. In the entire secret realm, although the concentration of willpower here was not the highest, it was near the top. The other places were either Soar or Lingyun. He occupied a good place to cultivate. Ignoring Zhang Hao, he used his willpower to explore the surroundings. Although he could not dig holes here, he suspected that Suyu had obtained some invisible Shenwen. Therefore, he wanted to explore wherever he went to see if he could find Suyu. After a while, he did not find anything. Zhou Pingxing had to say, "Have you seen Suyu?" "No." Zhang Hao frowned and said bluntly, "Director Zhou, you're disturbing my cultivation. If you want to find Suyu, that's your business. My quota was bought by my master. I found a good place. Are you deliberately finding an excuse to disturb me?" "You, Zhou." Pingxing was a little angry. "Nonsense, he was not going to cultivate at all," Zhang Hao said coldly, "then Director Zhou can leave. Cultivation is a private matter. I don't want to be watched. Although my Zhang family doesn't have a mountain or sea, it's not someone anyone can bully." "Humph." Zhou Pingxing snorted, a little dissatisfied. However, he did not say anything and left. He was suspicious. Where was Suyu? Damn it, why did he seem to have disappeared? After he left, Suyu glanced at the sensory jade. Fortunately, it was not nearby. At least it was not exploring the surroundings. "Brother Zhang, the willpower here is getting stronger. I have to go later." Suyu had opened 3 divine orifices in a short period of time. It was extremely fast, however, in this place, he had gathered too much willpower and could not absorb it. If this continued, Zhou Pingxing would find something unusual sooner or later. "He doesn't dare to explore my..." Zhang Hao's lips twitched. Suyu said in a low voice, "It's too strong. He will notice it. I'll cultivate for another half an hour and gather more willpower. Brother Zhang, it's best if you can open 6 orifices this time." At this moment, Zhang Hao had opened 2 divine orifices, including the first one. Hearing this, he did not say anything and continued to cultivate silently. As for Suyu, he quickly devoured the willpower. 47 divine orifices were opened, and the absorption speed was extremely fast. It was no slower than the first and second stages of Ling Yun's, moreover, he was only nourishing his mind. Opening orifices was even easier. At this moment, the 4th divine orifice was being opened. On average, he could open 1 orifice every half an hour. In the distance, Zhou Pingxing could still see a trace of a shadow, exploring the next place. Suyu peeked out from under his robe, stared into the distance, and smiled. He did not dare to use his willpower to explore. It was not that easy to catch him. "Later, I'll go and mess with you first." The voice transmission talisman flashed, and Suyu asked for Zhai Feng's location. He was prepared to go and mess with Zhai Feng later. After absorbing the willpower around Zhai Feng, he would run away. After another half an hour, 48 orifices were successfully opened. Suyu did not delay and quickly said, "Brother Zhang, I'll leave first. When that guy comes again, you can stand up and scold him. I'm afraid he will suspect you." "Okay." Zhang Hao did not say much and watched Suyu leave quickly. At this moment, Suyu seemed to be hidden in the shadows, walking close to the ground, and there were some vague illusions around him. The word Yin Shenwen covered and sealed the orifices. The word Blood Shenwen created illusions, simulating the surrounding environment. Unless one's willpower swept across the entire area, it would be difficult to find Suyu. Suyu quickly ran in a direction and disappeared in the blink of an eye. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Pingxing flew over again, frowning as he looked at Zhang Hao in the distance. Suyu is talented. He must be looking for a place with strong willpower. The other places are all occupied by their people. Zhang Hao is just resting here. Could Suyu be hiding here? Zhang Hao opened his eyes, his expression ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Director Zhou, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to make me go berserk? This is the 2nd time. If you do it again, I will not let Director Zhou go. My master and grandfather will not let this go." Zhou Pingxing frowned and said after a moment of silence, "It's a misunderstanding. I see that the willpower here is too strong. I'm worried that something will happen to you." After saying that, his body shook, and his willpower exploded, dispersing the surrounding willpower. The space fluctuated and Zhang Hao's body shook slightly. The next moment, he said angrily, "Zhou Pingxing, unless you kill me this time, I will not let you off once we leave the mystic realm." He staggered and almost fell. Zhou Pingxing's eyes flickered and he said with a smile, "It's a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I'm really worried that something will happen to you. Sorry for the trouble." After saying that, his willpower attracted the surrounding, and a large amount of willpower gathered. Zhou Pingxing did not absorb it himself. He said with a smile, "Student Zhang, don't be angry. It was all a misunderstanding." After saying that, he stepped into the air and disappeared again. Zhang Hao snorted coldly and quickly continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. In the distance, Zhou Pingxing frowned. He's not here. Where is that guy hiding? I'll go find Wu Jia. Just as he was thinking, an angry roar came from afar. Zhou Pingxing quickly ran in that direction. A moment later, Zhou Pingxing arrived. He saw his student, Zhai Feng, bleeding from the corner of his mouth and roaring. "What's wrong? Master?" Zhai Feng came to his senses and said angrily, "Master, the willpower around me suddenly disappeared. I was cultivating and was careless. I suffered a backlash." "It suddenly disappeared?" Zhou Pingxing frowned and looked around. Indeed, a vacuum had appeared in the willpower here. His disciple had been absorbing and nurturing his willpower. If it suddenly disappeared, he would definitely be affected. It was not too serious a backlash, but it still affected his cultivation. This was similar to what he had planned. He had also planned to disturb Suyu in this way. Who? Zhou Pingxing frowned. Who did it? Was it done by someone or an accident? Or was there a problem with the mountains and seas that maintained the mystic realm in the outside world, causing a vacuum in some areas? He looked around and said with a frown, "Continue cultivating. I'll go take a look." "Master, did you find Suyu?" Zhou Pingxing ignored him. "Found my ass, I don't know where that fellow is hiding." Meanwhile, in the outside world, among the mountains and seas responsible for maintaining the mystic realm, Sun Galao suddenly cursed. Which bastard was running around and absorbing willpower? It was most likely a Hai Sor or Ling Yin running around and absorbing willpower. Previously, there were a few places that were steadily absorbing a large amount of willpower, so they also steadily provided a large amount of willpower to these areas. However, at this moment, the absorption force in one place suddenly weakened, but another place suddenly emitted a huge suction force. All of a sudden, the surrounding willpower was sucked dry. Coincidentally, that was the area he was responsible for maintaining. It had almost caused an imbalance in the willpower and caused problems in the mystic realm. Pavilion Elder Sun cursed, his heart filled with anger. Who was it, Zhou Pingxing, or Xia Yuan or Hu Wenxing? The absorption force was very fast and strong. It could be Ling Yun or the Peak Soar. Could it be Lu Hong? How infuriating! What were those bastards doing in there? As he thought this, another area suddenly emitted a powerful attractive force, and the willpower in that area was instantly absorbed. Sun Galao was furious. His body trembled, and he almost made a fool of himself. "Didn't I warn you not to run around in one area?" he said angrily. Fuck, maybe it was Zhou Pingxing who did it. In order to deal with Suyu might be running around everywhere, and he would follow him to absorb. Fuck, idiot, don't you know that absorbing like this will make it difficult for them to maintain the mystic realm? Can't you set up some willpower around Suyu to prevent him from running around? You didn't even touch Suyu, but he insisted on running into the circle you set up. That's Suyu's own problem, you idiot, you're pissing me off. On the other side, Zhou Mingren was quickly maintaining the mystic realm's stability, but he was also speechless. You can't even handle such a small matter, idiot. Not far away, Hong Tan said with a smile, "Do you want me to help? I'm strong. It won't be a problem for me to maintain it for a day or two." The few of them ignored him. Unless they really could not maintain it anymore, they would not let anyone else take over. In the mystic realm. Once again, Suyu extracted the willpower around a Shan Shenwen faculty student. He was very satisfied. Not bad, it would take some time to gather more willpower. Not daring to delay, he quickly escaped. Soon, he saw a familiar face. "Brother Lin." Suyu called out in a low voice. Lin Yao was shocked. He looked around, and his vision blurred. Suyu appeared. "I'll hide here for a while." Suyu quickly said, "Let me digest it. You can focus on your cultivation." As he said that, Suyu was like a water snake, sticking close to his back and hiding in his robes. Be more natural. Even if Zhou Pingxing is here, don't make any noise. Okay. Lin Yao was scared out of his wits. Brother Su was so bold. If he was discovered, he would be done for. Lin Yao had a helpless look on his face. As for Su Yu, he quickly whispered something to him. Lin Yao's eyes moved slightly. Soon, he was excited. A plan to open a divine aperture? Was this real? He did not dare to waste time and hurriedly tried to cultivate. Whether it was real or not, he would try it first. As for fake, it should not be to the extent of opening his gourd, right? As for Su Yu, he had just absorbed the willpower from 2 places and did not have time to digest it. At this moment, he stopped absorbing the willpower from the outside world and focused on cultivating. After digesting for about half an hour, the 49th divine aperture was opened. Brother Lin, I'll absorb your willpower. You just have to shout out loud later. Lin Yun said. After saying that, Su Yu did not say anything else. He quickly absorbed all the willpower from the place. In the blink of an eye, he escaped. Lin Yao waited for him to leave for a while before suddenly shouting. After a while, Zhou Pingxing rushed over and frowned. Something happened to you too? This was the 3rd place. Who did it? Was it Su Yu? Impossible. How did he do it? If it was not Su Yu, then who? Lin Yao said with a depressed look. Director Zhou, I don't know either. I was cultivating well when the willpower in this place suddenly disappeared. I was almost injured. Did you see anyone? No. Lin Yao could not wait to chat with him for a while longer. He said gloomily, Curator, what happened? Didn't they say that the willpower here was endless? Why did it suddenly disappear? Zhou Pingxing cursed in his heart. How would I know? Was it Su Yu? If it was him, how did he do it? If that wasn't the case, could it be that all 3 times in a row were accidents? F***ck. Zhou Pingxing cursed inwardly. What was going on? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong's will burst forth once more, drawing in the surrounding wills. This was a student from Shan Shenwen's lineage. Even though the other party wasn't his student, he was still able to work well with him. Moreover, Lu Hong was now in charge of all matters under Soar. He still had to rely on him to fight for some things for his students. Without another word, he quickly left. He didn't want to run around anymore. He wanted to wait for his prey to come to him, wait for the next student from Shan Shenwen faculty. Meanwhile, the outside world. Sun Galao was really angry. Zhou Pingxing, it had to be him, bastard. Every time the willpower was sucked dry, in the blink of an eye, the surrounding willpower would be extracted again. Such a large-scale extraction was definitely Zhou Pingxing's doing. Bastard, do you know how much we've paid to open this mystic realm? How dare you cause trouble inside? Zhou Mingren was also speechless. What was Zhou Pingxing doing? On the other side, even Galao couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned and said, it's not easy to open a mystic realm. Don't waste it. If it doesn't work, we'll go up and hold on. Nonsense. What the hell? Some of them were also cultivating inside. They had paid a price. Now that they were doing this, if the Xianxia faculty couldn't hold on and the mystic realm collapsed, the other students would be thrown out. It would be normal for them to be heavily injured. Not only would they not get any benefits, but they would also injure themselves. That would be troublesome. Sun Galao and the others didn't say anything. Zhou Mingren took a light breath and said, not for now. We can hold on. If they held on now, they could still provide more willpower to the Soar and Ling Yun. Once the others came, the mystic realm would be stabilized, but the gains for the Soar and Ling Yun would be small. At this moment, in the mystic realm, someone suddenly cursed, F***ck, pay up. Who did it? Xiaohu said angrily, who tricked me? Or did Shan Shenwen do it on purpose? Where's my willpower? After a while, Zhou Pingxing arrived. Xiaohu said angrily, you did it on purpose, didn't you? It must be you. You've been running around. It must be you. In order to find Su Yu, you purposely drained all the willpower in our vicinity, didn't you? Xiaohu said angrily, I spent 5,000 merit points to buy a spot from Principal Xia Chongqing. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll make you pay up. Zhou Pingxing cursed inwardly. Pay up your ancestors, what does it have to do with me? Did I do it? Xiaohu, don't spout nonsense. Xiaohu ignored him and said angrily, "Just wait for me to pay up. If you do it again, I'll sue you for scamming people and selling fake spots. If you run around and cause trouble again, I'll sue you. Don't think that I'm a pushover just because I'm not Xiaojia's direct descendant." Zhou Pingxing was infuriated. "I told you it wasn't me, bastard, but this guy's identity is a little complicated. Master has warned me not to provoke anyone from Xiaojia's family in the academy." Although he was angry, he did not say anything. He only explained, "It has nothing to do with me. Maybe the mystic realm is unstable. After all, it hasn't been opened for many years." Humph. Xiaohu continued to cultivate angrily. Suddenly, he said angrily, "I don't care whether it's you or not. I've paid for it. The willpower here was very strong just now. Now it's gone. Hurry up and gather it, or I'll sue you for fraud." Zhou Pingxing snorted angrily. He thought for a while and gathered his willpower. Xiaohu was also in trouble. What was going on? And this kind of trouble kept on happening. It was not just one place. It was not just places with people. Many places without people had their willpower sucked away. In an instant, a vacuum was formed. Suyu understood one thing. One should not be too obvious when doing bad things. That was what his father said. He had to learn how to counter reconnaissance. As for how to interpret it, that was Suyu's problem. Targeting the single divine runic arts system was far too obvious. Right now, he was targeting a few more people. Whether or not they were from the single divine runic arts system, he was targeting all of them. That was because Shan Shenwen's faction encountered problems when they opened the mystic realm. It was not his doing. Moreover, under normal circumstances, only Ling Yun would do such a thing. This time, the three Ling Yuns were either from Shan Shenwen's faction or were related to them. As for Zhou Pingxing, he had been running around. If he was not the one who did it, who else could it be? Even if he was not the one, it had to be. One should know that many of the slots were bought with money. Galao's faction had spent money to buy them. The academy had also given them 10,000 merit points. If everyone's cultivation was not good or there were many complaints, wouldn't the academy and those Galaos make them pay for it? Based on Suyu's understanding of those people, they would feel the pinch if they spent money. If they went out, they might really make them pay for it. He continued to absorb and digest the willpower. The 52nd divine orifice was opened. It felt so good to absorb it. He was absorbing it without any worries. There were vacuum zones everywhere. Shan Shenwen's faction was affected, and so were the other students. So you could not care less about that. You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame it on Zhou Pingxing. If he did not target me, I would just absorb in one place and not disturb others. But he just had to look for me everywhere, so I could only do this. After absorbing a place, he found a place to hide and cultivate. Gradually, outside, the Xianxia realm's faction could not hold on any longer. Sun Galao said angrily, "Bastard." He was cursing them. This was too infuriating. Yu Hong and Li Galao were the same. Their expressions were unfriendly. What the hell, couldn't they just cultivate in one place? They were going to be tormented to death if they kept moving here and there. It's only been 4 hours, Hong Tan laughed. It had only been 4 hours, but these people could not hold on any longer. Could it be that Suyu was playing tricks on them? But even if Suyu had opened 36 divine orifices, it would not be so powerful. Moreover, after opening 36 divine orifices, there was no need to open any more, so the amount of willpower he could absorb was limited. Once the acupoints were full, there was no way to cultivate anymore. The guerrilla warfare continued. An hour later, Suyu ran over to Zhang Hao again. He did not absorb the willpower. Instead, he hid behind him and continued to digest it. He had just emptied 5 or 6 regions, so he had to properly digest it. Zhou Pingxing had come here a few times, so it was safe for now. Half an hour later, Suyu had opened 2 more divine orifices. At this moment, he had opened 54 divine orifices. After entering this place, he had opened 10 divine orifices in 5 hours. This was the basic text formula. During the nurturing phase, opening divine orifices was the easiest. When it came to soar, the difficulty increased by at least 5 times. In other words, if Suyu was in soar, he would be lucky if he could open 2 divine orifices in 5 hours. Brother Zhang, goodbye. Suyu laughed and quickly absorbed the willpower around him. Zhang Hao did not care. After he left, he said angrily, Zhou Pingxing. Did you do this on purpose? His angry voice echoed. I will definitely not let this matter rest. In the distance, Zhou Pingxing did not come over. He frowned. His willpower quickly swept in all directions. Accident? How could it be? What was going on? Suyu? No, Suyu did not have such great ability. Was it Hu Wenxing or Xia Yuan? He looked at the two places. They were very far away, but he could feel the strong willpower. Zhou Pingxing gritted his teeth and flew in that direction with Soar. Keep an eye on them, bastard. Could it be Wenxing? Brother Jing was seriously injured, and he had been in trouble recently. Xiaochan could not be valued. Thinking about it, he, Hu Wenxing, was most likely to be supported by his master when he advanced to Ling Yun. Because he was also a direct disciple, this time, he had been running around everywhere. Now, more than one person was scolding him. Could this be Brother Wenxing's goal? Damn it, could it be him? Although he felt that the possibility was not high, it did not mean that it was impossible. For benefits, for power, anything could happen. At the beginning, he had suspected that it was Suyu. Now, after absorbing so much willpower, if it was still Suyu. Nonsense, Suyu was a cultivator. Even if he was given dozens of divine apertures, he would not be able to absorb so much. It was too much. It was being absorbed everywhere. It was not just one or two places. As for where Suyu was hiding, he did not have the mood to care about it now. That bastard might be hiding in some corner and had not shown himself. Although this mystic realm was not big, it was not small either. There were some obstacles around. Perhaps he had missed Suyu. At this time, he only wanted to see if the situation before would happen again if he kept an eye on Hu Wenxing and Xia Yuan. If it did, it meant that it was not them. If it did not. Humph, someone must be trying to trick him, a bunch of bastards, adding insult to injury, seeing that he had caused trouble, they deliberately caused trouble for him? Outside the secret realm, Sun Galao and the others could not be bothered to curse anymore. They felt powerless. The guy inside kept tormenting them, making it more difficult for them to maintain the secret realm. At this moment, even Zhou Mingren did not have much energy to speak. He kept the secret realm running. Sun Galao and the others could not continue and were relying on him. As for their hearts, of course, they were cursing Zhou Pingxing inside out. In their opinion, Xia Yuan and Hu Wenxing would not do such immoral things. Inside the secret realm, Suyu continued to digest the willpower he had absorbed from Zhang Hao. It felt good. In this secret realm, the willpower was indeed rich and pure. Although it was not as good as the willpower he had absorbed in his teacher's laboratory, it was much purer than the fragment room. Suyu did not dare to absorb willpower wantonly in the fragment room. If he really absorbed all of it, there would be no place for him to train his willpower when new members of his faction came in. After absorbing and digesting for a while, he opened another aperture. At this moment, he had opened 55 divine apertures. Suyu took out his voice transmission talisman and sent a message to Xia Huyu. Where is Zhou Pingxing now? He had hidden in the secret realm for so long without being discovered by Zhou Pingxing because of these people. Xia Huyu, Lin Yao, Zhang Hao, Wu Jia, these people all had voice transmission talismans. They had been helping Suyu to keep an eye on that guy. They could effectively track his whereabouts. I don't see him. He seems to have gone to Hu Wenxing's side. Xia Huyu also had his own channels. He had a wide range of businesses, including those of Shan Shenwen's faction. He had planted eyes and ears among the people who entered. Hu Wenxing, Suyu mumbled. Did he think that he was hiding with Hu Wenxing? He was not familiar with Hu Wenxing. Of course, he was familiar with Lu Hong. At this moment, those who should be hiding had already done so. If they continued to hide, it would be easy for them to give themselves away. Suyu's eyes flickered. He suddenly took out another sound-transmitting talisman and said, Teacher Lu, how about we have a chat? After an unknown period of time, Lu Hong replied via voice transmission, Suyu, the voice-transmitting talisman he had obtained could be used to transmit voice to a single person or multiple people. However, he didn't know Suyu's code name, so he didn't know who Suyu was. Therefore, he didn't know who Suyu was. At this moment, when the other party addressed him as Lu Laoshi, Lu Hong quickly guessed his identity. Then, he felt a little uneasy. This is just a signal that Suyu left his voice transmission talisman, right? He definitely didn't know his codename on the public channel, right? Suyu didn't know that he was Huang99, right? Did Suyu not know that she had called him grandpa last night? He was not sure, his heart was perturbed. He didn't think much about Suyu last night. Could it be that Suyu found out? That would be too embarrassing, he couldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. It's me, Teacher Lu. Can you do me a favor? What favor? I'll go over to your place to cultivate. Teacher Lu, can you help me cover up? Nothing. Lu Hong was speechless. What was he thinking? Did he think this was his home? Teacher Lu, how about taking on the mission of the Extermination Society? You still haven't come into contact with the mission system of the Extermination Society, right? The reward is God extermination points. God. Extermination points are very precious. I can become so powerful today all because of the Extermination Society. You are a newbie and probably haven't come into contact with these things yet. But I can give you a mission in private and transfer God extermination points to you. After all, I have been in the society for a period of time and have some savings. Lu Hong couldn't help but reply, didn't you say that you created it? I was just saying. Teacher Lu really believed me. I am just an errand boy. So you quickly transmitted his voice, Teacher Lu, do you accept it or not? 10 God extermination points. Maybe you think 10 God extermination points is nothing, but to tell you the truth, 100 God extermination points can be exchanged for an Earth-class cultivation method. 1,000 God extermination points can be exchanged for a Heaven-class cultivation method. You won't think that 10 God extermination points is too little. Lu Hong didn't reply. So you transmitted his voice again, Teacher Lu, after this, I'm afraid you will have to enter Ling Yunjing. If you enter Ling Yun, Zhou Pingxing will be your biggest obstacle. I am targeting Zhou Pingxing and Zhou Mingren, not Teacher Lu. If I become stronger, it won't be bad for Teacher Lu, right? Lu Hong continued to be silent. So you transmitted his voice again, Teacher Lu, have you seen the exchange in the public channel before? A newbie called him grandpa and got the answer. That's true. I have asked my grandmaster about this. Teacher Lu, you can ask other Peak Mountain and Sea experts. Hearing this, Lu Hong felt a little uneasy. Was this guy purposely trying to remind him? Did he know that the newbie was him? He shouldn't know. Suyu, what are you trying to say? The fiend god Shenwen is indeed not conducive to advancing to the Sun and Moon realm. In fact, it might even cut off the path to the Sun and Moon realm, unless Teacher Lu is strong enough to ignore all of this. However, even my grandmaster can't do that. He can only rely on the powerful Shenwen combat techniques to counteract this effect. Not everyone has the courage to self-detonate the Shenwen. Even if you self-detonate, if the Shenwen self-detonate too many times, the sea of will might collapse. Teacher Lu, if you agree to cooperate, you can use these 10 god-slaying points to eliminate one Shenwen without any repercussions. Perhaps Teacher Lu thinks that I can use them to self-detonate and kill my enemies. I believe that Teacher Lu has the courage to do so, but, what about the main Shenwen? Self-detonate the main Shenwen? Aren't you afraid that the backlash will cause the Sea of Will to collapse? I guarantee that what I said is absolutely true. Teacher Lu, help me once, and I will help you eliminate one Shenwen without any repercussions. When he heard this, Lu Hongxin was shocked. Eliminate Shenwen, without any repercussions, was it true or false? This was indeed a very powerful ability, provided that the fiend god Shenwen really affected him. This was something that he had yet to verify until now. Just as Suyu said, Lu Hong had the courage to self-detonate the other Shenwen. He would only suffer some injuries, and perhaps he could even kill an enemy. Why not? However, if the main Shenwen self-detonated, the damage to himself would be too great. Sun Moon Tier, did he have such ambition? 4 geniuses, everyone had it, who didn't want to be invincible? If he didn't want to, there was no need to accumulate foundation and strengthen himself in other stages. Although the Sun and Moon realm was still far away from him, after this, he would be Ling Yun. If the Shenwen was really affected, of course it was better to change as soon as possible, Otherwise, if he really reached the mountain sea realm, and the Shinwen was strong by then, he would have to nurture it again. Moreover, if it was destroyed, the consequences would be very serious. If he could really confirm that the fiend god Shinwen would affect the future, he should make up his mind in advance and change Shinwen as soon as possible. Lu Hong hesitated for a moment, and suddenly transmitted his voice, "Give me a few minutes." There was no more news from Lu Hong. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He could wait slowly, and if things didn't work, he could go hide with others. In fact, even if he didn't go to the others, it would be very difficult for Zhou Pingxing to catch him if he moved around. However, in this way, there would be one less layer of cover, and it would be easier for him to be discovered. At this moment, Lu Hong was flying rapidly. He looked around, and soon found someone. He didn't waste words, and directly said, "How many merit points to buy information?" "What information?" Xiaohuyu looked at Lu Hong, slightly surprised. Buying information at this time, was he buying Suyu's position? Lu Hong didn't say much, and directly said, "Will the fiend god Shinwen affect your future advancement to the Sun-Moon tier? You're Xiajia's man, so you should know something. Don't pass me false information. Xiajia's things are expensive, but they're usually true." Xiaohuyu looked at him sympathetically. What a pitiful guy. His teacher was also at the peak stage of the mountain and sea realm, yet he really didn't know anything. This matter had already spread in the mountain and sea realm. As Xiajia's man, he naturally knew about this. 500 merit points. Xiaohuyu directly asked for an exorbitant price, and explained, whether this information is true or false, there will be people spreading it. What you're buying is not the rumor, but the attitude of Xiajia, right? It's worth 500 merit points. Otherwise, even if others tell you, you might not believe it. Lu Hong nodded. Indeed, what he wanted was the attitude of the ruler of Dixia province, Xiajia. As for the others, including Zhou Mingren and the others, he was still skeptical. Xiajia wouldn't normally do that. Unless he threatened Xiajia's ruling position, 100 merit points. Xiaohuyu directly closed his eyes. Do you think I've never seen money before? Lu Hong was helpless. In fact, he had vaguely guessed this guy's identity. Although he didn't ask in detail, he could roughly guess. The other party indeed didn't lack money. Soon, he no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, 500 merit points, then. Pay up. Xiaohuyu directly took out his merit point card and connected the transaction. Lu Hong was speechless. How can a person be like this? Would I go back on my word? Would I go back on my word with Xiajia? He didn't waste any time and directly transferred the money. Xiaohuyu received the merit points. He felt great. The information is true. Of course, there's no clear answer yet. However, many powerhouses, including Xiaohuyi, Wanfu Prefect, and Major Domo Hu, have come to a consensus. In the past 50 years, the fiend god Shinwen probably has some problems. Xiaohuyu didn't hesitate and continued, of course, there's a second theory. That is, there's a problem with the fiend god Shinwen itself. The fiend god Shinwen should be stronger, but it might have been weakened or cursed. Xiaohuyu explained, this matter is still in the process of testing. However, there's a consensus now. Although cultivating the fiend god Shinwen is slightly weaker, it's easier to enter the Sun-Moon realm. Lu Hong frowned slightly and asked, then, if you don't cultivate the fiend god Shinwen, you won't be able to enter the Sun-Moon realm at all? There should be a fee for this. Forget it, I'll give it to you for free. Xiaohuyu smiled, it's not impossible. Including the powerhouses who have formed the fiend god Shinwen in the past 50 years, they can still enter. For example, Hong Tan and Galao. However, they rely on the fiend god Shinwen battle techniques to counteract the repulsive force. Do you have it? Moreover, the repulsive force is very strong. Even if it's the fiend god Shinwen battle techniques, didn't you see that Hong Tan and Galao still haven't entered the Sun-Moon realm? Otherwise, they would have entered the Sun-Moon realm long ago. Lu Hong understood and nodded. He didn't say anything else and disappeared quickly. After a while, Suyu received a reply. You can come to my place. Be careful, don't let others see you, 10 god exterminating points is too little. 30 points, or no god exterminating points. I want you to guarantee that you can give me 3 chances to eliminate the fiend god Xinwen. Suyu chuckled. Did this guy just go to find someone to confirm the news? He didn't say anything before, but now he agreed. Sure. Suyu didn't mind. 3 times was a small matter. It's best if you want to eliminate the fiend god now. Grandmaster's little furball needs to eat the fiend god Xinwen. Get some fresh Xinwen, and I'll let Grandmaster personally eliminate the fiend god Xinwen for you. Grandmaster would probably be happy. After asking for Lu Hong's location, Suyu quickly rushed over. A few minutes later, Suyu arrived. His willpower was very strong. Suyu laughed. Lu Hong looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You are a cultivator. It's the same no matter where you cultivate. There's no point in coming to my place." He felt that Suyu was very free. Why did he have to come to his place? This could easily cause trouble for him. Suyu smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, do you really think that I'm a cultivator?" Lu Hong frowned. Suyu said calmly, "I have the Xinwen faction behind me and the Extermination Society. Do you really think that I don't know any basic formulas?" The moment he said this, Lu Hong's eyes flickered. "You do, maybe, you really do. Did Xianxia have it? There should be. Could it be that Xianxia taught it to him?" Suyu didn't say much. He smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble Teacher Lu to cover me up. I'm cultivating here. Teacher Lu is about to reach Lingyun. I don't think Zhou Pingxing will come rashly. If he comes, Teacher Lu will find out very quickly." Lu Hong didn't say anything else. Zhou Pingxing seemed to have run over to Hu Wenqing's side. As for his side, he didn't need to worry too much. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony this time. He didn't hide his whereabouts and just sat cross-legged to cultivate. He didn't open all 55 divine apertures. Instead, he opened about 20 divine apertures to absorb willpower and strengthen himself. The cultivation method of 36 divine apertures had already been passed on to Xianxia. Although it was best not to expose this thing, it wasn't a big deal if it was really exposed. Opening 20 divine apertures to absorb willpower to strengthen himself wasn't slow. At least here, he could openly absorb willpower. Lu Hong had reached the peak of Soar. At this moment, he didn't absorb much willpower. Most of it was to nurture Xinwen. After all, he didn't need to open any more divine apertures. Lu Hong's willpower overflowed and created phantoms around him. At the same time, he was also paying attention to Suyu. When he saw his absorption speed, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, F***ck, this guy really had it. Not only did he have it, but he also opened a lot of divine apertures. It was equivalent to the absorption speed of a 3rd or 4th level Soar. The key was that he was nurturing. With such a fast absorption speed, the divine apertures he opened were definitely more than Soar of the same level. Then, he had at least opened close to 20 divine apertures? Is this the legacy of the Xinwen faction? He couldn't help but ask. As Suyu absorbed, he replied, "No, it's the legacy of the Meiden Society." Does the Meiden Society really exist? It's up to you to believe it or not. Then why did you pull me in? Because I'm on the same side. I also want to disgust Sun Galao and make you doubt life. Lu Hong was speechless. Aren't you afraid that the Meiden Society will leak? No. Suyu said lightly, "It's not a secret. This organization has existed for a long time. It's not our Academy's Shan Xinwen faction, but the entire human realm. Do you understand? Do you think our Academy can rely on Principal Zhou to deal with the Meiden Society?" Lu Hongxin was shocked. Really? Are those people who are chatting in the public channel really strong? I don't know. Suyu said irresponsibly, "I'm just a nobody, but I'm a genius. Plus, I'm the current spokesperson of the Xinwen faction. That's why I'm included in this system. Do you really think I know everything? Could there be Wanzhu's spies among them? I don't care." Suyu said indifferently, "They're not setting me up. I don't care about them." Lu Hong was speechless. After a while, he said, "Then why don't I have any skills to exchange for, or any mission system? Nonsense. When I applied for this for you, I marked that you're a member of the Shan Xinwen faction. You need to be reviewed and investigated. How can you be included in the system so quickly? Now, I've only opened up some of the functions to you, the most basic functions. Lu Hong was speechless. Looking at Suyu absorbing the willpower rapidly, he could not help but ask, aren't you afraid of bursting yourself to death by absorbing so much willpower? It's still early. Suyu said disapprovingly, I've enlightened 36 apertures with this skill, and there are still more than a dozen that haven't been enlightened. In addition, I still need to nurture Shunwen, strengthen the Sea of Will, and improve my willpower. It's still early. Lu Hong could not help but curse. F*CK, F*CK, 36 divine apertures enlightened, what did this mean? Did this mean that once this guy advanced to Soar, his willpower and Shunwen would catch up, and he would be at the 9th tier of Soar? Although there were no more skills, he could focus on the 10,000 Wind scripture again. But his starting point was definitely much higher than that of ordinary civilizationists. Did he get this skill from the Myriad Society? The basic skill had no effect on him, and the 36 divine apertures were useless to him. Although he was shocked, he did not care too much. After all, he was about to enter Ling Yun and cultivate the 37th divine aperture. As for the benefits for his students and others, he could not be bothered to waste his time on that. Needless to say, it was definitely difficult to obtain this skill. If he tried to snatch it by force, he might offend an invincible expert. He understood this. Then how long are you going to cultivate? Lu Hong could not help but say, Zhou Pingxing will be patrolling soon. Once he finds me, I won't be able to explain. I'll leave when he comes. Suyu smiled and said, Teacher, what's the hurry? Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. After today, my Grandmaster will be in control of the arcane realm. When that time comes, he won't be able to do anything to me. Suyu absorbed the willpower leisurely. Although it was not as satisfying and fast as going all out, it was good to cultivate here. Even if there was a big commotion, it would not attract attention. Lu Hong, who was at the peak of Soar, was enough to cover everything. Suyu quickly absorbed the willpower. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Suddenly, the willpower trembled slightly. Lu Hongxin was shocked and wanted to curse again. He had opened a divine aperture. So fast, how long had it been? Nourishing and opening a divine aperture was simply cheating. It felt so good. The difficulty was more than 5 times lower than Soar. After another hour, Suyu's willpower trembled again and he opened another divine aperture. From Lu Hong's perspective, he had opened more than 20 divine apertures. In fact, Suyu had opened a total of 57 divine apertures. If he cultivated by himself, he could open one in half an hour. However, he had to fight guerrilla warfare. It was too tiring. It was better this way, although the speed was slower. Suyu was slightly dissatisfied, but forget it. He would force himself to get used to it. The speed at which he absorbed the willpower also increased slightly. Lu Hongyi had been exploring the surroundings. Zhou Pingxing did not come, which made him feel more at ease. Soon, Lu Hong said, 30 god-destroying points for 3 hours. You have to leave later. Suyu was a little unhappy. I was having a good time cultivating here, and you want to chase me away? It had only been about 8 hours since I entered. There were still more than 10 hours to go. 6 hours. Suyu did not waste any time. When Zhou Pingxing arrives, I will leave. You, Lu Hong cursed in his heart. Then cover yourself well, don't cause me trouble. Suyu, you won't benefit from tricking me. As he spoke, he also began to cultivate. He did not dare to go all out, lest the commotion was too big, which was not in line with the absorption of his peak Soar. At this moment, Zhou Pingxing's eyes were filled with anger. He had stared at Xia Yuan and Hu Wenqing for 2 hours, and in these 2 hours, there was no movement. Damn it, bastard, it was definitely one of those 2 bastards who did this, otherwise, why would there be no movement when I stared at them? It was most likely Hu Wenqing, sinister villain. The anger in Zhou Pingxing's heart rose. Unfortunately, he had no evidence at this moment. Bastard, he was angry. Not far away, Hu Wenqing frowned and said faintly, Brother Zhou, why are you here again? 2 hours, he had come 7 or 8 times, Hu Wenqing said unhappily, Senior brother, could it be that you think that Suyu is here with me? Zhou Pingxing was too much. Would I help Suyu cover his tracks? It was fine if it happened once or twice, but it happened so many times in a row. This made Hu Wenxing very unhappy. Are you here to cultivate, or to deal with Suyu? Or are you here to spy on me? Zhou Pingxing chuckled and said, Junior brother, you have misunderstood. Suyu, that scoundrel, is treacherous. Am I not looking for him? I have sensed his activities nearby several times, but I have not been able to find him. Hu Wenxing cursed in his heart. Trash, it had been 8 hours, you could not even find a place to cultivate in such a small mystic realm. I don't know how you, Ling Yin 7, came to be. Since you can't find him, senior brother, just give up and find a place to cultivate. He still comforted him, thinking that it was better to let Zhou Pingxing find a place to cultivate. What was the point of wasting time? Although he said that, Zhou Pingxing's heart was burning with anger. You want me to cultivate, then you will continue to move out to cause trouble and frame me? I will not. He did not say anything and left silently, but he did not go far. Not far away, he pretended to cultivate and stared at Hu Wenxing. After a while, Zhou Pingxing snorted in his heart. He stopped cultivating and suddenly left. Seeing him leave, Hu Wenxing frowned and was a little speechless. Crazy, ever since he suffered a loss, this guy has become more and more crazy. He has been staring at me for a few hours. Those who do not know might think that I am Suyu. Hu Wenxing couldn't be bothered with him, so he continued to cultivate. At the same time, Lu Hong suddenly said, Let's go, that guy seems to be coming. Suyu was shocked. The sensory jade did not change color, but Lu Hong found out, not daring to say anything, Suyu quickly got up and left. Lu Hong did not need to lie to him about this. It seemed that he had to fight a guerrilla war again. Suyu was a little depressed. He cursed in his heart, Why are you running again? It seems that I have to continue sucking up all your willpower. As for framing Hu Wenxing, he did not think about it. At this moment, he did not know that Zhou Pingxing was suspecting Hu Wenxing. Soon, Suyu left. Before long, Zhou Pingxing flew to Lu Hong's side. He glanced at Lu Hong and did not say anything. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Hong said with a smile, Senior brother, I think I heard someone shouting earlier. I was at a critical juncture in my cultivation and did not pay attention to it. What happened? Zhou Pingxing initially did not want to bother. But after thinking about it, he suddenly sneered, Some people are unwilling to be left out. Seeing that I am down, they want to hit me when I am down. I'd like to see how he's going to frame me once I get out of here. Lu Hongyi was stunned. He really did not understand. Weren't you dealing with Suyu? Why did it seem like someone else was involved? Moreover, from what he said, he was clearly not talking about him or those nurturing cultivators. The only ones that he paid attention to were Xia Yuan and Hu Wenxing. After thinking for a moment, he should be talking about Hu Wenxing. Hu Wenxing affected the opening of the entire mystic realm. What did he mean? As he was thinking, there was a violent fluctuation of willpower from afar. Lu Hongxin's heart skipped a beat. So you did it? Damn, this guy's absorption speed was too fast. Even here, he could feel that a portion of his willpower was instantly sucked out. He originally thought that Zhou Pingxing would chase after him. In the end, Zhou Pingxing suddenly turned around and flew towards Hu Wenxing. As he flew, Zhou Pingxing sneered, Not long after I left, something happened. Hu Wenxing, you are good, he flew in that direction. Lu Hong blinked his eyes, Damn, I understand now. Did Zhou Pingxing think that it was Hu Wenxing's doing? Without wasting any time, he quickly contacted Suyu. I'll sell you a piece of information, 1,000 merit points. What information? 1,000 merit points. I don't have any merit points. Do you want God extermination points? I can exchange them for items. Who knows if it's true, forget it if you don't believe me. Lu Hong thought for a moment. His eyes flickered and he smiled. Sell even if you don't have money, this is too interesting. Zhou Pingxing actually suspected Hu Wenxing and Zhou Mingren's 2 disciples. Originally, Lu Hong was only in power because Zhou Pingxing was ostracized by Galao. Now that Hu Wenxing came out of seclusion and even entered Lingyun, Zhou Mingren would definitely transfer the power to him. How could an outsider be more trustworthy than his own disciple? Now, Zhou Pingxing actually suspected him. This is too interesting. Zhou Pingxing suspects that Hu Wenxing extracted the willpower. He should have been monitoring him previously. The moment he left, you went to absorb the willpower. Now, he ran back. Do you understand? Once this was said, Suyu instantly understood. He was also a little confused. He blinked his eyes. Zhou Pingxing, this guy, suspected Hu Wenxing? Interesting, this is too interesting. This idiot, Suyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected this to happen. If that was the case, there might be some room for manipulation this time. Let Zhou Mingren's disciples fight amongst themselves, suspect each other. Now this is interesting. Then I'll continue to cultivate. Later, you can send Zhou Pingxing away and chat with him. That way, he won't suspect you, and I can also cause some trouble. Teacher Lu, there is still hope for the branch master position if you go to Lingyun. Lu Hong snorted, brat, still trying to instigate me. Do I care about the branch master position? What a joke. What's so good about the branch master position? I only want money and no work. As the branch master, I will have power, but there will be a lot of trouble. If trouble arises, I will have to take the blame. This is not the main point. The main point is that the Shenwen faction is starting to retaliate. 2 mountains and seas died last time. Him becoming the branch master is courting death. Only Zhou Pingxing had nothing better to do and had such an idea. But then again, when he was not strong enough, it was good to be valued by the faction and get more resources. Alright, come over first. I'll go comfort brother Zhou later, Lu Hong smiled. He had nothing better to do anyway. At this moment, he had already reached his limit. Ling Yan could break through at any time, but there was no need for that. Ling Yan would be too conspicuous if he broke through in the secret realm. It was better to keep a low profile. On the other hand, did Suyu still hide more divine acupoints? There should be more than 20 opened acupoints. Based on the speed and power just now, it was normal for him to have 30 opened acupoints. No wonder Zhou Pingxing would suspect Hu Wenxing. If it were him, he would not have thought that Suyu could absorb the willpower so quickly. Previously, he had suggested that a few experts surround Suyu and snatch his willpower. If they really did that, a few sore experts might not be able to compete with Suyu. This guy has grown up. Suyu had grown up. Once he advanced to soar, he would quickly enter the 9th level of soar. This was terrifying. Next, in the fight for the slots 2 years later, this guy might even interfere. A fight for more than one, Lu Hong smiled. What did it have to do with me? On the other hand, his teacher was still in seclusion. Was it because of the huge conflict in Shenwen? Would Suyu be able to resolve the conflict between the fiend gods and divine characters? His teacher had almost no hope of advancing to Sun Moon. But if he could solve a few Shenwen, would he be able to advance to Sun Moon, even if it was weaker, even if there were fewer Shenwen? As long as he could advance to Sun Moon, it would be a chance. Extermination Society. God Extermination Point, eliminate Shenwen without any future troubles. His teacher was about to reach the end of his lifespan. If he destroyed Shenwen now, he would definitely die from the backlash, but if there was no backlash and he eliminated Shenwen, nothing might happen. Extermination Society, Lu Hong, who didn't pay much attention to it previously, now had a gleam in his eyes. Did this organization really have experts? There should be. Suyu even had the basic incantations and opened 36 divine apertures. If he wasn't an invincible expert, then he must be a descendant of an invincible expert, right? Or even Xianxia. Where did Suyu's heaven-class cultivation techniques come from? Previously, Hong Tan said that he inherited them, but Lu Hong didn't believe him. What nonsense. If there were really more from Shenwen, would Bai Feng? Obviously, this was Suyu's. Suyu was born in southern Yuan. That small place was either given by Lu Wenyan or some other fortuitous encounter. But Suyu wasn't too conspicuous in southern Yuan previously. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he had such a fortuitous encounter after joining the Extermination Society. He must have learned it after joining the Extermination Society. Lu Hong judged. If he had really learned these heaven-class cultivation techniques earlier, Suyu wouldn't have needed to exchange for the God of War art. Why did he have to fight with Qingyun Fai for a heaven-piercing manual, although it was later proven that the two of them were acting? Extermination Society. He took in a light breath. Interesting. Maybe Suyu looking for him wasn't the start of him being cheated, but the key to his rise. Lin Yao, that silly kid, might have joined them as well. I'll know after looking at him. Lu Hongxing judged. Let's wait and see if Lin Yao had made any progress recently. If even Lin Yao had gained something, let alone him. I'll definitely gain a lot. Very good, this is my chance to rise. Brother Zhou. When Lu Hong appeared in front of Zhou Pingxing was a bit surprised. Junior brother Lu, why are you here? Lu Hong sighed. I sensed that something was amiss just now. Senior brother, listen to junior brother's advice. And focus on your cultivation. Lu Hong said sincerely, Senior brother, now that we're cultivating together, if someone tries to slander senior brother, I can prove it for senior brother. With us cultivating together, junior brother can't do anything else, and I can't afford to offend anyone. This is the only thing I can do. Lu Hongyi's face was filled with sincerity. I can't afford to offend Hu Wensheng, and I can't help you much. The only thing I can do is prove that you have an alibi. Zhou Pingxing found it hard to understand what he was feeling. At this moment, the only person who was willing to vouch for him was Lu Hong, an outsider. Senior brother, you're already in the Lingyan 7 stage, Lu Hong advised. To tell the truth, there's no point in fighting over these things. Once you get to the mountain and sea realm, even if you don't want them, others will come knocking on your door. Take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate and advance to the mountain and sea realm as soon as possible. Senior brother, you're not far from the 8th stage of Lingyan 7. What's the point of wasting time? Lu Hong had a regretful expression. Now, senior apprentice brother has become mortal enemies with the multiverse divine runic lineage. They target senior apprentice brother, and internally, to put it bluntly, the majority of people are in truth not involved in this matter and are hanging high up in the sky. Shaking his head, Lu Hong sighed. Senior brother, if you keep this up, your reputation will be tarnished. If you keep this up, everyone who will enter the arcane pocket realm will be the seedlings of the major factions. Senior brother, do you really want to offend everyone? Even if you didn't do it, would anyone believe you? Would anyone listen? Lu Hong said helplessly, Senior brother, listen to junior brother's advice. You really can't do this anymore. I'll cultivate with you now. I don't know what happened in the past, but from now on, you and I will cultivate together. We can even call a few of our junior brothers to cultivate together. Don't tell me that if anything happens, it will still be senior brother's responsibility? Zhou Pingxing's eyes flickered as he nodded and said, what you said makes sense, but I'm still unresigned and unconvinced. Some people are going too far. He couldn't accept it. Hu Wenxing came out of seclusion at this time and actually wanted to take advantage of the situation. He was indignant. He had sacrificed a lot for Shan Shenwen. What did Hu Wenxing do? He didn't do anything. After being defeated by Bai Feng, he calmly cultivated all the way to Soaring Sky. After that, he calmly cultivated all the way to Lingyun. When he came out, he reaped the fruits of others' labor and entered the secret realm. A portion of the Milky Way sand in this mystic realm was contributed by him in the past. Hu Wenxing actually hit him when he was down. How hateful and despicable. Looking at Lu Hong again, Zhou Pingxing knew that Lu Hong was not a good person either. He probably felt a sense of crisis. He was previously in a trust crisis, so Lu Hong was put in an important position. Now that Hu Wenxing came out of seclusion, Lu Hong's position was also in danger. He knew that Lu Hong was now on the same boat as him. Lu Hong was willing to testify for him because he wanted to resist Hu Wenxing. He did not really want to help him, he understood this, so he felt that Lu Hong was sincerely trying to help him. Who would help you if there were no benefits? That was normal. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Hong to suddenly jump out to prove everything. Junior brother Lu Hong interrupted him and said seriously, Senior brother, as long as there's life, there's hope. If this goes on, it won't leave a good impression on Galau. There are some things that we can take it slow. Today, senior brother is causing a ruckus everywhere. If this goes on, it will really ruin your relations with others. As he said, he whispered, let's bring a few people and find a place to cultivate. Together. Even Hu Wenxing's disciple, Gui Xingquan. If something happens again, others might lie. His own disciple will also lie to slander him? Lu Hong sneered and said, Hu Wenxing's ambition is not small. He doesn't even know if he's made for it. All these years, he has only fought with Baifeng once and lost terribly the first time. As for me, I have fought with Baifeng for so many years. In the end, he was always mocking me for being incompetent. He was furious. Zhou Pingxing could empathize with him at this moment. Yes, he had also said that Lu Hong was incompetent a few years ago. But thinking about it now, was Lu Hong incompetent? No, instead, he was very powerful. Ordinary people would have long been suppressed by Baifeng. It was already very good that Lu Hong could still make Baifeng suffer a few small losses. Hu Wenqing fought with him once and ended up in such a miserable state. How could he come out and compete? Junior brother is right. Zhou Pingxing nodded. Then let's find a few people and go cultivate together. Senior brother, bring a few Soar along. Lu Hong's eyes flickered and said, let him cause trouble. He probably won't go near the Soar cultivation ground. After he causes a ruckus for so long, we will all be together. The only ones who can do this are him and Xia Yuan. Say, at that time, do you think it's him or Xia Yuan who did it? Lu Hong suggested. He was overjoyed. It was time to watch a good show, with all the Soar gathered together, so you could do whatever he wanted. As long as he didn't provoke Hu Wenqing and Xia Yuan, it would be fine. These two probably didn't have the time to care about him. As for Zhou Pingxing, he would definitely think that it was Hu Wenqing who did it. As for Hu Wenqing, he was sure that it was Zhou Pingxing who did it. Even if it was proven that they were together with Zhou Pingxing, with Hu Wenqing's character, he might think that Zhou Pingxing had bribed them to falsely testify against him. This matter couldn't be explained clearly. Unless it was proven that it was Xia Yuan who did it or Su Yu. Su Yu. I don't believe it. Can you believe it? Moreover, that bastard Su Yu might not have exposed everything. According to Zhou Pingxing, the previous absorption movements were comparable to Ling Yun's. In his opinion, Su Yu's absorption speed was only at the 3rd or 4th level of Soar. How could it be comparable to Ling Yun's? Despite his doubts, he was too lazy to say more. He would first get rid of them and cause trouble for Su Yu. Watching a show wouldn't make things worse. Anyway, he was just watching. Moreover, he had reached the peak of Soar. He didn't have the intention to break through here. He didn't have any thoughts about cultivation. At most, he would nurture Shunwen. Lu Hong's efficiency was still very high. Zhou Pingxing was actually tricked by him into asking someone to cultivate with him, to testify for him. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. In any case, he gathered those people together, and didn't plan to let them leave. He wanted them to keep an eye on him. I've been here with you all this time, and if something happens, it won't be my fault. So you also quickly received the voice transmission. He looked confused. So simple? Damn, in such a huge secret realm, only Hu Wenqing and Xia Yuan were cultivating. Those two didn't move and just stayed there. Didn't that mean that this place was now his world? As for the others? So you didn't care too much. Since they couldn't even reach Soar, why should he care? I thought I would have a chance to cultivate tomorrow. Now, I'm letting go of the absorption. Su Yu was delighted. At this moment, he had opened a total of 58 divine orifices, and now, nearly 12 hours had passed. He had opened 14 divine orifices. Because he was running around, his speed was a little slow. Even so, in half a day, he had opened 14 divine orifices. His speed was frighteningly fast. Su Yu grinned. This was his world. A moment later, a vacuum appeared in the secret realm. Su Yu didn't leave the source and absorbed it all at once. He turned around and hid at Zhang Hao's side and began to cultivate in silence. Half an hour later, Su Yu moved again. He continued to hide at Zhang Hao's side. Boom, outside the secret realm. A loud sound was heard. The door of the secret realm creaked. Zhou Mingren was flustered. Yu Hong and the others' expressions changed. Sun Galao said angrily, "Bastard, are you crazy?" He had paid a huge price to open this secret realm. It was to let the people under Shan Shunwen improve and dominate the academy again. In the end, a bastard was stirring up trouble crazily. At this moment, in the entire secret realm, there were a few places that were absorbing a lot of willpower, but they were still stable. 3 places had a lot of willpower. But those people were doing it step by step. They didn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. They drained it all at once, but there was a bastard who went too far. He drained it all at once. This powerhouse was comparable to Ling Yunjing. He drained the willpower in one go, causing a huge hole to appear in the secret realm. Again and again. They were furious. This time, in order to open the secret realm, more than 100,000 merit points were used. Shan Shenwen's faction was about to go bankrupt. And they're still causing trouble? This is infuriating. Sun Galao's expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, Hong Tan frowned and said, "Don't force yourself. If you can't do it, I'll do it." Zhou Mingren and the others ignored him. Zhou Mingren deduced that two Ling Yuns were cultivating steadily. The other few source might have gathered together. Zhou Pingxing was causing trouble? Damn it, that bastard, hold on a little longer. If Hong Tan and the others came, the few Ling Yuns and source would not be able to be taken care of. They were holding on. So you did not know how hard it was for them to hold on. 14 hours, 16 hours, he went out almost every half an hour. He drained the ground. After nearly 20 hours, Suyu had already opened 68 divine apertures. It had not even been a day. Suyu was overjoyed. It felt so good. He felt so good that he could not wait to stay here forever. Thanks to the willpower that Suyu exuded, Zhang Hao's progress was not slow. He had opened 5 divine apertures and obtained 6. He only needed to open 1 more. As for Suyu, he did not stay for long. Soon, Suyu found Wu Jia. At that moment, Wu Jia was cultivating. Not far away was Wan Mingzi. When he saw Suyu, Wan Mingzi's gaze was a little strange. Zhou Pingxing had been chasing Suyu for so long, but he had not caught up with this guy. This guy was really good at hiding, Suyu could not be bothered with him. He looked at Wu Jia and said with a smile, "Senior sister. Junior brother." Wu Jia opened her eyes and was a little surprised. She hurriedly said, "That old dog didn't find you, right?" "No." Suyu smiled and said, "I was playing in circles with him. Isn't that delaying your cultivation?" "It's fine." Suyu smiled and walked over. "Senior sister, don't bother brother Wan here. I'll take you to other places." He did not know if Wan Mingzi was a saint or a hypocrite, so it was better to stay away from him. If there was trouble, he would lead it here. If there was no trouble, there was no need to lean on him. Not far away, Wan Mingzi smiled and did not care. As he watched Suyu leave with Wu Jia, the expression in his eyes changed. The overflowing willpower was very strong. Suyu probably had a basic script, it was just that he did not know how many divine apertures he had opened, and Wu Jia might have one too. When she was cultivating beside him, Wu Jia's strength was not weak, but he could not hide the scene of her absorbing the willpower. He more or less saw some of it. After a day, Wu Jia had opened at least 3 divine apertures. On the way, Suyu said in a low voice, "Senior sister, how many divine apertures have you opened?" 4. Wu Jia was delighted. "Junior brother, if I enter Soar, I will soon be able to reach the 2nd level of Soar. The 2nd level of Soar is boring. Absorb more willpower and open more divine apertures. This opportunity is very rare. There are still more than 2 days." After saying that, Suyu brought Wu Jia to Xia Huyu's side. He did not waste any time and said directly, "I'll sweep some willpower over for you. Take good care of my senior sister, or else she will cause trouble for you." Xia Huyu was speechless. "Do I need it? I've opened 25 divine apertures, do you know? I'm so awesome, do you know?" Previously, he had learned the Xia clan's incantation and had opened almost 18 divine apertures. These days, he had also been cultivating. This guy's talent was extremely strong. His high or medium grade when he entered the academy was nonsense. Now, he had opened 25 divine apertures. After entering Soar, he would be at the 7th level of Soar. 1 to 4 was the 1st level, 18 to 24 was the 6th level, 25 to 28 was the 7th level, 29 to 32 was the 8th level, 33 to 36 was the 9th level, and 36 was the peak of the 9th level, which was also the peak of Soar. Of course, he had just advanced. Shen Wen's strength was not strong enough, and his willpower was not strong enough. He was not yet at the 7th level of Soar, but if he had enough divine apertures, it would be a matter of time. So you actually looked down on him? He even wanted to guide his willpower. Xia Huyu was sure that except for those Soar, There was no one present who had opened more divine apertures than him. The next moment, he did not say anything. His face was swollen, he had been slapped in the face by Suyu. A surge of willpower surged over, covering a large area. It swept over and piled up around them. Xiaohu cursed in his heart, F*ck, how many was this? 36, definitely more than that, don't take me for a fool. He looked at Suyu strangely. This was definitely more than 36. What was going on? Did Suyu have other techniques? Of course, he did. With 2 techniques combined, he could also open 45 divine apertures. However, the other 9 were not compatible with the first 36. They could only make his willpower stronger and his recovery a little faster. As for his explosive power, there was not much of a difference. He did not know if Suyu had mastered the second formula, but he definitely had more than 36 divine apertures. Wu Jia did not feel anything. She had only opened a few divine apertures and could not distinguish the strong from the weak. She only felt that junior brother was really amazing. Xiaohu looked deeply at Suyu and did not say anything. He was a smart person and naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. Even when Suyu was about to leave, he still whispered, "Are you interested in exchanging?" "Exchanging for my 18 divine apertures cultivation technique." Suyu bare one's teeth smiled, he did not reply and ran away. "Exchange my ass, trash with 18 divine apertures. There might even be some overlapping divine apertures. Why would I want this trash? When I open all 180 divine apertures, they might all overlap with yours." He could not be bothered with him. It should not be a big problem to leave senior sister to this guy. Xiaohu knew that he had the formula, and he had also obtained it. Senior sister would be more at ease when she cultivated, lest others covet her. After Suyu ran away, Xiaohu looked regretfully at Wu Jia. In the end, Wu Jia ignored him and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Women. With a sigh, Xiaohu was speechless. "Why are you ignoring me? I don't owe you money, really." Looking at Suyu's disappearing back, he clicked his tongue a few times. It seemed that this guy was going to cause trouble again. The key was that no one might know. As for me, I knew it clearly. Not only me, but there must be someone helping him in this mystic realm. Xiaohu thought in his heart. He was a little suspicious. Who was helping Suyu? Where did this guy come from? Holding the voice transmission talisman in his heart, Xiaohu raised his eyebrows. When this guy gave Chen Hao the voice transmission talisman last time, he felt that this guy had prepared a lot of voice transmission talismans. Perhaps the people holding the voice transmission talismans were all his people. Really good, he developed a group of people right under my nose. Chen Hao, thinking of this person, Xiaohu curled his lips. A bad guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, second grandpa was right. One should not judge a book by its cover. Joining the Civilization Academy was also the right choice. Joining the Civilization Academy was because it was chaotic here. According to second grandpa, going to the War Academy, one could experience brotherhood and comradeship, but one could not experience conspiracies and could not see the dark side of society. It was not a good thing for taking charge of Dixia province in the future. One was a prefecture master, not a general. Even if one was a general, one had to know how to deal with these and understand these. Several generations of prefecture masters had come from the Civilization Academy. Not the War Academy, it was to let these people know how to take charge of a big prefecture. What the War Academy nurtured were soldiers and generals, and in the Civilization Academy, if one really made it, he would be handsome. Suyu, Xiaohu muttered in his heart. Good lord, if he really became a prefecture master, he had to rope him in. He had brains, strength, talent. Not to mention, there were many positions in Dixia province that were quite suitable for him now. But as someone of the same age, if he, the future prefecture master, was suppressed, he would lose face. If others were stronger than him, it would be justifiable. But if Suyu was stronger than him, it would not be justifiable. I have 14 closed apertures. Should I advance to Wanshur after 16 closed apertures? Xiaohu sighed. If he could advance with 14 closed apertures, he would have been Wanshur long ago. But he also learned the heaven-class top-notch heaven-splitting saber. 16 closed apertures were the complete closed apertures. Closed apertures were very difficult. As the future prefecture master, He had to learn from his father and reach the peak of closed apertures with the heaven-splitting saber. Suyu also cultivates the heaven-splitting saber. There is no hurry. It is difficult for him to close his apertures. I can still wait. It was fine as long as he did not give Suyu the lead. Suyu had not closed one aperture yet, but he had already closed 14 apertures. This was enough for Suyu to have a hard time. As for the divine apertures, he would open a few more this time. How can Suyu compare to me? I, Xianxia, am at the 9th tier. I will go home and get some godfiend blood essence. I will build my foundation in a day to reach the 3rd or 4th tier of Soar. Let's see how you can catch up. Xiaohu, bare one's teeth, grinned. This was an invincible descendant. Were you convinced? You still had to spend money to buy it and think of a way to gather it. I don't need it. I will go home and get it. Once I get it, I will build my foundation. Foundation building is the 3rd or 4th tier of Soar, the 3rd or 4th tier of Soar. When the time comes, I will reach the 7th or 8th tier of Soar, or even the 9th tier. Suyu. Hehe, fight with me. Once I enter Soar, I will change to heaven class top-notch Wenbing. I will crush you with money and background. Idiot. This disdainful voice made Xiaohu's laughter stop abruptly. Damn, am I being despised by Wu Jia? He turned to look at Wu Jia with a gloomy face. After a while, he said, do you know how strong your junior brother is? Wu Jia glanced at him and said speechlessly, you don't know? Invincible below Soar. She seemed to be right, forget it. Xiaohu could not be bothered to argue with her. He sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. This arcane realm was not bad, Xia province should also get one. The one at home was not too good. The next time his father wanted to kill someone, he should kill one like this. It would be best if it was invincible and he could get an invincible arcane realm back. This was just the sun and moons, some low-end ones would not have much effect on Ling Yun. To kill an invincible one, he could at least use the mountain sea. Just as Xiaohu was letting his imagination run wild, Suyu acted again. Suck. The people of Shanshanwen wanted to cry. Zhan Hai, who was about to enter Soar, wanted to cry. Damn it, what was going on? Was there something wrong with this arcane realm, sucking some willpower, intermittently, and almost got them into trouble a few times? What the hell? The daughter of the director of the Education and Welfare Administration. Suyu also took care of her. He sucked the willpower around her several times. Everyone was killed. If you were not killed, I would feel sorry for you. I know you are an honest person. You might be able to get some compensation from Zhou Mingren after you get out. Ji Xiaoming was also decisive. After the willpower around her was sucked a few times, she stopped cultivating and ran to find Zhou Pingxing. The strongest person here was Zhou Pingxing. I want to find Uncle Zhou to help me cultivate, gather my willpower, and protect me. Uncle Zhou is so nice, he will definitely agree. Ji Xiaoming was not depressed at all. She naturally chose to ask for help. If she did not help, Zhou Pingxing could retire due to his illness. If she could not help, she would find Xia Yuan. Anyway, she would find help, so she was not depressed at all. Suyu was too lazy to care about this. He continued to wander around and absorb willpower. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. In 24 hours, 71 divine apertures were opened. The second set of cultivation technique, only the last divine aperture could be opened. I will try to open 3 divine aperture cultivation techniques in 3 days. Suyu set a goal for himself. My goal is not high, I just want to open 108 divine apertures. A total of 180 divine apertures. I will open 3 sets. That is not a high requirement, right? I have already opened 44. Another 64 should be enough, there were only about 20 a day. How was that difficult? For his small goal, Suyu began to work hard and absorb willpower everywhere. Outside the arcane realm. A day and a night had passed, Sun Galao and the others could not hold on any longer. Zhou Mingren could not hold on any longer. He glanced at Hong Tan. Hong Tan chuckled and looked at the few Galao who had just arrived. Come and help me. I just need to maintain it for a day. Hong Tan stepped forward and took over the control of the arcane realm. Zhou Mingren did not say anything. I'll let you go. Let's see if you feel uncomfortable. There is a bastard sucking willpower everywhere. You may be comfortable watching now, but I'll see what you can do later. He and the others quickly retreated. Hong Tan led a few Galao to take over the arcane realm. As soon as he took over, Hong Tan's willpower was shaken. F*CK, Zhou Pingxing, I just came up and you want to show me your strength? Unfilial. As soon as he took over, an area was sucked dry of willpower. Hong Tan was speechless. He did not stand on ceremony and quickly dispersed a few places where more willpower was gathered. Why did he let those guys take advantage of him? He did not hesitate. He created a place where more willpower was gathered and quickly used his willpower to attract Suyu over. This poor guy probably did not cultivate for the whole day yesterday. How tragic, don't be afraid. Grandmaster is here to back you up. Hong Tan played tricks openly. His willpower erupted and suppressed the senses of the other few Galao. He chuckled. You guys want to see through it too. My half-step Sun Moon realm is fake, unless Zhou Mingren takes over now and controls it with me. Otherwise, which one of the Galao present would be able to see through his tricks? They could roughly see that he had dispersed a few places where the willpower was strong. That was natural, it would be abnormal if he did not disperse it. At the same time, inside the arcane realm, Suyu's heart suddenly stirred. He looked at the white sky. At this moment, a line appeared in the sky. It stretched into the distance. Suyu's heart stirred. It had been a day. Was Grandmaster in charge of the arcane realm? Without saying much, Suyu quickly rushed to the end of the line. Is Grandmaster giving me special treatment? At the same time, some people also saw Ling Yun, Hu Wenxing, and Xia Yuan, whose willpower had been dispersed, also rushing over there. Lu Hong and the others also went together. By the time Suyu arrived, those people had arrived before him. This was the first time Zhou Pingxing saw Suyu in the arcane realm. His gaze was unfriendly, but he did not speak. At this moment, a mountain appeared in front of him. The whole thing seemed to be formed by willpower. The few Sor did not say anything and directly drilled into the mountain. Suyu also followed. As soon as he entered, Suyu's eyes flickered. A small knife appeared and opened a path in this misty mountain. It's really Grandmaster's doing. Suyu was overjoyed. He followed the knife and walked all the way in. Soon, he was separated from the others. He did not care about the others. When the knife stopped, Suyu looked around and was overjoyed. The surroundings seemed to be blocked by a strong willpower, and outsiders could not enter. Grandmaster is really powerful. This way, even if others saw this strong willpower, they could only rub against the periphery. I'm in. Suyu was overjoyed. Without any hesitation, 71 divine orifices erupted with full force, instantly drawing out an endless amount of willpower. At the same time, Hong Tan was feeling pity for his grand disciple. In the next moment, his heart trembled. F*CK, did the wrong person enter? F*CK, who the hell is this? He's absorbing so fast, don't fool around. Isn't this the guy who suspected Zhou Pingxing just now? He's doing the same thing, but I used the brilliance of the sun and moon to mobilize the Shunwen of the previous generation's principle. That small area is our Shunwen faction's territory. After all, this was a mystic realm left behind by the previous generation's principle. The Shunwen faction had some control over it. He was sure that only people from the Shunwen faction could enter. Zhou Pingxing was from the Shunwen faction, or everyone had misunderstood, and it had always been Suyu's doing. Hong Tan's heart trembled. What should he do? Was it Suyu? He used his powerful strength to cover up everything. He did not even give Zhou Mingren a chance to spy on him. He pretended to be calm. It's nothing, even if it was Suyu. Grandmaster is here. Don't be afraid, I'll block it for you. Hong Tan used his powerful strength to suppress everything. At the same time, he complained in his heart. Was it Suyu? Did you do it? Aren't you sucking too fast? It felt like a Ling Yun was sucking crazily, wave after wave, wave after wave. Every 10 minutes or so, Hong Tan would tremble. He wanted to curse in his heart. Was it Suyu? Wasn't he sucking too fast? Aren't you afraid of exploding after sucking so much? At this time, Suyu was overjoyed. Grandmaster is so nice, he actually created a small circle for me to suck freely. It feels so good. Now, he was not afraid of others finding out. He sucked with all his strength. A part of his willpower was not used up. He could not use it to open the aperture, but he did not waste it. He used a small hammer to hit the sea of will, compressing his willpower, hitting the aperture, and purifying it. Anyway, his willpower could not be used up. What was there to be afraid of? He just had to absorb with all his might. An hour later, there was a rumble. The last aperture of the second set of cultivation technique was opened. This last aperture was a little difficult to open. Suyu did not care too much. He continued to crazily absorb and opened the third set of cultivation technique. This time, the speed was faster. 72 apertures provided willpower to him. The speed of opening the apertures became faster. His willpower was unlimited. In less than half an hour, 73 apertures were opened. 74, 75, one by one, the apertures were opened. Suyu kept on absorbing. At this moment, Hong Tan was already numb. He felt that he would not be able to last a day. Damn, I'm close to the sun and moon. Plus, I'm from the Xianxia faction. I'm much stronger than Zhou Mingren. Just like that, he felt that he would not be able to last a day. Was the person sucking madly like Suyu? At least 50% of the willpower in the entire mystic realm was supplied to Suyu. Xianxia faction had spent a lot of energy to open the mystic realm. If it was Suyu, he would have sucked all of his hair dry. I don't think so? At this moment, Hong Tan did not know whether he should look forward to it or not. Was this really Suyu? The more he absorbed, previously, it was comparable to Ling Yun's 6th or 7th level. Now, it was comparable to Ling Yun's 8th or 9th level absorption speed. If this continued, could it be comparable to the Mountain Sea realm? This mystic realm did not support the Mountain Sea realm. F***CK. I won't collapse from the absorption, right? Hong Tan felt a little guilty. There were many people inside. Brat, don't increase your speed. If it's you, if you really collapse the mystic realm, the others will kill you. He was even considering whether he should drag Suyu and run away if he were to really break down. What a terrifying feeling. I'll block again. I won't let you guys see. I won't let you guys sense. I'll be very calm. It was not Suyu who sucked. Definitely not. It was Zhou Pingxing who was causing trouble. That's right, it was him. At this moment, Zhou Pingxing and the others did not notice any of this. Because most of the willpower had been gathered here, the few of them were currently cultivating outside the mystic realm. Zhou Pingxing glanced at the nearby Hu Wenxing and sneered in his heart. As expected, previously, he had ignored this fellow, causing trouble everywhere. Now that he was here, everything was fine outside. There were no more cries of alarm, there were no more screams. He did not feel any willpower being sucked out. Hu Wenxing. Humph. I'll continue absorbing, I'll absorb crazily. At this moment, Suyu did not care about how much pressure the Grandmaster was under. What a joke, what was the Grandmaster's realm? An expert who could defeat the sun and moon. I'll absorb some willpower. It's not the Grandmaster's. Shan Shenwen used resources to burn it. It has no effect on the Grandmaster, so Suyu naturally did not care too much. My willpower is full, overflowing, too much, that's not a problem. I'll smash with the hammer, compress, purify. I don't want trash. I want pure willpower. 80 divine apertures, all full, can't smash anymore. It's fine, I can still open more divine apertures. I can even open up to 180 divine apertures. With a total of 80 divine apertures, the absorption speed was astonishing. Ordinary Lingyan 9 levels would only open 72 apertures. Of course, Suyu's willpower was weaker. His absorption speed was actually not comparable to the real Lingyan 9 levels. However, 80 divine apertures were not much slower than those Lingyan 7 or 8 levels. Continue absorbing, 5 hours, 6 hours, he kept absorbing for a total of 12 hours, and these 12 hours were also the 12 hours that Suyu crazily absorbed non-stop. He did not know that at this moment, the burning resources in the outside world had been exhausted. The burning speed was too fast. As for Suyu, he had already opened 100 apertures in 12 hours, from 71 to 112 hours, he had opened a total of 29 divine apertures. It was much faster than before, at this moment, the thick barrier of willpower had become much weaker. And Suyu's willpower was full. At this moment, he could not smash anymore. It had increased to about 90%. No matter how much he smashed, the small hammer could not move anymore. Thick, if he smashed again, it would almost materialize, turning illusions into reality, but that required willpower to materialize. At this moment, Suyu had not completed the materialization. His willpower had not emerged from the sea of will. If this continued, it would become solid. Suyu was smashing madly. At this moment, Hong Tan even wanted to die. I'm fine, I can hold on, I'm going to lie to everyone. I'm fine. At this moment, he really couldn't take it anymore. The absorption was too fast and too much. A total of 100 divine apertures were absorbing the willpower. One could imagine that this was already comparable to those Ling Yun Realm 9. A single Ling Yun was madly absorbing the willpower without any restraint. It was too much of a burden on the secret realm. It was about to collapse. Hong Tan knew that if this went on, the mystic realm would really collapse. However, he could not allow it to fail in his hands. Hong Tan and Yu Guang looked around. Old Chi. I choose you, you're Fatty Xia's friend, so I'll leave it to you. You'll be in charge. If it collapses, it's your responsibility. Don't blame me. I can't hold on any longer. You may not be afraid of offending people, but I am. It's already difficult to have more people in Shenwen. You have to bear with it reluctantly. Hong Tan thought to himself. His face was still as calm as still water. He extracted some of the willpower from Suyu's side and distributed it in the mystic realm to maintain the operation of the mystic realm and the cultivation of others. This was to prevent others from noticing that the mystic realm was about to collapse. When Old Chi took over, there would only be a layer of skin left. The collapse would happen in the blink of an eye. Of course, if the person absorbing it was Suyu, he would tell him in advance to get lost and stop absorbing. He couldn't talk to him. This was not a problem in the mystic realm. Suyu was still cultivating. Although he felt that his willpower was a little weaker, it didn't matter. As he was cultivating, the willpower wall around him fluctuated. Suyu looked up. The willpower wall was shaking. Gradually, a word appeared. Run, yes, run. Suyu was stunned. What did it mean? Run. The word became more and more obvious. Soon, the word began to fluctuate again. It's going to explode. Suyu froze for a moment. Damn, what did it mean? Was the mystic realm going to explode, or was this place going to explode? What the hell? Wasn't the mystic realm left by a sun-moon tier elite? Why would it explode? Although there were countless questions in his mind, Suyu still suppressed his palpitations and waited for a while. At this moment, there were no more words appearing, and the willpower wall was becoming weaker and weaker. Suyu could vaguely see the people outside. He didn't dare to delay. He quickly closed his divine aperture and covered Shenwen with a shadow. Barrier cover. Suyu stood up and maintained his composure. Then, he walked out. After successfully passing through the barrier, Suyu looked indifferent. The others all looked at him. Ji Xiaoming, who was cultivating beside Zhou Pingxing, asked curiously, "Why aren't you cultivating?" They all knew that this was Hong Tan giving Suyu special treatment. Although Zhou Pingxing and the others were displeased, they also knew that it was difficult for them to break something created by a half-step sun-moon tier elite. Even if they could break it, it could easily cause the mystic realm to collapse. Thus, even though they knew that Suyu was inside, they didn't forcibly break the willpower wall. Suyu smiled, and said kindly, "I'm cultivating, after all, so my absorption is limited. I'm already full, so there's no need to stay inside." As Suyu spoke, he glanced at the people cultivating in the periphery. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to the seniors of the single divine runic arts lineage. My willpower has reached a full 90%, I've made great progress. It looks like I won't be too far off." Suyu was all smiles. Hu Wenxing and Xia Yuan glanced at him, and then ignored him. Zhou Pingxing's expression was cold, and he didn't say anything. Lu Hong pondered, and said, "Suyu, you've advanced so quickly. Has Shenwen completed outlining? Could it be that you're planning to join our Shan Shenwen faction?" Suyu smiled, and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't I part of Shan Shenwen faction now?" No, there's only one Shenwen faction in the academy, so there's no distinction between them. Lu Hong couldn't help but laugh, but he was suspicious. Why isn't this brat cultivating anymore? Is he really full? That's possible. After all, it had been almost 2 whole days since yesterday, and Suyu had absorbed a lot of willpower. It was normal for him to be full. Suyu ignored him and walked out. As he walked, he said, I really have to thank all the seniors for entering the mystic realm for free. I'm really grateful. Please don't think that I'm mocking you, Suyu was serious. I'm serious. I thank all of you. You're a good person, but it's a pity that I've only opened 100 divine orifices. Why did Grandmaster ask me to leave? And he said that it would explode? That's not necessary. I'm planning to open at least 108 divine orifices. Fortunately, my willpower is in a saturated state in the Sea of Will, and my 100 divine orifices are full of willpower. It's alright. It won't be difficult to open 2 or 3 more divine orifices after I go back to digest them. If it doesn't work, I'll get another wave before I leave. Even if I can't open 108, 105 would be more or less satisfactory. Suyu walked toward Wu Jia, and as he walked, he looked for people. He ignored the group of people behind him. With Ling Yun and Sora around, the explosion wouldn't hurt them. As for Ji Xiaoming and the other students, it wouldn't be a problem either. Those people could protect them. If the people from Shan Shenwen faction dared not to protect them, they could only wait for death. If they entered a mystic realm and lost their daughter, Ji Hong could kill them all, Wu Lan. On the way, Suyu saw Wu Lan and greeted him with a smile. Are you full? Wu Lan glanced at him and didn't want to talk to him. I'm full, I'm nurturing Shenwen now. Let's go together. The willpower here is too dense. Wu Lan was speechless. Idiot. It's easier to cultivate when it's dense. Suyu didn't want to call anyone, but Wu Lan was Wu Yuehua's grandniece. Wu Yuehua could be considered his mistress? Sort of. Probably. I'm not sure about the details. I only know that the relationship between Teacher Liu and Wu Yuehua is definitely not ordinary. It's a pity that Teacher Liu is like this. Previously, he said that women would hinder his cultivation. Perhaps he was influenced by women for not being able to enter Soar. No wonder he gave me such a warning. There's no problem. Teacher is speaking from experience. It seems like he has suffered losses before. Wu Lan, Xiaohuyu said that you're trash and is preparing to challenge you to a spar. Do you know about this? The moment he said this, Wu Lan stopped cultivating. He quickly stood up and said coldly, Is what you said true? Yes. Suyu smiled. I met him previously. He said that you are too arrogant because of your sister and grandaunt. He has long wanted to beat you up. Humph. Wu Lan snorted. Where is he? In front, Suyu laughed. As he walked, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Xiaohuyu. At the same time, Xiaohuyu took out his voice transmission talisman and took a look. It was Suyu's message. Wu Lan is preparing to challenge you to a spar. I'm sorry, I was just casually saying that you're strong and not trash. It's already not bad that you're in the upper secondary. In the end, she wasn't convinced and insisted on challenging you. You should deal with her. Xiaohuyu wanted to curse out loud. What has this got to do with me? Why is Suyu chatting with Wu Lan instead of cultivating? Is this B** starred trying to scam me? Glancing at Wu Jia, who was not far away, Xiaohuyu suddenly smiled and said, Senior Wu Jia, Suyu just said that he and Wu Lan have just returned from training together. He wants you to be more polite later on. Wu Lan is an arrogant person and looks down on others. Don't mind her and don't provoke her for no reason. Wu Jia frowned. Why didn't Junior tell me this personally? He's afraid that it'll be awkward. Xiaohuyu said embarrassedly, Isn't he worried that you guys will fight? Wu Galao is considered a friend of your faction. A good friend. It'll be awkward if you guys fight. Senior Wu Jia, when Wu Lan comes later, she might pick a fight. That's her personality. Don't mind her. Of course, she's not familiar with you, but she's against all females. She might pick a fight with me first and use the opportunity to lure you out, pick a fight with you and lure me out? Wu Jia frowned. What does picking a fight with you have to do with me? Xiaohu smiled. That's just her temper. She's good at scolding me indirectly. When she comes later, she might call me trash. Actually, she's beating around the bush to talk about you. After all, Senior Wu Jia was, seriously injured. Wu Jia's expression did not look too good. Xiaohu hurriedly smiled. Of course. Her temper is a little bad, but her heart is not bad. She admires the strong. If Senior Wu Jia can spar with her and teach her a lesson, she'll immediately become obedient. That's her temper. As Xiaohu said this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fight. You girls can fight. I can't be bothered to get involved. Suyu, that bastard, must be deliberately setting me up. I'll return the favor. It's not too much to ask his Senior Wu Jia to take over, right? Wu Jia snorted. I enrolled earlier than her. Why would I spar with her? Senior Wu Jia, you're wrong. It's not a spar, it's a lesson. You have to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she'll always be called trash. To be honest, I feel bad for Senior Wu Jia. Xiaohu egged her on a few more times. Wu Jia no longer said anything. It was unknown whether she acquiesced or was prepared to ignore it. After chatting for a while, Suyu came back. As expected, Wu Lan came with him. As for Suyu, he was also informing Zhang Hao and the others to find a place with weak willpower to stay, lest they were implicated when the mystic realm exploded. The moment Wu Lan arrived, his gaze turned to Xiaohu. His gaze was unfriendly, but at least he knew to ask about the situation. He said, Xiaohu, you want to spar with me? Xiaohu cursed furiously in his heart. F***ck. Suyu, you bastard. You really set me up. Luckily, I'm quick-witted. There's no such thing, Xiaohu denied it. He laughed dryly and said, so you said it? He's purposely making things up. I didn't actually say it. As he said this, he looked at Wu Jia. He gestured to Wu Lan. Did you see that? I didn't say it, Wu Jia said it, go and find trouble with her. Wu Lan saw him winking and felt a little disdainful. He said angrily, you dare to say it but don't dare to admit it, trash. If you really want to spar, I'll accompany you anytime. Xiaohu was mentally exhausted. F***ck, you're winking at the blind. Can't you see what I mean? You're not that stupid. You might have a bad temper, but under normal circumstances, your IQ is still sufficient. It's just that your EQ is a little low. Why can't you see through my hints? Before he could speak, Suyu smiled and said, since Brother Xia has admitted defeat, then forget it. Wu Lan, don't bother with him. Brother Xia isn't a bad person, but he's a little talkative. Since we're all here, let's talk about cultivation. Our realms are about the same. He could tell that Fatty Xia was actually trying to instigate his senior sister to fight. This fellow was indeed black-hearted, Wu Lan snorted. Xiaohu glanced at Suyu and pouted. The two of them had a tacit understanding. None of them were good people, so there was no need to criticize each other. Forget it, I can't be bothered with this. Xiaohu was more curious about why Suyu brought Wu Lan here. Ignoring Wu Lan's disdainful gaze, Xiaohu smiled and said, Wu Lan, senior sister Wu Jia has something to talk to you about. You guys talk first. I'll chat with Suyu for a while. As he spoke, he pulled Suyu to the side and whispered, what? Do you think I'm your babysitter? You want me to take care of the two of you? No. Suyu looked around and whispered, be careful later. This place is going to explode. Xiaohu was extremely surprised. What did he mean? Was it going to explode? How can that be? This place is the Sun Moon's secret realm. Unless the consumption is too great and the willpower is not balanced enough to maintain the secret realm's operation, it will collapse and throw everyone out. As he spoke, his eyes flickered. He looked at Suyu with a shocked expression. Damn, it can't be, you've absorbed so much willpower here that it's almost dried up. That doesn't make sense. Even if you've opened 40 or 50 apertures, you're only equivalent to a source stage 8 or 9. It doesn't make sense for you to be so weak. Suyu shrugged and did not want to reply. Anyway, that was what his grandmaster said. He also felt that he did not absorb much, but his grandmaster told him to run and even said that it was going to explode. He had no choice but to take it seriously. Whatever, it's going to explode anyway. As he spoke, Suyu added, probably not now. At least wait for the next person to take over. Suyu judged and felt that it should be right. His grandmaster was not that kind of person. Would he agree to this mess being thrown into his hands? He asked him to run in advance, probably to clear his suspicion. He had already left, and now there were only a few Sor and Ling Yun there. Even if it really exploded, they were the ones who caused it. It had nothing to do with him or his grandmaster. That place was now filled with willpower, and everyone else was there. If they absorbed too much, it would be normal for the arcane realm to collapse. After all, there were a few Ling Yuns there. Xiaohu understood and quickly said, that means, there's still some time left. More or less. Xiaohu was speechless. Hong Tan was in charge now, and he was going to throw the blame. Who was he going to throw the blame to? It couldn't be Qi Galao, could it? It seemed to be arranged like this before he came in. This Hong Tan was really evil. A voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Suyu was stunned and looked at him. Xiaohu also looked at him and said calmly, what's wrong? Arcane realms can also be transmitted. I'll inform Qi Galao not to get involved in this mess. Let Xianxia faction continue to come. Anyway, they've rested for a day and should have recovered. Suyu was stunned. Damn it, I forgot about this. I should have made a voice transmission talisman with Grandmaster. Why do we need to guess each other's intentions? He was speechless. Suyu had forgotten about this and did not think about it. Hong Tan probably did not think about it either. Voice transmission talisman. Why would he use it for no reason? Wasn't it better to use it as a communication device? Wait a minute, Suyu said hurriedly, Qi Galao won't betray us, right? Of course not. Xiaohu said softly, he's my second, Xiaohu's old friend. In fact, he can be considered as our Xiajia's spokesperson. Of course, he's not from Xiaoyuan's faction. He can be considered as our spokesperson for Xiachan's faction. Suyu was exhausted. You're quite stubborn. Is this your final act of stubbornness? If you insist on not admitting your identity, what's the difference between us? I have to find Xiachan don't get injured. Although the collapse of the mystic realm isn't a big deal, it's still a little troublesome for her to recuperate. If she gets injured, my second Marquis Xia will definitely look for me to settle the score. He will also look for you. Don't think that you can hide from my second grandpa. Forget it. I won't persist. It's so tiring to keep up the pretense while chatting with someone who knows my identity. Suyu rolled his eyes. Stop pretending? Alright, but don't be too obvious. After all, Xiachan has joined Xianxinwen's faction. Xiaohu said nonchalantly, what's wrong with that? It's just your way of saying it. To the Xia family, it doesn't matter if it's just the divine script or the divine script. In reality, they are all members of the Xia family. If Xianxinwen's faction doesn't rebel against Xiajia, there are people. You don't have to think too much about it. Just like how I'm closer to you, it doesn't mean that Xiajia's relationship with you is better. Xiajia is usually impartial, unless Xiajia is really dissatisfied. Suyu nodded. That's true. From Xiajia's perspective, whether it's Xianxinwen or Duo Xinwen, as long as they don't rebel against Xia province, they're all their people. Suyu felt that he was dissatisfied with Xianxinwen's faction. The main reason was that Xianxinwen's faction seemed to be in cahoots with Dazhou Prefecture. That's why Xiajia was dissatisfied. Suyu didn't care about that. He said casually, up to you. Just find a place with weak willpower. It shouldn't affect you too much. Don't forget about Zhou Pingxing's side. Then, he said, help me take care of my Shiji and Wulan. I have to make another trip. Where? Suyu smiled. Absorb more. Don't waste it. It'll be gone if it explodes. He was speechless. Xiaohu was helpless. Money is more important than life. This guy still wants to earn more money at this time. Suyu didn't care about him either. He went to talk to Wu Jia and asked her to follow Xiaohu. He also informed Wu Lan. As for how to make Wulan stay, Xia Huyu would think of a way. After leaving again, Suyu began to wander around. He absorbed a little here and there. He absorbed a little wherever the willpower was. This was for the safety of others, in case the willpower was too strong and hurt others. This was for everyone's good, Suyu absorbed a lot more as he walked and stopped. At this moment, not many people cared about him. During the tempering phase, he was almost full and saturated. At this time, he would usually be nourishing Shenwen. Just as Suyu was wandering around, Hong Tan couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't because Suyu was absorbing everywhere, but because his willpower was only a thin layer now. If it was absorbed by others, it would be finished. The amount that was enough for him to absorb for 3 days was almost used up. Seeing that it was not the 3rd day, Hong Tan's willpower was slightly shaken. In the hall, Qin Yong suddenly said, "Master, junior brother sent news. He said that his injuries are acting up. You should go back and take a look." "What?" Hong Tan was stunned. "Injuries acting up?" As he said that, he glanced at Zhou Mingren and the others and frowned. "Alright, I'll go back and take a look. Old Qi, help me maintain the mystic realm." On the other side, Qi Galao smiled and said, "Alright, you go back first. I'll help you." As he said that, his expression changed slightly. Outside the hall, a person ran in breathlessly and hurriedly said, "Master, little Jiao knocked over a bottle of something in your experiment. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly fainted." "Bastard!" Qi Galao was instantly furious. "That's a secret medicine used to deal with Shanghai. I have to go back and take a look. This bastard, I must teach him a lesson today." As he said that, he thought of something and hurriedly looked at Hong Tan. Hong Tan also looked at him and his eyes flickered. "Soon," he said, "go get Principal Xia or Principal Su." At the side, Zhou Mingren frowned and said unhappily, "I'll do it." "Get Principal Xia and Principal Su? What do you mean? This is the mystic realm opened by our faction. Previously, it was agreed that it was not appropriate for us to interfere. In fact, after resting for so long, he should be able to take over again." Hong Tan was a little dissatisfied. "Are you going to target our people again?" Zhou Mingren frowned and said, "Most of the people in the mystic realm are from Shan Shenwen's faction. There are only a few people from your faction. I'm not that bored, and I don't have time to identify them one by one." Most of the people were from their faction, he was too lazy to identify them one by one. Did they really think that it was not a waste of energy? Hong Tan, this person, was so senseless. Just as Hong Tan was about to speak, Qin Yong hurriedly said, "Master, let's go back first." "I'll stay here. Junior brother's injuries are getting worse and worse." "Alright." Hong Tan was also very helpless. He said gloomily, "It's not even a day yet, what a pity, I don't even have time to give special treatment to my 2 grand-disciples." After saying that, Hong Tan directly left. Zhou Mingren quickly took over. Hong Tan did not say anything else and quickly left. On the other side, Qi Galao also left at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a knowing look in their eyes. Then, they left separately and stepped into the air. "It's none of our business, Shan Shenwen's faction will take over by themselves." As soon as Zhou Mingren took over, he could not help but frown. "It's so unstable, what's going on?" However, after sensing it, the willpower was still quite strong. It was not a big problem. Perhaps Zhou Pingxing had absorbed too much willpower previously, causing the arcane realm to be too unstable. It was not a big problem, after all, he was still slightly weaker than Hong Tan. Hong Tan was also a cunning person, giving the arcane realm a layer of willpower shell. At the moment, it seemed to be quite stable. Zhou Mingren did not pay much attention to it. After sensing for a while, the willpower gathered in one place. It was very strong, but there were many people absorbing it there. It seemed that the Fu Sor and Ling Yin had gone there. He did not change the distribution of the willpower. It was more reasonable this way, and it was better for them to gather together. After half an hour, Hong Tan and Qi Galao returned. Qi Galao looked at Hong Tan in surprise. "You still dare to come back?" Hong Tan could not be bothered. The moment he entered, he said, "Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Elder Zhou, let me take over." "No need. Zhou Mingren said calmly, changing people frequently will easily cause the arcane realm to collapse. There's no need to change. Hong Tan frowned and said quickly, then it's almost 2 days, let old Qi go. Zhou Mingren was about to speak when Qi Galao smiled and said, whatever. If old Zhou can hold on, let him do it. He was too lazy to fight. Hong Tan might not have good intentions coming back at this time. It was more likely that he was just watching the show. This guy's heart was black. He even came to fight on purpose, at the same time. So you sensed the distribution of willpower and quickly sent a voice transmission to Xia Huyu. What did Qi Galao say? Your grandmaster ran away long ago. He's watching the show now. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Grandmaster was amazing. In that case, it had nothing to do with Grandmaster now. Get ready, don't get hurt. Suyu reminded and quickly ran in the direction where the willpower was the strongest. Along the way, he continued to absorb the willpower, leaving only a thin shell. When he reached the place with the strongest willpower, Suyu did not dare to go near it. The sensory jade didn't change color even though it was still a distance away, and it quickly absorbed the willpower. The more it absorbed, the faster it became. When the sensing jade changed color slightly, someone seemed to have sensed it and came over. Suyu's shadow Shenwen erupted and covered his body. He instantly escaped. Before leaving, he did not forget to continue absorbing. At this moment, the originally weak willpower was suddenly sucked dry. At the same time, Zhou Mingren was slightly stunned. A small vacuum suddenly appeared in the arcane realm. He was just about to mobilize the willpower in other places to make up for it, but just as he mobilized, the other places were empty, so weak. Zhou Mingren was stunned at first, then came to a sudden realization. He suddenly turned and glared at Hong Tan. B*****. Come, maintain the arcane realm. Zhou Mingren roared. He quickly shouted, the arcane realm is about to collapse. As soon as he said that, the other Galao's expressions changed. Hong Tan and Qi Galao looked at each other and quickly went forward to help. Hong Tan scolded, idiot, I asked you to take over just now, but you insisted on holding on. D****, if anything happens to my grand disciple, I won't forgive you. Zhou Mingren was about to explode with anger. F***ck, your ancestors, you dared to say that you really dared to take over just now. B****, you probably sensed that something was wrong and deliberately ran away. This B****, couldn't you say in advance that it was about to collapse? Why did you have to trick me this time? Zhou Mingren did not have time to care about him. His willpower erupted and he roared, forcibly maintaining the arcane realm's entrance. He roared, the people inside, stop cultivating. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound was heard. There was a loud boom. The entire hall was overturned by the shockwave. The next moment, figures were thrown out from the dimension. One figure after another appeared. The first to appear was Zhou Pingxing and the others. They all vomited blood. These few people had not absorbed enough. The willpower over there was the densest, and this explosion almost caused them to be seriously injured. Even so, Zhou Pingxing was protecting one person with all his might. He cursed in his heart. What was going on? Why did it suddenly explode? The daughter of the director of the Education and Welfare Administration was right beside him. He had no choice but to protect her. Fortunately, he was quite strong, but he still needed to protect someone. That was why he vomited blood from the explosion. The others were the same, they vomited blood. All of them were protecting the students around them. Most of them were students from Shan Shenwen's faction. They saw that the people with the strongest willpower were there, so they called for help. As they were blown out, the others were also blown out. Suyu also experienced a spatial shift and spat out a mouthful of blood. The students from Shenwen were too good at vomiting blood. His face was pale, and his willpower wavered for a moment. Suyu used all his strength to hit himself with the small hammer. His willpower was too strong, and he almost couldn't move it. At least he swayed a little, or else it would be too conspicuous. The small hammer hit him a few times and finally, his willpower wavered as if it was seriously injured. Suyu's face was pale and his eyes were blurred. He had hit himself hard and he felt dizzy. Bang! Su! You fell to the ground. At that moment, other people fell to the ground one after another in other places. Those experts were busy dealing with the collapse of the mystic realm and could not be bothered with them. Qin Yong made a grabbing motion, grabbing Su Yu and Wu Jia. Wu Jia was fine. He was almost fine. Looking at Su Yu, Qin Yong's expression changed. His willpower surged and helped him stabilize the sea of will. It was fine if it was unstable, but once it was stabilized. Qin Yong's expression turned strange, f*ck, solidified, don't joke with me, what the hell, why did this kid's willpower feel solidified, did I sense it wrong, such a strong willpower was shaken by the aftershock, Su Yu seemed to sense something. Without a word, he continued to hit with the small hammer. I'm injured. I fainted. I don't know. I didn't do anything, his willpower wavered again and he vomited another mouthful of blood. 10,000 fire dolphins ran through Qin Yong's mind, f*ck, what are you doing? The next moment, his expression changed and he said hurriedly, Master, Su Yu is injured. I'll bring him back to treat his injuries. Hong Tan was still stabilizing the mystic realm. He turned to look at Su Yu and said with a slightly changed expression, hurry up and go back. I'll be there in a while. All right. Qin Yong grabbed the two of them and left in a soar. They could not stay for long, if they were being investigated, they would not be able to hide anything. At that moment, Zhou Mingren also looked back. Su Yu's face was pale, his willpower wavering, and his consciousness seemed to be a little muddled. He could not help but snort inwardly. This kid deserved it, he must have been greedy for willpower and cultivated in an area with a high concentration, he looked around. Fortunately, there were no major problems. His willpower was not strong enough. After the mystic realm exploded, only a few people were injured. No one died. Most of the injured were his own people, so it was not a big problem. However, the next moment, he heard someone say angrily, Director Zhou has caused trouble again and again. It's fine if he doesn't allow us to cultivate, but after a while, something happened to the mystic realm. We have to pay for it. Master, I gained almost nothing from this cultivation. Shan Shenwen has to pay for it. In the crowd, a mountain sea realm cultivator, Galao, was stunned. He looked at Zhang Hao. Nothing, Zhang Hao said angrily, Master, after I went in, Director Zhou deliberately caused trouble several times and targeted me. In the end, after I stabilized for a while, something happened to the mystic realm. I gained almost nothing this time. He was not the only one. Someone else immediately said, me too. Me too. There were many times when my willpower was exhausted. Several students from the other factions rebuked angrily. They had paid a huge price to enter, in the end they encountered so many troubles. Everyone was very dissatisfied, this was an opportunity that the Mountain Sea had fought for. Some people not only used the Mountain Sea's favor but also paid a huge price. In the end, such a thing happened. How could they be happy? Ji Xiaoming, who was protected by Zhou Pingxing, had a conflicted expression. She looked at the livid Zhou Pingxing and said softly, Uncle Zhou is a good person. I don't blame him. Just pay for it. That's all I have. The faces of Zhou Mingren and the others turned purple. Pay for it, did you come in and spend money? But at this moment, they were also extremely distressed. Sun Galao and the others had ugly expressions. Damn, why did it suddenly explode? Zhou Mingren, a dignified half-step sun moon cultivator, didn't even know that a mystic realm was about to explode. They were extremely sullen, they had paid a huge price to open the mystic realm. They had originally given some favors, but now, they had offended someone. In the main hall, Shan Shenwen's faction was held accountable. The students from the other departments were very displeased. First, it hadn't been 3 days, and second, there were indeed many instances of willpower being drained during the process. Although the students who nurtured nature only passively absorbed willpower, and the demand wasn't too high, many people came to Shenwen to nurture Shenwen. Nurturing Shenwen required a lot of willpower. And this time, they didn't achieve their goal. At this moment, Zhou Mingren and the others had already stabilized the mystery realm again. The explosion of the mystery realm wouldn't have much of an impact on the divine characters. After all, Sun Moon tier divine characters weren't so easily destroyed. However, the main issue now was that the mystery realm couldn't be opened again unless they burned their resources again. In reality, even if it didn't explode, it couldn't be maintained for much longer, mainly because they didn't have enough willpower. The original estimate was to maintain it for 3 days, but in reality, it didn't even last for 2 days. This didn't match many people's expectations. Hong Tan muttered, "Why did you have to put a few ling yun in? If there were only nurturing nature and soar, the consumption wouldn't be so fast." This was true. A few ling yun absorbed too fast, this was the key. Of course, the most important thing was that a certain person absorbed more than a few ling yuns. If it wasn't to limit the number of people, there was no need to reduce the number of places previously. 1 ling yun was used as 3 places because they were worried that these people would absorb too fast. Zhou Mingren turned to look at him, and said coldly, "There was only a sliver of willpower left in the mystery realm, so why didn't you stop the mystery realm's operation?" Hong Tan said innocently, "When I left, there was still a lot left. If those ling yuns and source didn't absorb randomly, how could it collapse so quickly?" After saying this, he added, "You're strong enough, so even if your willpower is exhausted, you can maintain the mystery realm without any problems. You said to maintain it for 3 days, so just add some natural treasures." Easy for you to say, it was easy for you to say, they had very few of these specific resources. If they had, they would have opened the mystery realm long ago. Zhou Mingren took a deep look at Hong Tan. "We all know what your purpose is. You don't have to pretend to be innocent." They were all smart people. Did they really think that they couldn't tell? Hong Tan smiled faintly and said, "I don't have any ulterior motives. I just don't have enough resources and willpower. This is something that you need to replenish yourself with resources. It has nothing to do with me. Could it be that I purposely depleted my willpower? It's all because you sent a few ling yuns in there to absorb willpower randomly." Zhou Mingren said calmly, "Do you know that it was ling yun who absorbed it? Maybe it was your people who absorbed willpower indiscriminately. I think Suyu is very talented. He absorbed willpower everywhere, causing the secret realm to collapse. Is it impossible?" Hong Tan shrugged and said with a strange smile, "Maybe it was really Suyu's doing. He's so amazing. His absorption speed is even higher than those ling yuns. He must have opened at least 100 divine apertures. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to compare. After all, he's just cultivating." Hong Tan smiled strangely. "Suyu is actually Ling Yun's disguise. Are you satisfied with this answer?" "Wu Jia too. She's Shanhai's disguise. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Zhou Mingren didn't say anything. He couldn't respond to this. Pushing the blame to Suyu. If Suyu was sore, it would be fine. Pushing the blame to a cultivating person didn't make sense. Such a huge secret realm, if it really collapsed because of a cultivating person, that would be a joke. Moreover, Suyu was injured and retreated in advance. Hong Tan didn't say much and said directly, "Elder Zhou, don't look for trouble with us at this time. Solve your own problems. This matter has nothing to do with most people. If you want to blame someone, blame a certain bastard who randomly absorbed willpower everywhere. He sucked in a vacuum and had to consume willpower to maintain it. If he knew that he could absorb so much willpower, why did he bring him in?" These words were right on point. The early ending of the secret realm this time had nothing to do with others. The main reason was that bastard. Zhou Mingren took a light breath and looked at Zhang Hai, Zhang Hao, Xia Huyu, and the others. He said in a deep voice, "The secret realm lasted for 2 days. It's indeed shorter than expected. We originally gave away half of your slots. We didn't intend to make a profit. Everyone should understand this." Although they were dissatisfied, Zhang Hai and the others nodded. That was true. The Shan Shinwen faction was doing this for the sake of doing favors. Their fees weren't high. "We will return all your merit points in full later." Zhou Mingren also regained his composure at this time. He calmly said, "I won't take a single point. Although this mystic realm opportunity didn't last as long as expected, I believe that everyone has obtained some harvests. Even if you were affected a little, it shouldn't be too great. These merit points can be considered a gift from the Divine Rune Academy to help everyone calm down." Since he had even mentioned a full refund, the others naturally had no objections. Although the secret realm had collapsed prematurely, everyone had gained quite a lot. Even their willpower had grown. How great was it that they didn't need money now? Even the Shanghai Galau nodded in agreement. Galao smiled and said, Elder Zhou, we didn't mean it that way. The opening of the secret realm by the Faculty of Theology is everyone's fortuitous encounter. It's just that it's a pity. Please don't misunderstand, Elder Zhou. Zhou Mingren snorted inwardly. Misunderstand, if he didn't return the merit points, these people would definitely not let it go. After all, the secret realm had collapsed prematurely. Fortunately, the loss wasn't too great. There weren't many slots that had been paid. The price wasn't too high, just a little over 10,000 merit points. He had already lost so much, so losing another 10,000 or so merit points was still acceptable. Hong Tan smiled and said, should we return the 10,000 merit points to the faculty and award them to the top 5 students? The faculty had given them 10,000 merit points as a subsidy. Zhou Mingren tilted his head and glanced at him. He said calmly, we didn't intend to give away those slots. Since they've cultivated for 2 days, it's enough. Don't push your luck. Besides, did we promise to cultivate for a few days? Hong Tan, I returned the merit points to the others because the secret realm collapsed prematurely, causing harm to everyone, not because the secret realm didn't serve its purpose. Hong Tan shrugged and said with a smile, then forget it. Most of them are on your side. I only have Suyu on my side. If you don't want to return the merit points, then forget it. Zhou Mingren couldn't be bothered with him. He ignored him and looked at the others. The secret realm has closed. Because of our mistake, it was forced to close prematurely. Everyone's willpower has been shaken. Go back and stabilize your realms. He was clearly trying to chase them away. Everyone looked at each other. Galao quickly said with a smile, all right, old Zhou, we'll leave first. But on your side, you still need to clean up. It's not appropriate for you to take the blame every time. The others also knew that it had nothing to do with him. They didn't say much and just said a few words. Don't always take the blame for a few rat droppings, you're a half-step sun-moon cultivator. Look at how you've been tormented by these people. All of them are troublesome. If it were them, they would have flown into a rage long ago. Zhou Mingren smiled and didn't say anything. He watched as everyone left. Seeing that Hong Tan still hadn't left, he said coldly, Hong Tan, do you want me to invite you for a meal? Hong Tan smiled and said indifferently, then I'll leave. Old Zhou, take care of yourself. Don't be too angry. It's troublesome. Sigh. That disciple of mine is also troublesome. He's going to the All Heavens battlefield soon. After lamenting for a while, Hong Tan left leisurely. After he left, Sun Galao and the others snorted. They were sarcastic. It was especially unpleasant to hear, but there was no way to refute it. At this time, someone said softly, Grandpa Zhou, I didn't pay, but I used all my belongings to buy a gift for Grandpa Qi. I'm too embarrassed to ask for it back. At this moment, Zhou Mingren suddenly realized that there was still someone who hadn't left. He was slightly speechless when he saw Ji Xiaoming. Ji Xiaoming hid behind Zhou Pingxing and poked her head out. She said cautiously, Grandpa Zhou, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it, but, ugh. I really don't have any money, she said with a sobbing tone. I also gave a gift in exchange for a place. You want a refund, but not me. I've already given out the gift. How can I ask for it back? Zhou Mingren was speechless. He forced a smile and said, Xiaoming, how much did you spend on the gift for old Qi? 30 merit points. Ji Xiaoming said cautiously, really, I still have the receipt. Should I find the receipt? There's no need for that. Zhou Mingren said with a smile, good girl, go back first. 30 merit points, right? I'll have someone send it to you later. Thank you, Grandpa Zhou. Ji Xiaoming said happily, Grandpa is the best. Don't tell Grandpa Qi, or he'll think I'm stingy. He won't. Zhou Mingren had a smile on his face. Ji Xiaoming was overjoyed and skipped out of the room. 30 merit points, Zhou Mingren was also helpless. Ji Hong's daughter, he didn't know if she was really naive or just pretending. He thought she was going to extort a sum of money, but she didn't. When everyone else had left and they were all on the same side, she asked for 30 merit points. He had given her face and didn't ask for more money. What else could he say? Zhou Mingren had to thank Ji Hong's daughter for not being insatiably greedy for 30 merit points to solve this problem. At this moment, the outsiders had all left. Xia Yuan was the only one left. Zhou Mingren glanced at Xia Yuan and said with a smile, "Yuan, I'm sorry. It didn't affect you much, did it?" Xia Yuan nodded slightly and said calmly, "It didn't. President Zhou, although this has nothing to do with me, I still have to say something. Don't let others see it as a joke." Zhou Mingren said with a smile, "Of course. I'll take my leave then." Xia Yuan calmly walked away. Zhou Hao quickly followed behind him. After they left, only the people from Xianxia faction were left in the main hall. Zhou Mingren looked at everyone calmly, especially Zhou Mingren. After a while, he said, "Who was the one running around in the arcane realm?" No one said a word. Zhou Mingren waited for a while and looked at Hu Wensheng. "Wensheng, was that you?" Hu Wensheng shook his head. "Master, I've been cultivating ever since I entered. I've only moved my position once, which was after Hong Tan took over. I've gathered at the area with the strongest willpower." Zhou Mingren looked at Zhou Pingxing. "Pingxing, what about you?" Zhou Pingxing lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Master, I didn't cultivate on the first day. On the second day, I cultivated with junior brother Liu and the others." Zhou Mingren frowned. Lu Hong quickly said, "Yes, I was with brother Zhou. It wasn't just us, senior brother Wang and senior sister Chen were there too." Zhou Mingren looked at the others. They were all Soar Realm. They nodded. When the first day was about to end, we all gathered to cultivate. In other words, from the second day onward, they were all cultivating together. Of course, on the second day, the entire mystic realm did not have a large-scale absorption. It was mainly concentrated on the first day. On the first day, Zhou Pingxing ran around while Hu Wensheng cultivated in a fixed place. Obviously, Zhou Pingxing was the most suspicious. Zhou Mingren smiled and said, "Opening the mystic realm for everyone to cultivate is to let everyone improve. It's a good thing to be able to devour willpower for cultivation. However, it's best to cultivate in the mystic realm in one place. Otherwise, it's easy to spread the willpower unevenly and consume it." He glanced at Zhou Pingxing and did not say anything. He continued, "Everyone has gained something. Very good. Although there were some hiccups, it's still good overall. I see that everyone has gained something. That means we've achieved our goal." Sun Galao and the others glanced at him. Yu Hong sent a voice transmission. "Old Zhou," Zhou Mingren sent a voice transmission. "Don't blow it up. It's not easy to accumulate some confidence. Do you want to cause internal strife in Xianxinwen's faction? I know what you mean. You think it's Pingxing's doing. Although Pingxing is a little muddle-headed, he's not that unwise. I'll pay for the compensation. There might be some misunderstanding." Although Galao and the others were a little dissatisfied with his words, they did not bring up the matter again. Just as Zhou Mingren said, it was already a mess. If they insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter, it would be a blow to everyone's confidence. Shan Shenwen's faction always had incompetent teammates. This would disappoint them. "Old Sun, you guys bring the other students back first. Those who need to break through, those who need to heal, those who need to go into closed-door training, go into closed-door training. Everyone's strength will improve during this trip to the secret realm." "Very good, I hope everyone can develop even better." Zhou Mingren said a few polite words. When the others were about to leave, he said, "Pingxing, Wensheng, Lu Hong, the three of you stay for a while." The three of them had their names called. They could only stay quietly. When the others left under the lead of Sun Galao and the others, Zhou Mingren first looked at Lu Hong and smiled. "Lu Hong, Ling Yin will be ready soon, right?" Lu Hong's face was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Dean, for your guidance. Soon. After I go back and cultivate in seclusion, I have the confidence to break through to Ling Yun." "Not bad." Zhou Mingren nodded and said with a smile, "Very good, our faction has gained another great general." With that, Zhou Mingren smiled and said, "Lu Hong, Yuming is about to go to the battlefield of heavens. The position of the faction master must be vacated. You are about to enter Ling Yun. Who do you think is more suitable to be the faction master?" Lu Hong hurriedly said, Dean, this is the choice of you and the other Galao. I don't have any opinions. No matter who becomes the faction master, I will carry out the faction master's instructions seriously, you. Zhou Mingren smiled and said, slippery fellow. You enter Ling Yun. Actually, it's not impossible for you to become. Dean, don't make fun of me. Lu Hong said fearfully, I am still sore. I have never thought about this and I won't think about it. I can't bear this responsibility. Dean, don't say that. Ha ha ha. Zhou Mingren smiled and said, look at how scared you are. Go, it's fine. Thank you, Dean. Lu Hong hurriedly left in fear and he cursed in his heart, faction master my ass, you didn't even think about this. You're using me to deal with your two disciples. You're not a good person. You want me to be the mediator between these two. As expected, Zhou Mingren was a wily old fox. He could roughly see that the two disciples were fighting openly and covertly. They wanted to make him a target. Bastard. Cursing, he ran as fast as he could. After he left, Zhou Mingren's expression turned cold. He looked at the two of them for a long time and said coldly, who did it? The two of them did not say a word. Pingxing, say it. Zhou Pingxing lowered his head and gritted his teeth. I know teacher is suspicious of me, but I really didn't do it. I didn't expect to cultivate when I entered this time. My goal was to not let Suyu get any benefits. Therefore, on the first day, I went around looking for Suyu. I didn't have the mood to absorb willpower for cultivation. Wenxing, what about you? Hu Wenxing said calmly, teacher, it wasn't me either. I have just entered Ling Yun and need to cultivate step by step. It won't do me any good to absorb a large amount of willpower rashly. If it wasn't you guys, could it be Xia Yuan? Zhou Mingren said coldly, don't tell me that it was Xia Yuan who did this to make you fight among yourselves. Zhou Pingxing was silent for a while and said, teacher, I was walking around that day. I'm afraid everyone thought I did it. But if it was really me, I didn't have to do it so obviously. Obviously, someone was deliberately framing me. Teacher, please investigate this. Zhou Mingren pondered for a moment. Zhou Pingxing was right. If everyone thought it was him, was it really him? Could it be that he was really stupid to this extent? If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to Ling Yun 7. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that he used this mentality to absolve himself. Who do you think it was? He asked again. Zhou Pingxing said in a low voice, I don't know. Maybe, it was Suyu. His words were somewhat meaningful. Maybe it was Suyu, regardless of whether it was or not, it was meaningless to talk about Hu Wenxing now. Hu Wenxing added, senior brother is right. This time, there are many suspicious points. Maybe someone deliberately misled us. Master, the arcane realm suddenly collapsed after Hong Tan took over. So you might not have the ability to do so, but Hong Tan. It's hard to say. He's an expert from the Shan Shenwen faction, and the arcane realm in the Sea of Consciousness was left behind by an expert from the Shan Shenwen faction. He might have a way to dissipate the willpower. Zhou Mingren thought about it and nodded slightly. Let's put it this way. This was caused by Hong Tan and Suyu. They purposely dispelled the strong willpower in the arcane realm. That was the only explanation, regardless of whether it was them or not, it was them now. It didn't matter if they believed it or not, the Shan Shenwen faction made a decision and pushed the blame to Hong Tan and Suyu. In fact, Hong Tan was not in the mood to care about that at the moment. He looked at Suyu in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. After a while, he said, are you awake? Suyu wished he could hammer himself a few more times. Why is Grandmaster looking at me like that? Feeling helpless, he laughed dryly. Grandmaster, I'm awake. Not bad, right? Not bad. Not bad? Hong Tan smiled. Not bad. Did you cause the arcane realm to collapse? That. Grandmaster. Hong Tan looked at him helplessly. After a while, he said, how many divine apertures have you opened? Quite a lot, quite a lot. Hong Tan laughed. You're not being honest. Definitely more than 36. Since Suyu did not want to talk about it, he could not be bothered to ask. He calmed down and said, don't expose yourself. Otherwise, people will know what you're doing. Now, everyone thinks it's Zhou Pingxing, but those who really understand this situation know that unless Zhou Pingxing is crazy, there is no reason for him to do this. Many people probably think that I'm the one who did it. Forget it, let them be. The arcane realm collapsed. It might be his doing. On the first day, his willpower was continuously absorbed by others. It could not be him. After all, he had not taken over at that time. Some people might suspect that it was an internal conflict between Zhou Mingren's two disciples. Hong Tan could not be bothered about it. Keep a low profile. Hong Tan exhaled. In a few days, I'll have to go into seclusion too. As for you, I can see that your willpower is very strong. Many divine apertures have been opened, and the storage is almost full. Are you ready to break through to soar? No. Suyu shook his head. I'm ready to merge my physical body with the apertures and enter the Wanxia realm. Then, I'll outline some Shunwen and advance on both sides. It's best to soar both my physical body and willpower at the same time. Moreover, if I don't enter soar, I won't be much of a threat to others. After all, cultivation students are only at the bottom and can't affect the overall situation. If I enter soar, there will definitely be more trouble. It would be better if he did not enter soar. Even if he entered soar, now was not the time. Continuing to outline Shunwen and closing Wanxia's apertures would take time. Suyu had also calculated. The next step was to close the apertures and outline Shunwen. When Wanxia reached the 9th level, his Shunwen should be almost complete. His divine apertures should also be almost opened. By then, entering soar, Suyu might be able to reach the 9th level in one day. Entering soar would mean becoming one of the top powerhouses. In this way, some people could be caught off guard. There were still 80 divine apertures that had not been opened and 91 Shunwen had not been outlined. Even if he had enough resources, it would take at least half a year. As for the Wanxia realm, Suyu felt that it might also take that long. There was no need to compare himself with the guy in Dazhou Prefecture who had entered soar for half a year. It was meaningless. After half a year, if he succeeded, he might be able to reach the 9th level in an instant. That guy might not be able to reach the 9th level of soar. Seeing that Suyu had his own plans, Hong Tan did not say anything more. He nodded slightly and said, after entering soar, you need to build your physical body foundation. This foundation is mainly related to the future invincibility of the physical body. The stronger the foundation blood essence, the better. I don't know when I will come out of seclusion. If you enter soar before I come out, then go find Xiahou Yi and buy some divine demon blood essence on credit. Suyu was in a daze. On credit, that worked? Hong Tan smiled, no problem, just use something as collateral. Use the Wentan Research Center. A little divine demon blood essence is no problem. If you advance after I come out, I'll see if I can go to the battlefield of heavens and get some primordial god blood essence for foundation building. Then he said, find Xiahou Yi, it's best to use the primordial god blood essence or the original demon blood essence. These are the two strongest races in the myriad worlds. The stronger the blood essence you use when building your foundation, the better it will be. Suyu nodded, thank you, Grandmaster. I understand. And, Hong Tan thought for a moment, then said, once I enter seclusion, I won't come out unless I break through to the sun and moon realm. Your martial uncle, he's a boring person. He keeps his thoughts to himself. Help me keep an eye on him. If he goes out one day, inform Xiahou Yi or Wanfu Prefect. I don't want my disciple to be gone by the time I come out. Suyu's eyes flickered and he said, Grandmaster, you mean, your martial uncle, carries a lot of things on his shoulders. In our line, your martial uncle's talent is better than mine and your master's. He should have entered the mountain sea long ago, but he insists on holding it in. I've understood his thoughts since a long time ago. Your martial uncle looks calm, but I'm afraid he will disregard everything at a critical moment. Hong Tan sighed and said, also, don't go out as much as you can. It's best not to go to the All Heavens battlefield. That's all. We don't have many people, so we can't help you. You have your own ideas. At this point, Hong Tan thought for a while and said, if there's a big problem and you need help, go to the prison area, enter the secret room, and release those mountain sea demons. I've already reached an agreement with them. Once you release them, they'll be free. You'll be responsible for escorting them out of the mortal realm and back to the All Heavens battlefield. If they commit crimes or kill people in the future, it'll be our line's responsibility. You know when to release them and when not to release them. Grandmaster, Suyu was shocked. Release mountain sea demons? Then will the mortal realm release them back to the All Heavens battlefield? Hong Tan said calmly, yes, because they're my mounts. I'm half a step into the Sun Moon tier, an elite who's about to break through to the Sun Moon tier. You still have to give me face. However, as I've said, in the All Heavens battlefield, if these mountain sea demons commit crimes, it'll be our responsibility. You have to think carefully before you release them. Those who are targeting us might deliberately provoke them. Do you understand? Understood. Suyu nodded solemnly. Hong Tan didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked out. As he walked, he said, cultivate in seclusion for a few days, and then come see your master off. Your willpower is too strong now, and it'll be easy to see through it. Restrain yourself. Okay. Suyu nodded and took a deep breath. The pleasure of tricking people in the mystery realm had completely disappeared. Master and the others were leaving, and Grandmaster was also going to cultivate in seclusion. Hearing Grandmaster's words, Uncle Master might also cause trouble after he went into seclusion. In such a big family, no one would let him be free of worry. I'm so young, yet I'm carrying such a heavy burden. It's too hard for me. End of chapter 217. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.